Chapter 71. Sunflower acupuncture points quickly. When Wang Longqi left Yongla Island, his whole body exuded a sacred aura. He has a smile on his face and a peaceful expression. No matter who he faces, he has a face as warm as the spring breeze. The boat returned to Yuhang town, and when they parted, looking at the fox girl's fluffy tail, he no longer had the usual squinting expression, but waved politely and solemnly. Goodbye, Miss Xiaobai. Goodbye, Li Chu. I hope we can all find the true meaning of life in this empty world. Suddenly, I really want to read some books by sages. Ahem. All the sages in ancient times were lonely. Hey, my back hurts. Come and hold me up. Seeing him walking off the boat with shaky legs supported by the boatman, Li Chu thought a little. Is this the legendary sage moment? You can become like this in one night. It's not easy either. Returned to Dayun Temple and settled in for a while. When he was in Wangyu village, the villagers wanted to give him the gold and silver as payment according to the agreement. Part of it was thanks, and part of it was because they felt that it was money brought out by evil spirits and did not dare to spend it. But Li Chu didn't accept it. After experiencing such a thing, and still needing to explore new routes, fishermen should be in greater need of money during this time. He explained part of the reason to the villagers, explaining that as long as he no longer approached the sea area, there would be no danger and the treasures could be spent safely. Only then did they reluctantly dispel their concerns. In fact, his trip was not without success. The secret key to the Dragon King starts with 500 taels of gold. But this piece must not be sold. Looking back, you can ask Li Sini if he has discovered anything new about the secret realm. When it comes to finding secret realms, Kaodiang's power is still much greater than his own. If the secret realm is opened and you have the treasure key in hand, it shouldn't be too dangerous to go in and take out a dragon fruit. The hardest part is to collect the 4 treasure keys. Fortunately, there is no time limit, so you can find them slowly. Li Chu opened the small box he had hidden under the bed again. I looked at the money saved inside. A simple smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It seems that I should go to Hangzhou when I have time to look for a property that will appreciate in value. There is really no room for appreciation in a small place like Yuhang Town. I don't know whether it's better to invest in luxury houses or shops. After thinking about the future, he silently stuffed the small box back and stood up silently. There is another thing going on right now. What happened on Yongla Island made him realize one of his shortcomings. So far, there has been no survivor under his sword. Maybe, it can be said that it is very strong. It is limited to the surrounding area of Yuhang Town. But this method is too simple. It is impossible for me to only deal with evil spirits forever. In the future, I may have conflicts with others and compete with other cultivators. If we kill them all with one sword, it's okay to kill evil spirits, but it's illegal to kill people. There must be some moves that are not so murderous. He set off to the town and walked into the familiar Zashu. The familiar old shopkeeper was taking a familiar nap behind the familiar counter, reading the familiar books of sages. With his learning method, it is no wonder that he will never be admitted as a scholar. The old shopkeeper's eyes were not very good, but his ears were still good. Hearing Li Chu's footsteps, he woke up immediately. Hey, Taoist Priestley, are you here for the secret book again? Li Chu nodded and said, Yes. Hey, it's easy to talk. What kind of thing is Mr. Li looking for? The old shopkeeper smiled and was very enthusiastic. Well, I want a method that can subdue the opponent without causing great harm to the opponent. Is there any such method? Okay, let me take a look. The old shopkeeper walked into the stacks of bookshelves to look for it. As he walked, he said, Taoist priest Shaoli, you are very famous now. People in the town often talk about you. I want to put up a sign outside the store and say that Taoist Priestley is my favorite. Is it okay to have a study room? Only then did Li Chu understand why he was so enthusiastic as soon as he entered the door. It turned out that he was seeking something from himself. He nodded and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, this sentence is true. The old shopkeeper immersed himself in flipping through the pages for a while, then sighed. What do you think of this book? Li Chu took a quick look and saw that the book he took this time was extra thick and didn't look that old. The title of the book is just 8 characters. Sunflower Acupuncture Hands for Quick Success. Acupuncture? Li Chu thought for a moment. This was quite common in martial arts novels in the past. But in this world where gods and ghosts fight, it seems that this method is rarely heard of. But he still took it and prepared to go back and study it. Past experience told him that every secret book in the miscellaneous study room was of high quality. No matter how inconspicuous it seems, there will be extra surprises after practicing. It's amazing. The so-called acupuncture is to use the complex connections between the meridians of the human body to affect the whole body through one point. If you want to learn acupuncture, the first step is to memorize all the acupoints on the human body. For ordinary practitioners, this is something they should do before exercising. If you are not familiar with your own meridians, and just keep your head down and run the heaven and earth, it is no different from committing suicide. But Li Chu has never experienced this, so he could only start from the beginning. Only after reading it did I realize that it's no wonder this book is so thick. The diagram of meridians, and acupuncture points, and the subsequent introduction take up a huge amount of space. There are 12 meridians, 8 extra meridians, and a total of 720 acupoints. You must remember the location and function of each of them, or at least dozens of key acupoints, as well as the connections behind them. That's a pretty huge amount of memory. Basically, every practitioner is forced to memorize all the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body before the age of 10. This may take several months or even years, accompanied by constant physical education from parents and teachers, and may become a painful memory that many people will never forget. After Li Chu read it carefully, he closed the page, closed his eyes, and repeated it twice in his mind. Well, I've memorized it. Sighs slightly. It's been a while since I endorsed, so my speed has slowed down a bit. After remembering the acupuncture points on the whole body and their functions, all that is left is to apply the principles of acupoints. In fact, it is very simple. Just use the fingertips to penetrate the force into the middle of the acupuncture points and cause a profound impact. It would be really difficult if it was done with the power of ordinary people, because ordinary people's finger strength is not strong enough. Even for people with strong finger strength, the power of clicking will be dissipated. It will be dispersed to the bones and muscles around the acupuncture points, unable to penetrate, let alone stay. But you can do it with real energy. It's like condensing the true energy into a nail and inserting it deeply into it. When you master it skillfully, and your true energy is strong enough, you can even reach the highest level of tapping acupuncture points in the air. Li Chu felt that the spiritual power in his body should be enough. Based on past experience, it may even be more powerful and longer lasting. After mastering the general principle, he couldn't wait to find someone to try the effect of using spiritual power to acupuncture. You can't do this experiment on yourself. If you do it yourself, no one will help you. After dinner, he called Xiao Yue into the room. The search for the little koi was made after careful consideration, and the master must not be offended. The fox girl's cultivation level is much higher than that of Xiao Yue, and her body is also stronger. Xiao Yue's physical body is closer to that of ordinary humans. I want to try out the effects of my newly mastered sunflower acupuncture hand. Can you do me a favor? Li Chu asked. Xiao Yue sat obediently on the chair and nodded innocently. Although she didn't know what she wanted to do, she was very willing to help her master. I will use the smallest force to tap on your acupuncture points later and try to immobilize you to see how long the immobilizing effect lasts. Li Chu warned. If the effect lasts for too long and you feel uncomfortable, just blink and I will stop you in advance. Help you untie it. Yeah. Xiao Yue nodded again. Li Chu carefully injected a very weak trace of spiritual power into his fingers, and then touched Xiao Yue's shoulder. The fingers are like the wind, and the power is like lightning. Puff! The little koi's body suddenly stiffened. Li Chu retracted his finger and asked, Can you move? Xiao Yue rolled her eyes, and seemed to want to shake her head, but couldn't. Li Chu was overjoyed. It seems that the effect is there. Now let's see how long such a trace of spiritual power can last. He warned again. If you blink, I will help you relieve your acupuncture point. Then he sat aside and started observing. And then, it's daybreak. The first second the little koi fish could move, he slid off the chair. Li Chu hurriedly supported her. The little koi woke up like a dream, touched his neck and shoulders, and then his waist. After a long time, he cried and said, I'm numb. Li Chu also didn't expect this effect to last all night. Just now, he was still praising the little koi's endurance in his heart. Seeing the little koi's expression at this time, he wondered, then why don't you blink? The little koi pursed his lips and said, I fell asleep after sitting for a while. Li Chu then remembered that the little koi slept with its eyes open. When sending the little koi out, she was still saying aggrievedly, My shoulders, waist and legs are sore, and my whole body is sore, especially the place where you poke me. It's sore and painful. Li Chu had no choice but to coax. I'll buy you some candies later. This scene happened to be seen by Yu Qian, who was going out in the morning. The old Taoist priest sighed deeply. After Li Chu comforted the little koi, he saw the master sitting at the stone table waving to him. He hurriedly walked over and sat down. Yu Qian said meaningfully, "Disciple, as men, if we like girls, we must pursue them openly. But we can't lie to others just because something is wrong with their little girls, let alone bully them." Master said so. Li Chu blinked. But what does this have to do with me? Yu Qian coughed slightly. Well, I saw you called Xiao Yur into the room last night, and just came out. This is... Oh, I just learned a new acupuncture secret. And I just wanted her to help me test the effect. I didn't expect it would take a long time. Li Chu said calmly. Acupuncture? Yu Qian was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Li Chu suspiciously. Is the acupuncture you mentioned serious? Li Chu saw an autumn leaf falling on the master's shoulder. It was green and yellow. Chapter 72, The Major Discovery of Shinchi Guan. The sun sets. Autumn insects are noisy. Several disciples of Shinchi Guan were standing in a hidden part of Niufeng Mountain. In the past few days, Jiang Shouyin has been searching the mountain with his spiritual consciousness here. His spiritual consciousness swept across the mountain without missing a beat. And finally, he discovered something strange here. The mountainside is hidden, but there is new soil under the rock mass. Someone must have dug a hole here. There are still some remnants of true energy around. It should be that some cultivators used their magical powers here not long ago. So he brought people here. After seeing the body of the flying lion with his own eyes, Jiang Shouyin was shocked. And at the same time, a big stone fell to the ground in his heart. This brainless and powerful enemy is dead, and I don't have to run away anymore. Beside him stood Zhang Yuxi, Shui Yuzhu, and Lu Yushan. Shui Yuzhu and Lu Yushan were two Taoist priests, the ugly and the short. They had been possessed by someone earlier and almost stabbed the young uncle in the back. After they woke up, the two of them were ashamed and afraid. They thought about it all night before returning to the government office with a heavy heart. Fortunately, Jiang Shouyin didn't argue with them. He just waved his hand and asked them to feed the donkeys. This time Jiang Shouyin personally led the team to search the mountain, and Zhang Yuxi rushed to join. The reason was very strong. For his own brother, Shui Yuzhu and Lu Yushan sneered at this. Why didn't you rush to find your brother before your uncle came? How many days does your brotherhood last each month? This kind of person always hides behind when working. As soon as the leader comes, he immediately rushes to be the first to perform. Shameless. Very angry. But there was nothing we could do. Senior brothers and junior brothers still have to nod and bow to him when they meet. Although I wish my senior brother was short and soft. Soon, Zhou Shuang and Pu Aio shoveled out the new soil, and unexpectedly dug out a lifelike corpse. It turned out to be Zhang Yuyan, a disciple of Shinshu Temple. Yes, this corpse is also the body of the nightmare that Li Chu and Li Sini met the day before yesterday. After obtaining the secret key, in the spirit of humanity, they dug a hole and buried the body in it. I didn't want to be turned out again so soon. Elder brother! Zhang Yuxi immediately wailed. This corpse was extremely stiff and still maintained a cross-legged meditating posture. It could not be changed and could only be placed on the ground like this. Zhang Yuxi knelt down in front of the corpse and howled loudly. But the howl was real, and not a few tears fell. There were 3 other people watching with cold eyes. Not only does this picture not look sad, it also looks a bit weird. Jiang Shouyin was also quite surprised. He found something strange here. He originally just dug with the mentality of hitting the pole with a date. But he didn't expect that he could actually dig out Zhang Yuyan's body. A few years ago, Zhang Yuyan was ordered by Guanli to come to Jiangnan continent with the secret key to investigate the Qianlong secret realm. I don't know what happened to him, but he never came back. It was not until later that the Guanghan sect sent a letter to Xingshi to accuse Zhang Yuyan of seriously injuring one of their Zai Youqi disciples. The senior management of Shengzhuguan was completely unaware of what was going on. Later, after several negotiations, I finally found out what was going on. At that time, it happened that Guanghan sect also sent disciples to search for the secret realm of Qianlong. The two met by chance. They were originally traveling together, but Zhang Yuyan suddenly attacked the disciples of Guanghan sect in the middle of the journey. This disciple used the forbidden technique inside the gate to escape back to the mountain gate. He only said, "Shinchi Guan," Zhang Yuyan, and then fell into a coma and never woke up. There is no way to know more. Even the place of Miaofeng Mountain was later deduced by the elders of Shangzuguan based on his path of action. Guanhan sect is determined to monopolize the secret realm, and is unwilling to reveal anything else. It's just a simple notification that your disciple bullied my disciple. There is no witness, no physical evidence, and no reason. But your disciple is wrong. So Shangzuguan apologized. After all, the other party is one of the 12 immortal sects, and has always been known for being unreasonable. There is no shame in bowing to them. As soon as Zhang Yuyan disappeared and lost the key to the secret realm, Shinshiguan had no hope for the Qianlong secret realm and simply dropped the matter. A few days ago, Chang Shouchong received a letter asking for help from Gongsun Che and learned that he happened to be coming to Yuhang County to take up a post. So he sent a few more disciples over and asked them to check Miaofeng Mountain to see if they could gain anything. It happened that Jiang Shouyin was about to be promoted to the Dragon Transformation realm, and he was also looking forward to getting a Dragon Transformation fruit to help him. So he rushed over. That's why today's scene happened. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuyan, who had been missing for several years, would be buried in the ground so hastily. But here are the corpses of senior brother Xin Tuyan, and they are not rotten at all. Could it be that he died in the past 2 days? Taoist Pue asked curiously. Jiang Shouyin shook his head and said, his spirit has been dissipated for several years, but his body does not rot. It may be that he was in some secret realm that was not ventilated to the outside world. Or it was frozen. Yes, my brother must have been frozen. It was done by the Guanhan sect. They have always been the best at ice magic. Zhang Yuxi stood up and said. Jiang Shouyin said, check to see if the treasure key is still on him. To be honest, he didn't have any hope in this. If the other party killed Zhang Yuyan, they would probably take away his treasure key. Zhang Yuxi searched carefully and found nothing. But he didn't give up. He thought about it and said, my brother has always had the habit of hiding things under the soles of his boots. Let me take a look. With that said, he quickly took off Zhang Yuyan's old boots. A gust of mountain wind blew, and the smell was really not good. Jiang Shouyin made a prompt decision and blocked his sense of smell. Zhuang and Pudai did not have this ability. Zhuang Taoist priest could only complain. Can you put that thing in your boots? It won't hurt your feet. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuxi actually found something under the sole of his boot. A sheepskin map. He opened it and took a look, as if he had found a treasure, and happily handed it to Jiang Shouyin. Uncle, look at what this is. Jiang Shouyin raised his hand to stop him from approaching. Just tell me what it is. It's a map. It seems to be the shape of this mountain. There seems to be a dragon mark on it. Maybe it's the location of the hidden dragon secret realm. Zhang Yuxi said excitedly. Jiang Shouyin wanted to take it and take a look, but after thinking about it, he retracted his hand and said, lead the way. Immediately, Zhang Yuxi took the sheepskin picture and took the lead. The vegetation, mountains and rocks painted on the picture have changed over the years, but the basic path and mountain structure will not change. As soon as it got dark, they came to a cliff. It is empty on 3 sides, surrounded by lush forests in the distance, and surrounded by water. The scenery is quite beautiful, especially at night. The stars are bright, and the moon reflects on the mountain wall, making it even more beautiful. Jiang Shouyin also knows some feng shui, and he vaguely feels that this place is like a cemetery. Right here, Zhang Yuxi pointed out that there was a raised stone on the cliff, which seemed to be a relief. It was as tall as a person, but it had no beauty at all. But its shape was quite iconic. He added, the picture shows the shape of this pumice stone and a seal with the word Lin, which should be the seal to unlock the restriction. Jiang Shouyin nodded and asked them to get out of the way first to avoid accidents. He stood alone in front of the cliff, holding the character seal in his hand, and activated his true energy. Call out. A ray of energy struck the protruding stone from his hands and received feedback quickly. On the pumice stone, a white light lit up. Rumble. Immediately, the cliffs on both sides seemed to sense something, and they quickly opened a 3-foot-high door with a rumble. It is indeed a prohibition agency. Several disciples of Shinshi Guan looked at each other. It was dark and cool behind the door, and they didn't know what secrets were hidden. Jiang Shouyin walked in without thinking. It's about the dragon transformation fruit, so we must go in and find out. Chapter 73 Fu Yuan's Real Eyesore. The 3 people behind him followed him in. When the moonlight shone into the stone door, the first sight made several people shout in unison. Grass! Jiang Shouyin was silent on his face, but he had already secretly screamed in his heart. Inside the stone gate, The space is wide, but extremely simple, and the whole thing can be seen at a glance. It is surrounded by empty space, with a circular stone platform in the center. There are many words engraved on the front of the stone platform. On the stone platform, there sat an old man with white hair and a childlike face. Naked. Quite annoying. This person has long since died. It may be that his cultivation level is too high, but his physical body and spiritual power have not dissipated, so he has never decayed. Jiang Shuyin remembered him. This is the master of Qianlong's secret realm, Master Fuyuan. He is a non-sectarian with no family or sect, but he cultivates the orthodox inheritance of Taoism. He has an eccentric personality and is quite casual. Master Fuyuan and his senior brother Wang Shuyi were good friends. The two masters often made appointments to go to Shenluo City to discuss Taoism, so Jiang Shuyin met him several times when he was very young. It was still very strange at the time. There were obviously many powerful people in Chaoga City, and Shinshu Temple was a famous Taoist sect. There were all kinds of Taoist treasures in the temple, but they just liked to go to Shenluo City to discuss Taoism, especially during the annual Mayflower Conference. Sometimes one discussion would last a whole month. Jiang Shuyin was only a few years old at the time. Every time I saw the old Wang Shui come back from discussing Taoism with a tired face, I would yearn for him, thinking that I would also devote my life to Taoism like this in the future. Only when he grew up did he realize that his senior fellow apprentice had indeed followed the Tao all his life. But this way is not that way. It's a pity that Master Fuyuan's cultivation has always stayed in the realm of all phenomena, and his lifespan is ultimately limited. The last time he came to Shinshu Temple, he gave the key to the Qianlong secret realm to his senior brother. After several years, he never came back. The senior brother guessed that he might have failed in seeking a great opportunity, so he sent his disciple Zhang Yuyan to investigate. But Zhang Yuyan didn't come back either. Several disciples of Shinshu Temple came to the stone platform and looked at the words engraved on it. I tried to save it, but at the end of the day, anyone who enters this cave will cry out. This scene is quite interesting to think about. Don't panic. It's human ethics and nature to say that you can come and go naked without any worries. Of all the people in the world, who dares to be naked in the world? It must be me. As you watch, you should bow and thank me. After reading this, Jiang Shuyin couldn't help but curse. Why does this old Bushio seem to be quite proud? You still see that you have earned it, right? But one thing is right. Among all the masters in the world, you are the only one who is so old that it hurts your eyes. My nickname is Fuyuan. I learned from Chunyang Zhendao Chan Shensi. I have no disciples and no companions. I have practiced all my life and been alone. How can I stay alone in a deserted tomb? When I was young, I was so beautiful all over the world. Unexpectedly, I fell into decline in a blink of an eye. The laws of nature are cyclical, and your destiny is about to end. Full of complaints, it is useless to linger. Sighing and heading east across the river, we arrived at Hong Kong. Yes, I have been cultivating all my life, and I still have accumulated wealth, which is all stored in the Qianlong secret realm. When I went south, I divided the secret realm key into 4. I once dreamed of obtaining immortality and opening the secret realm again. Now it seems that it has become an obsession. Read. Yesterday, I encountered a ghost country that rebelled against the king in the mountains. I spent my whole life cultivating to suppress it, and my energy was also greatly depleted. I must know that the end is coming. The 4 secret keys. One is delivered to the son-in-law of the Long family of the Han family in Tianan. One is delivered to the real person Shinshu Guan Shui, and the other is delivered to Fairy and Lan Yu of the Guanhan sect. I spent my whole life making friends, but I can't think of a 4th candidate. A few days ago, I selected this acupoint as the place for ascension. Now I will create a picture. If you are destined to follow the picture and come here, and sincerely kowtow to the remaining corpse 3 times, you can get the 4th secret key. At this point, I have nothing to entrust to you. If you want to say 1,000 words, it will only increase your laughter. Fu Yuan, the ultimate masterpiece. Can you get the 4th secret key by kowtowing to this corpse 3 times? After Jiang Shuyin finished reading, he leaned over and bowed without thinking much. I have met Master Fu Yuan before, and he can be considered a senior. It doesn't matter if I kowtow a few times in front of his soul. Kowtow 3 times with sincere respect. Boom, boom, boom. After a pause, he saw a stone slab removed from the ground in front of him, with a line of words written on it. I lied to you. The secret key is behind me. Some words came to Jiang Shoyin's lips, but he held back. I thought silently in my heart, the dead are the greatest. He stood up with a complicated expression, walked around to the stone platform and took a look. Sure enough, there was a hidden box with an incomplete secret key inside. The word Qian is engraved under the key. Jiang Shoyin smiled slightly. Now that we have the whereabouts of the other 3 secret keys, and have obtained the 4th secret key, whether we find a way to exchange or jointly explore, we can open the hidden dragon's secret realm. His own dragon transformation fruit should also be available. At this time, a green shadow suddenly flashed into the cave, as if swimming in along the moonlight, and no one noticed it. Just when Jiang Shoyin reached out to pick up the secret key, the shadow suddenly shot out a green light, instantly 1 step ahead of him, wrapped around the secret key, rolled it up and left. Jiang Shoyin's eyes flashed and he shouted, "How dare you!" There was a clear sword chant, and the sky-holding sword appeared instantly. Cut! A sword cut off the green light, and it turned out to be just a piece of flowing clouds and water sleeves. Seeing Jiang Shoyin's power, the cyan figure turned around and left, flying out like the wind. Where'd it go? Jiang Shoyin caught the secret key with his left hand, threw the flying sword into the sky with his right hand, stepped on it with both feet, and chased away. When the cyan figure came out of the cave, it raised a cyan halo. The halo spun around, holding up her body, making her look like a light woman. There was a light wheel in front and a flying sword behind, and the night sky of Niufeng Mountain was illuminated for another moment. Jiang Shoyin made force with both hands, and the speed of the flying sword increased by another 10%, turning into an afterimage. The halo was about to be overtaken by him. 2 rays of light flew over a clear river at low altitude. The green figure heard the sound of wind behind his ears, and landed on the river bank in an instant. Jiang Shoyin overtook her, pressed the tip of his sword, and spun to the ground. I saw a graceful woman standing by the river, wearing a lotus-colored gauze skirt, with a graceful figure. Unfortunately, her face was covered with a gauze, and her face could not be seen clearly. Like the moon in a smoke cage, it attracts people's reverie. But just this temperament makes people think that she must be a beauty. Jiang Shoyin said in a deep voice, "Where is the girl? And why are you trying to rob me of the secret key?" The woman didn't speak. She just took 2 steps back and then fell quietly. Jump into the river? Jiang Shoyin's pupils condensed. He stepped out and flew over the river. Plop. They saw the woman falling into the water calmly, her dress softened by the current. Suddenly, her figure became pale and dissolved into the water like a ball of ink. In an instant, there was no trace anymore. It was as if such a beauty had never existed. Jiang Shoyin turned over and landed on the ground, releasing his spiritual consciousness, but no more clues could be found. After pondering for a moment, his eyebrows gradually widened. As long as the secret key is not taken away by the other party, it doesn't matter. As for this person's identity, even if she didn't tell him, he could still guess it. A female cultivator of the right path, with superb cultivation and proficient in water escape. Guanhan sect. After muttering something softly, he turned and left, leaving behind a crescent moon. Unexpectedly, when the place settled down, a red figure flashed out from behind the tree. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the river, and then at the direction in which Jiang Shoyin left. Thoughtfully, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole stalks behind. I don't know what's under the branches. My slingshot is hungry and thirsty. Chapter 74. Undercurrent surges wildly. When the red shadow left, its figure was erratic, like a ghost, flying faintly into Yuhang town and landing within the courtyard wall of the county government office. Then he put his feet on the ground and walked quickly. It turned out to be a woman in a red dress, and she looked quite charming from the back. As soon as she stepped through the moon gate in the backyard, 2 detectives on night watch walked towards her. "Hey, Miss Bai Ling, are you out so late?" The policeman greeted him warmly. The woman's eyebrows were pretty, and she lowered her head shyly. "No, I just wanted to visit my father in the front yard. I found that he was not there, so I came back." "Mr. Bai Jian? I just saw him. Maybe he is in his room?" "Thank you." The woman bowed tenderly, moved slowly and left. The 2 detectives looked at her graceful and twisting back, and they reluctantly looked back until she was abducted. "Miss Bai Ling is so beautiful," the policeman on the left said infatuatedly. "Yeah, I just feel an indescribable smell. Very seductive," the detective on the right agreed. "I think she is more beautiful than Miss Gongsun." The detective on the left said again. Huh? The detective on the right frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Gongsun is our recognized fairy. The policeman on the left muttered. I don't admit that I think Miss Bai Ling's facial features are perfect. And her figure is better than Miss Gongsun's. The policeman on the right shouted loudly. Fart. I think her face looks unnatural. And Miss Gongsun just doesn't often wear clothes that show off her figure. And she doesn't twist her, but when walking. The policeman on the left also said angrily. Beautiful is beautiful anyway. No matter how much you say. She is still prettier than Miss Gongsun. The policeman on the right said angrily. Impossible. Whoever comes here. Miss Gongsun is prettier. The policeman on the left said. No matter how much you protect her. She is the daughter of the county magistrate. Can she still marry you as my wife? The policeman on the right retorted. Then Miss Bai Ling is still Master Bai Jian's daughter. And she won't marry you. The two people looked at each other and suddenly fell silent. After another long while, the two people looked at each other and smiled again. Yes, that makes sense. Then why are we arguing here? Let's go to the concierge. Lao Qin said he will stew dog meat tonight. Eat dog meat. The two detectives put their arms around each other and laughed happily. The girl named Bai Ling walked through the backyard door familiarly and came to her room. There was already a middle-aged Confucian scholar waiting there, who was Gongsun's previous master. At that time, Bai Jian claimed to be a scholar whose family was in decline, and he fled here with his daughter. It happened that Gongsun was recruiting staff, so he came to seek refuge. After some examination, it was found that he had a gap in his chest, but his eloquence was intact. Gongsun happily accepted him and let him live in the government office with his daughter. But what he didn't know was that the father and daughter were the two evil spirits in the corpse cave, Bai Jian and Hong Ling. How is it? Bai Jian asked directly when he saw her coming back. Oh, Shinshu observes that those Taoist priests really have another purpose for coming here. Hong Ling sat down and said leisurely, they came here to find a secret realm. What I didn't expect was that the former owner of the secret realm was actually the one who sealed it back then. The king's old master. He's dead? Bai Jian was surprised. Yes. Even though I didn't dare to enter the cave, I saw the old Taoist's body. Speaking of this, Hong Ling gritted her teeth, obviously remembering some unpleasant scene. My king had just escaped from the war, and had not yet recovered. He took advantage of it, and entered the seal. The king has always been worried about this matter, and had thoughts of revenge. I didn't expect that he had died long ago. Bai Jian laughed happily. Hong Ling added, now our only enemy is the little Taoist priest. Bai Jian's smile disappeared. Hong Ling continued, you were right at the time. There are rules among cultivators. If there are other cultivators in this government office, the little Taoist priest will not come. So we hide here, and will not be discovered by the little Taoist priest. But the cultivators here only come here for the secret realm. And they will leave sooner or later. We have to deal with the little Taoist priest. And we have to figure out a way as soon as possible. Bai Jian rubbed her temples. Don't rush me. I'm thinking about it. At this time, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. A flash of alert flashed in Bai Jian's eyes, and she immediately ducked behind the screen. After a while, I heard someone knocking on the door. Miss Bai, have you gone to bed? The voice sounded like it was Zhang Yushi. Hong Ling frowned and asked in a sweet voice. Is it Taoist Zhang? I just went to bed. Is there anything wrong? Sorry. It's a bit presumptuous to bother me at night. But I just came back from doing some errands. Zhang Yushi apologized, and then said, I want to ask you to go boating on the water tomorrow. And I want to ask if you are free. Hong Ling rolled her eyes silently and said, please think about it. Zhang Yushi was overjoyed. Okay. Then I'll come see you tomorrow morning. After that, he left with a smile. When Zhang Yushi was in this government office, she initially fell in love with Gongsun Chei's daughter, Gongsun Ro, who knew that Gongsun Ro's heart was as solid as stone. No matter how he showed his kindness, he would never waver. Instead, he made soup with his own hands every 3 days, and went to Diyun Temple to give it to the little Taoist priest. I heard from the junior sister who followed Gongsun Ro that all she made was kidney tonifying soup. Who can bear this? So as soon as Bai Jian and his daughter arrived, he immediately changed his target. This girl Bai Ling looks shy and timid, but in fact she is very approachable. Their relationship has developed rapidly in the past few days. Of course, that's just what he thinks. A big discovery was made about the secret realm today, and maybe it will be settled during this period. By then, I might have to go back to Chaoga. He couldn't bear to leave like this. He had to make some practical progress in everything he said. There are so many people in the government office that it is really inconvenient to do things. So he chose rafting as a reason. When the time comes, row the boat to a deserted place. For a moment, Zhang Yushi's mind was filled with mosaic. After Zhang Yushi left, Bai Jian reappeared. He looked at Hong Ling with a smile. What? Are you attracted to her? Hong Ling sneered. I have lived for hundreds of years. What man has I never seen? How could I fall in love with such a fool? Then you seem to be quite active with him these days. Just give him something sweet. Hong Ling touched her face with confused eyes. I have such a beautiful face, and someone must like it to prove my charm. Bai Jian smiled and said nothing, silently saying something in her heart. Bad woman. In an inn not far from the government office, Li Si took a commoner boy and knocked on Mao Jiao's door. This young man is dressed in a brown cloth, with sleeves and leggings, and is dressed in shorts for traveling around the world. Her hair is disheveled. Her eyes are bright, and her pair of eye-catching tiger teeth are eye-catching. Mao Jiao opened the door lazily. When he saw the young man, his back suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened. His chest puffed out, and he no longer had that calm look. After being stunned for a moment, she said, Master Jade Lynx. Although he had known that fourth brother was going to invite him, when he actually came, he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. The boy known as Jade Lynx walked into the guest room with a smile. Mao Jiao came back to his senses and complimented. It's great that Lord Jade Lynx is willing to help us. The young man sat down, and Li Si rushed to pour him a cup of tea. He picked up the teacup and smelled it, but did not drink it, and then said, You are my subordinates. If you encounter difficulties, I will naturally come to help. What's more, I took advantage of you. At this point, he licked his lips. The taste of your elder brother's demon pill is really good. Chapter 75, When the monster kidnapped the female ghost. Li Chu was walking alone on the suburban path. He was going in the direction of the Jingyi River. Jingyi River is a relatively wide river near Yuhang town. It is deep and flows slowly. When the weather is good, women from surrounding villages often come to the river to wash clothes. Hence the name. But despite the refreshing weather, the surroundings were very deserted. Because recently it is said that this river is haunted by water ghosts. Then some villagers went to the Yun Temple and invited Li Chu. Today is different from the past. After becoming famous, he no longer relies on those few repeat customers. When there is a mysterious case in Yuhang town, the first thing everyone thinks of is Taoist priest Shaoli. Who wouldn't like a handsome little Taoist priest who can fight? Facing the comfortable cool breeze of autumn, I stepped on the hay up to my knees. Li Chu came to the river and closed his eyes. Open your mind's eyes and scan the entire river. Nowadays, he has become very flexible in controlling his mind and eyes. It can be said that he can control his mind like an arm and his fingers. And there will no longer be any stagnation. Within a few breaths, he discovered a faint cloud of yin energy at the bottom of the river. Found you. Almost at the same moment, the green water ghost who was taking a bath silently in the gravel pile at the bottom of the river suddenly exploded. It clearly felt as if something dangerous was watching it. It started to panic. Run! As soon as this idea appeared, it had already swam more than 10 feet along the current, not even daring to raise its head to look at the water. But the next second, a more dangerous feeling rose in my heart. Who is he? After all, it couldn't help but raise its head and glance above. Across the sparkling water, it saw a handsome little Taoist priest who didn't look like a mortal, gently waving his sword towards the water. It's really light and casual, just like playing. But this water ghost suddenly realized in his heart that I was going to die here. My brief ghost life is coming to an end. If there's anything else I want to say, it's probably just one sentence. Spare me. I've only been a water ghost for a few days, and I haven't enjoyed the fun of being a ghost yet. Bang. This was not the first time Li Chu had killed a water ghost. He was very skilled at it. Moreover, this time the water ghost's Taoist skills were very low, and he didn't even need to cut off the river or anything like that. He just waved his sword casually. Even if the sword energy was weakened by 90% by the river water, the remaining 10%, the aftermath would be enough to turn that little water ghost into powder. After swatting a water ghost to death like a mosquito, Li Chu looked at the sky lightly. It's boring. Killing evil creatures of this level can hardly feel the increase in experience points, especially after killing that big fish in the ocean. When that huge lump of experience points enters the body, it feels like it is filling itself up. It is so fulfilling and happy. He could have put up with the lantern monster if he hadn't seen this. But now, he already has some thoughts about going to the outside world. Perhaps, for me now, novice village is indeed not enough. A little bit. He sheathed his sword and was about to open his eyes and walk away. Suddenly, within the scope of the heart's eye, a group of demonic aura erupted on the river in the distance. Huh? Any unexpected gains? Li Chu hurried over. But the distance was still far away. Li Chu suddenly felt that his movement speed was a bit slow. The leisurely river surface. A small boat floats on it casually. Zhang Yuxi looked at the woman in front of him crazily, looking at her eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose. I thought that if I look closely, Miss Bai Ling's facial features are all exquisite and perfect. Hong Ling looked at the man in front of her shyly. I thought he was actually a little bit handsome. But it's a pity. If he had never met the little Taoist priest, he could have tolerated Xiao Shui. Now it seems a bit boring. But when she thought of the little Taoist priest, she couldn't help but think of the deaths of He Ye and Qin Jia. Miss Bai Ling, why are you shaking? Zhang Yuxi asked. Huh? Hong Ling came back to her senses. Did I tremble unconsciously just now? It was all the fault of the little Taoist priest. The shadow left on me was too deep. She smiled shyly. It's nothing. I don't wear enough clothes when I go out, so I feel a little cold. Huh? That's it. Zhang Yuxi smiled. I thought you had heard the recent rumors about Jingyi River. Hong Ling raised her big, confused eyes. What legend is this? Did you know? There have been rumors lately that a water ghost has appeared in the Jingyi River recently, and it can jump on the water to catch people. Zhang Yuxi said deliberately and sinisterly. Ah, the slave family is most afraid of ghosts. Hong Ling raised her sleeves and covered her mouth, pretending to be scared. Looking at Zhang Yuxi's smiling face, she pursed her lips again. How bad are you? You brought me here even though you knew there were water ghosts in this river. Hey, what are you afraid of? Zhang Yuxi wanted this effect. He puffed up his chest and said, Have you forgotten what I do? If you are afraid, you might as well come to my side. Hee hee. I am not bragging. There is no ghost in the world who can easily approach me. Zhang Yuxi. Body! Then the female painter approached his body gently. The beauty's body is soft, and exudes a refreshing coolness. Zhang Yuxi happened to feel hot all over her body, thinking that you and I, one cold and one hot, are a match made in heaven. Just when he wanted to see a flaw and push the beauty down, suddenly a black shadow fell from the sky silently. Call. A commoner boy suddenly landed on the small boat, smiling at the two of them, showing two tiger teeth. Zhang Yuxi was about to ask who you are, but before she could say anything, Hong Ling was grabbed by the young man. Don't ask me who I am, the young man said coldly. If you want to save her, go back and ask someone to come to Yanshan Pavilion. In half an hour. I want to see Jiang Shuyin of your Shengzuguan. If you don't come, I will kill her. Hong Ling was grabbed by the young man's shoulders, and for a moment she felt a terrifying pressure. She had only felt this level of pressure from the king before. Even if there is a gap, it is already close. I am determined not to break free. But if she took off this skin immediately, she could still escape. But in that case, Bai Ling's identity as the business owner would be completely exposed, and Bai Jian might be implicated as well. Judging from the meaning of the other party's words, it seems that he is only targeting Shen Qiguan. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that there was no need to rush, and she would just wait and see what happened. Zhang Yuxi heard what this young man said, and suddenly felt furious. You arrested my woman in front of me, and asked me to go back and call someone? What do you mean? Look down on me? I don't want to lose face? He immediately shouted loudly, and his bracelet turned into a flying sword. The flying sword appeared and instantly let out a clanging dragon roar. The sword is full of energy. With the sword in his hand, Zhang Yuxi was about to ask who is the hero in the world. But suddenly his hand was empty. See you soon. The commoner boy grabbed his flying sword, grasped the blade full of sword energy, and snatched it away with his hands. Then, he crossed the sword and put the tip into his mouth. Kerala. 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 This guy is hacking. He ate his own flying sword. And it's not fake eating like a gigolo. It's really chewing and eating, swallowing all the remaining sword energy on the sword. Finally there was only the hilt left. So he flicked it, and threw it into the river. The commoner boy smacked his lips, and then raised his eyes to look at Zhang Yuxi. Half an hour later. Jiang Shoin will be called from the Yanshan Pavilion in front of us. Do you remember? Yeah. Zhang Yushi nodded obediently. This is a ruthless person. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. The commoner boy held the red silk ribbon and flew out again with a cry. Looking at that direction. We were heading to Yanshan Pavilion not far away. Zhang Yushi couldn't help but curse secretly, wondering what kind of demons and monsters the young master had provoked, and how many times he had caused trouble to people. He abandoned the boat and sailed into the wind, heading straight for Yuhang town. The commoner boy flew up the hillside with the red silk ribbon and landed in a rather large pavilion. Li Si and Mao Jiao are waiting here. As soon as he landed on the ground, Li Si licked and said, "As soon as Master Jade Lynx comes out, he will be captured easily." Jade Lynx said, "What's the point of dealing with a little minion? Let's wait until the real master comes. If he can kill your eldest brother, his strength may not be much inferior to mine. Maybe it will be a tough battle." Mao Jiao and Li Si took out the rope and tied Hong Ling aside. Jade Lynx added, "According to the original plan, I will wait here while you keep an eye on me along the way and report any accidents at any time." As one of the 8 Jade Masters of Qingyi Tower, he still acts quite safely. When he felt that his strength was superior, he did not go directly to the government office. Instead, he first found out the environment and then lured the enemy over. At the same time, the enemy's situation is monitored at all times to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yes! Li Si and Mao Jiao took the order and left. After they both left, Jade Lynx sat on the side of the mountain pavilion, put one foot on it, carefully took out a bag of peanuts from his arms, and ate it. Hong Ling didn't dare to run away, so she looked at him carefully. It feels like the way he eats flying swords is not much different from eating peanuts. Ruthless. Chapter 76. Then the little Taoist priest acted bravely. Jade Lynx ate for a while and seemed to feel a little bored, so she looked at the red silk tied to the pillar. Although this woman was suddenly caught, she was very calm and was looking at her calmly. Jade Lynx smiled sternly. "You don't seem to be afraid of me?" Hong Ling rolled her eyes and smiled charmingly. "Why are I afraid of you?" Jade Lynx chewed another peanut. "I can't be idle with this mouth. I have to eat something. I only have this little food left. If I finish it in a while, what do you think I should eat?" He stared at Hong Ling with a fierce look. Hong Ling was not alarmed and blinked. "It depends on whether you like soft food or hard food. Of course it's hard. The harder the better." Jade Lynx rubbed its little tiger teeth. Hong Ling chuckled and said, "I don't have that." In front of this Jade Lynx, she was much more relaxed than in front of Zhang Yushi. First, he knows that the other party needs to use himself to threaten others, and he should not hurt himself before the person arrives. Secondly, I just heard the name of his subordinate. This person is probably a powerful demon king. For a centuries-old ghost, monsters obviously make it easier for her than humans. Jade Lynx also smiled. He vaguely felt that he was being teased, but he was not angry. What he felt at this time was probably, "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention." Yes, Jade Lynx has a good temper. Although he is one of the 8 Yes of Qingyi Tower and his hands are stained with blood, he himself is not bloodthirsty. However, the number of people he killed was definitely no less than other Qiyu, or even more. If not, with his 700 years of Taoism, no matter how talented he is, he still won't be able to reach the rank of 8 Jade. The reason for this is because he likes money. Gold, silver, jewelry. He likes all hard and shiny metals. Others save money to spend. He saves money to eat. He had a theory that the more expensive the stone, the better it would be for grinding teeth. If he could, he just wanted to be a wealthy businessman, lying in a pile of gold every day and grinding his teeth. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the brains. He once tried to start a business. He invested 10,000 taels of capital and operated for 3 years, with a debt of 100,000 taels. If we continue to do this, it is wishful thinking to be able to rival the country with wealth, but it is quite promising to be able to rival the country with debt. In a rage, he tore up all the profiteers and creditors and gave up the trade route. Accepted. We are stupid in business and like to kill people. He joined the Qingyi Tower later than the Golden Lion. When there was a vacancy in Yayu, their team needed someone to take over. The competitors were him and the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is loyal, has many brothers, and speaks loudly, but he has always been a loner. In the end, he defeated all the Golden Lions with 1 against 9. 5 of the 9 demons that Jin Shi and the others worshipped were killed by him. It was precisely because of this that Mao Jiao was so afraid of him. But after he became Yatama, the Golden Lion group was not targeted under his command, because he was not a vengeful demon. When he was doing business, he learned a word called harmony brings wealth, and he always remembered it in his heart. Just when he was about to chat a few more words with this interesting woman, he suddenly heard a steady sound of footsteps, rushing towards this direction. Not long after, a young Taoist priest in green clothes appeared under the mountain pavilion. Seeing this figure, Hong Ling's body suddenly stiffened. Li Chu looked at the commoner boy in the mountain pavilion. He looked harmless, but it was clearly him who had erupted with demonic energy on the river just now. It's a very strong evil spirit. The woman he had snatched away was being tied aside. Seeing that woman, Li Chu felt a strange sense of familiarity flash through his heart. But seeing that her face was unfamiliar, Li Chu didn't think much and said loudly, "Let that girl go." "Ah." The Jade Link smiled, revealing 2 gleaming little tiger teeth, and asked, "Are you Jiang Shouyin?" Li Chu felt like he was cursing, but he wasn't sure, so he shook his head and said, "No. No matter who I am, you monster can never harm anyone." It turns out that he was sent to die by passing by. Jade Link snorted, and a dangerous light gradually rose in his eyes. "Go away. I don't want to kill worthless people." Laugh. Li Chu pulled out the long sword from behind and repeated calmly, "Let go of that girl." "Uh-huh." Jade Link sneered. He was just too lazy to take action. But this Taoist priest actually dared to draw his sword towards him. Faced with this kind of provocation, any demon clan will give the bloodiest response. With a step of his foot, his body rose violently, tearing through the wind. Whoosh. So fast, Li Chu only felt an afterimage passing before his eyes. But his naked eyes could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Jade Lynx has arrived behind Li Chu, raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers instantly turned into giant claws. Hearing the sound of wind behind his head, Li Chu only had time to turn around and raise his left arm to block it. Jade Lynx's eyes were cold. Block? Is that useful? Since his birth, he has been fighting for 700 years without a single defeat. And he relies on 2 things the most: claws and teeth. His teeth can crush anything, and his claws can tear everything apart. Any obstruction is in vain. The moment his 5 fingers turned into claws, he seemed to have heard a chirping sound in his ears, and saw the little Taoist priest's body breaking into pieces. This is the inertia formed by his brain after killing enemies countless times. Laugh. Sure enough, when his giant claw fell, it was almost devastating, and it tore Li Chu's sleeve viciously in an instant. Half. As for Li Chu himself, it can't be said that he was unscathed. There were 3 shallow scratches on his jade-like arm. The level is probably like being bitten by a mosquito in summer. Scratching it with your fingernails, and it will appear on the skin. Something's wrong? The cold light in the Jade Lynx's eyes disappeared at the speed of light, and its pupils quickly enlarged. Shock and confusion instantly occupied the high ground. Even if a pure-blooded true dragon were still alive, if he was hit by his claw with all his strength, his scales would be shattered and blood would be seen. He wanted to question Li Chu. "Are you still a human being?" Not an insult, just a question. But there was no time to ask any more. Li Chu had already struck down with his backhand sword. The moment he waved his long sword, Jade Lynx could already smell the approaching death. Danger! So he ran away frantically, his footsteps reaching a distance of dozens of feet in the void. Not unpleasant at all. The next second, he will reveal his true form, and then run all the way north, as far as he can. And when he looks back, he will be his grandson. But no chance. The terrifying sword light was like a flying dragon in the sky, and like a huge wave rolling in, swallowing up its strong body. Everyone who sees it will be puzzled. How could a divine thunder come to the world on a sunny day? Yayu, the youngest person in Qingyi Tower, has become a demon. Die. After the Jade Lynx died, its broken body transformed into its original shape, turning into a 3-foot-long, long-eared cat-like creature that fell to the ground. Plop. Li Chu looked at his sleeves and the 3 shocking wounds. Except for that dream, this seemed to be the first time he had suffered such a severe trauma since he became an Iron Shirt. It must be taken seriously. The opponent's attack and defense don't seem to be strong, but speed is his biggest shortcoming at the moment. If this monster has an attack power that is enough to break through the defense, coupled with its speed far exceeding his own, wouldn't it be able to kill him at will? Thinking of such a scene, Li Chu couldn't help but feel scared. Sure enough, We can never be complacent at any time. We must always improve. But there is no need to rush this. The matter at hand is to save the poor girl first. Li Chu looked at the tied Hong Ling. Her face was pale. Her whole body was shaking. And her pupils were shaking wildly. She was obviously very scared. That monster has been killed by my sword. Li Chu stepped forward with a smile and said in a gentle voice, Girl, don't be afraid anymore. Chapter 77. The scene seems to reappear yesterday. Li Chu stepped forward to untie Hong Ling's rope. Hong Ling's shoulders immediately tensed. She bit her lips and said involuntarily in her throat, Don't come over. Girl, don't panic. I'm a good person. Li Chu looked at the frightened Hong Ling with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was extremely frightened. In other words, I was scared to death. Come to think of it, these monsters are really hateful. To actually scare an innocent woman into such a state. The rope was untied and Hong Ling was free. But she didn't care about this. And this rope couldn't bind her from beginning to end. Now as long as she can escape from here, she will do whatever it takes. Even if she takes off this layer of skin. But although the little Taoist priest's eyes looked bright and gentle, she had no doubt that as long as she showed a trace of Yin Qi, she would never be able to escape the tracking of these eyes. So she didn't dare to use any tricks. For a ghost, is there anything more terrifying than talking to a little Taoist priest face to face? Especially after he had just killed a particularly ruthless-looking demon king with one sword strike. Show a little flaw. You might be the next one. But after all, she has lived for hundreds of years. And her mind is tougher after all. I quickly broke away from the extreme fear and turned into a fear that was very strong, but I could barely think about it. It is equivalent to lowering the fear level from Mao Jiao to Chun Sanyang. She knew that she could no longer remain silent. So she thanked him with a trembling voice. Thank you so much, Taoist priest, for rescuing me. It's a great kindness. I can't thank you enough. No need to thank you, Li Chu said warmly. Miss, where are you from? Nunu's family name is Bai. And the only name is Ling. He is not a local. And he fled here with his father. Hong Ling reported her fictitious identity. Miss Bai Ling. Li Chu nodded slightly and asked, I wonder where you live now. The new family is temporarily living with my father in the government office in Yuhang Town. Hong Ling said. Okay. Shall I take you home? Li Chu said. Ah? Hong Ling sent me home with an undulating trill. Ah? She almost cried on the spot. Just before she was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, she realized that going home was not going back to her hometown, but literally going home. Then, I want to cry even more. She quickly refused and said, Don't worry about the little Taoist leader. I can go home by myself. Li Chu frowned and looked at her. The girl was obviously a little confused after being frightened. He let her go back on such a long mountain road alone. No. Even if monsters are not that common, there are still a lot of ruffians in Yuhang Town. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. He shook his head and said, Help me to the end. Girl, you are uneasy, so I'll accompany you for a while. Hong Ling's heart skipped a beat when she heard that she was helping people to the end. The next sentence is to send Buddha to the west. Is he hinting that he wants to send me to the west? Miss Bai Ling? Li Chu saw her being stunned for no reason and called out again. Ah. Okay. I'm sorry to bother you. Hong Ling had no choice but to agree to him. It doesn't matter. It's just a little effort. Li Chu waved his sleeves and let her go first. At that moment, Hong Ling stepped forward and quickly walked out of the mountain pavilion. Now she wished she could exchange these 2 legs for 2 wings and fly back, telling Li Chu to get out of here. It's a pity that it can't be replaced. The people of Shinqiguan came very quickly. There is no need to go to search mountains anymore. Jiang Shouyin and others are staying in the government office for the time being. Only Zhang Yushi was more promiscuous and asked Bai Ling to go out for a rafting trip. Then he ran back in a mess. When he told her that a very powerful but unknown demon king had captured Miss Bai Ling and asked Jiang Shouyin to come over, Jiang Shouyin's heart collapsed. Why does this scene seem familiar? Once is not enough. You have to do it twice. Right? I'm just a poor little Taoist. What did I do wrong? But there is no way. Since the opponent's target is him, he can only fight it. If you are timid and allow innocent women to be implicated because of yourself, how can you be a Taoist? Several disciples of Shinqiguan said in unison that they wanted to go with him. Jiang Shouyin's eyes swept over these goods one by one, in order to avoid having to carry several people on his back when escaping. He refused this request. Alone, riding on a donkey to fight. His mount seemed to be moving slowly and leisurely, but in fact it was moving very fast. In a short time, he arrived near Yanshan on the Jingyi River. The mountain roads here are complicated, and the uphill and downhill roads are different. So they did not meet Li Chu and Hong Ling. But there were already two pairs of enchanting pupils behind him, at a mountain intersection. Not long after Jiang Shouyin passed by, Li Si and Mao Jiao appeared from both sides. In order to avoid Jiang Shouyin's consciousness, they kept a little distance during surveillance.
That's right. He is the only one here.
Li Si gritted his teeth and said,
This time, we must make him pay with blood.
When Jiang Shouyin rushed to the scene, he only saw ropes lying on the ground. He frowned. Was the enemy ambush in the dark? Or was there an accident? His consciousness quickly spread out, and he had a panoramic view of dozens of feet in radius. Immediately, there were traces of fighting in the distance. It seemed that a powerful sword energy swept across, cutting off all the trees on a path, leaving no branches or leaves left at all. Hidden among the fallen trees and fallen leaves was a large body. Looks like a lynx. Looks like a tiger or leopard. Is it a lynx? He barely recognized the corpse's species. This lynx should have been a profound monster when it was alive. Even after death, the remaining monster energy in its body is still strong. Did it capture Miss Bai Ling? Jiang Shouyin pondered for a while, and suddenly a vague thought flashed through his mind. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. If I stay in this place again, it seems that I will be contaminated by some inexplicable cause and effect. After a cultivator reaches the state of divine union, he will sometimes have this premonition of spiritual bliss. Although not very clear, it is often accurate. So Jiang Shouyin made a quick decision. Gotta slip away. He immediately got on the donkey and ran down the mountain. This donkey is also truly magical, climbing over mountains and ridges as if it were walking on flat ground. Li Si and Mao Jiao didn't stay long at the intersection up the mountain. Instead of waiting for the call of the jade lynx, there was another sound of donkey hooves. The two monsters looked at each other in surprise. He quickly dodged and hid in the forest to watch secretly. Sure enough, it was Jiang Shouyin riding a green donkey down the mountain quickly. How could Jade Lynx let him go? As Jiang Shouyin's figure on the donkey disappeared again, the two demons reappeared, with a bit of confusion in their eyes.
Go up and have a look,
Li Si said. Needless to say, Mao Jiao had already rushed up the mountain as fast as he could. After several leaps, he arrived outside the mountain pavilion. They looked at the empty mountain pavilion in disbelief.
What's going on? Where is Master Jade Lynx?
Li Si gestured with his hands. Where is a lynx as big as me? Why did everything disappear like this? Mao Jiao's nose twitched twice and pointed to the distance.
There seems to be the smell of blood there.
She walked over very lightly. When Li Si came over, he also opened his mouth and took a big breath of the ultimate cold air that was so cold that it was biting to the bone, making the entire mountain forest feel a little warmer. In just a few moments, Lord Jade Lynx was killed by the sword. A bit disillusioned. After a long silence,
what should we do?
A trace of panic flashed in Mao Jiao's eyes, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. It's not her fault. Even the Jade Lynx couldn't deal with this Taoist priest, which was beyond their imagination. Li Si calmed down for a while, and did not speak. Instead, he strode to Jade Lynx's body, and turned his hands into claws. Puff. Serve hot again. This Jade Lynx gnawed on gold and iron all day long. Even after it died, its body was still stronger than gold and stone. It took a lot of effort to pierce its lower abdomen. He quickly took out a demon pill that was as white as jade. The grade was much higher than that of the golden lion, and it looked particularly attractive. Li Si wrapped up the demon pill again, and a series of movements were very smooth, skilled in making people feel distressed. Mao Jiao watched this scene silently, and suddenly felt a little familiar. Sad. Chapter 78 Massaging Miss Gonsun. Hong Ling felt that this was the longest journey in her ghost life. The little Taoist priest followed beside him. He walked a few steps faster for fear of exposing his flaws, so he had to keep his posture delicate and slow to come back. Although Li Chu had never been coercive, it still made her find it difficult to breathe. However, Li Chu's attention was never on her. After not being in town for a few days, Li Chu noticed some changes in the town. The old shopkeeper of the former Zashu studio hung a sign outside the door saying,
Little Taoist Li's favorite study.
And business was booming for a while. Many customers come here every day. Mostly women. Even if they come for a walk without buying anything, the restaurant is still very popular. Later, Many stores followed suit. Li Chu found that the tavern he had visited several times in his early years was listed as
Little Taoist Li's favorite tavern.
the drugstore he went to as a child was listed as
Little Taoist Li's favorite drugstore.
the restaurant that I had always been reluctant to go to, and had only been there once with Gonsun Che, was also listed as
Little Taoist Li's favorite restaurant.
the most outrageous thing is that even Chunminla followed the trend and posted
Little Taoist Li's favorite brothel.
This is a bit much, Li Chu thought. It seemed like he would have to talk to these bosses someday to discuss the issue of endorsement fees. Not long after, the two finally arrived at the Yuhan County government office. Hong Ling almost shed tears. She had never felt that a place was so friendly. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the government office, she couldn't wait to say,
Xiao Taoist priest. The slave family is here. Don't worry anymore. The slave family will definitely remember the kindness of saving us this time. Okay.
Li Chu nodded and turned around to walk away. At this time, Gonsun Ro was walking out of the door. She had recently matched Sister Bai Ling. He had just heard that she had been captured by a monster and was very worried. Suddenly, she heard that Li Chu was sending her back, and she quickly came out to welcome her.
Sister Bai Ling, you are worried about me to death.
Gonsun Ro said this and came to Li Chu without stopping.
Xiao Taoist priest. Thank you again this time,
she said softly again.
It's just a matter of duty,
Li Chu said calmly. Gonsun Ro lowered his head and caught a glimpse of the tear in the sleeve on his arm, which looked like it was caused by the claws of a wild beast. He quickly asked,
Are you injured?
Li Chu said.
It's nothing serious. Just a little injury. How about you come in, and I'll help you apply the medicine and patch up your clothes,
Gonsun Ro whispered. Li Chu thought for a moment, and it seemed that applying medicine wouldn't be enough, but patching up his clothes would be fine. There were many people staring at him along the way. Although he was used to being stared at, it was not good to be stared at because of his disheveled clothes. So he nodded and said,
Then Miss Lao Gonsun will be here.
Gonsun Ro smiled lightly.
Come with me.
She turned her head happily and led Li Chu through the door. Hong Ling stood there, blinking, and a ray of autumn wind blew the fallen leaves past her feet. Are you worried about me to death? You should take a look at me. Ah, woman. Gonsun Ro took Li Chu to his room and took out his sewing box. The tear on Li Chu's sleeve was quite large. Fortunately, Taoist robes were always wide and had large sleeves. He could sew them up by just picking them up. She asked Li Chu to sit down and stood aside to sew for him. After carefully examining the rips in her clothes, she said,
This must be a very ferocious monster. Fortunately, it's a bit powerful,
Li Chu responded.
Ah.
Gonsun Ro suddenly discovered the three very shallow, light, and inconspicuous wounds on Li Chu's arm beneath the tear in his clothes, and immediately exclaimed,
This monster is so hateful that it has caused you so much harm,
she said angrily.
It's okay, Miss Gonsun. Don't worry. Xiao Taoist priestly. You have worked too hard to eliminate demons and defend the Tao.
Gonsun Ro's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes sparkled. She couldn't help but caress the wounds gently with her fingers, and at the same time asked worriedly,
Does it still hurt?
Nothing really.
Forehead.
Unexpectedly, when Gonsun Ro raised his fingers, those white marks disappeared. Wiped out. Gone. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very awkward for a moment. Gonsun Ro helped Li Chu finish mending his clothes in silence. Her technique is very good. The thin needles shuttle back and forth on the tender fingertips, and the force is soothing and gentle. After a while, 3 beautiful knots appeared on Li Chu's sleeves. If not for the fear that Li Chu wouldn't be able to wait any longer, Gonsun Ro even wanted to embroider a few flowers on them. Let him take a good look at how virtuous he is.
Thank you so much, Miss Gonsun.
Li Chu was also very satisfied with her technique and stood up to thank her.
This is really a piece of cake,
Gonsun Ro said with a smile, and suddenly raised her hand to touch her shoulders and neck, muttering coquettishly,
I've been feeling uncomfortable in my shoulders and back for the past 2 days. I'm still a little sore after standing for a long time.
The speaker may not mean it, but the listener does. Li Chu's eyes lit up and he said,
How about I give you a massage? Huh? Taoist Master Li can also give massages?
Gonsun Ro was a little surprised. Her first thought was whether the other party wanted to take advantage of this. But since the other party is Li Chu, it shouldn't happen. If he wanted to take advantage, he could just say so.
I've been studying acupuncture points on the human body recently, and I have some insights, which may be helpful,
Li Chu said. In the process of learning sunflower acupuncture hands, he did gain some understanding of the Zhoutian acupoints of the human body. Compared with the magic of meridians and acupoints, acupuncture is only a very superficial application direction. The true energy breaks through in different orders, which can produce different stimulations to the body, as if lighting up the starry sky, thus forming thousands of different exercises, which is very magical when you think about it. Although his understanding is far from the level of creating exercises, it is still very simple to activate blood circulation, remove blood stasis, relax meridians, and activate collaterals. Good. Gong Sun-ro nodded shyly, walked around behind the screen, and lay down on the bed obediently. Li Chu hesitated.
Miss Gong Sun, it's not convenient to press the front. Please turn over.
Oh! Gong Sun-ro's face turned even redder, and she turned over and covered her hot face with a pillow. Although the Hulua dynasty did not have such a serious guard against men and women, they were still more concerned about physical contact between young men and women. So Li Chu just pointed one finger on Gong Sun-ro's back shoulder. Then, the incredible moment begins. Hong Ling went to report to everyone that she was safe, and then returned to the backyard. She knew that Li Chu was at Gong Sun-ro's place, and didn't want to get close. But because they are both female relatives, the courtyard where she lives is next to Gong Sun-ro, so it is inevitable that she will pass by Gong Sun-ro's room on her way back. As she hurried through, suddenly, she heard some strange sounds coming from Gong Sun-ro's room, which made her stop involuntarily. A playful expression appeared on his face. Gong Sun-ro felt Li Chu inject a stream of air into his body. Li Chu said it was a massage, but in fact there was not much contact at all, which made her a little disappointed. But soon there was no time to think about it. The reason why Li Chu did this was because pressing the acupuncture points all over his body was the same as injecting spiritual power with one finger, and then using this spiritual power to impact the whole body. He didn't know what Gong Sun-ro was feeling, but he just turned his spiritual power into a river to wash away all the stagnation in the meridians in her body. Not just the shoulders and back, but also the chest, abdomen, 5 internal organs, and limbs. The moment when Gong Sun-ro's meridians were unblocked, she felt a sense of relief. Ah, there are fireworks in my mind. Chapter 79. I heard that the demon pill is extremely valuable. Hong Ling came to Bai Jian's room mysteriously. Bai Jian was holding a volume of Art of War in his hand, staring at the page fiercely, looking at his exertion, as if he was trying to dig something out of it with his eyes. Hearing Hong Ling's footsteps, he leaned back and assumed a calm posture. Pick up the teacup and take a sip. When Hong Ling entered the door, he asked leisurely,
What's wrong? I've thought of a way to deal with the little Taoist priest.
Hong Ling said straightforwardly without being shy at all. Bai Jian frowned and confirmed.
Seriously? Of course. I'm sure of it.
Hong Ling's face was full of confidence.
Tell me about it.
Bai Jian smiled slightly with joy. Hong Ling said,
We kidnapped a little Taoist priest who had to save someone. He will naturally come to the corpse cave obediently. There will be a king waiting for him when the time comes.
Bai Jian thought to himself.
We have not discussed using people to threaten us before. It's just that this little Taoist values interest over righteousness. He has few friends and has no relatives. The only person who can barely be called a relative is his master. The little Taoist is already so powerful. His cultivation level is really unpredictable. But have you thought of a suitable candidate? Of course.
Hong Ling said.
This person is far away, but right in front of you. She is Miss Gong Sun in this government office.
Oh.
Both of them.
Bai Jian showed an
all-knowing
smile.
I just passed by Gong Sun's boudoir and heard it.
Hong Ling responded with a smile that said,
I understand everything. In broad daylight?
Bai Jian looked in disbelief.
TSK. 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 The world is really in decline. It's an insult to gentlemen.
Bai Jian shook his head repeatedly.
You are an old man, and you don't understand today's young people.
Hong Ling said with a smile.
You don't sound like an old man.
Bai Jian retorted. Hong Ling touched her face and said,
I am always changing.
Okay. Okay.
Dot.
Bai Jian was too lazy to argue with her anymore.
Now that we have a goal, it will be easy to handle. We just need to send him to see the king, and everything will be fine.
Thinking of this, Bai Jian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh.
Jia 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 jia.
Kings. Hong Ling looked towards the direction of the corpse cave and silently thought in her heart. I can only rely on you this time. In previous conquests, the king has never disappointed them. But this time, for some reason, she felt a little shaken in her heart. Hong Ling quickly shook her head to erase this trace of disrespect towards the king. It is impossible for the king to fail. When Li Chu came out of Gong Sun Ro's room, he caught up with several disciples of Sheng Zuguan entering the backyard, led by Zhang Yuxi. Because Jiang Shouyin had just left not long ago, Bai Ling came back first, which was really strange. And I heard that it was the little Taoist priest from Deyunguan who rescued Bai Ling, which is even more strange. They came to ask about this specific situation. Passing by Gong Sun Ro's yard, he saw Gong Sun Ro reluctantly sending Li Chu out. Zhang Yuxi was stunned for a moment. Although he had, voluntarily, given up on Gong Sun Ro, there was still some reluctance in his heart. Look at Gong Sun Ro at this time. With disheveled temples, flushed face, silky eyes, and uneven breath. This is clear. It's still broad daylight. When Zhang Yuxi met Li Chu, her first sentence was to ask, "Was it really you who saved Miss Bai Ling?" But seeing Gong Sun Ro's appearance, she immediately wanted to call him a beast. When the two sentences come together on the lips, they become. He pointed at Li Chu with grief and anger. "Is it you, the beast, who saved Miss Bai Ling?" Forehead? Li Chu was stunned by this first sentence. He asked tentatively, "Did I save him right?" Zhang Yuxi sighed. Her brain regained control of her mouth, and then asked, "The big demon who took away Miss Bai Ling is so powerful. How can you save her?" What he meant was simple. Just you? In the eyes of several disciples of Sheng Zuguan, he was clearly a mortal with no real energy fluctuations, and he was simply deceiving with his face. Can such a charlatan kill the big monster? A certain sage named Lu once said, "Is it true? I do not believe." Immediately, Li Chu nodded and said, "That monster is indeed powerful. I even suffered some injuries and narrowly defeated it." Snort. Zhang Yuxi snorted coldly. In his opinion, Li Chu's humble attitude was clearly a sign of guilty conscience. "I'm afraid someone else killed him. So why don't you come out and take the credit?" He glanced sideways at Li Chu, and then looked at Gong Sun Ro sadly. An inexplicable smell dominated his thoughts, making him believe that Li Chu was a cunning villain. If he took out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys to make a dish, you would know the taste after just a little taste. It's acid. Li Chu was a little strange. He looked at Zhang Yuxi like a fool and said lightly, "I don't need to lie to you." He felt very strange. What's there to lie about? Could it be that if you kill the monster, you can still get money? What about the demon pill? Seeing that his response was a little weak, Zhang Yuxi asked again, "If you killed a big demon with your own hands, wouldn't you not take his demon pill?" Li Chu's pupil shrank. His first thought was, "What should I do with its demonic elixir? That thing can't be sold for money." Then I immediately thought, since he asked that, could it be sold for money? Yu Qian never told him the value of the demon pill. He met few demons and never asked him about it. The fox girl and the little koi fish in the Taoist temple are both monsters. So naturally they won't take the initiative to tell me which part of me is most valuable. Therefore, he knew nothing about the value of the demon pill. At this time, he was a little scared. He must have missed something. Right. Li Chu's heart suddenly seemed to be clenched tightly by a big hand. Seeing that he was speechless, Zhang Yuxi felt that he had the upper hand and sneered. The most precious thing in a monster is the demon pill. For a great demon like Taoism, a demon pill is worth a fortune. Yes. Whoever kills it will not take the demon pill. Priceless? Li Chu's eyes darkened. My mentality is broken. He couldn't care about anything else now. He immediately wanted to go back and see if the big cat's body was still there. Seeing that Li Chu remained silent, Zhang Yuxi became too arrogant, and Gong Sun Ro stood up behind him. Miss Gong Sun said coldly, "Taoist priest Li can never lie to others. The entire people of Yuhang Town believe him. Taoist priest Zhang, your control is too lenient." Zhang Yuxi looked at Gong Sun Ro, and somehow felt that she looked better now than before, and her face seemed to have an inexplicable radiance. Looking at her beautiful face, Zhang Yuxi suddenly became even more angry. Although he couldn't tell what he was angry about, but just angry. Damn it. At this moment, another person strode into the backyard. The person coming was none other than Jiang Shouyin. When he returned to the government office, he heard that Miss Bai Ling had been rescued, and that her rescuer was also there. He had long known that there was another master in Yuhang Town. When he heard that the master was coming, of course, he wanted to meet him. The first time he saw Li Chu, he recalled at night. Sure enough, there was a sound in my heart. It was impossible to remember this face wrongly. Sure enough, it was him.
I had been reluctant to believe this guess in every possible way. But it was really difficult to think of the second possibility. This little Taoist priest, who seemed ordinary except for being extremely handsome, actually possessed unimaginable advanced cultivation. Jiang Shoyin, who grew up as a favored son of heaven, had a somewhat confusing thought for the first time. Is the world a little unfair? Jiang Shoyin appeared on the scene. And Zhang Yushi felt even more courageous. If he were to say who has the highest cultivation level in Yuhan County today, he would recommend his junior uncle first. So he asked loudly, "Little master uncle, did you kill that big demon?" Jiang Shoyin glared at him angrily and shouted, "Shut up!" The scolding was mild, but these words hid Jiang Shoyin's taboo in his heart, and he almost wanted to slap him away. "Do you still think I don't have enough inexplicable enemies?" Zhang Yushi was a little anxious. He pointed at Li Chu and said, "This charlatan said that he killed the Demon King. Do you believe it?" Jiang Shoyin looked at him like a fool and said in a deep voice, "He didn't kill him. Could it be you?" "Ah?" The junior uncle Zhang Yushi relied on the most stabbed him twice in the back as soon as he appeared on the stage, which was really beyond his expectation. He said, "Ah, bia," twice, not knowing what to say. Jiang Shoyin came to Li Chu, cupped his hands and said, "I am a Chao de Shinchi Guan. Jiang Shoyin. Just now, some of my nephews were rude. Please forgive me. I meet with my fellow Taoists again. I also have some questions that I really want to think about." "Consult." Li Chu frowned slightly. Although he wanted to leave in a hurry, he was so polite that he had no choice but to nod and say, "But it doesn't hurt to talk." Jiang Shoyin asked, "Did fellow Taoists kill that flying lion that day?" "It's me." Li Chu was still deeply impressed when he mentioned the flying lion, because it was too scary. "I used my sword with all my strength and accidentally cut through the fragile thunder cloud of the fox girl." Jiang Shoyin said gratefully, "That lion wanted to kill me for some reason. My fellow Taoists beheaded him that day, which really solved a big trouble for me." Li Chu shook his head indifferently. "I'm just protecting myself. No need to thank you. Today this Demon King also came to me for some reason. Thanks to fellow Taoist, he almost saved my life again. Jiang Shoyin will definitely remember such kindness in his heart." Jiang Shoyin bowed sincerely, almost touching the ground. Seeing Jiang Shoyin giving such a great gift, Li Chu felt better. Zhang Yushi's heart collapsed. "Junior uncle, what are you doing? I treat you as my father, and you pretend to be a grandson to others? Don't." Li Chu helped Jiang Shoyin up and said, "I didn't do it intentionally when I helped you. There's no need to say it was kindness. The benefactor does not need to care, but the benefactor should remember it." Jiang Shoyin held Li Chu's hand and asked, "I don't know where my friend comes from. By Yujing? Qingyong Palace? Or Yunyuan?" By Yujing and Qingyong Palace are Taoist sects among the 12 immortal sects. And Yunyu Temple is also an extremely mysterious ancient inheritance. If it weren't for the small number of people, it would still be considered a celestial sect. In Jiang Shoyin's opinion, Li Chu must be a peerless monster that could only be cultivated by these famous Taoist families. Heavenly spiritual roots, various immortal bodies, and even powerful reincarnations are all possible. No matter which sect produces such a monster, it will gain great competitiveness in the next 100 years. As a person cultivated by Xing Zuguan as his heir, he had to care. Li Chu said truthfully, "I am a disciple of Dayun Temple in Shilipo, Yuhang Town, and my name is Li Chu." "Ah?" Jiang Shoyin was surprised. "Is this monster-level rookie from the immortal sect a local from Yuhang Town? How can it be? Could it be a disciple of some hidden power?" he asked. "I don't know the name of the respected teacher," Li Chu replied. "My master's name is Yu Qian." "Yu Qian? I've never heard of this name. And it doesn't sound like a serious person. Without the full cultivation of the immortal sect, and without the guidance of powerful people since childhood, he would be able to have such a terrifying cultivation level at this age. Is this still a person?" Jiang Shoyin was completely confused. Seeing him stunned, Li Chu took the opportunity to say goodbye. He couldn't wait to go back to the mountain to take a look. That priceless demon elixir. Seeing that Li Chu was about to run away, Zhang Yushi gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Shoyin, "Uncle Master, don't be fooled by his words. There is no real energy fluctuation in his body. He is obviously a charlatan." Jiang Shoyin shook his head and said, "There are countless inheritances in the world and different cultivation methods. How can we use true energy to distinguish everything?" Zhang Yushi refused. "Then did you see him kill those two big monsters with your own eyes?" Jiang Shoyin pondered for a moment. if you have to say that you have seen it with your own eyes. You really haven't. Seeing that he was pondering, Zhang Yushi knew whether he knew it or not. So he sternly said, I'll prove it to you. He was so angry that he wanted to call out the flying sword. But when there was no response, he remembered that the flying sword had been eaten by the Demon King. He had no choice but to form a seal with one hand, accumulating chi in his palm, and a ball of condensed chi instantly gathered. Taoist Palm Thunder. If he becomes fierce, he will hit Li Chu with the thunder in his palm. Over there. Gong Sunro hurriedly shouted.
Little Taoist Priestly, be careful.
Without her reminding, Li Chu had already heard that something was wrong behind the scenes. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Yushi holding a palm thunder in a throwing posture. Li Chu turned his fingers into swords and pointed at him casually. Sunflower acupuncture hand. Acupuncture from the air. Puff. The flying arrow transformed from spiritual power hit Zhang Yushi on the shoulder. Li Chu felt slightly satisfied. This is the first time I have used this acupuncture technique in the air, and it seems to have good results. Zhang Yushi was about to throw the palm thunder when he suddenly felt his whole body stiffen and could no longer move. The palm thunder was raised just above the head. Bang. A ball of palm thunder condensed with anger really exploded in the palm of his hand. I blow myself up. Zhang Yushi's head and face instantly turned black, and he became a Kunlun slave on the spot. There was blood seeping out of each of his 7 orifices, and he looked extremely miserable. But the whole sideburns curved upward and turned into curls, which looked very funny. What's even worse is that, after the thunder in his palm exploded, he still stood there, unable to move, unable to speak, and unable to even cry out in pain. Jiang Shoyin was shocked when he saw this scene. Nothing more. A scary word came to mind. Immortal magic. Yes, no doubt about it. It is definitely one of the immortal techniques handed down from ancient times to the body-holding technique. Li Chu's background is definitely not as simple as he said. Absolutely ridiculously big. Thinking of this, he bowed again and said repeatedly, Fellow Taoist Li Chu, my nephew just can't believe that you are so advanced. He is deliberately testing and being disrespectful. He has been seriously injured and deserves punishment. Turn around. My sect will definitely give more emphasis on admonitions. And please be merciful to fellow Taoists. Spare his life. Don't argue with the juniors anymore. This picture of Yushi has been targeting him inexplicably and attacking from behind, which really makes Li Chu a little angry. But now that he was seriously injured by his own palm thunder, it was considered his own fault, and he was punished. If we pursue it further, it will cost his life. Li Chu has never had the intention to kill people easily, and now he really didn't bother to argue with this fool. So he nodded and turned around to leave. Now all Li Chu thought about was the priceless demon pill. Nothing can stop him from touching the corpse. Chapter 81. Longqi has the style of a sage. When Li Chu returned to Diyun Temple, the air pressure was unusually low. The little koi fish and fox girl in the front hall looked up at him as he walked by, feeling that something was wrong. After watching his back for a long time, the fox girl turned back and whispered, Master, it seems he has cried? Huh? The little koi also turned around and blinked. The master is back? Fox girl. Yu Qian had been waiting in the front hall for a day, and was taking advantage of the lack of people to sit at the stone table to rest. Seeing that Li Chu was in a bad mood, he asked caringly, Disciple, what's wrong? Li Chu sat opposite the master and said numbly, I'm so stupid. Really? The little Taoist priest raised his dull eyes and continued, I just know how to defeat the monster. I don't know. It turns out that the monster pill is the most valuable. When I rushed back to Yanshan Pavilion, someone had already killed me. Empty out. After hearing this, Yu Qian chuckled. This is also the master's negligence. I never taught you. So how could you know? He continued leisurely. Speaking of this demon pill, if the monster has done something harmful to nature, after killing it, taking the demon pill is nothing. But since the use of demon elixirs to make medicine has become popular in the world, many cultivators who kill demons and obtain elixirs have gradually become more popular. Under the guise of slaying demons and eliminating demons, these people hunt all demons for profit, regardless of whether they follow the right path and practice stably. Kill him. Such behavior is almost the same as evil spirits. As long as everything becomes a business, it will probably lead to a lot of filth. Alas, he was here to supplement Li Chu's knowledge about demon pills. But unfortunately it was too late, and there was nothing he could do to restore his lost mood. At this time, Wang Longqi came to the Yun Temple again. At this time, the seventh young master of the Wang family was full of energy, and he walked vigorously, which was very different from his previous temperament. Li Chu raised half of his eyelids and looked at him. Did you encounter evil spirits again? Wang Longqi first nodded and saluted the old Taoist priest, and then said, What are you talking about? Where are all these evil spirits coming from? You don't seem to be very happy. What's wrong? Hearing his question, Li Chu's eyes dimmed and he said, I'm so stupid. Really? Wang Longqi smiled when he heard him tell what happened again. Look at it. Isn't it just about money? Let me tell you good news. He coughed twice and said solemnly, Brother, I have been admitted to Hangzhou Jingqi Academy and will start studying soon. I am here today to say goodbye to you. Oh! Li Chu was slightly surprised. Hangzhou Fu Jingqi Academy is one of the 4 famous academies in the world. There have been many great Confucians who are famous all over the world, and they are also very important among today's officials. An academy of this level is by no means easily accessible, especially for Jingqi Academy. It is said that the entrance examination is extremely difficult and only one person in 1,000 can pass it. If you want to go through the back door, you must either be a high-ranking official or a wealthy person, and it is more difficult to achieve than passing the exam. The Wang family is considered one of the best in Yuhang town, but if it is thrown into Hangzhou Prefecture, it is a bit difficult to deal with it. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Wang Longqi to rely on his father to enter Jingqi Academy. Then there is only one possibility. Your mother remarried? Li Chu asked. If this father can't do it, I'm afraid the only way he can do it is by changing his father. Wang Longqi rolled his eyes. Is this next to you? Li Chu said. Your current status as a father is not enough to send you in. Right. Wang Longqi puffed up his chest. Am I someone who can only rely on my father in your eyes? Li Chu looked directly into Wang Longqi's eyes. The meaning of his eyes was probably, What do you say yourself? Wang Longqi was discouraged and said with a sneer, I admit that I had some youthful past in the past, but that is all in the past. The qualifications of Jingqi Academy were obtained by this young master through real examination. Then he recounted. The autumn examination of Jingqi Academy is held every year. My family signed me up early, but they didn't really expect me to pass the exam. They just thought that I would be blind and hit a dead rat. I never thought about this. Not only did I not study for the 2 days before the exam, but I also went to sea with you. The result is he. He was a little embarrassed and scratched his head as if showing off. That night afterwards, I felt like my whole body was lifted. As soon as I got home the next day, someone told me that I was going to take the entrance exam for Jingqi Academy. So I went over and dealt with it casually. Unexpectedly, the questions and articles I answered were chosen by a gentleman from the academy. His comment to me was that although this person has a weak foundation, his mind is agile and his words are full of the spirit of a sage. So I was admitted. He, the old Taoist priest, and the young Taoist priest looked at each other and had the same thought in their hearts. Is this possible? Are you really admitted? Li Chu was still a little doubtful. It would be too much to impress the teachers of Jingqi Academy with an article about the sage's moment. Are you really capable? Yu Qian also had his doubts. Wang Longqi looked at the 2 masters and apprentices speechlessly, and said, It's all true. I'm going to stay in the academy for a long time in 2 days. Can I still have a lie? Alas. When he said this, he sighed again. Life in the academy is hard. I heard that classes take 4 or 5 hours every day. And after school, you have to study all kinds of knowledge. But Hangzhou Mansion is still quite good, Yu Qian said. Taogu Tower and Sungxiangzai are both first-class places. Hey, Wang Longqi smiled. That's all in the old calendar. Taoist priest Yu hasn't been there for a few years. The most popular place in Hangzhou now is Wenwenli, which is praised by all the literati. Really? Maybe the good girls in the past are all old. Yu Qian sighed. The worst thing is that we can't keep her in the world. I don't know how Miss Yen from Taogilu is doing. Already? When I was hanging out in Hangzhou Mansion. You're talking about Yin Xiaoyao. Miss Yen, who is famous in the 12 prefectures in the south of the Yangtze River, and whose jade waste turned into Lu Jiuzhou Spring. Wang Longqi suddenly became interested. Oh, have you heard of her? You were probably not even born when she became famous. Right. Yu Qian's eyes also lit up. And Yen, her generation was the heyday of Jiangnan and Fengyu. Since her, Jiangnan province has never produced an Oiran who can compete with the flower capital of the north. I often hear that even if I can't come, I long for it.
Wan Longqi looked far away, and then said,
After she left Taogu Tower, she seemed to have been married for a few years.
And then she came out again for some reason. Now she is the steward in Muwen. So I have only seen her once or twice. Second rate.
Yu Qian said.
I said at the beginning that after she is 40 years old, she will definitely be more beautiful than she was in 28 years. Congratulations, Taoist Master.
Wan Longqi nodded and said,
Aunt Yin is very familiar with her now. The man who wants to marry her can still be arranged from Hangzhou Prefecture to Yuhang Town. Hey, I remembered someone again.
Yu Qian's interest in talking about these things increased greatly.
Oh, who is that? He.
Wan Longqi got out of hand when talking about this. One old and one young, cherishing each other. Next to him, Li Chu sat there depressed, feeling like an orphan. Human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. I just think they are noisy. At this time, hard footsteps came from the front again, and an official boot stepped in.
Little Taoist Priestley. Little Taoist Priestley. Something serious has happened.
The person coming was Chow Tai Fook. As soon as he saw Li Chu, he shouted quickly, with a hoarse cry in his voice.
What's wrong?
After so many mysterious cases, this was the first time Li Chu saw Chow Tai Fook showing such an expression, as if he was mourning for his heir. Suddenly I knew the situation was serious.
Something happened to Miss Gongsun. Chapter 81. It's your turn.
Jiangnan continent has been prosperous since ancient times, and Yuhang Town is not a remote place. Why are local evil spirits so rampant? There are simply no rules. I've been here not long ago, and I've been assassinated again and again. This time I just came to the county government to rob people. What kind of monsters? Ghosts, beauties, and traps and tricks?
Jiang Shui muttered quietly while sitting cross-legged and meditating, doing exercises and regulating his breath.
Hey, uncle, did you miss something?
The Taoist priest carrying water next to him suddenly asked.
What? It's nothing. I just don't feel comfortable with it.
While he was talking in different nonsense, Jiang Shui suddenly felt his chest condensed, frowned, and sucked out a smoke dragon out of thin air, hovering at the end of his nose for 3 weeks before entering. Puff. This breath entered the body, immediately forcing out a stream of black blood. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Jiang Shui's complexion suddenly turned pale, but his expression seemed to be somewhat relieved. Call. He took another long breath, took the towel from the ugly Taoist priest on the other side, and wiped his face. Then he asked,
How is Yuning? Junior sister Yuning's Qi entered her brain. Although her life was not harmed, it may take a while before she wakes up.
Taoist Puai replied. At this time, there was a rapid but not hard knock on the door. Gongsun asked,
Is Taoist Master Jiang okay? Master Gongsun, please come in. I'm fine,
Jiang Shui said, with an unconcealable weakness in his voice. Li Chu followed Gongsun and came over together. When Jiang Shui saw this, his first reaction was to get off the bed, stand up, and salute Li Chu first.
Fellow Taoist Li Chu.
Then he greeted Gongsun and said,
Master Gongsun.
Then he said apologetically,
I'm sorry for my poor academic skills and my failure to protect Miss Gongsun. Alas, Chief Jiang, please don't blame yourself. Maybe this little girl deserves this disaster in her life.
Gongsun gritted his teeth and said, although he was confused at this time, he had no idea of blaming anyone. The Taoist priests at Shengzugwen had always come to help him out of love, and they were really trying their best these days. Considering Jiang Shui's injury, it was indeed beyond their power. He pointed at Li Chu behind him and said,
Taoist priest Shaoli and I are here to find out the specific story of what happened. And I would also like to ask a few Taoist priests to tell us about it. Good.
Jiang Shui waited for several people to sit down and then said,
My nephew Yuning was accompanying Miss Gongsun all the time, but he was knocked unconscious by a sneak attack. I noticed that there was an energy bursting out in the government office. So I hurried over and found that it was Miss Bai Ling. She had robbed Miss Gongsun and was about to leave. I chased after him quickly, but another ghost came out to block the way. It was Master Bai Jian. Both his father and daughter are actually ghosts. Bai Jian is a skeleton, and Bai Ling is a painted skin. They have at least hundreds of years of Taoism. Oh?
Gongsun was surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that the master I respected so much was a ghost. No wonder I always feel that he is knowledgeable about the past and the present. It turns out that he has lived from ancient times and has been lying to himself from beginning to end. He doesn't care about his mother. He also cares about his mother. Got fooled by this old ghost.
I fought against that Bai Jian, but I didn't expect that I would be unable to defeat him because of his extremely advanced skills. I was hit by his palm, and the poison entered my body. I just used my power to force out the poisonous blood.
After a pause and a slight hesitation, he added,
In my opinion, Bai Ling is at least the level of a ghost general, while Bai Jian should be a ghost commander.
Speaking of this, Jiang Shuyin actually felt a little aggrieved. After all, I, Shinshu Temple, am also a Chaoga Grand Temple and a famous Taoist sect. Even if the disciples I send out are not excellent, they are enough to travel around the world. When we arrived at this small town of Yuhang, not to mention the dimensionality reduction attack, it was at least more than enough. Who knows here? A big evil spirit pops out every 3 days. When he arrives, he is greeted by a golden lion. Then another big monster appears. Then he discovers that there is a ghost general and a ghost commander hiding under his nose. The temple is small and the wind is strong. And the pond is shallow and there are many bastards. In this way, it would appear that they, the disciples of Shinshu Guan, are like trash. Seeing Gong Sun just carrying eyes for the weak, he wanted to explain loudly that it wasn't our food, but something was wrong with this place. There are evil spirits everywhere, and they are all big. How to play? But at this time, the more you explain, the more incompetent you will appear, and you will make more mistakes. The Taoist scriptures say that when you are wrong, you must admit it, and when you are beaten, you must stand upright. After he finished speaking, Gong Sunja took out a piece of paper and said,
They also left this in my little girl's room.
I saw a very simple line written on the note.
If you want to save Gongsun Ro, ask Li Chu to come to the corpse cave in White Bone Mountain at midnight tonight.
Seeing this note, Jiang Shuyin felt some unknown emotions in his heart. When he first read the first few words, his heart skipped a beat, because he is so familiar with this plot. Again and again, and again, and again? Stop it. Then he saw the name at the back change to Li Chu, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally your turn. In other words, it's not me anymore. When Li Chu saw the note, he frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. Jiang Shuyin looked at Li Chu's expression and nodded secretly. Yes, that's it. Are you confused? Although I know something is wrong. When a person has been unlucky for no reason for a long time, one day he finally sees that the unlucky person has become someone else. Then he will inevitably feel some secret and small happiness. But after all, he still has a sense of justice in his heart. Jiang Shuyin said,
Fellow Taoist Li Chu, it will take at least a few days for my injury to recover. The only people we can help you with are Shui and Lu, our nephews in Shinshu Guan. In addition, my mount is a rare green donkey. Spiritual beasts are very fast and can be driven by you.
Pu Aio and Chou Zhuang, who were holding a basin and a towel on the side, were suddenly touched by him, and they suddenly became excited, with the same panic in their eyes. After all, the junior uncle had been beaten like this, so it was hard for them not to be afraid. Li Chu glanced between the two of them, and finally took away only the mount. In his opinion, Sheng Zuguan's donkey is pretty good. Man, just don't mention it. When Gong Sunro woke up, he found himself in a dark and open deep cave. Only the hole on one side can let in a line of moonlight. At the end of the moonlight, there was a rusty ancient sword stuck in it. The lines engraved on this ancient sword can no longer be seen clearly, and the blade is also somewhat damaged. But for some reason, it gives people a very heavy feeling. It seems heavier than a mountain.
You woke up much faster than I expected.
A charming voice suddenly sounded in the darkness.
I thought you would just see the little Taoist priest coming to die. Bai Ling?
Gong Sunra struggled to sit up because it was uncomfortable to lie on the cold, hard stone ground.
Ha ha. My name is not Bai Ling. It sounds awful. My real name is Hong Ling.
The cold and charming female painter came to her, leaned down, and looked at Gong Sunro's face from a high position. Gong Sunra felt that her eyes were scary and a little scared. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she whispered,
These two names are almost the same.
The female painter's eyebrows twitched.
Instead of worrying about these unimportant things, it's better to worry about yourself,
she said angrily.
In 2 hours, the little Taoist priest will come in to save you, and then you will see him killed by our king with your own eyes. And then later.
Her fingers gently traveled around Gong Sunra's eyes.
I like your eyes. Your king?
Gong Sunro was a little confused. In fact,
She had no idea what was going on. But in this environment, she didn't dare to ask. Before Hongling could answer, a strange booming sound suddenly sounded from the depths of the cave. There seemed to be a strange blue flame lighting up, and the light came out far away. And when it fell on people's eyes, they couldn't feel the slightest warmth. There is only endless depth and coldness. Hongling's face suddenly flashed with deep fear, as if the firelight reflected the netherworld. After a long time, a skeleton came out of the firelit depths. Every bone in Bai Jian's body was filled with excitement. Compared with before, her skeleton seemed to have a darker color in the pure white. The king's strength has been fully restored. Bai Jian's voice was pious and excited. Is it true? Hongling was a little unbelievable. Of course. The king has refined this bone body for me. I feel it. Bai Jian clenched her fingers intoxicated, feeling unprecedented power. I feel like I can deal with that little Taoist priest without my king taking action. It said. Chapter 82 Li Chu's sword is broken. The clouds are deep, and the moon is shallow. The night is dark, and the wind is high. It's a great night for a haunted house. On the White Bone Mountain, the sound of the wind passing over the ridge is like the wail of an evil ghost. And the shadow of the trees in the distance is like the waving claws of a yikshaw. It's a great place to be haunted. Coupled with the bloody rumors of this place, it can be said that if this place is not haunted, everyone will be disappointed. In such a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, a young and strong donkey that is out of place breaks into the scene. On the back of the donkey, there is a little Taoist priest who is even more out of place. He looked so handsome that the atmosphere around him suddenly seemed less intimidating. At most, it would scare people to the point of wanting to throw themselves into his arms. The donkey arrived more than 10 feet in front of the entrance of the corpse cave. It seemed to have noticed something, and it began to feel uneasy. It stamped on the ground randomly with its 4 hooves, refusing to take another step forward. Li Chu got off the donkey, touched its head and said, "Thank you very much." The green donkey roared twice, which probably means that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. "I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain." Li Chu hummed, turned and left. As for what the donkey meant, he didn't understand it at all. It's strange that you can understand it. After bidding farewell to his mount, he came to the entrance of the corpse cave. It was dark inside, with only a faint, almost non-existent moonlight guiding the way. I don't know who the enemy is. I don't know what's going on in the cave. I don't know what they want. Despite Li Chu's cautious character, he never had the slightest intention of retreating. Since the other party is coming for you, then you have to bear everything. It is definitely not morally right to harm an innocent woman. Ghosts don't talk about morality, but people do. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. Every man has to have it once in his life. On a quiet night, I broke into a dark and deep cave alone. Use all your perseverance to overcome many difficulties and obstacles and save the suffering girl. Walking in the grotto, the sound of footsteps echoes and can be heard far away. There is no trace of Yin Qi in the corpse cave. But that's the weirdest thing. Normally, a cave like this in a deserted mountain should have some Yin energy even if it doesn't harbor any evil spirits. What's more, there are thousands of corpses buried in this cave. In the spacious and deep cave, it is difficult to see with the naked eye. As he entered the cave, Li Chu closed his eyes and observed everything with his mind's eye. Suddenly, a three-dimensional diagram of the entire cave appeared in his mind. Turn out to be, at the end of the cave, there is an open space, and the Yin Qi of the entire mountain is gathered in that place. It's so intense that it's almost condensed into substance. It seems that there is some power that suppresses all the Yin Qi here. From the perspective of the mind's eye, it looks simply terrifying. At the edge of the Yin Qi, there was a faint breath. It was Gong Sun Ro. The other 2 coal beings should be white bones and painted skin. But in the very center of the endless Yin Qi, there is another existence. It is very erratic, seems to be everywhere, and seems to be looming. Li Chu thought about it in his mind and kept walking. Although the cave was long, he soon reached the deepest point. There is another layer of cave entrance here. After passing through, there is an open space at the end of the corpse cave. There is a sword stuck 3 feet in front of the cave entrance. The sword was simple and rusty, and seemed to be just a piece of useless scrap metal. But under the eyes of the mind, there is sword energy like a dragon. It is this sword that blocks all the Yin Qi here. This is its 4-sided sword domain. The sword's intent seems to be locked on the hidden existence at the end of the cave. Otherwise, entry and exit are not prohibited. If Jiang Shuin were here,
Then he would definitely recognize that this was the magical power belonging to Shinshiguan, which was banned in the sword domain. It was obtained by Master Fu Yuan in exchange for his pure yang sword intent with Master Shuyi. Li Chu walked over and made a mental note at the same time. There is a sword here. Looks very valuable. As soon as he entered the cave, Li Chu saw Gong Sunro. She was not far from the entrance of the cave, bound by a circle of jet black things that looked like hair, but were too long, and she couldn't break free. The woman in red next to her was none other than the girl by Ling he had rescued a few days ago.
Little Taoist Priestley.
With a glimmer of light, Gong Sunro saw Li Chu coming in and immediately shouted. Li Chu nodded towards her. Immediately, a sound like metal friction was heard. He asked and Li Chu answered.
You came? I am coming. I knew you were coming. Of course I'll come. But you shouldn't have come. But I'm still here. You will die if you come. Shut up.
This time it was not Li Chu who answered him, but the voice of the hidden existence in the deepest place, rudely interrupting Bai Jian's forced extravaganza. Bai Jian obediently closed her upper and lower jaw bones. Li Chu cast his gaze in the direction of the sound, but was unable to penetrate the thick darkness, looking at it with the eyes of the heart. What comes to my face is a strong resentment.
You too. Go out and guard the entrance of the cave. Don't let anyone in, and don't let anyone escape.
The sound sounded again, slow and cold, like a poisonous snake swallowing. Bai Jian and Hong Ling took the order and went out. As their footsteps gradually moved away, Gong Sunro was nervous and did not dare to make a sound. Li Chu stood quietly, as if confronting the being in the darkness.
Actually, I'm very curious about you. My subordinates said you were very strong before, but I didn't care. How strong can a teenage Taoist priest be, even if he is the reincarnation of a powerful person? But the moment you walked into this cave, I was really curious, because I couldn't see through your strength, but I can see the remnant soul. I see that there is still a trace of the strong man's ghost left in you. The original strength of this remnant soul is almost comparable to my weakest moment. Ha ha. You must have experienced a deadly battle in the past 2 days.
The voice in the darkness spoke one sentence after another.
Indeed.
Li Chu nodded. To this day, he still has lingering fears when he thinks of the brief but fierce battle with Jade Lynx.
I admire the strong.
The voice said again.
If you are willing to stop causing trouble for my subordinates in the future and let them collect life silver safely, I can let you take this little girl away.
Li Chu's face was expressionless.
If the collection of life silver you mentioned is at the expense of killing innocent people's lives, then I cannot agree to it. Not only that, I'm afraid I have to get rid of you.
Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chu slowly pulled out his sword and stood with it in hand.
Mutilate? Ha ha. No no no.
The voice suddenly laughed.
You seem to have some misunderstanding about us. Life silver cannot be obtained through force. All those who turn their yangshuo into life silver do so voluntarily. They have grievances. No way to avenge their grievances. And nowhere to redress their grievances. At this time, we give them a meaningful complaint should be complained. And there should be opportunities for revenge. It's a fair deal. Even for them. This is a blessing.
Li Chu pondered for a moment. Then, he slowly said,
I am a relatively timid person. There are many things I want to do, but most of the time I just think about them. So I can understand that many people may have some extreme ideas due to temporary anger, and they may even resort to self-destruction to achieve their goals. But often no one will really do it. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff and looking down. They will always stop. Your appearance at this time is tantamount to pushing people into the abyss, with no chance of recovery. This is clearly wrong.
His tone was calm and firm.
Who won?
The voice interrupted him abruptly, followed by a harsh sneer.
Uh-huh. How childish. I know the origin of every life silver. Just talk about the eldest wife of the Shui family. She was originally a wife who accompanied her husband through thick and thin. They agreed to stay together for a lifetime and never let each other go. But when she got old and beautiful, her husband became rich, and then changed his mind, and even hoped that she would die soon. On the night when his husband married the beautiful girl, she suffered a heart attack in the cold side courtyard. At that time, did you teach her how to return to the world? And that poor little girl. She was almost insulted by her non-blood brother. After the incident was revealed, the little beast pushed her off the cliff. If my subordinates hadn't given her a chance to take revenge, she would indeed not have died. Instead, she would have been paralyzed, watching her mother continue to be bullied but unable to resist. At that time, Will you teach her how to return to the world? If we hadn't appeared, who would have given them the chance to seek justice? Is it you? Or other Taoist priests, monks, cultivators, and officials? Who else would appear in this world? I don't know,
Li Chu replied calmly.
The voice seemed startled by his calmness. Just listen to Li Chu say. Human beings were originally just a kind of beast. Even after thousands of years of evolution, they are only moving closer to civilization. There is still an infinite distance, or it will never be reached. There are indeed places in this world where the sun cannot shine. Those injustices, grievances, and sins in the darkness have existed since ancient times, and may always exist. Human beings have established laws, but the laws cannot cover everything. Perhaps there should be an external force to fill these gaps. I don't know what this power is yet, but I can be sure that your approach is definitely not the right way. This will only create greater hatred and darkness. And no matter how high-sounding you say it, your purpose is just to plunder. The resentment on your body is too heavy, and it also makes me feel a little familiar. I think you have fused the so-called life silver into your body. Right.
Li Chu opened his eyes and looked somewhere in the darkness. His eyes like lightning.
Ha ha. You little Taoist priest is really stubborn. In that case, I might as well show you my true face.
Boom. Following the Ghost King's shout, clusters of blue will-o'-the-wisps suddenly lit up in the cave. It was only at this moment that the cave revealed its true appearance to Li Chu and Gong Sun Ro. It turned out that where they were, there were bones everywhere. There are layers upon layers, and some of them have already grown together with the grottos. So you can't even find them if you step on them. At this moment, every corpse was lit up with will-o'-the-wisps, and the strange blue light illuminated the surroundings. Suddenly finding himself surrounded by skeletons, Gong Sun Ro let out a scream involuntarily. In the center of the cave, there is a strange figure. This figure looks like a human, with limbs and a head, but it has no facial features, clothing or skin, and is instead dark silver, like a half-finished silver doll.
I am not integrating the life silver into my body, but using this resentful life silver to reshape my spirit body. As long as I completely reshape it successfully, then this place will no longer be able to trap me. I will be immortal and surpass my past. The pinnacle. But it's because of you that I haven't been able to complete it. Just because of your childish righteousness. Ha ha. Since you don't listen to advice, then I have no choice but to leave you here.
The Ghost King obviously has no mouth on his face. But even though he can make sounds, the sounds still seem distant and near, elusive, and there is anger in his words. It was angered by Li Chu. Li Chu looked at its body and felt a little angry. He slowly raised the sword in his hand.
It turns out that you only paid 1 penny each time, but got back such a large amount of life silver. Those who made transactions with you were temporarily deceived and had no idea how valuable they were delivering. This is naked deception and robbery.
And falsely claimed to be blessed.
Along with his words, a spiritual power was injected into the sword. Considering that the opponent's strength is unknown and tyrannical, the spiritual power injected this time is somewhat huge.
My sword is for all the dead people, for the peaceful Yuhang town, and for this peaceful world.
The Ghost King seemed to have a premonition in his heart and began to panic. The will-o'-the-wisps around him suddenly swayed crazily. It wants to escape, but has nowhere to go. It can't leave here. But, the next second, I heard a clear sound. Snapped. The iron sword in Li Chu's palm was instantly filled with cracks. This is just a piece of ordinary iron. It has been withstood by the spiritual power he poured into it every day. In fact, Li Chu noticed the fatigue of the iron sword the last time he practiced the mind's eye technique. But I didn't pay much attention to it later. I thought that the way a sword retires is by slowly wearing out. Unexpectedly, in such an important situation today, suddenly it could no longer withstand the pressure. Shattered. Wow! A pile of broken metal fell to the ground. Li Chu blinked. I just said such impassioned words. And as soon as I raised my hand, this suddenly came out. How embarrassing. Chapter 83 Sword Name Chunyang. The Ghost King was frightened by the sword that was about to come out. And when his mind was swaying, he suddenly saw the scene. Suddenly I felt a little empty in my heart. It looked at Li Chu and said secretly, "That's it? Are you kidding me?" It was not a kind person. When it saw Li Chu's sword shattered and he was in the air, he immediately waved his hand. Boom! With a rumble and explosion, thousands of ghost fire balls rose into the air, and then shot towards Li Chu Chan. In an instant, it was like thunder and fire, and the world was annihilated. Gong Sunro watched from the side. Her heart clenched suddenly. She opened her mouth silently, and tears burst out of the corners of her eyes. Bang! The will-o'-the-wisps in the entire cave gathered together on Li Chu, completely engulfing him, and condensed into an almost dark color. The black will-o'-the-wisp was like a tarsal gangrene, sticking to his body and burning. This will-o'-the-wisp devours the body on the outside and the soul on the inside. If even a trace of it is touched, it cannot be extinguished until the host is completely reduced to ashes. I'm back. I feel it all coming back. The 5 fingers of the Ghost King gathered together in the void, and he laughed and said, "The day I break through the seal of this broken sword will be the day when I will become immortal. Until that day, I will be ranked number 1 among the Ghost Kings in the entire Ghost Kingdom existence. Then I will see who dares to look down on me." Seeing how powerful the attack was, Gong Sunro thought that Li Chu would definitely die and shouted at the Ghost King, "You devil! Uh-huh. Do you hate me? Hate me. If your resentment is stronger, you can make a deal with me." The Ghost King smiled coldly and said, "If you are willing to trade your life to me, I can leave a ghost for this little Taoist priest so that he can still have a chance to be reincarnated. Otherwise, eh?" Before it finished speaking, Li Chu's figure was revealed again over there. The dark will-o'-the-wisp on his body is burned out, but his clothes are still neat and his face is fresh. And he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Even Li Chu himself seemed a little surprised. He looked up and down and found that he was unscathed. Then he looked up at the Ghost King opposite. Although there was no facial expression on his face, he could feel the obvious panic. "Isn't this possible?" The Ghost King murmured in a low voice. "This is his home field, and the numerous bones in the corpse cave are the best raw materials for the will-o'-the-wisp. With such a large number of will-o'-the-wisps just now, even a ferocious beast as big as a mountain should be dead." In the end, a large ball of black H fire was even condensed. As long as there is even a trace of the underworld fire, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. What's more, it's surrounded by a whole group of H fire. It couldn't help but ask, "What kind of body-refining magical power do you have that can actually withstand my embrace of hellfire?" Li Chu looked at the Ghost King calmly and uttered 3 words coldly. "Iron claw shirt." Grass. The Ghost King cursed in his heart. "You're still kidding me. Who doesn't know about iron shirt? That is simply a low-end, bad, and useless martial arts technique. This thing can block my Ghost King level embrace of hellfire. Are you fooling the devil?" Anger invaded its heart. But there was obviously a little fear in this anger. It roared angrily and tried to summon more will-o'-the-wisps. But now it's Li Chu's turn. Li Chu suddenly turned around and reached out to hold the rusty ancient sword stuck on the ground. It doesn't matter if it's a little older, a little rusty, or looks a little different. The main thing is that I'm used to using a sword, and it's really hard to perform well without a sword in my hand. Li Chu held the hilt of the sword and pulled it upwards with force. It felt a bit heavy and required a bit of spiritual power to pull it. When the Ghost King saw this scene, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Uh-huh. You idiot. Do you want to pull out this sword? Do you think this is just shit?" At this time, only these 2 words can express its mood accurately and directly. If it had eyeballs, they would have flown out of their sockets by now. Because Li Chu actually pulled the sword. Rumble. It was obviously only inserted into the ground to a depth of 1 foot. But when it was pulled out, it seemed to be affected by something unknown. And there was a loud rumbling sound in the ground within 100 feet radius. Even the whole cave started to shake. Li Chu began to realize that this sword was not simple. But at this point, there was no way he would give up. He could only add a little more spiritual power. As the tip of the sword lifted off the ground inch by inch, the shape of the entire sword began to undergo radical changes. First, the rust on the sword fell off in the violent vibrations, and the blade began to make a clear dragon's roar without any wind. Following the sound of the sword's roar, light came out from the cracks in the sword underground. At this moment, the Ghost King did nothing and looked a little dumbfounded. And it doesn't know whether it should stop Li Chu from pulling out the sword, because this sword is the key to the ban on this sword domain. Once the sword is pulled out, it means that the seal is broken and it is free. When Master Fu Yuan sealed it, it was the weakest moment since it had defected from the Ghost Kingdom. However, at that time, Master Fu Yuan was also about to expire, and his vitality was exhausted. Being able to successfully suppress this Ghost King may not be without some luck. But once the seal falls, and the sword domain spreads, things will be different. It was like a big mountain, pressing down on it steadily. Even if Master Fu Yuan later dies due to exhaustion of his vitality, The key to the sword domain lies in the sword of suppression. And the power of the seal will not be weakened at all. In the thousands of days and nights that followed, the Ghost King tried countless times to pull out the sword with great force. But all failed. Even if its power has been fully restored now, it should be much stronger than the real Fuyuan back then. But it is still not enough to break the seal. This is also the power of the sword domain ban. Sacrificing a sword can give you a suppressive power that exceeds your own, according to the Ghost King's estimation. Even if he completely succeeded in reshaping his spirit body, and coupled with some advanced ghost tricks, he would only be 80% sure that he could break the seal. But this little Taoist priest, he is uprooting the mountain that is pressing on him. The entire seal was forcibly broken without any skills. This method is blunt and crude. Make the Ghost King a little afraid, but also a little fond of it. It has been suppressed by the mountain of sword domain for too long. After a moment, the sword came out. When the last inch of the sword tip left the ground, the appearance of the entire ancient sword had changed drastically. The red sword light travels throughout the body of the sword, and the sword energy exudes scalding heat waves. The spine of the sword is like a dragon, and the inscriptions are ancient and profound, implying the truth of heaven and earth. At the same time, an old and tired voice came into Li Chu's ears. I am Fu Yuanzi of the Chunyang lineage. It has been 63 years since I received this divine sword from my mentor Chan Shensi. Using this sword as an eye to suppress evil spirits is really a helpless move. If someone with the same path comes here in the future, they will be punished. If you kill this beast, you can also become the master of the divine sword. The name of this sword is Chunyang. Pure Yang sword? Li Chu repeated the name, holding the sword in his hand. He could feel the passion, warlikeness, and justice coming from the sword. These were the emotions of the sword. These were emotions he had never experienced before. And besides, he loved them. This is a righteous sword. The sadness and pain of losing the two-tailed iron sword were instantly forgotten. It even turned into a sense of joy that the old will not go away and the new will not come. The sword energy soars into the sky. Yao Jiao is like a dragon, as if he can no longer hold it back. Li Chu was holding this pure Yang divine sword in his hand and was equally eager to try it. The sword master's gaze and the energy of the divine sword were simultaneously locked in front of the Ghost King, who had just gained freedom. In the Ghost King's mind, the word danger slowly enlarged. At the front of the corpse cave, Bai Jian and Hong Ling were guarding the outermost entrance, and suddenly felt the whole mountain shaking violently. Hong Ling patted her chest. Fortunately, the king asked us to leave early. Otherwise a battle of this level would probably be enough to kill us if it spreads even slightly. The will-o'-the-wisp in Bai Jian's eyes was flickering, and he said excitedly, this doesn't seem to be the aftermath of the battle. This is the seal being broken. The king's seal? Does that mean the king wins? Hong Ling also became excited. Of course. Is it possible that the little Taoist priest will break the seal for the king? Bai Jian's tone rarely trembled. I didn't expect that the king's spirit body has not been completely reshaped. But it is already unsealed. If the spirit body is completely reshaped, wouldn't it be? The two ghosts looked at the vast world outside the cave at the same time, and were so excited that they wanted to shed tears. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited until today. For the sake of the king's seal, they have been wasting here for too long and even sacrificed so many companions. Well now, we will all have a bright future. Chapter 84, the finale of an unlucky ghost. In the cave that has always been cold all year round, due to the birth of the pure Yang sword, a wave of heat spread under the rainbow light. Li Chu held the pure Yang sword in his hand and faced the Ghost King. Dozens of feet away, the clouds were light and the wind was light, and he slashed down with one sword. The moment he raised the tip of his sword, his whole life suddenly flashed through the Ghost King's eyes. It is a ghost derived from the ghost country Styx. Unlike the ghosts transformed by the ghosts after death, it has never lived in the human world. This kind of pure Yin ghost is often gifted. So after hundreds of years of practice, it has the strength of a Ghost King. The hierarchy of the Ghost Kingdom on Earth is very simple and crude. No one cares about the wandering ghosts. The stronger ghosts or evil ghosts will be recruited to become ghost soldiers. It may take hundreds of years for a ghost soldier to become a ghost general, and further advancement depends on talent and opportunity. Above the ghost generals is the ghost commander, and above the ghost commander is the Ghost King. The Ghost Kingdom is in chaos, with hundreds of Ghost Kings, large and small, often alternating between life and death, and the gap in strength between them is also quite large. The top 10 Ghost Kings are called the 10th Palace. and each of the 10 palaces has many little ghost kings attached to them. It was initially recruited by the Lord of the Ninth Hall and joined the Ninth Hall. The Lord of the Ninth Hall was also trained from the Styx ghost, so he took great care of it. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after it joined, the original Ninth Hall master was challenged and killed by the great ghost king under his command. When the new Lord of the Ninth Hall ascends the throne, the first thing he does is to exile those direct descendants of his predecessor. It fled all the way, and finally was thrown into the Sixth Hall. Then, good times don't last long. The Sixth Hall and the Third Hall started a war. Disputes over the evil land are not uncommon in the Ghost Kingdom, but it is rare for them to lead to large-scale wars between the two palaces just because they are competing for territory. It happened to catch up as soon as it came. The outcome was a disastrous defeat for the Sixth Hall, although it was lucky enough not to die in the battle. It also surrendered to the Third Hall as a prisoner. This is not a bad thing. The Third Palace has been the king of the Ghost Kingdom for thousands of years. It is extremely powerful, and has a big tree at its back to enjoy the shade. But the good times don't last long. Less than 100 years after it joined, the other 4 palaces couldn't stand the domineering style of the Third Palace and joined forces to attack it. The Third Palace Master, one of the strongest men in the Ghost Kingdom, died. It promptly transferred to the Fifth Hall, the most powerful force among the coalition forces, and was able to survive. Later, because the spoils of the huge territory of the Third Palace were not divided, the 4 palaces merged. The good time simply never happened. The most powerful Fifth Hall was the first to be eliminated. The leader of the Fifth Hall was seriously injured and left all his younger brothers to flee for their lives. The Ghost King under the command of the Fifth Palace fled in all directions, and it was almost swallowed. It's tired. It's really tired. It cannot understand why ghosts suffer as ghosts. And it's always very difficult for me. So it entered the Second Palace, the most uncontested place in the Ghost Kingdom. The Second Hall Master is one of the oldest ghosts in the world. Countless years have passed, and it can only be confirmed that it existed in ancient times. Today's Ghost Kings don't know how strong it is, and no one has ever dared to challenge it. Who knows? Good times again don't last long. Not long after it joined, the Second Hall Master disappeared. If he is killed by a challenge from his subordinate Ghost King, then at least a new king will ascend the throne. But this sudden disappearance meant that the Second Palace suddenly lost its protective umbrella, and no other Ghost King could take the place of the Second Palace Master. The leaderless Second Hall suddenly became a piece of cake. The other 8 palaces came to fight for it like vicious dogs. And it was another earth-shattering melee. That war swept through the entire Ghost Kingdom, causing countless casualties, and was truly terrifying. Ghost Kings fall every day from all the major forces, not to mention the Second Palace who were prey. So it wanted to join other forces, but it was rejected. Once, twice, 3 times, 9 times. The other 9 palaces refused to accept it, because at this time, it has become famous among many Ghost Kings. Although its strength is not remarkable, its experience is quite rich. Whichever palace you take refuge in will be unlucky. The other Ghost Kings affectionately call it bad luck, when it was angry. Or in other words, it had no choice but to rebel from the ghost country and come to the human world. It was at its weakest when it first appeared. So it hid in the corpse cave where no one came near, and used the corpse energy in the cave to practice. After leaving the ghost country, without the replenishment of evil energy, its spiritual world will soon dry up. The ghost general level is fine, but the ghost soldiers in the spiritual world will be unbearable. It happened that in a nearby town, there was a place of evil, which temporarily connected the spiritual world with the ghost building. It feels that God is helping it. Everything seems to be going well. As long as it waits to regain its strength, it can become the largest ghost king within 1,000 miles. This is unimaginable in the ghost country. It has even envisioned that it would conquer a large territory in the Yang world, and then lead its men to fight back to the ghost kingdom. Then let those ghost kings who once looked down on themselves kneel in front of them, and say loudly to them, "I am not a bad guy." Feel proud? But good times remain. Before that day came, an old Taoist priest with death aspirations came. His fighting style, which did not hesitate to die with him, made the ghost king involuntarily feel fear. He wanted to avoid its sharp attack. But unexpectedly the opponent's backhand was a powerful seal. This letter has been there for so many years. He didn't provoke anyone. So if something like this happened, it could only be said to be unlucky. But what's even more unfortunate is that today, it suddenly discovered that this seal might be used to protect itself. The moment the seal was broken, the mighty sword energy also fell. After recalling his tragic and short life, the Ghost King couldn't help but feel confused. Am I really? Boom. A huge pillar of crimson sword energy fell from the sky, penetrating the cave above his head and also penetrating the mountain peak. In desperation, the Ghost King mobilized all the will-o'-the-wisps to surround himself, which instantly solidified infinitely and turned into a black egg. The unlucky guy became the unlucky guy, and the egg shell seemed to be an extremely tough shield. However, when the sword energy pillar fell on it, there was a slight sound. Puff. It breaks at the first touch. The Ghost King's mind went blank, leaving only shock. Although I am very unwilling to do so, it seems that I will never have the chance to go back and die here. I am so unwilling to do so. Its dark silver body full of sin disappeared in a second, turning into invisible and ashes, leaving not even a particle of dust behind. Li Chu clenched the pure yang sword with slight excitement. I finally have special effects too. A burst of white light that only he could see gathered on his body, and he was instantly satisfied. The experience value given by this Ghost King is ridiculously high. Li Chu hasn't done much leveling in recent times. Just the experience gained from killing the evil spirits these few times actually pushed him to level 75. It seems that if you want to be rich, you still have to make a fortune. Just when Li Chu went to rescue Gong Sunro, he did not notice that a traceless ghost quietly slipped out of the cave. This is the extremely weak residual soul energy that occurs when a powerful creature dies due to extreme unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other emotions. This ghost soul is immortal, if you find a suitable place for it. After thousands of years of nourishment, it may not be impossible to restore the soul and memory of its previous life. There are even ghosts and immortals who are cultivated from ghost souls in the human world. But this weak ghost floated to the entrance of the corpse cave, but was discovered by a pair of skull eyes flashing with will-o'-the-wisps. Hey! The ghost must have been very unhappy before the little Taoist died. Right. There shouldn't be many geniuses like him in the world. But he became the stepping stone for the king to break through the seal. It grinned ferociously and raised its finger. Puff. It was very easy to crush and kill this ghost. Just as the king said, no one can escape from this cave. Not even a trace of their soul. At this point, everything the Ghost King had in the human world completely disappeared. After hearing the voices in the cave calm down, Hong Ling said, "Let's go quickly to welcome the king out of the mountain." Yeah. Bai Jian nodded. The painted skin and the skeleton walked towards the cave together, with smiles on their faces. Chapter 85. How strong am I? At this moment, footsteps came from the other end of the cave. 2. Bai Jian and Hong Ling were stunned on the spot. At the same time, I wondered if I had listened too seriously. Listen again. There are still 2 steps. Then, they saw Li Chu and Gong Sunro walking out. And when they arrived, they bumped into 2 ghosts. Ah! Gong Sunro was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Li Chu. But she suddenly remembered that their king had been killed by Li Chu just now, and she became a little bolder. So she popped up her chest and glared at the 2 ghosts, who were still clinging to Li Chu's back. Before Li Chu could say anything, Bai Jian asked tremblingly, "Why did you 2 come out?" What really scares it is, there were 2 people and 1 ghost in the cave. Now that the 2 people have come out unscathed, the question arises, who is the ghost that he just wiped out? Li Chu raised the pure yang sword without a sheath and said coldly, "The ghosts in the cave have been killed. You can go on your way." The 2 ghosts saw that what he was holding turned out to be the Arei sword, and they immediately guessed what happened. The king's fate can be imagined, and the 2 ghosts can't help but feel their livers and gallbladders are split. Hong Ling shouted, "Avenge the king. Let's go together." Bai Jian echoed, "Okay." The 2 ghosts interacted with each other in an awe-inspiring manner, but Li Chu felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Sure enough, the next second, the 2 ghosts retreated together in tacit agreement, one to the left and one to the right, and fled in 2 directions. After all, Bai Jian is an old man, compared with Qing Jia, who is loyal. He is as simple as a piece of white paper. At this time, Hong Ling felt a little disappointed. Bai Jian was indeed much smarter than the other ghost generals. Bai Jian sneered in her heart, "Wanting me to die and stop the little Taoist priest so that I could buy you time to escape? Haha. There is no way I can be fooled." But when Li Chu watched the 2 ghosts scatter and escape, he quickly chose one of the targets. And that target was Bai Jian. The reason is simple. It is better than Hong Ling. Stronger ghosts have higher experience points. Li Chu, who had just been promoted to the 75th level, used the pure yang sword he had just obtained. With the same vigor as he had just killed the Ghost King, a sword swung down. Roar. A red dragon roared out. Its rainbow light was like fireworks. It was like a horse racing in the air. And it swallowed up Bai Jian's bones in the blink of an eye. Well, the Ghost Commander, who had made bold claims a few hours ago, and thought he could defeat Li Chu, didn't even catch a sword and was shattered in the air. But it's not a shame. At least for Li Chu. Bai Jian and Ghost King were opponents of the same level. From this perspective, Bai Jian is proud. Hong Ling took advantage of this opportunity and flew out of the cave, disappearing into the night, making it difficult to catch up. Li Chu frowned. Immediately, a snap was heard, where Bai Jian died. Something seemed to have fallen to the ground. He walked over and saw that in the huge crater created by the sword energy, although Bai Jian's bones were completely shattered, there was only a square bone as big as a palm that fell to the ground. Exploded items? Li Chu picked it up and held it in his hand. He felt it was moist and cool and felt very comfortable. It looks like white jade or beautiful porcelain, and has nothing to do with something as scary as a skeleton. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be valuable. Li Chu put this thing away and planned to go back and ask his master. He and Gong Sun Rose stepped out of the cave again, and heard a sound of shouting coming from outside the corpse cave. It seems that Hong Ling has not gone far? Li Chu hurried over quickly. On the bare black rock peak, two beautiful figures were fighting fiercely. On one side is the phantom in red, with an erratic figure and a sinister air. It is Hong Ling. On the other side is a light green dress with a veil covering her face. The veil seemed to have magical powers, and even when it was moving around, it never floated up. Li Chu was a little surprised when he saw this figure, and murmured, "Miss Bilyo?" That's right. The woman who kept Hong Ling was none other than the young lady of Chunman House, the girl by Luo who didn't want to show her face. At that time, Li Chu felt that there was something strange about her. I just found out today that she is a practitioner, and her cultivation is not weak. I saw Bilyo's hand seals changing like flowers, and every time they changed, an ice wall appeared across the sky. Up or down, left or right. They always block Hong Ling's path. Hong Ling was in a hurry to escape, so she bothered her endlessly. After several times, she finally shouted, "If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you!" In the fury of the painted man in red, the nails on his 5 fingers swelled wildly, and the cold light flashed, like long scissors waving. Every time he swung it, several shadow blades that were almost invisible in the night flew out. Bilyo was not afraid of this. She just raised her right sleeve gently, and a tall ice wall appeared in front of her again, and the sharp shadow blade hit it, making a sharp sound but unable to penetrate. Hong Ling's body was like a gust of wind, rushing forward with a roar. She spread her hands wrongly and broke through the ice wall with a click. But behind the ice wall, there was nothing. Huh? Hong Ling let out a surprised sound. Above its head, a very bright cold light suddenly flashed in the dim moonlight. Hong Ling didn't look up at all, almost relying on the instinct accumulated over hundreds of years. She turned her body in the air and avoided the sword light that slashed close to her chest. If it reacts a little slowly, it will be killed in midair, even if its chest protrudes another inch. The consequences will be disastrous. Bai Luo actually hid in the broken ice, hiding her figure perfectly, and then suddenly summoned the flying sword and struck hard. Hong Ling had no intention of fighting. She had already realized that Li Chu was looking at her, because every hair on her body was exploding. This is the terror that only a little Taoist priest can bring to it. Immediately, it pulled the collar and made a crash. In a moment, Bai Luo's sword light had fallen again, penetrated its body, and made a crisp sound of cracking silk. Scoffing. But Bai Luo's sword did not continue to stab because she knew it was a lie. The golden cicada sheds its SHL. Hong Ling has already taken off the skin, and when everyone's attention is attracted, her true body escapes. If Bai Luo raised her eyes to see, it would be too late. But she only used her spiritual consciousness to determine Hong Ling's position. Then she raised her sword's tip with a twist of the sword formula. Under the moonlight, the long sword in her palm looked beautiful and long, as thin as a cicada's wing, as transparent as ice, and shimmering with a dangerous aura. Call out. A silver-white sword energy shot out, hitting Hong Ling's true body. Kara Law. Hong Ling's true body was frozen instantly, and the layers of ice became thicker and thicker, giving her no chance to escape. Through the transparent ice,
Several people saw the true appearance of this painted skin for the first time. Its entire face was covered with hideous scars and broken wounds, and its facial features and outlines were almost indistinguishable. It's just ugly. Unspeakably ugly. No wonder it is so obsessed with taking other people's skin. It was frozen, but did not die immediately. It seemed extremely frightened, and its eyes were moving crazily. Without saying a word, Li Chu raised his sword, and a pillar of sword energy fell from the sky like a divine punishment. Boom! Seeing this thick sword energy pillar, Bilyua's pupils shrank involuntarily. She looked at Li Chu in surprise. Li Chu looked back at her sheepishly, and a surge of experience value quietly entered his body. This behavior is a naked grab for someone's head, which is very embarrassing. But I need to develop. Bai Luo moved lightly on her toes, and her whole body was already flying over in the wind, and she was close in a blink of an eye. Li Chu decided that if Bai Luo pursued the matter of snatching the head, he would apologize. But obviously, he is the only one in the world who cares about this. Bai Luo said softly, I didn't expect that Taoist Master Li's cultivation is so amazing. It's really eye-opening. Seeing her being so polite, Li Chu also politely replied, I didn't expect Miss Bai Luo to be a cultivator, and her cultivation is equally exquisite. Ha ha. It's nothing. Bai Luo shook her head gently. Li Chu asked again, Miss Bai Luo, why? This ghost once spied on me secretly. She thought I didn't know. In fact, I had already sensed it. So I was curious and followed her for a few days. Bai Luo said directly, I witnessed the whole process of this girl being robbed and their entry into this cave. But there is a powerful ghost in this cave that I dare not enter. I stayed here to see if I could find any chance to save her. I didn't expect that Taoist priest Shaoli entered the cave directly and rescued her so easily. I wanted to leave outside, but I happened to see this ghost escaping. It had no helpers around, so I dared to deal with it with confidence. That's just the way it is. If Taoist Priestly wants to ask anything else, please forgive me for having no comment. She chuckled and said the last part. Li Chu understood what she meant. Why she had cultivation. Why she wanted to hide in Chunmanlu. And what her purpose was in Yuhang Town were secrets that could not be known to outsiders. In fact, he wasn't curious either. So he nodded and said, Anyway, thank you Miss Bai Luo for your help. It doesn't matter. Slaying demons and defending the Tao is just a matter within my seniority. Miss Bilyua nodded lightly. Little Taoist Priestly, see you later. After saying that, her body flew up lightly again, like a sudden flash of light under the moon, floating in the air. Gong Sunro looked at her back with admiration and asked, Taoist Priestly knows this girl. We had a chance encounter. Li Chu replied, She is a popular waiter in Chunmanlu. Oh? Gong Sunro was a little surprised by these words. Are the thresholds for brothels so high now? The next day, Yu Qian got up early as usual, sitting under the locust tree and beside the well, sipping freshly brewed tea. Now he no longer needs to do small things like making tea. The fox girl will take care of everything. Compared with the cute little koi, the fox girl is much smarter. She can please people. She can listen to people's words. She can remember everyone's preferences and cater to them. He even went out of his way to learn good tea art. Li Chu got up early and went out. When he saw his master sitting here as usual, he suddenly felt a little relieved. He came over and sat across from Yu Qian. Master, I have a few more questions, he said directly. Ha ha. Tell me. Yu Qian put down the teacup and smiled. Does Master recognize this thing? Li Chu took out the piece of bone jade that exploded from Bai Jian's body and placed it on the table. Oh! Yu Qian's eyes showed interest. This is not a bone. Not turning into bones? That's right. You must have gotten it from a skeleton that was successful in cultivation. Right. Yu Qian asked. Yes. Li Chu nodded. Yu Qian nodded and said, That's it. The more you practice with bones, the harder they become. When you reach the highest level, you won't be able to transform into bones. But these non-transforming bones can only be practiced piece by piece. Although it's only a piece as big as a palm, it will also take hundreds or thousands of years of effort. If it can be cultivated without turning into bones, it will be invincible to the gods and immortals in the world. It will be extremely powerful. When Li Chu heard him talking about this thing so powerfully, he leaned his shoulders forward slightly and asked, What about this thing? After a pause, Yu Qian seemed to have penetrated his apprentice's mind and asked him with a smile, Is it valuable? Huh? Li Chu laughed sarcastically. The non-transformed bone is of little use.
But if you meet a customer, it is also a priceless treasure. For example, if a warrior wants to change his bones, or a puppet master refines a puppet, integrating such a bone will definitely be the finishing touch. Well, for now, you can keep it. If you have a chance in the future, it won't be too late to sell it, Yuqian pointed out. If you take it to those immortal sect pawn shops now, I'm afraid the price will be exorbitant. Okay. Li Chu nodded and put away the invincible bones. After saying this, there was a slight silence in the air. Yuqian took another sip of tea and said, "Don't you still have questions?" Indeed. Li Chu hesitated for a moment and asked with a little hope, "Master, I would like to ask how strong I am." "Oh." Yuqian seemed to smile, but his left eyelid twitched slightly. "Why do you suddenly want to ask this?" "Because the disciple always thought that he was weak in the past. But since these days of exorcism, it seems that there is no enemy under the sword," Li Chu said slowly. There was no need to be humble in front of the master. "If you only compete with evil spirits, it seems that your cultivation level cannot be seen. But for the evil spirits that cannot be dealt with by Cao Diang's disciples and Sheng Zuguan's outstanding disciples, it is often easier for me to take action. That's why I'm curious and want to ask Master, what level am I currently in?" Li Chu asked seriously. In fact, he had been thinking about this issue for some time. Originally, he had been carefully farming lantern monsters in Shilippo, and he was living a good life. But those seemingly terrifying evil spirits jumped out one by one, and were killed by me with a single sword. He feels. This seems to be similar to brushing lantern monsters. If they are not weak, it can only be me who is strong. Yuqian was silent for a moment, looked at Li Chu meaningfully, and after a while, asked, "Let me ask you first. If you follow your previous plan, what are you going to do?" Li Chu thought for a while and said, "Go to Hangzhou and buy 2 properties. Wait for them to appreciate in value. Then buy 2 more properties. Wait for them to appreciate in value. Then buy again. And wait." Yuqian smiled slightly. "Then if you are invincible, what are you going to do?" "Invincible?" Li Chu was startled. "How invincible is he? It's very exaggerated," Yuqian said. After asking this question, his eyelids lowered slightly, and his vision was blocked by his eyelids, making him unable to see at all. Unfathomable. There seemed to be a smile on his face, but his right hand quietly moved into his sleeve, as if he was holding something. Nervous. Li Chu thought about this question for a long time. After a long while, he slowly said, "A sage named Lu once said this. With great power comes great responsibility. If a disciple has strong power, he would naturally want to eradicate the evil spirits that harm people in the world. Eradicate the visible evil in the world and save some money at the same time. But if we reach the stage of being invincible, some things cannot be solved with violence. In other words, violence at this level will not only fail to solve some problems, but will also create many problems. There is an existence of absolute violence. Even if I am righteous in my heart, even if I can live forever, it may not make the world a better place. Because as long as this force exists, an uncontrollable vortex of power will inevitably form around this force. It might be better to let the world operate according to its original rules. At least this trajectory is foreseeable, and the world will form better and better rules. Continuously evolving rules are far more reliable than absolute violence dominated by human nature. So as long as this human world does not encounter a devastating disaster, I may not appear. It may be the best choice to remain anonymous in the market or find an isolated place to die." Li Chu replied while thinking. The smile on Yuqian's face gradually became brighter. "What you said is very good. I'm very pleased," he said. Li Chu felt a little happy when he received the compliment from his master. "But what about the disciple's problem? What is the problem? How strong am I?" Li Chu repeated. Yuqian shook his head. "I don't know." "Oh?" Li Chu was surprised. "As if you know how strong I am?" Yuqian asked. Li Chu shook his head naturally. "It's clear. Your way of practice is very different from everyone else in the world. In fact, I couldn't see through you earlier," Yuqian said with a smile. "However, as long as you maintain your character and uphold the right path is always right. Isn't it? Stick to the right path," Li Chu murmured, thoughtfully. "I really like what you said just now. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Your ability may be very strong now, but it's not clear yet. So what responsibilities are you prepared to take?" Yuqian asked. "Well, if that's the case, The next step is for the disciple to spread the name of Diyun Temple throughout Hangzhou.
Li Chu raised his eyebrows and said loudly.
Oh, that's not easy. Indeed. But the disciple has heard Li Sini say several times that Chaotian is short of manpower in Hangzhou. And the sects in Fucheng are expensive. Many surrounding villages and towns need help. The disciple thought that after Yuhang town settles down, if I can help the people of Hangzhou Prefecture, I think they will be very happy.
Yu Qian nodded slowly, smiled and said one word.
Good.
Li Chu left the front hall for a long time before Yu Qian moved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his left hand. When he took his right hand out of his sleeve tremblingly, he held something tightly in his hand. Turned out to be. It's a picture album.
I almost got caught by this kid, so I have to be more careful next time.
He murmured and opened the cover of the album, his eyes gradually showing light. I only saw 4 big characters vaguely on the cover of the album. Fei, Hua, Yan, and Xiang. Chapter 86, The Daily Life of Finding the Secret Key. After a while, Li Sini came. As soon as Li Nuxia entered the door, she held her chest high and walked around in front of Li Chu like a proud little rooster. Go around in a circle. Come back. Go. Li Chu wondered.
What?
Li Sini smiled slightly and said.
Do you see any changes in me?
Li Chu looked at her high chest and said.
Yeah. It's a little bigger. Ah.
Li Sini's face turned red, paused, and then asked quietly.
Really? Yes.
Li Chu nodded.
Oh. That's not what people are talking about.
Li Sini snickered, and then said with a straight face.
Ahem. I have broken through to the Shinhe realm. My position in my sect has also been promoted to Xianwei.
When Li Chu heard this, he said expressionlessly.
Congratulations.
Li Sini pouted. Is it gone? Don't even say praise me. Considering her age and previous cultivation, breaking through to the divine harmony realm is actually something worth marveling at. Speaking of which, this matter may not be without Li Chu's contribution. She meditated on the book,
The Art of the Mind,
that Li Chu had given her earlier. Although he always suspected that Li Chu was lying to him, he didn't suffer any loss if he had nothing to do. As she practiced, she discovered that although she still didn't find any damn qi, she did develop a weak sense of consciousness. Just caught off guard. The situation is broken. The first 3 realms of the 7 realms of heaven and man, body training, sea of qi, and divine union, correspond to essence, qi, and spirit. The deeper you practice in a certain realm, the better. For example, in the body training realm, you have to break through to refine your true energy. Otherwise, even if you train your body for a lifetime, you will only be considered an excellent warrior. In the Qi realm, no matter how majestic the Dantian Qi is, if you cannot refine your divine consciousness, it will still not be considered a breakthrough. This kind of breakthrough requires both hard work and opportunity. There are many people like Xiao Lianchen who have worked hard for several years but failed to achieve it. Like Li Sini, there is always no shortage of people who are confused and break through. It is difficult to explain this kind of thing clearly. Many Qihai realm goalkeepers have experience and strength above those of Shinhe realm newcomers, but they can still only watch as they go further and further away. Just call out.
Hee hee. After I broke through this time, I can use some magical powers. Master also gave me a magic weapon, which can be said to have greatly increased my strength.
She thought about it.
Now that you and I join forces, it will definitely not be easy. Although I am only at the early stage of the divine harmony realm, ordinary ghost generals should not be my opponent. If that group of ghosts dare to show up again to cause trouble, I will definitely annihilate them in one fell swoop. It will be a great achievement.
After hearing what she said, Li Chu said,
It shouldn't be necessary. The group of ghosts who caused trouble in Yuhang Town kidnapped Miss Gongsun yesterday and forced me to go to the corpse cave in Baigu Mountain.
Li Chu said.
I was forced to kill them all.
Li Sini blinked.
Catch them all? Including the handsome guy behind them? There is a handsome ghost, but behind it is actually a ghost king. The ghost king was sealed, so they had to refine life silver to help it escape. Ghost king?
Li Sini's eyes suddenly became dull.
Take it too.
She had actually considered Li Chu's ability to kill Ghost Commander. After all, considering his ability to kill Ghost Commander instantly, it was reasonable to take him 1 level higher. But the Ghost-killing king? This is a bit exaggerated. Right? Li Chuyan nodded lightly, as if he was admitting to swatting a fly to death.
Hiss. Li Sini couldn't help but take a breath of the fresh and refreshing lemon-flavored air that was so refreshing. The understanding of Li Chu has been raised to another level. His strength is so exaggerated that it can even reach half of his appearance. Simply called a monster. No matter how big or small. That is a ghost king. She couldn't help but have the urge to hug Li Chu's thigh tightly. Although this is what she did in the past. But she hadn't been so calm before. After all, her understanding of Li Chu was gradually deepening. At first she thought he was a charlatan. But she was just lusting after his body. Later, she found out that Li Chu was very strong. But she still wanted to compete with him, and was greedy for his body. Later, because the gap was too big, I completely gave up the idea of comparing with him. But I still wanted to retain my dignity as a disciple of Chao Tian-Kai and covet his body at the same time. Now she just wants to lie down completely and say something with peace of mind. Boss, take me. I was immersed in shock for a long time and asked a lot of questions. Only then did she get to the main topic of coming here today. It turned out that Li Chu got the second secret realm key last time and told her immediately. Although this treasure key can no longer be sold to Chao Tian-Kai, the two parties can cooperate in development. Li Chu also just wanted a dragon fruit. After learning that the owner of the secret realm was Zhiren Fuyuan, and that he might have given the key to a friend, Li Sini immediately returned to Chaotian Palace to investigate. And the results were soon available. Master Fuyuan has an eccentric personality and behaves absurdly. He has few fellow disciples. His most frequent friend is Master Shui of Shengzuguan, Li Sini said. Shenzhuguan? Li Chu immediately thought of the group of people in the government office. Yes. Jiang Shoyin is currently at the peak of the Divine Harmony realm, and is in urgent need of the Dragon Transformation Fruit. Li Sini nodded and said, I think their purpose of coming to Yuhang Town is probably related to the Qianlong secret realm. Immediately, the two decided to go directly to the government office to talk to the Taoist priest from Shinshi Temple. The incomplete treasure key is useless in the hand. Joint development is something that everyone benefits from, and they should have no reason to refuse. This is really great! Sure enough, Jiang Shoyin was overjoyed after hearing the two of them explain their intentions. This incomplete treasure key to the secret realm has become almost useless to Shinshiguan. It seems so close, yet so far away. The last time he discovered the cave where Master Fuyuan was buried, he thought he was not far away from opening the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find any clues about the Han family's son-in-law mentioned by Master Fuyuan. I thought there was little hope. But Li Chu and the others came directly to the door with two treasure keys. Seeing Li Chu, he also had mixed feelings. First, I want to thank Li Chu for rescuing Gongsun Ro, which can be regarded as saving some face for their Shinshiguan. But I also secretly lamented in my heart that we have different fates for the same person. Li Chu could actually kill the Ghost King. Moreover, according to Gongsun Ro's description, Li Chu only used one sword to kill the Ghost King. That sword fell from the sky with a mighty force, like a divine punishment. I don't know what kind of legendary mysterious sword technique it is. Could it be that there is another immortal method? It's not impossible. Jiang Shoyin felt sour. Ever since Li Chu showed his magical skills last time, he had many associations with Li Chu's background. You must know that the immortal magic can only be obtained by entering the immortal hidden place. Only the 12 immortal sects are eligible to enter the immortal hidden land. The few immortal spells obtained by each immortal sect are all controlled by powerful people, and absolutely prevented from leaking out. There are very few disciples in the immortal sect who are qualified to receive the inheritance of immortal law. How could such a disciple be thrown into this Jiangnan town to grow wild for more than 10 years before it was too late to protect him in the sect? Unless words such as immortal grudges and illegitimate children couldn't help but appear in his mind. There are often such legendary stories in Guilin Winery. And stories come from life. When Jiang Shoyin looked at Li Chu again, he felt an inexplicable sympathy. Director Jiang? Li Sini called. Jiang Shoyin came to his senses and agreed. You said just now that you know the whereabouts of the last treasure key? Li Sini repeated the question, thinking that you are obviously a man. Why are you looking at Li Chu in a daze? Horrible. Oh! Jiang Shoyin covered up his embarrassment with a smile and said, the last treasure key is probably in the hands of the Guanhan sect. Moreover, I can be sure that the people from the Guanhan sect have already arrived in Yuhang Town. The day before yesterday when I opened the cave on Niufeng Mountain, she also tried to snatch the key from me. And we had a brief fight. Fight? Well, because of an old case a few years ago, we had an unpleasant quarrel with the Guanhan sect. Jiang Shoyin said matter-of-factly. Li Sini said, Then if we cooperate with Guanhan's sect again, as long as the other party doesn't mind, we are willing to talk openly and honestly.
Jiang Shoyin spread his hands and said with a smile.
It's a pity that she was veiled that day, so I didn't see her appearance, and I couldn't find her.
Veil. Li Chu's heart moved and he said,
I met someone last night, and I think it's probably her.
The territory of Yuhang town is not large, and there are very few cultivators. Bai Luo's style is extremely mysterious. When Jiang Shoyin mentioned this, Li Chu immediately thought of her.
Oh, who is it?
Jiang Shoyin and Li Sini looked at him.
Miss Bai Luo, who is full of spring,
Li Chu said. Jiang Shoyin didn't know much about this, but Li Sini knew who Bai Luo was. She couldn't help but ask.
Didn't you go to save people last night? Why did you go to Chunminlu to celebrate?
Li Chu shook his head.
I didn't go to Chunminlu. I was in the wild field.
Li Sini's pupils suddenly dilated. Shock. Chapter 87 Taoist Priest Xiao Li's favorite place to visit. When we arrived at Chunminlu, it was already dusk in the distance. The lanterns hanging outside the building were lit up, with flowers and colorful ribbons fluttering. Several good girls with cool clothes and white skin were already standing at the door, looking at the passers-by with smiling eyes. Whenever you have a trace of evil thoughts in your heart, you can't escape such seductive eyes. If you have a little spare money in your pocket, then everything will stop. There is a poem praising 28 beauties have a body that looks like a crisp, with a sword at their waists to kill the foolish man. Although there are no dead heads, secretly the bones of the emperor are withered. Li Chu, Jiang Shoyin, and Li Sini came here together. Jiang Shoyin saw the eye-catching sign outside Chunman building at the first sight.
The brothel that Mr. Li loves to frequent most.
He glanced at Li Chu and gave a thumbs up.
Fellow Taoist Li Chu has such a high level of cultivation, but he can also be so leisurely and elegant. He is truly a powerful and talented person, which is admirable.
A shadow fell over Li Chu's brows, and he shook his head repeatedly. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. As soon as he appeared, several girls at the door suddenly looked over as if their eyes were dazzled by something, and then showed smiles that were 100 times more sincere than before.
Little Taoist Priestley, you are here. Little Taoist Priestley, we all miss you so much.
Sisters, when the girls upstairs heard the name, they opened the doors and windows, looked down, and shouted excitedly. Colorful handkerchiefs fell like snowflakes, carrying a fragrant fragrance. Jiang Shoyin looked at Li Chu with even more playful eyes, thinking that the people upstairs and downstairs are so popular. You still want to deny it? Huh? What's the matter with the faint envy rising in my heart? Stepping into the glittering lobby, Chun Sanyan led people to greet her. With her status, it is rare to see ordinary customers. But Li Chu is different.
Little Taoist Priestley is a rare visitor. Last time we said goodbye, he didn't even say he would come back for a visit. He was so cruel.
Chun Sanyang's eyes turned, showing infinite charm. Li Chu got straight to the point and said,
We are here this time to see Miss Bai Luo. Is it convenient? Bai Luo?
Chun Sanyang turned around and asked a few questions, then turned around and said,
Miss Bai Luo, there are guests over there now.
Her eyes glanced at the three people, 2 Taoist priests and a girl from Chaoyan, Quebec. This lineup made it clear that they were not here for fun. So he added,
If there is an emergency, we can try to see if we can invite the guest out first.
Li Chu nodded and said,
It's indeed an important matter, so I'll bother you. The 2 of them can compensate for the damage caused to the store. Hey, what's the relationship between the 2 of us? Do I need you to pay for it?
Chun Sanyan left a meaningful wink. The graceful girl turned around and left, and arranged for the servant to go upstairs to chase people away. The 3 of them then went upstairs and outside Biluo's room. As soon as I got close, I heard an arrogant voice coming from inside.
In Yuhang Town? I haven't heard of anyone who dares to let me vacate my position. Could it be that you have the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?
Master Zhao.
Don't call me young master. If I leave today, I will be your grandson.
Li Chu heard that the voice sounded familiar, so he stepped forward and opened the door. The door is wide and elegant. On one side is a square table on the ground, with drinks and food on it. Quite far away is a screen, and behind the screen is a charming girl playing the piano. There is a row of windows directly opposite the door. When it is later in the evening, when you open it, you will find a romantic room. And inside the door, the person who was angry at Chun Manlu was none other than Zhao Liangkai, whom he had met several times. Zhao Liangkai has been very unhappy recently. His old enemy Wang Longqi left Yuhang Town. He became the biggest rich second generation in Yuhang Town. But suddenly he felt as lonely as snow in his life. Chunminlu's red shopkeeper no longer had anyone to compete with him. And it was a bit boring. The only person who could make him even remotely interested was the girl Biluo, who never showed her face. So he came to Miss Biluo every day to listen to a song, waiting to impress her one day. He knew that he looked hard to describe. But he never cared about it, because he knows better that with piles of gold, silver and jewelry, even the coldest girl will admit that she is handsome one day. It's just that this girl by Luo seems to be extra cold. It had been several days, not to mention meeting each other. He had not even left the screen, which made Zhao Liangkai feel quite beyond his reach. Unexpectedly, someone came to disrupt the situation and asked me to leave in the middle of what I heard today. Joke. When had Mr. Zhao ever suffered such grievances? He rolled up his arms and sleeves and said angrily,
"Whoever wants to drive me away, ask him to come and tell me in person. I want to see what he knows. It's me."
Li Chu answered after pushing the door open and coming in. Zhao Liangkai was about to yell. But when he saw that the person coming was Li Chu, his expression suddenly changed. And he changed into a smiling face at an astonishing speed.
"Taoist priest Shaoli. It's okay."
He waved his hand freely and smiled at Li Sini, as if he was an old acquaintance.
"Oh?"
The boy in Chunminlu was stunned for a moment, and then thought of what Zhao Liangkai had just said. No wonder. Li Chu didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. So he said,
"We have something important to do with Miss Bai Luo. The two of them can afford the money you spent." "No. No. No. How can I ask you to pay? Just chat. I'll leave right now."
Zhao Liangkai left in a hurry, and then greeted the boy.
"Who is that? Taoist Li's expenses tonight will be charged to my account." "Okay,"
the boy yelled.
"Master Zhao will pay the bill tonight."
Zhao Liangkai left just like that. He was really afraid of Li Chu. Not only was he afraid of provocation, he was even afraid of seeing Li Chu now, because he found that anyone who has anything to do with Li Chu is prone to trouble. For example, Wang Longqi is a typical example. Another example is Gong Sun Ro. I heard that she was captured by an evil spirit the day before yesterday. If you think about it carefully, Li Chu is an ominous sign of walking. Anyone who gets close to him will inevitably encounter some evil spirits. He even suspected that the recent frequent evil spirits in Yuhang Town might be the reason why Li Chu was here. Faced with such a person, the smart Mr. Zhao chose to retreat without hesitation. After the boy went out, there were only a few people left in the hall. Li Chu looked at the beautiful figure behind the screen and said,
"Miss Biluo, excuse me."
A soft voice sounded from behind the screen.
"Of course, I welcome Taoist priest Shaoli. But what do you mean by bringing so many people here? People of the Ming dynasty don't tell secret stories."
Li Chu didn't talk nonsense and said bluntly,
"I came here to ask, is Miss Bai Luo a disciple of the Guanhan sect who came to find the secret realm of Qianlong?"
There was silence on the other side. After a while, Miss Bai Luo, wearing a lotus white waist skirt, walked out gently, with a slim figure and her face still covered with a veil. But Jiang Shouyin recognized her at a glance as the woman who had snatched the key to the secret realm that day. Bai Luo looked at Li Chu and said,
"Since Taoist priestly asked, I won't lie to you. Yes, I am a disciple of the Guanhan sect. I came from Xianyu Mountain and Zaiyoji. When I arrived at Yuhang Town, I was indeed investigating things about the hidden dragon secret realm,"
Li Chu said directly.
"Now each of the three of us has a secret key. Only the last one is missing. I wonder if it is in the hands of Miss Biluo."
Bai Luo was slightly surprised when she heard this. She glanced at them and nodded lightly.
"Yes, I do have one in my hand,"
Li Sini said.
"That's right. Now as long as the four parties join forces,
we can open the hidden dragon secret realm."
Bai Luo raised her eyebrows, looked at Jiang Shouyin, and said,
"I will not cooperate with people from Shengziguan, Miss Bai Luo."
Jiang Shouyin frowned and said,
"What happened back then is unclear. There is no need for us to dwell on it."
Bai Luo said coldly,
"My senior sister is lying on the Xianbing bed and has not yet woken up. Before she passed out, she only said one sentence through gritted teeth. Shin Shiguan, Zhang Yuyin. Isn't this enough to explain the situation?"
Jiang Shouyin said,
"But my Yuyin nephew also died in Miufeng Mountain back then, under the ice seal of your Guanhan sect. This is also a true fact."
Li Chu and Li Sini nodded.
"We can testify. Zhang Yuyin is dead?"
Bai Luo stared deeply and thought. When she followed Shinsu and others that day, she did see them dig up the body. She did not know its identity at the time. When Xinzhiguan reported that Zhang Yuyan was missing, the Guamhan sect only regarded them as protecting their disciples. If the body was really Zhang Yuyan, then there would be no room for grievances between the two parties. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "Okay. Then at noon tomorrow, I will wait for you outside the cave where Master Fu Yuan was buried, and we will open the Hidden Dragon's secret realm together." Chapter 88 Entering the Secret Realm Qianlong Chess Game. In the golden autumn of August, the sky is high and the clouds are light. On this crisp autumn day, Miaofeng Mountain ushered in its first secret development. Flying towards us is the team of Sheng Zuwen, Jiang Shouyin, Chou Shuang, and Pu Pu were short. The three of them were majestic and high-spirited, falling to the ground. Originally, there should be 2 more people in Shinxi Temple, but the female disciple's injury has not healed. And the other one. Character, Zhang Yuxi. Status, stiff. Li Chu brought an extra fox girl with him. The situation in the secret realm was unknown, and there were many people taking care of her. Li Sini invited his master over again. Master Meishi looked at the apprentice, who was like his sister kindly, and was talking softly. The first one to come was Miss Bai Luo. She was alone, and got here first. "Sorry. We're late." As soon as Jiang Shouyin landed on the ground, he first saluted around him, and after exchanging names, he saluted as a junior to Master Meishi. Master Meishi waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. It's just noon. She has the highest seniority here, except for Li Chu, who has the deepest moral practice. So she naturally takes the lead. The terrain here is open and sparsely populated, which is indeed suitable for opening the secret realm. Everyone, please take out your secret keys now." After saying this, Master Meishi took the lead in taking out the incomplete treasure key that Li Chu sold to Chao Yan Ke. She took the first step and threw the treasure key in her palm into the sky, and the treasure key hung in the air, gleaming. The other 3 young men followed suit and threw the key into the sky. Call out, as if there was some strange attraction. After the 4 treasure keys collided in midair, they immediately merged together according to their original appearance. In the blink of an eye, a large white jade seal appeared in midair. The 4 words printed at the bottom shine brightly in the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. There are 2 types of secret realms: the natural world of transformation and the universe cave opened by cultivators. The outer world is usually very large, and its location is fixed. You must go to a certain location to find a way to enter. This is not the case with the Qiankuan cave. This is a mysterious space created by cultivators. As long as you have the complete treasure key, you can call it out at any time. Such as this moment. Master Meishi punched a burst of true energy into the seal out of thin air, and shouted, "Open! Call!" The big seal suddenly rotated rapidly. A strong wind rose from the ground, and fallen leaves flew all over the mountain. After hearing 2 more whizzing sounds, the big seal suddenly stopped in midair, emitting a bright light that was still dazzling in the daytime, and created a light curtain in front of it. This light curtain is extremely tall, almost 3 feet long and 4 feet wide. It vaguely looks like a portal, but it is unknown where it leads. Master Meishi looked at this light door, stepped forward, and stretched out her finger. Ripples suddenly appeared on the light door, as if there was a barrier blocking her, and she couldn't reach out with her fingers. She frowned and said, "This secret realm cannot be entered by the dragon transformation realm. Junior, give it a try." This time Jiang Shouyin stepped forward and stretched out his finger. There are still ripples on the light door, but it is not blocked and can pass through easily. It seems that this secret realm only allows cultivators below the dragon transformation realm to enter. He smiled. Master Meishi cannot enter, so the chance of them fighting for the treasure is naturally higher. In that case, let me go ahead and explore the way. As he spoke, he straightened up and passed through the light curtain with a pop, like a fish swimming into the water, disappearing in the ripples. Little uncle. The 2 Taoist priests behind him looked at each other and followed him through. When Bai Luo saw the people from Shengzuwen entering, she motioned to Li Chu and the others to go first. Li Chu nodded and tried to stretch out a hand. In fact, he was a little nervous. His cultivation system is completely different from everyone else's, and he doesn't know what kind of judgment he will get. If the secret realm directly rejects him, it will be a bit troublesome. Puff. When he poked it with his finger, he really touched a film-like barrier. But with a little effort, he broke through that layer of obstruction, and the flow was smooth thereafter. This obstacle seemed to be a one-time thing, and no matter how he came in and out, it never appeared again. Li Chu felt relieved and stepped forward. The feeling was similar to that of falling into water. I felt suffocated for a moment. But soon I suddenly became enlightened and entered another world. What fell into his eyes was an extremely open scene. At this time, Li Chu was on the top of a mountain. The mountain was tall and straight, as thick as the top and bottom, and more like an artificially erected pillar. Looking left and right, everyone looked condescending. The so-called small mountains can be seen at a glance. What can be seen at a glance is the end of this world, surrounded by thick fog on all sides. Based on visual inspection, the area of this secret realm is approximately the same as that of Yuhang Town. It may not be too big in the secret realm, but it can't be said to be small either. In the secret realm is a wilderness full of flowers and grass, stretching as far as the eye can see. Among them are crisscrossing roads, which divide the entire land into grid biframe areas, and the planning is extremely neat. It's like a giant chessboard. The only high point on the chessboard is this pillar-like mountain. At the top of the mountain, in addition to the three people, Shen Shiguan looked a little surprised. There was also a smiling old man in Taoist robes. If he had also entered that cave, he would probably be a little surprised, because the old man's appearance is exactly the same as that of the long-dead Master Fu Yuan, especially Jiang Shoyin. He had met Master Fu Yuan in person, and felt that even his wretched temperament was somewhat similar. However, he was well informed and knew that this could not be the real Fu Yuan, and that he was probably the spiritual official who stayed here to preside over the operation of the secret realm. This spiritual official should be transformed into a ray of his own soul, so the appearance will be the same. This ray of soul exists apart from the body and obeys fixed rules. Although it can never become stronger through cultivation, it will not disappear when the master dies. Like the steward of this secret realm, when the old man saw Li Chu, he showed a hint of surprise. Pure Yang sword? Li Chu nodded lightly. The sword pouch behind his back indeed contains the pure Yang sword that he got from the corpse cave. When he pulled out the Chunyang sword, he heard the message left by Master Fu Yuan, and knew that the former owner of the sword was Master Fu Yuan. So it was not surprising to be recognized in this secret place. The old man smiled back at him again, very cordially. When Jiang Shoyin saw Li Chugang coming, he seemed to have a good impression of him without saying a word. I couldn't help but think to myself, the benefits of being friends with the spiritual officials in the secret realm would be huge. So I couldn't lag behind. So he cupped his hands and said, Jiang Shoyin, my junior, has met my senior. I met him several times when I went to Shinshi Monastery. I don't want to meet here this time. After hearing what he said, the old man shook his head and said, I have been in this secret realm since the day I was born. I have never been out. I have no memory of the outside. Oh! Jiang Shoyin sneered. The set almost failed. After a while, three women, Fox Girl, Li Sini and Miss Bai Luo, walked out of the light curtain almost at the same time. The old man's eyes brightened visibly, and he clapped his hands and cheered. I haven't seen anyone here for a long time. I didn't expect so many beauties to come all at once. Oh! There is also the Fox Girl. This tale is wonderful. Wonderful! Jiang Shoyin secretly thought something was wrong. Even though this old thief has a ray of soul and no external memory, his lustful nature has not changed at all. Now the favorability of several women and Li Chu has improved. But he has nothing. Calculating it this way, it can be regarded as the only one whose favorability has been deducted. Bad. Seeing several people standing in distinct camps, the old man asked, Is everyone here? Everyone nodded. Ha. The old man twirled his beard and smiled. Then what do you want when you come here? Li Chu was the first to say. Dragon fruit. Jiang Shoyin said. Me too. Miss Biluo said. Me too. She and Jiang Shoyin have similar cultivation levels. They are both at the peak of the divine harmony realm, and they urgently need the dragon transformation fruit to help them practice. There was only Li Sini. She blinked and said with a smile, I don't choose. I can take whatever is the treasure in the secret realm. Before coming this time, they exchanged energy with each other, and all three of them wanted the dragon transformation fruit. Only her side does not have this need for the time being, so her mentality is very relaxed. Oh! The old man's expression became subtle, and he smiled again. Did you know that the dragon fruit tree only bears one fruit every 10 years? Everyone nodded. If it weren't for its rarity, the dragon transformation fruit wouldn't be so precious. In this secret realm, there have only been 2 dragon transformation fruits in these years. The old man stretched out his fingers. So if you want it, you have to fight for it. How to fight?
Jiang Shuyin asked anxiously. He knows that each secret realm has its own rules. And it may not necessarily be a simple fight and kill. This was just what he wanted. If it was purely about fighting, then Li Chu could just take all the dragon transformation fruits. If there are unique secret realm rules, then others will have a chance. The old man turned his back, waved his sleeves, and looked at the chessboard-like world in front of him, with uncontrollable pride in his voice.
Enter this Jinlong chess game that Fu Yuan has been building for 30 years, and no one has tried yet.
As if in response to his words, there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky, and the earth seemed to be shaking quietly. The whole world is shaking because of their arrival. Chapter 89, the first set of flying chess of the Hulua dynasty. When the shock ended, they found that the world in front of them had changed drastically. In the crisscrossing wilderness, the grid-divided paths still existed, but there were many more things in the open space. Some grids have statues, some grids have inscriptions, some grids have boxes, and even a circular river breaks out around the mountain peak. It's full of wonders, but I don't know what the purpose is. At the four ends of the world, there is an additional stone platform. Everyone looked confused, except Li Chu, who looked thoughtful. If this chessboard was reduced to a piece of paper, he would be quite familiar with it. There's just one thing missing. Immediately, the old man said loudly,
the Qianlong chess game is Fu Yuan's lifelong work. At the beginning of the chess game, 4 people are required to participate. East, South, West, and North. Each of the 4 directions needs 1 person to start. Each of you will be a traveler and move forward in order. I will sacrifice a Luren divine die in the clouds that is only controlled by heaven and cannot be affected by anyone. The number rolled out every time the Luren divine die is the number of steps you can advance. The purpose of advancement is to return to us the central sacred mountain at your feet. Each of you will return to the central holy mountain at the same level, but there will be different adventures along the way, either good or bad. No matter what, you must strictly follow the rules and instructions. Violators will be directly expelled from the secret realm. How long it takes to return to the central holy mountain depends on your calculations, strength and luck. At that time, the first person to reach the central holy mountain will be rewarded with the dragon transformation fruit. The rewards for the other rankings will also be different. Those who want to transform into dragon fruit must be the first to win. Do you understand?
Following his introduction, the white clouds in the sky quickly gathered above everyone's heads, and soon formed a hollow cloud. A huge dice was revealed in the void in the clouds. Only one side of the dice was exposed through the void. The points on it were shining with golden light, while the other sides were hidden in the clouds. The 6-ren divine dice is only influenced by heaven, and is absolutely impartial. The old man's face was filled with excitement, like a child who had waited for a long time to finally get a playmate. The remaining people looked a little confused. Obviously it was their first time seeing this weird gameplay. And Li Chu can already confirm. Yes, this thing is flying chess. Before he was 9 years old, he was proficient in various chess games, such as chess, military chess, checkers, go, backgammon, off, low, chess, etc. And he was unbeatable in all of them in the school. This also resulted in that no children were willing to play chess with him. Too boring. Until one day, someone came to school with a box of flying chess. His undefeated myth was shattered on the spot. When he was young, he didn't understand why this evil game that relies on luck to win could be called chess. The failure that day left a deep impression on him. Unexpectedly, in another world many years later, I encountered this large-scale fantasy version of flying chess. Putting it this way, Master Fu Yuan can be regarded as a talent ahead of his time.
Now you have to choose the people to participate in the chess game.
The old man's voice reminded. The choice is actually uncontroversial. Of course, Shin Shiguan's side is Jiang Shuyin, and Chou Shuang and Pu Albei are the contestants here to hand out towels. Li Chu undoubtedly takes matters into his own hands. And Fox Girl is also an excellent candidate for the cheerleading team. Li Sini and Bai Luo entered the secret realm alone.
Okay.
After the old man asked about the candidates, he finally confirmed.
Guanghan Sect, Chaotian K, Shinshu Temple, and Dayun Temple stand on all 4 sides.
When they heard Dayun Guan, several people turned their heads slightly and looked at Li Chu. It always feels like there's something strange mixed in between us. But here, this strange thing is the strongest. They all knew in their hearts that if it weren't for the mechanism of this chess game, they would have almost no chance of competing with Li Chu. So, it feels even weirder.
Go!
The old man shouted loudly, waved his sleeves, and a strong wind swept Li Chu's body. In the blink of an eye, he crossed half of the secret realm and reached the stone platform on the north side in the distance. At this time, Jiang Shuyin was in the east, Bai Luo was in the south, Li City was in the west, and Li Chu was in the north, and they could no longer see each other. But the next second, the cloud swayed from all sides, revealing the enlarged figures of the four people. In this way, their every move can be seen clearly. First round. Dong! The old man's voice reached the sky and turned into rolling thunder, which could reach everyone's ears clearly and loudly. With a flick of his robe sleeves, the Lurin divine dice moved without wind, rolling in the clouds and making a loud rumbling sound. Rumble. Stop. The first roll of the Lurin divine dice stopped at 3.
Eastern Walker. Advance 3 steps.
The old man's voice came again. Jiang Shuyin didn't need to move. A breeze lifted him up and slowly moved him to the 3rd step ahead. From the top of the holy mountain, the chessboard doesn't seem very big, but when it really falls on the ground, it's several feet away. A grid covers an area of several feet in radius, which is quite wide, perhaps to allow newcomers to adapt. The first 6 levels in all directions are clean, and there are no wonders. But if we move forward, it will be unpredictable.
Southern Traveler. 6. Western Traveler. 4. Northern Traveler.
3. After the first round, everyone went their separate ways, and nothing happened. The second round comes soon. The Lurin divine dice rumbled and turned, finally settling on 6.
Eastern Walker. Advance 6 steps.
There was a lot of progress, but Jiang Shuyin was not in a hurry to be happy, but cast his gaze cautiously. There is a huge box placed in the space.
Eastern Traveler. Please open the treasure chest.
The old man said again. Jiang Shuyin was a little nervous. He still remembered the experience of being tricked by Master Fuyuan in the cave. This guy doesn't even make people worry when he's dead. There might be something fishy about the games he designed while he was still alive. He wouldn't be surprised if there was a bunch of XX in this box. Click. The treasure chest is open. Inside is a long and narrow cyan token.
Qingyun order. The good wind will send me up to Qingyun with its power, and the Eastern Walker will advance 10 steps.
Jiang Shuyin breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, it seems that I wrongly blamed Senior Fuyuan. Qifeng lifted him up again and sent him 10 steps forward. In this way, the gap with the other 3 people is huge.
Yeah.
Zhou Shuang and Pu Diao at the top of the peak also cheered. However, the cheers soon came to an end. It turned out that as soon as Jiang Shuyin landed, he felt his feet tighten, and 2 vines suddenly sprang out from the grass, binding him instantly. They were extremely strong. The old man added,
Eastern Walker encounters the Ivy Monster. If he cannot break free before the start of the next round, he will be deemed to have given up the round.
Jiang Shuyin frowned, and his true energy circulated around the sky at a faster speed. However, the ivy seemed to get stronger when it was strong. The harder he tried to break free, the stronger the binding force came. Not only was he unable to escape, but it gradually made him unable to breathe. Difficulty. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Old thief. I knew you wouldn't be so kind. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Shuang and Pu Aio also jumped up and asked repeatedly,
what is this? Sending my little uncle into a trap. Isn't this a joke?
The old man glanced sideways.
Are you questioning the spiritual officer?
His sleeves were fluttering in the wind, as if he was about to make a move. The 2 cowards shrank their necks and immediately did not dare to ask any more questions. The Lurin divine dice spins again, booming.
Southern Walker. Advance 4 steps.
Bilyua looked at where she was going. There was a ball of fire there. She didn't know what it meant. As soon as her body landed on the ground, she heard a loud explosion. The flame spread instantly, and the entire open space burned. She immediately understood that this was forcing her to retreat. But she refused to retreat. Instead, she flicked her fingers, and a burst of cold chi came out of her body. Laugh. A burst of white smoke curled up, and the fierce icy air extinguished the flames in an instant. Approval showed in the old man's eyes. He waved his sleeves and rolled the dice again.
Western Traveler. Advance to the 2nd level.
Li Sini stuck out her tongue. She had not made it out of the first 6 steps in total. It's a bit slow, but I can't say whether it's a blessing or a curse. It's Li Chu's turn.
Northern Walker. Advance 6 steps.
Hearing the old man's voice, Li Chu looked around and saw a statue of a golden armored god more than 10 feet tall standing 6 steps ahead. He looked angry and raised his fists high. He didn't know what the purpose was. Then the old man said again,
"If it hits the statue, you will have to bear a punch from the golden armored warrior."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chu's figure fell to the ground. Sure enough, before he could stand firm, the golden armor sculpture suddenly came to life. His eyes were fixed on Li Chu, and the fist raised high came down with a strong sound of breaking wind. Boom! Li Chu raised a palm to block the huge fist. Looking calm. This image looks quite random. It was as if the golden armored warrior deliberately let go of water, raised it high, and dropped it gently. But only Li Chu knew it. This punch is very hard. It even caused a slight pain in his palm that lasted for 3 seconds.
Huh?
The old man seemed a little surprised and murmured,
"Could it be that the spiritual power of the strongman puppet was leaked? It shouldn't be."
But he did not affect the progress of the chess game, and soon looked to the east. Jiang Shuyin saw that Bai Luo and Li Chu had solved the trouble so easily. If he delayed any longer, his round would be cancelled soon. At the moment, he didn't care that the vines were tightly entwined with him, and he summoned the sky sword with a cry.
"Cut!"
She! The sword of divine will. Several sword rays flashed in succession, and the entangled green vine monster broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Just because it was wrapped too tightly, Jiang Shoyin's clothes were inevitably affected by the sword energy, and several long and narrow holes appeared. The image completely lost its previous calmness. But I couldn't care about that at this time. Seeing him break free, the old man smiled slightly and rolled the dice. Another 6.
Eastern Walker. Advance 6 steps.
As soon as this number came out, Jiang Shoyin felt that he was quite lucky. At present, it can be said that it is the best. At the location where he was going, there was also a sculpture of a god in golden armor. Jiang Shoyin remained cautious, but was not too afraid. The known is always less scary than the unknown. After seeing how easily Li Chu resisted the golden armored god, he felt that this thing was not very powerful. As long as you don't take it lightly, you shouldn't have much trouble. He thought this, and then he fell to the ground. The old man's voice sounded,
"If you fall on the statue, you will have to bear the punch of the golden armored warrior."
No need to remind. Jiang Shoyin is already ready. He formed the formula with both hands and raised it upwards, and a 9 gods Bagua roulette with flashing golden light appeared out of thin air. A solid shield. Stand ready. Boom. The golden armored god struck down with a punch. In an instant, Jiang Shoyin felt like a wild and ferocious beast running towards him from thousands of miles away. Without slowing down, Jiang Shoyin hit his shield. Broken. Asphyxia. All in one moment. Then his whole body was thrown away. After flying dozens of feet away, it landed and plowed a tunnel of more than 10 feet on the ground. Fortunately, the attack of the golden armored warrior was not intended to hurt anyone. Even though the force of this punch was terrifying, it only knocked him away, and not a trace of power penetrated his body. But when he turned over and climbed up, he found that he was almost back to the starting point. Just listen to the old man say,
"Eastern Walker retreats 23 steps.
Return to before liberation overnight." Jiang Shoyin felt like crying, but had no tears for a while. Why is this golden armored warrior different from what I imagined? Are you sure that the one who hit you and the one who hit Li Chu are the same puppets? From the scene in the cloud, he could see other people's reactions to the punch, and they were all a little surprised, including Li Chu. He also looked slightly surprised at this time. But it doesn't matter if others are surprised. When he is surprised, he will look a bit sarcastic, as if to say, "Isn't it?" It turns out that this thing can also hit people flying. Jiang Shoyin couldn't help but feel hot. Ever since he met Li Chu, he seemed to have encountered such moments more than once. Very frustrating. But it's hard to explain. Gas. Chapter 90: The Unpredictable Situation.
Double flying order. In the next 3 rounds, everyone will advance double the level. Ice and fire order. If the point is single, go back that level. If the point is double, go forward double the level. Order of Acacia. Designate one person to advance any level from 1 to 6 with you. As everyone became familiar with the gameplay, the chess game progressed in an orderly manner. I also encountered more and more weird instructions. Why does this chess game become more and more inappropriate the more you play it? Jiang Shoyin muttered in a low voice. Huh? On the distant mountain peak, the old man's ears twitched, and he said sternly, "I will give you a warning if you discuss the chess game arbitrarily." Junior uncle, please shut up. As for what he was thinking, that's not known. Western travelers, advance 4 steps. During the double flight order, advance 8 steps. Although Lee Sin started slowly, with this double flight, he has become the leader in the competition. After 3 rounds, she had reached the middle section of the path, in front of the mountain-encircling river. The width of this river occupies about 2 spaces. I don't know what will happen if I fall into it. Northern traveler, advance 2 steps. Li Chu landed lightly 2 steps away, slightly behind, but he was not in a hurry. After this period of time, he has somewhat understood the chess game. If you want to win here, the important thing is not how fast you go, but trying not to retreat. Just like life. Where it landed, there was a tall stone tablet with rows of golden characters written on it, like dragons and phoenixes. Read through the sacred inscription. If it is not finished before the next round, then give up the round. The old man's voice sounded again. Read it? Li Chu cast his eyes on the inscription and wanted to read the words on it. The strange thing was that when he wanted to take a closer look at what was written on it, something seemed to tug at his thoughts. Every time I read a word, there will be a lot of distracting thoughts. A rather strange illusion? Thinking like this, he closed his eyes for a moment and concentrated. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear. At this time, when I looked at this stone tablet, I no longer had any obstacles and could read it smoothly. When he finished reading it, the golden light on the inscription disappeared. Huh? Although it was someone else's turn at this time, the old man couldn't help but glance at Li Chu. Could it be that the sacred steel is also malfunctioning? Etc. Why should I say so? There seems to be something wrong with this young man. Southern Walker, advance 5 steps. After Bai Luo landed lightly, she opened the treasure box in front of her. Order 69. You can designate anyone on the field to switch positions with you. Yeah. Li Sin exclaimed softly. The one with the biggest lead on the field right now is naturally her. As expected, Biluo raised her hand and designated her. The world between the 2 women is turned upside down. In an instant, Bai Luo arrived at a location only 2 steps away from Huanshan River. Li Sin, on the other hand, pouted and stepped back more than a dozen steps, flying together once and for all to make a wedding dress for someone else. What was even more unlucky was that after she retreated to Bai Luo's position, there was a swamp on her path. As soon as she landed, she fell into it. This swamp was extremely weird. As soon as her feet sank, several palms stretched out from it, trying to drag her down. Stuck in the ghost swamp. If you can't break free in the next round, skip that round. The old man's voice was cold and ruthless. When it was Li Chu's turn, he had already finished reading the inscription for a long time, so he was not affected and continued normally. The divine dice rumbled. Northern Walker, advance 4 steps. Beyond the 4th level is a treasure chest. Speaking of which, this is Li Chu's first treasure chest. Click. He opened it expectantly. What was inside was not a token, but a large green lotus leaf. Qingye Ling. It can float on water. The old man introduced. Although he just said something briefly, it probably had something to do with the river he was going to cross later. Eastern Walker, advance 3 steps. Returning to Jiang Shouyin, there was also a treasure chest where he arrived. Open it and take a look. Order 69. You can designate anyone on the field to switch positions with you. Hey. Jiang Shouyin smiled slightly. Miss Biluo. I'm sorry. 10 years in Hedong. 10 years in Heshi. What did you do to others just now? Now it's my turn to do it to you. The breeze blows. Originally the last one. He jumped dozens of steps and reached the front. And Bai Luo, who had just reached the top through the same means, was at the end in the blink of an eye. The situation is unpredictable. However, Bai Luo didn't seem to care at all. Her face under the veil was neither sad nor happy. Then came her turn. Southern Walker, advance 6 steps. After she advanced 6 levels, she also opened a treasure chest and got an origami boat. Paper boat order. It can help you cross the mountainous river. His. Wait. Jiang Shouyin frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Both of them got river-related items in advance. And I skipped too many steps this time. And I had no chance of getting similar items. Could this be a hidden danger? He couldn't help praying secretly not to fall into the river. After all, the river is only 2 steps wide. As long as you are lucky, it shouldn't be so easy to fall into the water. When it was Li Sin's turn, she managed to break free from the swamp and catch up with this round. Then luckily nothing happened. Northern Walker, First order. This time Li Chu transferred to number 1. But he didn't feel bad about it, because there is also a treasure chest in the previous level. After opening it, there was a pink token inside. The Acacia order that appeared before. Order of Acacia. Designate one person to advance any level from 1 to 6 with you. Li Chu raised his head. His eyes wandered between the other 2 women and 1 man for a moment. And then, he decisively chose Jiang Shouyin as his partner. When Jiang Shouyin saw Li Chu pointing at him, he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. He seemed to have guessed Li Chu's intention. He and I will advance to the 3rd level together, Li Chu said without hesitation. Really? Jiang Shouyin touched his face with his hands. The distance between him and the river is 2 steps. And the width of the river is also 2 steps. Li Chu's moved directly through him into the river without getting the relevant items. In fact, a laggard should have been chosen. But Li Chu was a little curious about what would happen if he fell into the river. After he advanced 3 steps, he landed in the open space. And Jiang Shouyin was hanging in the air. Eastern Walker falls into the water and triggers the white scale difficulty. As the old man said, a fishing rod suddenly floated from nowhere and landed in front of Jiang Shouyin. You need to catch a white-scaled fish from the Huanshan River before you can continue the next round. Really? Jiang Shouyin muttered. This river doesn't look like there are fish in it. But the rules must be followed. So he had no choice but to take the fishing rod. Soon he discovered to his despair that the hook on the fishing rod was straight. Then, there is a handsome guy fishing quietly on the shore. He held the fishing rod with a straight hook and looked at the river with longing. Chapter 91. The young master still hasn't caught the fish that belongs to him. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Southern Walker. Advance 3 steps. Clothing removal order. Remove a piece of clothing. And you can designate any opponent to retreat any number of steps from 1 to 6. Bai Luo pulled off the gauze of her shawl without hesitation. It would have no effect anyway. On the other side, Jiang Shouyin was sitting by the river, resting his chin on his hands, muttering, You are exposing your true nature more and more. He now has quite a bit of free time, and can rant to his heart's content. After all, is there anything more leisurely than fishing in an empty river? Bai Luo pointed her slender hand, and chose to let Li Chu retreat 4 steps. At that location, there was a stone tablet with a title written on it. After the chess game passed halfway, the competition became more and more intense. Gradually, Li Chu also showed his excellence. There was never any obstacle that could stop him. Whether it is attacks, illusions, or traps, he can resolve them with ease. As he moved forward steadily, he had opened up a big gap with those behind him. Bai Luo could only hope that this kind of stone tablet with a tricky title could stop him for a while. Li Chu stepped back and looked at the words on the stone tablet. There are pheasants and rabbits in a cage today. There are 35 heads on top and 94 legs on the bottom. How many pheasants and rabbits are there? He blinked. This topic may have been something that ancient people had to think about. But for students who have been exposed to 10 solutions to the chicken and rabbit in the same cage since elementary school. Too kind. Western Traveler. Advance 1 level. Li Sini took 1 step forward, and there was a fireball. As soon as it hit the ground, it exploded. Previously, Bai Luo directly used the extremely cold ice energy to extinguish the flames. But Li Sini did not have similar magical powers. She summoned Qiu Yu Haitang and used the little plum blossom sword chi to extinguish part of the flames. But the flames from elsewhere spread instantly. This kind of flame is extremely tough, and as long as there is a trace left, it can come back immediately. Helpless, she had to step back a step and return to the original place before finding a place to stay. That's it. Faced with endless obstacles, there will always be ones you are not good at dealing with. Only a monster like Li Chu can ignore everything and keep moving forward. But Li Sini was not surprised. Facing Li Chu, her heart had already become numb. When it was Li Chu's turn, he had already carved the answer on the stone tablet. Bil Yu's wonderful eyes wandered, and she fell into deep thought. Doesn't this stop him? The luring god dice rumbled and turned. And then the old man said loudly, Northern Walker, advance 5 steps. Li Chu moved forward again. At this time, he was not far from the central mountain peak. Unless another 69 order breaks out at this time, it should be unstoppable. The other 3 people all felt more or less powerless in their hearts. Although Li Chu has been abiding by the rules of the game. But it just feels like he's cheating. It's Jiang Shouyin's turn. He didn't even bother to raise his head, just staring at the empty water and fishing rod. Decadent. Zhou Shuang and Pu Na were dejected, looking at Jiang Shouyin in the clouds. They wished they could turn into a fish and bite the hook. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Southern Walker. Advance 2 steps. Western Traveler. Advance 4 steps. Northern Walker. Advance 4 steps. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Walkers from the north arrive at the Holy Mountain. And the first name is born. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Southern Travelers arrive at the Holy Mountain. And the second one is born. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Wanderers from the west arrive at the Holy Mountain. And the third one is born. Eastern Walker. Skip this turn. Uncle Junior. The 3 of them are finished. Are you still fishing? I'm fishing. I'm fishing for Lay Lomo. Eastern Traveler gives up. The chess game is over. When everyone gathered again at the top of the mountain, some were happy and some were sad. The old man flicked his robe sleeves and saw the clouds parting. And suddenly a strange tree shadow was revealed. The dragon tree was actually planted in the sky. This big tree grows in a winding way. And the knots in the tree body actually look like 2 horned dragons entwining themselves. Each dragon climbs upwards. And eventually bears a golden fruit on the branch. Everyone was jealous when they saw the fruit. Dragon fruit. The extremely rare cultivation medicine can not only increase the chance of a practitioner breaking through to the dragon transformation realm, but also improve the quality of the dragon transformation realm. The so-called dragon transformation is to achieve the integration of the 3 realms of essence, chi, and spirit on the basis of the first 3 realms, and transform the body into a dragon. With the help of dragon transformation fruit, it can really add a touch of dragon energy to the physical body, which has endless wonderful uses. Of course, the effect on humans is far less significant than on dragons. The son-in-law dragon king obtained this fruit, and could even condense the divine dragon marrow again. The old man didn't need to get up. He just waved his hand. And a dragon transformation fruit fell off, and flew over out of thin air. As soon as the fruit fell off, the 2 horned dragons entrenched on the tree shrank instantly, as if they had lost their vitality. He picked up a jade box, filled it, and handed it to Li Chu. Li Chu nodded and said, "Thank you. You deserve this." The old man looked at him with a smile, his eyes full of approval and some curiosity. But he didn't ask anything. Although Bai Luo won 2nd place, she was not happy either. She only came here to transform into dragon fruit. Except for the dragon transformation fruit, the rewards in the secret realm were of little significance to her. The old man took out 3 attack magic weapons, and asked her to choose. Master Fu Yuan has been at the peak of the Vientiane realm for many years, so the quality of the treasures that he can put into the secret realm will naturally not be too bad. But after all, Bai Luo is a core disciple of one of the 12 immortal sects, and her vision is extraordinary. At that moment, he calmly chose one of the soul-burning jade lanterns, and retreated safely. Li Sini is exactly the opposite of Bai Luo. The 3rd place result has exceeded her expectations. The old man took out 3 more body protection magic weapons for her to choose from. Li Sini chose a piece of soft armor with Chiao scales, and was quite satisfied. There is no prize for 4th place. There is only sadness and anger. Jiang Shoin asked, "Senior, there is another dragon fruit here. Can we start another round?" "Okay." The old man twirled his beard and smiled. "It just needs 12 hours. It will take a lot of effort to restore the chess game." "Okay. Those guys?" Jiang Shoin looked around at everyone. "How about we play another round tomorrow?" Bai Luo naturally agreed. Li Chu and Li Sini had no reason to object. Immediately, everyone said goodbye to the old man, and left the secret realm one after another. When everyone left, the world became lonely again. The old man was vague and independent, and suddenly sighed. The Chunyang sword finally met the master of Ming. The leaves of the old locust tree rustled in the cool breeze. In Yun Temple, the old Taoist priest, the young Taoist priest, the little koi carp, and the fox girl all gathered around the stone table to chat. Wow! Listening to the fox girl telling what happened in the secret realm, the little koi couldn't help but open its mouth. It seems very interesting. I thought there would be danger in the secret realm before, so the master only took me there. If I had known it would be so interesting, I should have let you go and see it. After the fox girl finished talking about Li Chu's heroic appearance, she smiled softly. Yes. The little koi nodded. It's so boring to stay in the Taoist temple every day. Okay. Then let Li Chu take you there tomorrow. Yu Qian nodded. The little koi is definitely a pet in Yun Temple. Li Chuzi thought for a moment and said, I don't really want to participate in tomorrow's chess game. Oh, my goal is a dragon fruit. Now that I have obtained it, I don't want to fight with him. Very good.
Yu Qian nodded slightly.
You can't take advantage of everything. And you can't show off your edge. This will make people reach a higher level.
Li Chu smiled after receiving the compliment. He added,
But we always need someone to start the chess game.
As he spoke, his eyes wandered among the few people.
Since there is no danger, let Xiao Yur go and have some fun.
Yu Qian's eyes were full of kindness.
The
little koi opened its innocent and beautiful big eyes, with surprise on its face. In the government office. It's dinner time. Pu Xiao came over and asked the gloomy Jiang Shoyin carefully.
Uncle, it's almost dinner time. What should we eat tonight?
Jiang Shoyin said 2 words coldly.
Eat fish.
Chapter 92. The little koi has great energy. The next day. The secret territory of Qianlong. The sky is clear, and the wind is gentle. When the other 3 families heard that Yongwen asked Xiao Yur to fight, they all vaguely understood Li Chu's intention. Jiang Shoyin and Bai Luo both cast grateful glances. From their point of view, sending this little girl, who seems to have no brains, is no different from giving it away for free. Zhou Shuang and Pu Aio were beating Jiang Shoyin's back and shoulders, building up their momentum and whispering.
If that monster doesn't play today, the other 2 opponents don't need to be afraid. Junior uncle, you can beat that woman from Guanghun's sect.
That's good. The probability is very high. Uncle Junior will win.
Bai Luo had the same idea. She glanced at Jiang Shoyin lightly and felt that the winner today was only among the 2. After experiencing yesterday's lesson, she didn't think Jiang Shoyin would fall over again. Li Sini is still a Buddhist. The structure of Chaotian Palace is loose, and with the protection of her master, she doesn't feel any pressure. This is the benefit of having a backer. If you do well, you will become famous. If you do poorly, there will be someone to back you up. You can perform as much as you want, and there are often surprises.
Okay.
The old man waved his sleeves and sent the 4 people to the square stone platform again.
Chaotian K, Guanghun Sect, Shinshi Temple, and Duyun Temple are in place.
Xiao Yur stood up straight. Her fair and clear little face tensed up. She was startled by the sudden strong wind and patted her ordinary little chest. Shocked.
Come on, Yur.
The fox girl on the peak shouted. The luring god dice rumbled. And the first round was still unremarkable.
Eastern Walker, advance 5 steps. Southern Walker, advance 3 steps. Western Traveler, advance 4 steps. Northern Travelers, advance 18 steps. Etc.
Everyone was stunned and realized something was wrong. Looking up, I saw on the exposed side of the clouds that there were indeed 18 golden dots on the Lurin divine dice. Is it really 18 o'clock? No one has seen this scene before.
I protest.
On the top of the mountain, the ugly Taoist priest said angrily.
A dice can roll out 18 points? Who do you think is a fool? The protest is invalid.
The old man refused coldly. He turned his head and looked at the Lurin divine dice in midair, feeling a little surprised.
It is indeed possible that the Lurin divine dice will roll out a number greater than 6. But in the way of heaven, that is a very small possibility, and may not be encountered even once in billions of times. Unexpectedly, it was triggered this time.
When he looked at Xiao Yur again, his eyes were different.
This little girl is also a little strange.
The little koi blinked, and before she fully understood the situation, another gust of breeze lifted her up and sent her 18 steps away. There is a treasure chest there.
Northern Walker, please open the treasure chest. Open the box?
Xiao Yur nervously opened the treasure box in front of her.
Qing Yun order. Northern Travelers, advance 10 steps.
Huh? Confused, she was sent 10 steps forward again. 10 steps away. There happens to be another treasure chest. The eyes of the other 3 people were obviously wrong. Jiang Shoyin looked at the old man suspiciously, wondering if there was some dirty deal behind this. Or was she the daughter of Master Fu Yuan left in the world? Bil Yuo looked at the little koi in the clouds. Thoughtfully, Li Sini knew Xiao Yur's origins, and could only cover her face with her hands at this moment, sighing secretly that she couldn't afford to offend her. Koi is a carp that I really cannot afford to offend. Xiao Yur opened a treasure box again.
Restore the glory order. Northern Walker. Get one more turn. Is it me again?
Xiao Yur looked up into the sky.
Northern Traveler. Advance 6 steps.
This time there is no more 18th level. It is already considered relatively ordinary. But, beyond the 6th level, there is another treasure chest.
It's not over.
Right? Jiang Shuyin suddenly felt that he had a toothache and was chewing his teeth.
You guys don't give me any orders. The other 3 will skip this round. Northern Traveler. Advance 6 steps. Double flying order. In the next 3 rounds, all advance twice as much.
It is finally over. When it was Jiang Shuyin's turn again, he frowned and kept thinking about countermeasures. This little girl is simply more outrageous than Li Chu yesterday. Li Chu was at least moving normally and steadily. She doesn't make sense at all. This is only the first round. The other 3 have just started, and she is already halfway through. If this strange trend continues, I'm afraid she will reach the top in 2 more rounds. You have to think of a way.
Eastern Walker. Advance 5 steps.
He traveled beyond the 5th level, and there was a treasure chest in his location. Jiang Shuyin's heart moved, and he prayed secretly, willing to exchange my 2 nephews for a single life in exchange for a Hawan order. Click. The treasure chest is open. It's really a Hawan order. Jiang Shuyin smiled slightly. Your sacrifice is definitely valuable. On the top of the mountain, Chou Shuang and Pu Aio, who didn't know what was going on, were still cheering for their little uncle.
Order of Acacia. Designate 1 person to advance to any level from 1 to 6 with you.
He raised his hand and pointed at the little koi.
Monsieur and I will advance to the 6th level together.
The problem Xiaoyer faced at this time was the same as he did yesterday, because he had no chance to get the items across the river because of the sudden change. Thus, as long as she falls into the river, she will be the same as she was yesterday. No matter how fast you travel in the first round, it will be useless. You can only wait for the game to end in endless torture. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuyin couldn't help but laugh out loud as a villain.
Jiji.
Xiaoyer didn't know about these calculations. When she heard that Jiang Shuyin was moving forward with her, she thought that he was really a good person. She was only 5 steps away from the river. After advancing, she was hanging above the water as expected. The old man's voice sounded.
Northern Travelers, fall into the water and trigger the white scale dilemma.
A fishing rod flew over from a distance and landed in Xiaoyer's hand.
You need to catch a white-scaled fish from the Huanshan River before you can continue the next round.
Fishing? The little koi blinked. This really touched her blind spot. As a fish, she never dreamed that she would have to fish one day in her life. But she had no choice but to take the fishing rod and throw it into the water.
Southern Walker. Advance 4 steps. Western Walker. Advance 5 steps.
Miss Bai Luo and Li Sini also completed the round, and their slight conditions were within the normal range. Jiang Shuyin is ready to start his turn again. In his opinion, the fishing level was simply a lie. Fishing with a straight hook in an empty river? It's a dead end. Thinking that I personally made such an innocent girl suffer the torture I had yesterday, Jiang Shuyin couldn't help but feel guilty. But this trace of guilt was quickly wiped away by him. If he could communicate now, he would like to say something to Xiaoyer. Little sister, this is the world. Cold, cruel,
ruthless. The Northern Traveler caught the white-scaled fish. And the round continues.
Huh? Jiang Shuyin was about to welcome his turn when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What I just heard seemed not to skip a turn, but a strange statement. When she raised her head, she saw Xiaoyer happily taking a fish with white scales from the straight hook, touching it carefully, and then put it back into the water. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Shuyin felt a loud bang in his head, and yesterday's nightmare experience returned to his mind. How could anyone really catch fish in this river? He felt that his mentality suddenly collapsed and his head was buzzing. Fortunately, he doesn't have to continue the game.
Northern Traveler. Advance 6 levels. Within the effect of the double flying order. Advance 12 levels. Please open the treasure chest. Qingyun order. Advance 10 steps. Please open the treasure chest. Regain the glory. You guys don't do it. Walkers from the north arrive at the holy mountain. And the first name is born.
It's not just Jiang Shuyin. Bai Lu, Li Sini, including several people watching the battle, all felt the same. What is it? Is this game still playable? Only the little koi pouted and returned to the top of the mountain with a confused look on his face. Quite dissatisfied.
Why is this over? I haven't figured out how to play it yet.
It's okay.
You've already won.
The fox girl came over first, took her hand with a smile, and put her big tail close to the little koi. Rub. I kept rubbing. Li Chu was also quite surprised. This seems different from what was planned. Miscalculation. After the chess game ended, Jiang Shouyin was the first to rush to the little koi and startled the little girl. Li Chu and Fox Girl thought he was angry because of shame. So they quickly stood in front of her. Looking at Jiang Shouyin again, he had no intention of taking action. Instead, tears were welling up in his eyes, and his lips were trembling. Looks like I'm about to cry? After a long while, he asked sadly and angrily.
Forget everything else. How on earth did you catch the fish from that river? Are you really so lucky?
The little koi said seriously.
No. I told the fish in the river to do me a favor and bite this hook. I will not hurt them. Other places may rely on luck. But there, I rely on strength.
Chapter 93 Li Chu's Dream Girl. Qianlong's secret realm is closed. Except for the dragon transformation fruit. The other treasures in the secret realm are not very top-notch, and are not very attractive to several immortal sects. Master Meiji suggested that it'd be better to seal the secret realm and keep these 4 secret keys in the hands of the 4 parties. Then once every 10 years, a chess game is held to compete fairly for dragon fruit transformation. After Jiang Shouyin and Bai Luo thought about it, they both agreed to this proposal on behalf of their respective masters. The dragon transformation fruit 10 years later will probably have nothing to do with them. But for the sect, it is still an additional opportunity. One dragon fruit can almost represent a highly competitive genius. There is never too much. And by that time, the 2 monsters de Yongwen should not appear again. Li Chu took the fox girl and the little koi and returned to the temple with a full load. After hearing the news, Yu Qian said with a smile,
Xiao Yu actually won. It's an unexpected surprise.
Although he said that, Li Chu felt that he was not very surprised. Li Chu placed the 2 jade boxes on the stone table and asked,
I only need one as promised to the Dragon King. I don't know what to do with the other dragon transformation fruit.
He has been thinking about this issue since the little koi won the chess game. Originally, he made a concession and let Yu appear. Who knew that her luck would be so bad in the chess game? In this way, the extra dragon fruit is a bit hot to handle. Jiang Shouyin and Bai Luo were extremely eager for this. In order to find out more information and conceal her identity, Biluo committed herself to a brothel for several months and spent a lot of thought on it. Although she got 2 good magic weapons in the end, compared to her purpose, it was like returning empty-handed. And Jiang Shouyin was even worse. Since arriving in Yuhang town, he has received nothing but a few inexplicable beatings. After losing the chess game, they were convinced and would not feel resentful. Not to mention trying to rob someone afterward like the gangsters in the world. As decent disciples of a famous family, they are not ashamed. They didn't dare to face Li Chu. But if Li Chu gave the second dragon transformation fruit to one of them, no matter what method he used, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction to the other person. After all, we don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Li Chu didn't want to do this kind of thing that aroused hatred for nothing. How to deal with it? You have to come back and ask the master after all. Because he had a vague feeling that the master had already guessed the outcome when he proposed to let the little koi fight.
Really? Just listen to Yu Qian say leisurely.
Of course the prize won by Xiao Yu will be given to her. Huh?
The little koi next to him blinked.
What are you doing for me?
The fox girl asked.
Will the dragon transformation fruit also help her? Of course.
Yu Qian nodded.
The dragon transformation fruit may be more beneficial to the aquatic tribe than to the human race. Especially for her incomplete transformation. It can not only help her complete her transformation, but also add a touch of dragon aura to her. The future world will be much broader. Really?
Fox Girl was delighted.
Then Xiao Yu will become smarter from now on?
After saying that, she realized what she said was wrong and quickly patted the koi's little head.
We are not stupid now.
The little koi fish raised its head and said,
Although I am already very smart, I don't mind being a little smarter. It's just...
She looked at the jade box on the table hesitantly.
Is this delicious?
Yu Qian smiled slightly.
It's crunchy and tastes like chicken. Really? But you can't eat it all at once. Cut it with a knife and divide it into 7 parts. Eat 1 part a day. And then eat the next part when you feel refined.
Yu Qian continued to give instructions. Seeing that he seemed to understand him very well, Li Chu asked,
Master, have you ever eaten this dragon fruit? That's not true. Why do you need to rely on external objects to practice as a teacher? But I know a friend of Bai Yujing, and she has eaten it.
Yu Qian said. Li Chu was relieved immediately. The story of the old Taoist priest's past could not be finished even if he told it for 3 days and 3 nights. The next day, Gonsun Ro came.
Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a faint mist. With obvious sadness, Li Chu invited her to the backyard and listened to her explanation of her purpose. Then he realized why she was like this. After the chess game was over, Jiang Shouyin and the others went back and found that Zhang Yushi's body-holding technique had finally been released. The reason why Jiang Shouyin didn't mention to Li Chu about giving him the solution was because immortal magic is a big taboo, especially someone like Li Chu, who has no big backer on the surface. Once people know that he has mastered an immortal method, it will inevitably cause constant trouble. Therefore, Jiang Shouyin strictly ordered all his nephews to never tell anyone what happened that day. Li Chu may have used it out of desperation that day, but he never mentioned it again afterward. Jiang Shouyin felt that he shouldn't mention it again. It would be the wisest thing for both parties to tacitly let this matter go. Everyone knows the rules of the world. As for Zhang Yushi, just feed him liquid food every day, and he will recover sooner or later. I have been waiting for so many days. As a result, Zhang Yushi's first words after recovery were, "Ah, ba." The second sentence is, "Wavy babu." Obviously, the palm thunder that exploded above his head caused more than just trauma. It can be regarded as self-inflicted. Zhang Yushi recovered. Qianlong's secret realm was closed, and it was time for everyone in Shinshu Temple to leave. Just at this time, Gong Sunja also waited for a transfer order, demoting him to Jiangnan, who was a decision made by the emperor out of anger after being contradicted. Gong Sunja was born in the imperial examination and was able to do things well, so he was always highly regarded. When he left Chaoga, everyone with a discerning eye knew that he would have to go back sooner or later after a lot of beatings. It just came a little faster than expected. Several major cases have occurred in Chaoga City recently. The emperor took the opportunity to transfer him back because of the shortage of manpower in Dali Temple. However, he was no longer a Shaoqing, but the principal of Dali Temple. However, as long as he returns to the court, it will be a matter of time for him to be reinstated. This transfer order came just in time to go back with the people of Shengzugwen. As a result, Gong Sunro will leave soon. Li Chu listened to her talking intermittently, and said with some regret, "Master Gongsun has been in Yuhang County for only a few months, and he has managed the county in an orderly manner, and the people all praised it. It is a pity to leave so soon, but back to Chaoga is a good thing after all. Miss Gongsun doesn't need to be too sad." Little Taoisley, Gongsun Rose stared at the person in front of him, with complicated lights and shadows in his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly asked, "Do you want me to stay?" Forehead. Li Chu was stunned. He turned away and looked at the locust tree with yellow leaves in the courtyard. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "Isn't the house price in Chaoga City very expensive?" "Oh?" This time it was Gongsun Ro's turn to be stunned. "I have always heard that Chaoga is prosperous. In fact, I have always wanted to go there and have a look. I will definitely go there when I can afford a house in Chaoga City. We will meet again if we are destined. And there is no need to go there. Yuhang Town." After Li Chu finished speaking, he looked at Gongsun Ro. "Right." Gongsun Ro seemed to understand what he meant, and the moisture in his eyes did not flow down after all. She stood up suddenly and left a message. "Then I will wait for you at Chaoga." Then he left in a hurry. After she left, Yu Qian, who had avoided the situation before when he saw something was wrong, came out of the room, sighed. "Hey, don't say you don't understand what she means this time." The old Taoist priest looked at the little Taoist priest and felt sad. Li Chu looked at his master, paused, and said, "It doesn't matter whether the disciple understands it or not. No matter how you look at it, Miss Gongsun is a good match." Yu Qian sat down and said with regret, "It's a sin to live up to the beauty's kindness." Li Chu nodded and then said, "Senior Mei, she is not bad either." Yu Qian was dumbfounded for a while, and then said, "This is different. I am old, and I have been through all the mortal world. You are young, and you should have more experience. Like Miss Li, Miss Gongsun. It looks pretty good." Li Chu was silent for a moment. Yu Qian said again, "Tell the master what's on your mind. What do you think of him?" Li Chu thought for a moment and said seriously, "Disciple, it's just that it's hard to feel excited when facing them." There was something he didn't say. It's like being from two worlds. It has been more than a year since he came to this world, and he still feels that he has not fully integrated. Perhaps it was because of his kindness to his master that he felt trustworthy in Yu Qian. But for others, there's always a sense of unreality.
It's like they are all fake characters in the game. This is where he feels very conflicted. Maybe adapting to a new world is not that simple. Naturally, Yu Qian didn't know about his complicated psychology. After listening to his words, she pondered for a moment and asked,
"Then you have never been attracted to any girl since you were a child?"
When asked this question, the old Taoist priest couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If this is the case, then we may have to consider another terrible possibility. I'm afraid this apprentice is not his.
Yeah.
Li Chu thought for a while and replied,
"There is still one."
"Oh." Yu Qian was relieved and asked with interest,
"Whose girl is she? Where did she meet her?" "It's in my dream,"
Li Chu said.
"In a dream?" "That's right."
Li Chu nodded.
"In my dreams, she is sometimes a fairy on Fairy Island. Innocent, lively and quirky. Sometimes she is the princess of Nanzhao Kingdom. Kind and compassionate. Holy and flawless. Sometimes she is a heroine who grew up in an ancient tomb. She is dressed in white and beats the snow. She is independent from the world. Sometimes it's a beautiful woman by the lake in the south of the Yangtze River. Smart and gentle. With bright rosy clouds and bright jade. In short, in my heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world."
It was the first time that Yu Qian saw his apprentice's emotional look, and he asked with some joy,
"The fate in this world is weird. Maybe there is such a person. Have you ever dreamed about her name?"
"Whose family name is he? I should never see her again."
Li Chu shook his head and sighed.
"Her surname is Lu."
Chapter 94 Dragon King Han's Son-in-Law and the Ancient Shyfish. After gathering himself, Li Chu set off for Wangyu Village. "I'm going to give away the dragon transformation fruit. In Wangyu Village, I borrowed the idle sea boat from the villagers and invited a few sailors to help. He wanted to pay for it, but the villagers said nothing. These are the most honest people in Halua. If you help them once,
you will be remembered for a lifetime." The process of going out to sea this time was extremely smooth. There was no problem like last time. When we arrived in the nearby waters, we saw the golden Yongle Island in the distance. Seeing the golden light, Li Chu's eyes grew hot. Duyun Temple will become like this sooner or later. When the ship docked, the steward from the island still led the team and warmly welcomed the guests off the ship. Just like last time, the sailors were warned by their mother-in-law and did not dare to go down. Li Chu went to the island alone. Seeing that Wang Longqi didn't come, several maids in the crowd obviously looked disappointed. Sitting in the hall was a man who looked like a snowman, with a familiar, high smile on his face. The Dragon King, the son-in-law of the Han family.
"My friend, I never thought you would come back so soon."
The Dragon King was overjoyed when he saw the jade box handed over by Li Chu. He had seen the dragon fruit before, and he could smell the haunting smell without opening the box.
"I'm lucky. I happened to collect 4 secret keys,"
Li Chu said calmly. The Dragon King held the jade box, opened it, took a look, took a deep breath, and said intoxicatedly,
"It's dragon energy. The smell of blood. With it, I only need to gather a drop of dragon marrow to return to the top.
One day, then the Han family. Ha.
He raised his head again and said to His Highness,
"Send it up."
As soon as he finished speaking, an attendant held a small brocade box and handed it to Li Chu. Li Chu glanced at it and couldn't guess what it was. If it were gold or silver, it would be too little. If it is jewelry and jade, it may be quite valuable. According to the generosity of the Dragon King, the Pearl of the Night, the remuneration given to himself will definitely not be bad. So there is no need to worry about this. Just as he was thinking about it, the attendant opened the brocade box. I saw that there was indeed a pearl inside, but it was not an ordinary pearl. It is a dark blue orb with a faint inscription. I don't know whether the inscription on it was born or engraved later. Although it is simple, it seems to have a very profound meaning. Li Chu felt that he could see some truth from it, but it was like coming into contact with a hieroglyphic for the first time. Although he could vaguely guess its meaning, he could not fully understand it. Without letting him think too much, the Dragon King introduced,
"This is a water-repelling bead. I know that the little Taoist priest has a high level of cultivation, but there are always some unexpected situations when traveling in the world. Many cultivators can go to heaven and escape from the earth, but once they fall into the water, they will inevitably be restrained. A tenth of the cultivation level can only be used to the best of 5 or 6 points. As long as you wear this waterproof bead with you, it will protect you from all water, and you will be able to walk on flat ground when entering rivers, lakes and seas. The earliest water-repelling beads in the world are actually a kind of dragon beads. Nowadays, there are only 3 or 5 real water-repelling dragon beads. The ones commonly seen in the world are imitations of Danning Pavilion. I have one of the real water-repelling dragon beads here. The quality and effect far exceed those of acquired imitations.
Although the Dragon King did not use those yellow and white vulgar things to humiliate himself, Li Chu was slightly disappointed. But it sounds like this water-repelling bead is also very powerful. Moreover, the rivers, lakes and seas are as smooth as walking on the plains. Very practical indeed. As strong as Sun Wukong. Wouldn't he be troubled by his inability to fight with water all his life? With this, your safety factor will be greatly increased.
This dragon transformation fruit is too precious to me. Because of this, I have spent a lot of time thinking about what I can give you in return for you. The Taoist priest. Are you satisfied with the reward?
After the introduction, the Dragon King asked cautiously. Li Chu smiled and nodded.
Very satisfied. That's good.
The Dragon King waved his hand.
Here comes someone. Let's have a banquet.
He turned his head and laughed heartily.
It only takes me 7 days to condense the dragon's marrow. And in less than a year, I can refine the dragon's blood again. By then, my cultivation should be back to 70% of its peak. That's enough to escape from Yongle Island.
Li Chu was a little puzzled and asked,
why did we never see anyone guarding us on the way in and out? The Taoist priest doesn't know something.
The Dragon King gritted his teeth and said,
then the Han family left 4 surrendered sea monsters around the island as guards for all directions. They usually don't show up. Just like the direction you came from. The guard there is an ancient shy fish. This shy fish is extremely strange. Although it is naturally powerful, it is shy to see people. It usually hides at the bottom of the sea. If someone approaches, it will set off big waves to scare away the opponent. Unless someone uses their spiritual consciousness to explore the seabed and stare at it all the time, it will become angry and appear to attack. But it's different for me. As long as I leave this island, that shy fish will immediately surface and keep me at all costs. This is the mark left by the Han family in their souls. So you can come and go as you please, but I have to defeat it if I want to leave. Forehead.
Li Chu blinked and organized his words.
Actually, that shy fish may be dead,
he said slowly. Huh? The Dragon King was startled, then smiled and said,
are you kidding? A sea monster like that can live for more than 1,000 years. Unless it is killed by an expert.
As he spoke, his smile suddenly froze. Then, he suddenly stepped forward and held Li Chu's hand.
Brother, is this what you mean?
Li Chu nodded slightly.
When I first came here, in that storm, I used a method similar to spiritual consciousness to observe the bottom of the sea. And then it suddenly became angry and blocked our way forward. I was wondering why at the time. But I never thought it was because I was really shy. I had to kill it.
The Dragon King felt awestruck when he heard this. He had already thought highly of this little Taoist priest before. But he didn't expect it. His true strength is even higher. How could it be so simple to kill the ancient shy fish? But he said it so calmly and calmly. It seems that in his opinion, this is indeed not a very difficult thing. It's a bit scary. When we came back from Yongle Island, it was already getting late. As soon as I walked into the door of Diyun Temple, I saw that it was full of people. There were all kinds of people. Men, women, old and young. They were very different from the usual scene. They all looked tired. Li Chu was a little confused and walked forward. Yu Qian was in the middle of the crowd comforting everyone. When he saw him coming back, he quickly called him over. After asking, I found out that these were villagers living in Xiaoliu village by the Luhua River. They came here because something evil seemed to be happening in the village. This evil spirit does not harm anyone, but it is something different. In the past few nights, whenever the villagers sleep, they will dream of a wet woman who says to them in a cold voice,
there is someone under the water.
Usually as soon as this sentence is said, the villagers will be frightened to wake up. At first some people thought it was just an ordinary nightmare, but soon it spread to every household. Almost everyone in most of their village would have this dream every night. And it would be the same woman speaking the same words to them with the same voice.
There are people under the water.
Chapter 95 There are people underwater. Xiaoliu Village. A name that you must pronounce correctly. Otherwise it is likely to cause disaster. This is all due to a thick willow tree that has been growing for hundreds of years. It looks like a strong man with loose hair in women's clothing, standing majestic and high-spirited at the bend of Luhua River, taking this big willow tree as a landmark. The village upstream was named Shangliu Village, and the village downstream was named Xiaoliu Village. Luhua River is one of the more famous rivers in Hangzhou. First, because the river is wide and long, running through the city of Hangzhou and directly to the East China Sea. There is only a small section of the river in Yuhan County. The second reason is that the scenery on both sides of the river is beautiful, with spring flowers, autumn moon, summer willows and winter plums, and the scenery is new in all seasons. Therefore, wealthy people from Hangzhou often come here in small boats or sailing boats on sunny days.
Like other villages in Yuhan County, most of the villagers in Xiaoliu Village rely on fishing for a living, and a small number of them farm. This can be seen from the layout of their village. Most of the houses are built along the river bank, with only a small part on the opposite side, closer to the farmland. As soon as Li Chu came back from the sea, he brought Fox Girl and the villagers here. But it was still getting dark. This time he still brought the Fox Girl with him, because Li Chu found that it was convenient to take her out. His appearance is so easy to attract bees and butterflies, and he easily attracts crowds wherever he goes. And he is too elegant and easygoing, and it is difficult to escape. At this time, if there is a fox girl with a big wagging tail standing next to her, even if her appearance is not scary, people will be a little wary. The fox girl doesn't know when she will completely transform. Use it as often as possible while she can still use it. There were about 20 or 30 villagers from Xiaoliu Village who went to Diangwen. And that was not all. There were at least 80 or 90 people in the village who had dreamed of that woman, including men, women, old and young. In the Yun Temple, Yu Qian asked carefully, and their answers were consistent. Everyone dreamed of the same scene, which was all eerie and difficult to see clearly. Then a wet woman with long and heavy water-stained hair fell down, covering her face. It only said that sentence in a particularly gloomy and cold voice. There are people under the water. For Li Chu today, the difficulty in exorcising evil lies not in how to kill it, but in how to find it. This woman has been dreaming about it for several days, and no villagers have been harmed. Thinking about it this way, its purpose should not be to harm anyone. It seemed that he simply wanted to tell the villagers something. There are many people who have this dream, and apart from the fact that they all live in Xiaoliu Village, they have nothing special in common. Do the same things and go to the same places. None of these. The information it revealed was only these 4 words, leaving little room for imagination. The underwater area is too broad. In a place like Xiaoliu Village, there are only a few water wells in the village, as well as lakes, rivers, creeks, paddy fields, and water tanks. If you are not sure about the location, look for it one by one. You may have to find it next year. Even if you use a blanket search, it will take a lot of effort, because there were so many people who had this dream. Li Chu did not visit them one by one. Think about it for a moment. He decided to ask people who had not had this dream. There are only about 20 villagers in the village who have had this dream. The village chief quickly called them over one by one and asked them at his home. The villagers are very cooperative, because now in this village, they are the more panicked group. When everyone has experienced something, and you are the only one who has not experienced it, it is inevitable that you will feel guilty in your heart. It's just that these villagers are all men, women, old and young, and they don't have any characteristics. Li Chu casually asked a few basic questions, and then asked them to leave. But they came in 2s and 3s, and Li Chu hadn't noticed them yet. When they left, he noticed a large group of people leaving together. These villagers are all walking in the same direction. They live very close to each other? Li Chu asked. The village chief thought for a while and said, Yes, they are all farming on the other side of the village. Li Chu nodded. It turns out that things are very simple. It's just that the villagers may have never experienced such a thing, and they were so panicked that they didn't think of it. Everyone who dreams of that woman lives by the Luhua River. Anyone who has not dreamed of that woman does not live by the river. In this way, it can be determined that the woman's appearance is related to Luhua River. The underwater it mentioned was most likely under the Luhua River. Tonight the stars and moon are dim. Li Chu took the fox girl to the Luhua River, but no villagers dared to follow. He closed his eyes quietly. The scope of the mind's eye spell covers a section of the river and slowly penetrates downwards. But Li Chu didn't suffer much interference, and quickly located a group of sluggish yin energy at the bottom of the riverbed. This cloud of yin energy is not very strong, but the surroundings are clean. Only here may some dirty things be produced. When Li Chuxing arrived, he suddenly wanted to try the newly acquired water-repelling beads. The bead happened to be on his body, so there was no need to prepare anything else.
He just handed the money bag to the fox girl to take care of it carefully. He jumped into the water. Li Chu entered the water. But there was no sound of splashing or splashing. It was as if the water flow parted automatically and actively welcomed him in. And the feeling after entering the water is even more magical. If all the water was really blocked, then Li Chu should have fallen all the way. But this is not the case. Gucci. Your feet can use the force to walk and your body can move freely. The name, waterproofing, seems inappropriate. It should be called water controlling beads. It's like all the water has suddenly become your friend, caring for you when you need it, keeping your distance when you don't. Li Chu just felt the magic of water repelling beads while slowly moving downwards. Then, in the place where the gloomy energy was stagnant, I saw an existence that might produce a ghost. A corpse. A female corpse with long flowing hair, dressed in brocade, had not risen, and had almost no changes even after being soaked underwater for an unknown length of time. You can even tell that this woman had a beautiful appearance and a curvy figure during her lifetime. Imagine that scene. A lightless night. A silent underwater, facing a lifelike corpse. As if you will open your eyes at any time. Immediately, Li Chu leaned forward and was hugged by a princess. He picked up the female body, turned around and walked away. He quickly left the water and revealed his body again.
Master,
the fox girl called.
It went very well,
Li Chu replied, when he saw the little Taoist priest carrying a female corpse into his home in the middle of the night. The village chief's face turned green, although Li Chu said calmly that there was no need to be afraid. But at this time, who is not afraid of who is the grandson?
I think she drowned in the Luwa River due to some accident, and she didn't want her body to be exposed here. So she gave you a dream,
Li Chu explained.
Now as long as the body is sent away, it should be fine.
In fact, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Many people who die unexpectedly will have this haunting situation. This kind of ghost has no great abilities and relies solely on one obsession to survive. As long as its body is properly placed, it will disperse on its own. The villagers wanted to give the body a quick burial, but it wasn't that simple. If someone dies out of thin air, it must be reported to the government office, and the body must be sent to the government office mortuary. There are still many processes to be done to determine the cause of death, confirm identity, and find family members. So several brave villagers, together with Li Chu, took the female body to the yamen overnight. The matter is settled now. After fishing out its body, the ghost of this woman should be gone. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, Chow Tai Fook came to the door.
My little Taoist priestly, I beg you to be kind and dispose of the female body.
Chow Tai Fook faced the dark circles under the eyes of the two bosses. Their eyes were dull, and they looked frightened. Li Chu frowned and asked,
What's wrong?
Chow Tai Fook said with a grimace.
Don't mention it. I had a nightmare yesterday and woke up on the spot. Then when I asked, I found that all the brothers in our class had the same dream. I dreamed of a wet woman speaking to you in a sinister way. There are people under the water.
Chapter 96: The Secret of the Ghost and the Late Qinggong.
Huh?
This is a little strange. The area that Li Chu personally inspected with his mind's eye skills last night ensured that there could not be any other corpses or ghosts in the river 1 mile up and down. If it says there are people underwater, where are they? If the ghost is lingering, it means that the obsession has not disappeared. It can be speculated from the previous dream that she did not want to display her body outside. This dream is indeed a bit unpredictable. Li Chu felt that he should go see her. So he stood up and said,
I'll go and have a look with you.
Zhou Dafu raised his head and looked up at Li Chu, and suddenly felt that although Li Chu was already very handsome at ordinary times, he was particularly radiant at this moment. It's nice to have a man who makes people feel safe. Li Chu, dressed in green clothes and carrying a sword pouch containing the pure Yang sword, left the Dayun temple. Since I was going to town this time, I didn't let the fox girl accompany me. Zhou Dafu took him hurriedly to the mortuary, which was a street away from the back of the government office. Even the county government officials are usually reluctant to get close to this place, because most of the corpses parked in the morgue did not die well, and each had its own evil appearance. If you watch too much, you will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. This woman's body is park here, which means it is outstanding, except for the wrinkles of the soaked satin. Her temples are not messy. Her face is delicate, and her skin is white. If it weren't for the fact that my whole body wasn't cold and hard, lying here would really feel like falling asleep. But just because it's so well preserved, it's actually extremely weird.
It can be said that it lacks the consciousness that a corpse should have.
Little Taoist Priestley, why don't you just transcend it directly?
Chow Tai Fook asked tentatively. What he meant was to directly dispose of the body regardless of the meaning of the dream. This can indeed be done to deal with such a weak ghost. Because although the ghost exists apart from the corpse, it is still inextricably linked to the body. In fact, this is probably what most exorcists would do when faced with this situation. When the ghost is still weak, it is very fragile. Most of the time, simply cremating the body will dissipate it. For more powerful people, you can at most ask a monk or Taoist priest to recite the scriptures several times, perform rituals, and then cremate the person after salvation. This corpse does not rot when it dies, and does not float when it enters the water. It is obviously the more powerful kind among the ghosts. But no matter how powerful it is still a ghost after all. If Li Chu slashed this corpse with the pure yang sword, it would certainly not be able to escape disaster. This saves worry and effort, and prevents the ghost from continuing to grow. It is indeed the most efficient and safest choice. However, Li Chu didn't want to do this. The main reason for the lingering ghost is still the persistence. This kind of obsession is probably not an idea that goes against the laws of nature and human ethics. Otherwise it will become a resentful spirit. It's better to get it done if you can. Let it enter reincarnation with peace of mind. This is the best policy. And Li Chu always had a premonition. It was as if this ghost would tell him something very important. This premonition is very strong. In this case, he would not be able to handle the matter hastily. Take 10,000 steps back. What if this ghost is allowed to grow? If he practices for a few more years, he will become a little ghost at most. If he practices for a few more decades, he may be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the resentful spirits. If he practices for a few hundred more years, he may become a ghost general. If he is lucky, and if he practices for 1,000 more years, he may be promoted to a ghost king. And still the weaker kind. It's not likely Chu has never encountered such a weak ghost king. I won't mention the outcome. After pondering for a moment, he said,
It's better to find the source of its obsession. Captain Zhou, haven't you determined the identity of this woman yet?
Zhou Dafu shook his head.
I'm sure he's not from Yuhang Town. Looking at his clothes, he can't be from the surrounding villages. The Luhua River connects the prefecture in the west and flows into the sea in the east. There are so many passenger ships coming and going. To drown a person quietly like this, the official, it's hard to find where it comes from.
Li Chu immediately said.
Then I will stay here tonight and meet it personally.
If we can't find her life experience, we can only start with the ghost itself. Chow Tai Fook was helpless and stopped talking. Since Li Chu was willing to spend more effort, he had no choice but to let him go. It was still early in the day, and the ghosts had no ability to appear during the day. Li Chu did not wait in the morgue all the time. There is one thing that should have been done long ago. As early as when he was fighting the Demon King that day, Li Chu felt his lack of speed and wanted to find a way to make up for it. But later on, I had too many things to do, and it kept getting delayed. And I didn't have time until today. There was no one enemy under his sword. And now with the bonus of pure yang sword, Li Chu couldn't even tell how strong his attack was. After practicing the iron claw shirt, his defense had reached a point where he was quite satisfied. In terms of soul, it will improve with the level. What Li Chu has always been least afraid of is mental attacks. After learning the sunflower acupuncture hand, you have another effective control skill. Attack, defense, mind, control. After thinking carefully, Li Chu felt that what he lacked now was speed and reply. If these two gaps are filled, then one can become a more qualified hexagonal warrior. Such as self. You should be qualified to leave Yuhang Town. Taking advantage of this gap, he walked through 2 streets and arrived at Zashu with great expectations. As a result, what came over was not the old shopkeeper, but a group of fanatical girls. Nowadays, the queues at Diyun Temple are very long during the day, and priority is given to those who visit because of evil spirits. It is already difficult for the girls who go to visit Shaoli Daochan to get in the queue. Li Chu has been absent from the audience a lot recently. He has been waiting in line for a long time, and may have seen some bad old man or silly girl. After the miscellaneous study room took the lead to put up a sign saying, Little Taoist Li's favorite place to visit. It soon became another place where girls gathered. I didn't expect that my dream would come true so suddenly today. I met a wild Li Chu.
Little Taoist Priestley. It's alive!
Exclamation point. Hearing this scream, Li Chu couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Bad. After struggling for a while, the Taoist robe was torn several times. And then he got out with the help of the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper immediately closed the store door, and the father and son leaned against the store door, panting for a long time. He then turned around and said, "Xiao Taoist priest, I'm sorry. Since I used your name to go out, business has been much better. I just didn't expect that it would be inconvenient for you to come. It doesn't matter." Li Chu waved his hand. "Just get used to this kind of thing." The old shopkeeper recovered his anger and asked with a smile, "What book is Taoist Masterly looking for this time? Is it a martial arts secret book?" "Yes." Li Chu nodded. The old shopkeeper walked over and said with a smile, "I don't have many martial arts secrets in this shop. But you almost bought them all." "Ha ha. What type are you looking for this time?" Li Chu said, "I want to find 2 methods. One that increases speed, and one that restores blood and heals injuries. Is that okay?" "Yeah." The old shopkeeper now lowered his waist, rummaged for a long time, and said, "There shouldn't be blood healing and healing. Most of these are advanced techniques. After all, I am only a small shop. How can I buy that kind of goods?" In other words, I'm here to buy stuff from the general public. Li Chu was slightly disappointed. The old shopkeeper didn't get up and continued. "There is a book on Qigong and Shenfa for speed. I wonder if it suits your liking." After saying that, he held up a tattered book as usual. "Oh!" Li Chu's eyes lit up when he looked at the name of the book. Skipping chapter 97 does not affect viewing. Chapter 98, The Blue Butterfly Swims Through the Clouds. On the cover of the book in the hands of the old shopkeeper, there were 7 characters flying like dragons and phoenixes. Blue butterflies swimming in the clouds. Compared with the previous books with strong street stall style titles, this book's title exudes a high-end feel. This footwork is amazing. It is said that it was created by a female knight named Tai in the martial arts world in the past, and it was carried forward in the hands of her grandson. Once it is used, it is as fast as lightning and looks like a ghost. It's just that this kind of footwork is extremely difficult to practice. No one has been able to practice it in the past 100 years, and it has been almost lost. Legend has it that if you practice it to the extreme, no one can even fight through a crowd of thousands of troops. I touched a hair on your head." The old shopkeeper spoke in an exaggerated manner, and his exaggerated tone was the same as before. Li Chu trusted the quality of Zishuzi's products, so he immediately thanked him, paid and left. After taking a look at the people outside the door, he quickly slipped out. Mastering a light skill is a great improvement for yourself. As for the recovery and healing techniques, although I haven't found them yet, I'm not in a hurry. After all, under the defense of Iron Claw shirt, the probability of being injured should not be very high, although the hexagonal warrior is very desirable. When the other 5 sides are already long enough, one missing edge does not affect life. After wandering around, it was only noon when we returned to the mortuary. There was no one around, so Li Chu came to the yard and couldn't wait to open the secret book. This light kung fu technique focuses more on short distance dodge and pursuit, and is suitable for combat. As for long distance raids, traveling thousands of miles a day, etc., this is impossible. Compared with the cultivator's flying skills such as wind control and sword control, they are even less worth mentioning. But for Li Chu, it was enough. After taking a closer look, Li Chu was convinced that the orchid butterfly's flying movements were indeed created by a woman. This step emphasizes 3 key points: lightness, agility, and speed. Although it also relies on instant bursts, it does not rely on violent force, but a combination of hardness and softness, light and heavy, to achieve a more agile effect. To put it bluntly, it must not only be fast, but also beautiful. This is not usually the case with exercises created by men, because once a man is quick, it will be difficult for him to be beautiful. The secret to exerting force in this step is simply, the body is as light as a swallow, but the step is as critical as 1,000 steps. That is to say, with a breath of true energy, the whole body is emptied, making the body light and agile. But at this time, all the strength of the body must be concentrated on one foot, and he steps out heavily. This is a difficult state to handle. Bang! Li Chu was still holding the book in his left hand and studying it, but he had already stepped down with his right foot, leaving a heavy footprint on the ground. His body also jumped 10 feet away. But, wrong. He shook his head. It's not the feeling described in the secret book at all. According to the secret book, the most powerful thing about the blue butterfly's flying steps is that it can combine hardness and softness in an uninterrupted manner.
Martial arts masters have practiced to such a high level that they can even take one step 3 feet or 9 steps in a row. Many times, these 9 steps are enough to bridge the gap between life and death. The so-called balance of hardness and softness. It's not just talk. Hardness is originally soft, but turns into hardness due to thoughts. There is hardness in the softness, and this hardness is finally transformed into softness. Hardness is in the softness. Softness follows the movement of the hardness, wherever the force goes, and the cycle goes back and forth. This is the perfect principle. Li Chu took a deep breath. Gather all your spiritual power. Try to let go of your body, and apply your strength to your left foot. Bang! His body instantly turned into an afterimage, and a moment later, he appeared in a high and empty place, and even he himself was in a trance. At this time, I heard someone shouting from below. "Chao Taoist Priestley, why are you running up to the roof?" Li Chu looked down and found that it was a young policeman he had seen before, looking left and right again. It turned out that he had actually arrived on the roof of the county government office. It was already a street away from the courtyard of the mortuary. This orchid butterfly's movement through the clouds is quite impressive. A step of 3 feet is still modest. This step of his took more than 10 feet. And he can actually fly. This is an unexpected surprise, he said casually to the policeman. "It's okay. I'll take a walk." "Huh?" The policeman was stunned. "Can you walk up to the roof if you have nothing to do? What is this operation?" Li Chu had turned his head, no longer looking at him, and rethinking his practice. "Just now, I just didn't know how to use the strength well. This time, I tried to control the strength and direction. And I should be able to successfully return to the yard across the street." Thinking about it, he exerted force on his feet. His figure flashed again, and sure enough, he disappeared instantly. From the policeman's perspective. Suddenly, Li Chu appeared. Suddenly, Li Chu was gone again. On a sunny day, the young man rubbed his eyes vigorously and stared at the roof carefully for a long time. "Suddenly I have some doubts about life." At this time, Li Chu's figure had appeared in the mortuary. He was surprised, because he originally wanted to fall in the yard. This time, the force was just right, but the direction was probably slightly off. But why did it fly into the house all of a sudden? Even if you want to come in, you should break through the wall and come in. Could it be? Can this orchid butterfly swim through the clouds and pass through the wall? Teleport, shadowless, and pass through walls. These keywords were superimposed together, and 2 words suddenly appeared in Li Chu's mind. Flash. He immediately tried again. Take 1 step. Oh! The next moment, he came to the yard again. And this time, he was completely successful. What a flash! Li Chu couldn't help but shook his head again and sighed. Lan Dai was swimming in the clouds. So strong. With such a powerful body technique. It is no wonder that the old shopkeeper said that it is extremely difficult to practice and has almost been lost in the world. Even I had to practice it 3 times before I fully mastered it. The next thing to test is its continuity. But see, in the small courtyard, an afterimage shuttled back and forth. Uh-huh, 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 swish. After a while, he stopped. Li Chu didn't blush or breath, and just meditated quietly. Martial arts masters who have practiced to a high level can take 1 step 3 feet or 9 steps in a row. And I can move more than 10 feet in 1 step, and then connect infinitely. Is it because of the superiority of spiritual power? He then remembered that the effects of his iron cloth shirt, mind sight technique, and sunflower acupuncture hands seemed to be different from those described in their respective secret manuals. Always a slight exaggeration. A bold idea came out. Is it possible? In fact, these are very ordinary skills. They are all because of the blessing of my own spiritual power. So they are so defiant? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more it looks like. Li Chu thought calmly for a while, and felt that this matter might require a controlled experiment. My biggest problem is that I have been studying alone and silently. And I have never seen a martial arts master who practices these. You have to find another person to let him practice these techniques. Only by comparing like this can we intuitively see the difference. He silently kept this in mind. If one's own spiritual power can really turn decay into magic, practicing these ordinary martial arts techniques will be the same. So what would happen if one day I practiced those powerful immortal powers? Thinking of this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel warm. Chapter 99 The Lost Lover. When night falls, the surroundings are especially quiet. Several police officers on duty in the government office had nightmares last night. No one dared to sleep again tonight. They were all crowded in the squad room, waiting for any movement from Li Chu. Li Chu was alone in the mortuary, facing the intact corpse, closing his eyes and meditating. Although he was in the morgue, his evil intentions had already enveloped the nearby streets. As long as a trace of Yin Qi is revealed, he will never escape his supervision. Silence. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a faint voice broke the silence. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. It was the sound of water drops falling to the ground. It seemed a little far away, but Li Chu had already moved. He stood up, and as soon as he took a step, his figure had disappeared. Suddenly, there were two flashes. Outside the courtyard wall, in the hazy moonlight, there was a vague shadow of wetness. Obviously, this is a female ghost. It looked like it had just climbed out of the water. Its hair was wet and heavy, and it was spread down to cover its entire face. His clothes clung to his body tightly. His arms drooped, and he looked faintly in the direction of the mortuary. He seemed to want to get closer, but was hesitant, walking silently, indifferent, desolate and melancholy. At this moment, the afterimage flickered, and a little Taoist priest in green suddenly appeared in front of her. The female ghost's shoulders suddenly shook, obviously frightened. Immediately, it turned and ran away. Under the moonlight, it floated very quickly. However, the little Taoist priest is faster. He only took one step, and with a swish sound, he blocked its path again like a ghost. The female ghost's step stagnated, and she suddenly fell into a trance. It seemed like I couldn't figure it out all at once. Between the two of us, who is the ghost? Li Chu stared at the little ghost in front of him, which was roughly equivalent to 18 lantern monsters, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm a good person." The female ghost's heavy hair suddenly exploded, and the whole ghost jumped up. Good guy? That must be killing ghosts. Seeing her turning around and trying to run away again, Li Chu became a little impatient. He once again swam like a blue butterfly across the clouds, flashed in front of the female ghost, and stopped her. Then, he comforted her with a gentle voice again. "Girl, if you run away again, I will draw my sword." After listening to his comfort, the female ghost calmed down. It stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. Li Chu then had time to ask, "In the mortuary, is your body, girl?" The female ghost nodded obediently. "That's it." Li Chu looked at her and said slowly, "If you have any obsessions, you can tell me, and I can help you resolve them without disturbing the people every day." The female ghost revealed one eye from behind her hair and glanced at him secretly. She looked very frightened and still did not dare to make a sound. Li Chu saw that its state was too nervous and felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he forced out a warm smile and said, "I really want to help you." The female ghost looked at Li Chu's warm spring smile and was stunned for a moment. Somehow, an idea suddenly came to my mind. This person must be trustworthy. In the mortuary, next to her body, the female ghost was melancholy in silence for a while, and finally made a sound. "My name is Chen Yuju, and I am from Yunhe County," it said. "Xiao Taoist Priestly, I have heard of your name. As soon as I saw your face in Luo River, I knew it was you." "Oh." Li Chu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his name had spread outside Yuhan County. "My family is a family friend of the Gu family in Yuhan County. I heard Gu Suiwa mention you." The female ghost lowered her head and whispered. "She said that you are not only extremely handsome, but also very good at exorcising evil spirits. No matter what kind of monsters you are, you can always kill them with one sword. So I am afraid of you. I have never done any bad things." "Real?" Li Chu nodded clearly. No wonder this female ghost gave others dreams, but always avoided him. Maybe Miss Gu was too exaggerated when she mentioned it to her. At the same time, we can also know from these words that Miss Chen must come from a wealthy family. "Miss Chen, although our practice emphasizes slaying demons, you have not done anything evil, so you are not included in this list. I really want to help you eliminate your obsessions and let you enter reincarnation as soon as possible," Li Chu said. "Thank you so much, Taoist priest Shaoli." Chen Yuji nodded gently. Li Chu observed her for a while and felt that Miss Chen must have had a timid temperament when she was alive, so she would be so frightened when she turned into a ghost after death. With such a temper, it would be difficult for her to harm others. "I was originally going on a boat trip with Mr. Dai." It took Li Chu a long time after that to hear her finish talking about her experience intermittently. It turned out that this Miss Chen really came from the Chen family, a wealthy family in Yunhe County. She also has a childhood sweetheart, the son of another wealthy family in Yuna County, the Dai family. The two are already married. They are well matched. And they are both talented and beautiful. It can be said that they are a match made in heaven. Originally, the two families planned to choose a good and auspicious day to get married this year. A few days ago, Mr. Dai suddenly invited her to take a boat trip. Miss Chen readily agreed to her lover's invitation. The two made an appointment to leave the maids and servants, chartered a passenger ship, and wanted to enjoy their world quietly. Unexpectedly, when the boat was traveling along the Luhua River to the Xiaoliu village section, the boatmen suddenly drew out their sharp steel knives and turned into thieves. After robbing them of all their belongings, they forced the couple to jump into the river. The two were helpless, sad and graceful, embracing each other and jumping into the Luhua River. At this point in the story, it is just a crime. But Miss Chen was unwilling to sleep under the water forever, and she never lost her spirit and turned into a ghost. This was the reason why the villagers of Xiaoliu village had nightmares. Originally, it was just a matter of salvaging her body and burying it. But Miss Chen discovered that her lover was gone. Mr. Dai and she embraced each other and jumped into the Luhua River. They could not share the same quilt in life, and they should share the same coffin in death. Now that her body has died and turned into a ghost, the body of Mr. Dai has disappeared. How willing she was. Hence, the second dream entrustment last night. When she said, "There are people under the water," she was referring to Mr. Dai. But she didn't know where that person was. "I carefully explored the bottom of the Luhua River last night. Apart from your body, there was absolutely no other corpse." Li Chu looked at Miss Chen and said, "Are you sure Mr. Dai is with you?" He didn't finish his sentence. "Are you sure he died with you?" "Of course." Miss Chen's voice became louder for the first time. "Master Dai and I have already sworn to each other for life. How could he leave me and live alone?" Judging from her tone, she seemed to be extremely confident about the relationship between the two. "I'm sorry," Li Chu said. "The Luhua River is long, and maybe his body washed away elsewhere. What is Mr. Dai's full name? I can ask the county government officials tomorrow to see if I can find out who he is. Information. Master Dai." When she mentioned her lover, Miss Chen's voice became a little gentler, and she said slowly, "His name is Dai Aaron." Chapter 100 Monster. I've long seen that you are not human. Early the next morning, Li Chu told Chow Tai Fook about this matter. Miss Chen was still alive because she could not be buried with her lover. So she asked him to help find out about Dai Aaron's body. Or maybe this Dai Aaron is not dead at all. There should be another hidden story behind this matter. Likewise, it must be unearthed in order to soothe the ghost of Miss Chen. Zhou Dafu was very efficient in handling matters in the human world. After understanding the meaning, he went to order his men to take action. Li Chu also temporarily returned to the Yun Temple. The early morning at the Yun Temple is always peaceful and peaceful. The master was sitting under the tree, exuding his masterly demeanor that was almost overflowing. The fox girl performs tea ceremony at the stone table. The little koi recently ate a few slices of dragon fruit, and its mental state is not stable. Sometimes it is as cute as before, and sometimes it looks up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and says out of nowhere, "I'm sorry for being born as a fish." Li Chu went back to his room and rested for a while. When he woke up, it was not yet noon. After washing up, he was about to go to the front hall to take over from his master. I saw Zhou Dafu hurried over with a serious look on his face. "How's it going?" he asked. Zhou Dafu said, "I sent people to Yuna County to check. Dai Aaron is not dead at all. He is alive and well." Li Chu nodded. This was indeed what he expected. But what Chow Tai Fook said next surprised him. "And then Shen Yuju is not dead. She is also alive and well." Li Chu felt as if his spine had been stabbed by something. This is a bit strange. If Shen Yuju is not dead, then who is the body that he picked up? Why does it have to lie to itself by talking about those things in a serious way? Thinking about Miss Chen's appearance last night, Li Chu felt that it didn't look like she was lying. Then Chow Tai Fook said again, "And today is their wedding day. My men went over to ask if my uncle was dead. If he hadn't been in official clothes, he would have been beaten." Li Chu suddenly stood up and said, "Shall we go and take a look? Going to Yunha County?" "Right. There is something fishy about it, and you have to go and see it with your own eyes." Immediately, he set off with Zhou Dafu and rushed to Yunha County by boat. Although Zhou Dafu is a government official, he has developed blind trust in Li Chu after experiencing many things. What Taoist priestly wants to do makes sense after all. Although he still felt that it would be easier to cut off the body with one sword. And it would save a lot of trouble. Yunnan County and Yuhang County are not far away. You can reach them in less than half an hour by going upstream along the Luo River. Dai's house was not far from the riverside. The two of them walked quickly, asking for directions along the way. They walked for almost half an hour. Looking from a distance, one can see a stretch of houses in front of them, all decorated with lights and colorful decorations, full of joy and great momentum. It can be described as noisy gongs and drums, firecrackers blasting, red flags waving, and huge crowds of people. Sure enough, they are planning a happy event. Li Chu took a step forward and was about to go to the gate. Zhou Dafu stopped him and said, "Hey, little Taoist Li, what are you doing?" "Of course, I want to go in and take a look at the newlyweds," Li Chu replied. "Do you think this is a wedding banquet for our relatives in the countryside? Just go in and make a fuss." Chow Tai Fook scratched his head and said, "If you want to have a banquet in someone's inner courtyard, you must have an invitation." "Well, I'll think of a way." Li Chu pondered for a moment. Naturally, there was no invitation. But he stood at the door, and when he looked up, he happened to see a familiar figure. Without him having to say lo, the man just ran towards him. Little Taoist priestly. The person who came had almond-shaped eyes, peach cheeks, and a pretty face. It was Gu Tsuehua and Miss Gu who had been rescued last time. Behind her was Mr. Gu, who was also smiling and nodding towards Li Chu. "Miss Gu," Li Chu greeted back and then asked, "Are you here to attend the wedding banquet too?" "Yes." Gu Tsuehua ran over. Her face flushed, and she looked much brighter than her previous sickly appearance. Li Chu said, "Then let's go in together." "Huh? Okay. Okay." Gu Tsuehua nodded hastily, turned around and shouted excitedly, "Dad! Little Taoist Li will go in with us!" With the Gu family's father and daughter accompanying them. All the servants at the door of Dai's house naturally let them go. And there was a special person who led Mr. Gu and his party to the banquet at the front. Chow Tai Fook followed behind and looked dumbfounded. "Is it okay if your whole heart is filled with this? Is this what you guys call finding a solution for being handsome? I feel like I can do it too." Sitting down at the banquet, Li Chu suddenly asked, "Miss Gu, are you familiar with this young lady from the Chen family? Yujia and I used to play together, but we haven't interacted with each other often in the past 2 years." Gu Tsuehua replied, then raised her head. "Little Taoist priestly, why are you asking the bride?" "I'm just a little curious," Li Chu said lightly, and then asked, "Have you met each other in the past 2 days?" "Well," Gu Tsuehua muttered, "Yujia seems a little strange lately. I went to see her a few times, but she was in a hurry and never had a serious conversation." Li Chu nodded gently. Not long after, 3 cannon shots were heard, and the groom and the bride appeared separately. The bride was wearing a red hijab and her face could not be seen clearly. The groom looks quite handsome with red lips and white teeth. Li Chu examined it with his inner eye and couldn't see anything strange. Even if it is an evil spirit, it would be difficult to detect anything wrong if one does not show his cultivation. He didn't say anything, just observed silently to see if he could find any clues, until the newlyweds have worshipped in the high hall. Heaven and earth. There seems to be no clue. Suddenly, there was a burst of wind. I saw a black shadow hitting the bride with a whistling sound. The black shadow came so fast and urgent that no one had time to react, and it was about to hit the bride on the head. But there was a bang. The bride, who was soft and timid, stretched out a hand and firmly stopped the black figure. That object turned out to be a black rosary bead. I don't know who was throwing it with a big skill. It was so powerful and heavy that it stopped in the palm of the bride, with a spinning and sizzling sound. This shows how amazing its strength is. What's even more amazing is that the bride actually caught this hidden weapon. The moment the bride stretched out her palm, Li Chu's pupil shrank, and he stood up in surprise. Demonic spirit. There is indeed something fishy about this bride. Immediately, a shiny bald head was seen rising from the top of the wall in the distance. It turned out to be a young monk dressed in gray-white robes, sleeves and leggings, dressed as a warrior monk. But I saw that he had a resolute outline, a heroic appearance, and the muscles all over his body were tense, like a horned dragon entrenched. One pair of eyes in particular was shining with a divine light that was a bit dazzling. The monk climbed over the wall, laughed loudly, and shouted at the groom and the bride. "Monster! I've already seen that you are not human. Chapter 101 The monk strips, and the Taoist priest raises his sword. The originally joyful scene suddenly became tense due to the appearance of the white-robed monk. A group of onlookers around him didn't know what was going on, and just thought someone was causing trouble. A young and strong guest wanted to stop him, but someone immediately grabbed him. "What are you doing?" "This is the disciple of Zen Master Jiuqian of Xuanfei Temple. There must be a reason for his actions." "A disciple of Zen Master Jiuqian?" "Yes. And this is the new strongest monk in Xuanfei Temple. He is famous for his temperament of fire. Do you dare to stop him and risk your life?" For a time, there was a lot of discussion around him, but no one dared to stop him. The white-robed monk walked forward with such swagger. After catching the rosary, the bride threw it on the ground, shook her head, and took off the red hijab. Looking at her facial features, she looked exactly like the corpse under the water. Fortunately, the corpse was not rotten, so Li Chu could recognize it at a glance. The groom's official on the other side, Mr. Diarendai, stood up and said in a deep voice, "Master, is it too rude to disturb the two of us in worship for no reason? You two?" The white-robed monk hadn't arrived yet, so he sneered. "Why do I only see a pair of yellow foxes getting married here? Ah?" As soon as he said these words, there was an uproar around him. Dao Dao's frightened eyes focused on Mr. Dai and Miss Chen, and occasionally wandered to the monk. They didn't know why he said this. On the high platform, there is a rich old man, who should be the head of the Dai family. Dai Aaron's father. He stood up and asked in surprise, "Why did Master insult my son and his wife?" "Insult? Just tell the truth." The white-robed monk's tone was extremely arrogant. "You monk, don't bully others too much," Dai Aaron said angrily. "Come here. Beat this crazy monk out." The surrounding house slaves had not yet arrived. The white-robed monk shouted at Master Dai, "Your biological son was killed somewhere long ago. Are you still worshipping these foxes? I will kill them today and show you their true colors." After saying that, his figure suddenly rose. After hearing this, Mr. Dai and Miss Chen's expressions also changed drastically. Ever since Miss Chen showed a trace of evil spirit, Li Chu had been staring at them. At this moment, the demonic aura on these two people surged. We can no longer wait and see. There are so many people around. Once things get serious, innocent people will inevitably be affected. Thinking of this, Li Chu stepped forward. Subsequently, a big hand put on his shoulder and pushed him away hard, accompanied by a thunderous shout in his ears. "Don't get in the way!" It turned out that Li Chu was sitting closer to the high platform, and he only took one step forward to reach the bottom of the stage, just in time to catch up with the white-robed monk rushing over. The monk then dialed it. Li Chu was stopped by this roar, and looked up at the monk's back. It was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and had already pounced on him. He stopped temporarily. "All right. You first." Mr. Dai and Miss Chen looked at each other, and finally stopped tensing up. They suddenly showed evil looks, and their arms turned into sharp claws. This is the most convenient fighting form after the monster transforms, combining the natural minions with the human body. It is indeed a demon. It was only at this moment that the surrounding guests suddenly scattered, shouting and fleeing in chaos. But the white-robed monk was not afraid of sharp teeth and claws, and used only a pair of fists to attack them alive. Bang! Soon, the first fist and claws collided, and Mr. Dai was knocked back 5 steps and shouted, "It's so powerful!" The two demons cooperated very well. When Mr. Dai faced the enemy head-on, Miss Chen attacked from the side and dug a claw into the monk's left rib. Laugh. A sharp claw. But no blood was seen. Only 2 layers of clothes were torn. Several red marks appeared under the monk's ribs. Miss Chen also flew away and shouted, "What a thick skin!" She wanted to retreat, but the monk didn't let go. Instead, he chased after him with one stride and punched him again. The fist wind is fierce, and the energy is condensed. It is really terrifying. Miss Chen stretched out her claws, and was hit by this punch. She was still unable to block it, and was thrown more than 3 feet away. Li Chu was watching the battle below, and couldn't help but think of a kind of inheritance his master had talked about. Most of the magical powers practiced by Buddhism are tolerant and benevolent, but lack the skills of life and death. Sometimes, it's just not strong enough after all. At this time, an inheritance was born. Monk. That is to say, those who specialize in Buddhist martial arts have more blessings from Buddhism in martial arts than ordinary martial artists. Compared with ordinary Buddhism, those who practice physical training and martial arts are extremely lethal. At the time of great success,
you can be certified as a golden arhat. This white-robed monk is an extremely obvious lineage of warrior monks, refining the body to push horizontally, the physical body to be brave. His moves may appear to be wide open, but they actually contain hidden secrets, protecting his vital points extremely well. The exposed parts were not enough for the two monsters to break through. Boom, boom, boom. The monks don't cast spells, and the monsters don't have spiritual powers. The fists and claws are intertwined, and the picture is extremely impactful. It's a pity that the people around him were afraid of being affected, so they ran away a long time ago. Li Chu was the only one who dared to stand in the audience and watch. Li Chu watched them go back and forth, punching each other hard, and it felt quite exciting. He has never experienced such a bloody battle. Although the monk was 1 against 2, he still had the upper hand. Although the two monsters have transformed, it can be seen that they are young and not of high moral character. After beating for a long time, blood overflowed from the corners of Yao's mouth. No! You and I are no match for this monk. Mr. Dai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go! What are you going to do?" Although Miss Chen was asking, she seemed to have guessed something, and her face suddenly became anxious. Mr. Dai pulled away, briefly creating a gap, and placed his palm on his lower abdomen. No! Miss Chen noticed his movements and shouted quickly. Bang! But the white-robed monk didn't allow her to get distracted and punched her in the chest until she vomited blood and was thrown away. The next second, I heard a loud roar coming from Mr. Dai's body. Boom! It was like something exploded inside him. Explosive Dan? The white-robed monk frowned and immediately understood what this monster had done. Monsters would only make such a choice when faced with certain death. Detonate the demon pill and gain a moment of powerful power. Although it can burst out briefly, many years of cultivation have been destroyed in one fell swoop. Even if it is lucky enough to survive, it will become a weak beast again. Drink! Roar! Mr. Dai's roar gradually became louder and louder, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into its original shape. A giant fox over 10 feet long. Madam! Leave quickly! I'll fight this monk! The male fox even stirred up blazing demonic flames all over his body, which was caused by the sudden explosion of a large amount of demonic energy with nowhere to vent. It feels like it has never been so powerful. The white-robed monk looked at the monster in front of him, who was not willing to explode the pills, and finally showed a look of awe. What's the point of living alone without you? The already injured Miss Chen resolutely pressed her palm on her lower abdomen. Bang! With a roar, it also revealed its ferocious true form. Roar! The two demon foxes roared at each other, their roars filled with despair. And all that despair will turn into anger towards the monk. Do you think you are the only one who can explode? The monk shouted loudly, and suddenly pulled the white robe behind his back, revealing the majesty of his scale armor. On his back and arms, there is a lifelike dragon tattoo. At this time, Tianlong still had his eyes closed, and was already looking menacing. Those who get Buddhist tattoos should be regarded as protectors of the Dharma. Seeing these heavenly dragon protectors, the two demon foxes stopped trying to pounce forward, and lowered their limbs instead. Their throats roared, and the demonic flames swayed. They were obviously very frightened. Let's see if you two pill-exploding monsters can withstand my move! The shirtless monk shouted angrily. The two demon foxes looked cautiously, as if facing a formidable enemy. I am the one who subdues the dragon. The dragon swings its tail. Goodbye! I heard the monk drink 3 times in a row. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away like a bolt of smoke. That's it. Slipped away. The two demon foxes in the field were stunned, and Li Chu in the audience was also shocked. You took off your clothes, exposed your tattoos, and put on such a big show. Was it just to frighten your opponent and then run away? What else can be said? All I can say is that escaping is shameful but useful. At this time, both monsters have already exploded. It only takes a moment for them to die. Avoiding its edge is indeed the best choice. But the monk turned around and ran away not far away. When he turned around, he found that the little Taoist priest in green was still standing there blankly. It's as if he doesn't know how to be afraid. He couldn't help shouting, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. The two demon foxes chased after him angrily, before they could catch up with the monk. The first thing they saw was Li Chu. At this time, their eyes were full of blood, and they were desperate. As long as they were human beings, they would kill them. Hi! The monk saw that the two demon foxes had already rushed towards him, but the little Taoist priest still did not hide.
He was so angry that he let out a filthy breath. Then without hesitation, he turned around and rushed back. I want to block this blow for Li Chu. But for Li Chu now, it's not that he can't get out of the way. Rather, you can hide, but you don't have to. Because these two demon foxes, even if they were combined together, they were not as powerful as the flying lions back then. Li Chu was not too afraid of this kind of enemy who had a general standard of measurement. The flying lion is equal to a sword. The male fox plus the female fox is smaller than the flying lion and equal to one sword. So he drew his sword from behind. Pure yang sword light. Like the bright sun. Go for it. Normal attack. Chapter 102 A Bloody Letter from Hangzhou. Shenmu is the most capable monk of this generation in Xuanfei Temple. None of them. The reason why he is called Shenmu is because he is born with a pair of wise eyes that can see through all the illusions in the world and withstand the changes of demons. He was admitted to Xuanfei Temple since he was a child and trained as a warrior monk. He can fight because he has high cultivation, strong strength and strong body. It's also because he's good at fighting and has a special talent for how to hit people and how to avoid getting hit. Most monks like to reason and are eloquent. But Shenmu is an exception. To be honest, he is stupid and likes to hit people. Being able to play has always been his label and his most proud point. But today, he suddenly had doubts about this. What can be beaten? The opponent can't defeat you. You can defeat him. But what if you meet a terrifyingly powerful opponent who can wipe you out with just one strike of his sword? But you don't even get a chance to touch his clothes? If such a person is a powerful person, he will not feel much. But the one who wielded this sword was a little Taoist priest who looked smaller than himself. The power of that sword. It was hard for him to think of words to describe it. It was as if everything around him was shrinking. Only the back of the little Taoist priest holding his sword was constantly enlarging. With one sword. I am the only one in the world. Yes, the divine eye still saw this sword from behind. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if faced with this sword. After those two demon foxes exploded, I didn't dare to challenge them head-on. Under this sword, he was swallowed up by the billowing red sword tide. After landing, they all turned into a ball of burnt meat. Shenmu's mind was not racing fast. And at this moment, he was completely sluggish. Dang-lang-lang. Dang-lang-lang. After the two demon foxes died, there was a sound of gold and iron falling to the ground. Li Chu's eyes lit up. Did he explode something again? The one that didn't turn into bones last time was rated as a priceless treasure by the master. He followed the sound and found two iron plates falling on the ground. It looked bleak, with strange inscriptions painted on it. Huh? He picked up the two iron plaques and looked at them. There seemed to be nothing special about them. But how could ordinary gold and iron remain intact in the tide of sword energy of the pure yang sword? This in itself is the biggest special thing. He put the iron plate into his arms, turned around, and saw the monk close at hand. I found that the monk was looking at me dreamily, with a dull expression on his face. I didn't know what he was thinking. His upper body was still naked. Li Chu felt a little nervous and quickly left. The situation here is quite clear. The fox demon should have killed Mr. Dai first, and then used the talent of transformation to transform into him. After that, Miss Chen was killed, and then the fox demon's wife turned into her. These two fox demons try to steal human identities in this way and enjoy this colorful world. Fortunately, the monk appeared and exposed them with strong methods. I don't know if he has any magic method that can directly see the true form of those two monsters. It's better now. Evil will be punished. Next, the Yamen will return Chen Yujia's body. It's just a pity for the lives of Mr. Dai and Miss Chen. Well, after returning to Dianwen, Li Chu showed the two iron plaques to his master. Yu Qian's expression became unusually serious. Li Chu instantly realized that this might not be something valuable. Maybe it's not even a good thing. This is the nameplate of the strange demon sect. This thing actually appeared in Hangzhou Mansion. Yu Qian frowned. We have to notify Chaodiank immediately. Exotic demon sect? Li Chu asked. What is that? It is a monster force that is very rampant in the western region. It behaves in strange and mysterious ways. It is formed by a group of big monsters who want to replace the human race. The most typical method of doing things is to bring the monsters who are good at transformation into the human world. The targets they choose are often human dignitaries. They first observe them secretly, and then look for opportunities to replace them with monsters. There is a small country in the western region, which was gradually infiltrated in this way. In the end, even the king was replaced. And then it completely became a demon country. The minions of the alien demon sect have penetrated into the Hollywood dynasty several times. But Xiao Tianke combined with the other immortal sects to suppress them with the strongest means. However, the big demons behind the alien demon sect are all extremely mysterious. And it will be difficult to eradicate them after all. It has been hundreds of years since they last retreated to the western region. Counting the days, they should have recovered their strength. I just didn't expect them to come directly from the western region to Jiangnan continent.
After listening, Li Chu nodded clearly. I see. To put it this way, I thought it was simple before. Those two fox demons might not just want to enjoy the prosperity of the world. The process of Mr. Dai and Miss Chen being replaced is indeed in line with what the master said about the strange demon sect's behavior. It's just that although the Dai family and the Chen family are big families, they are not very powerful. Perhaps because they suffered a few defeats in the past, they began to lower their penetration standards this time? Such enemies are often the most disgusting. If we fight with real swords and guns, now the Hollywood dynasty has strong soldiers and horses. And the 12 immortal sects have no fear of evil spirits from all walks of life. But if you stir up trouble behind your back like this, you don't know when someone will stab you hard, which will always make people sleepless and uneasy. After thinking about it, Li Chu asked again.
I met a monk today. He can see the true nature of a monster when it takes shape and before its aura is revealed. But is there any method?
In his mind, this world might have some magical power similar to piercing eyes. Unexpectedly, Yu Qian shook his head decisively.
So far, there is no magical power that can solve this problem. The transformation of monsters is recognized by heaven. So as long as they don't take the initiative to reveal their cultivation, they are no different from ordinary people. This is the rule of heaven. Supernatural powers and magic are all about using heaven to guide the way. Of course, they cannot contradict each other. However, there are many magic weapons that can reveal the original form. For example, the most popular demon mirror in the world is hung in every government hall or in the atrium of a large family. In addition,
there are also demon trial platforms, demon glowing jade, etc.
Li Chu nodded for a while after hearing this, thinking that he would need to get some self-defense if he had the chance.
Yu Qian continued. It's just that each of these magic weapons has its own drawbacks. So after so long, the tarsal gangrene of the alien demon sect can still survive in the world.
The master and apprentice were talking about what they had and what they didn't have, when suddenly someone came to deliver a letter. Li Chu went out to pick it up and found that the letter was sent by a stranger. When asked about the origin of the letter, the sender did not know. It is only said that he was an idle man in Hangzhou. He happened to meet a scholar and paid him some money to help him deliver the letter. Li Chu was a little curious now. He didn't know any scholars in Hangzhou. Thinking about it carefully, only Wang Longqi has some possibility. But Li Chu didn't want to admit that he was a scholar. And he was not the kind of person who would write letters to friends. The letter was wrapped in a layer of waterproof oilcloth. Unwrap the layer of oilcloth to reveal the envelope. Unlock it and take out the envelope. The signature on the envelope is indeed Wang Longqi. Somewhat unexpected. When he opened the envelope and took a look, Li Chu's eyebrows suddenly gathered together. All I saw on the open letter paper was bloodstains that had faded in color. It was actually written in blood and only contained one word. A big word.
Rescue.
Save! Chapter 1032 Women Borrowing Umbrellas on a Rainy Day Cruise. There is a saying. The beautiful scenery of Hangzhou is unparalleled in the world. And the exotic flowers and plants along the West Lake are fragrant all year round. During the spring outing on Sudi, the peach trees are red and willows are green. And in summer, the lotus flowers fill the pond. The bright moon looks like clear water in autumn. And the auspicious snow covers the hills in winter. From Yuhang Town, go up the Luo River and pass through Yunhe County, which is Hangzhou Prefecture. The water along this road is rippling, with mountains and flowers on both sides. A small cruise ship was slowly setting off from Yuhang Town. At the start of the boatman wearing a bamboo hat shouted and greeted fellow travelers. At the bow of the ship, two dazzling figures stood. One is a young Taoist priest in neat green clothes, standing tall, with clear eyebrows and bright eyes. Looking at his body shape and appearance, people always feel that the world loves him. Nothing more than this, and other living beings are a bit careless. Next to him stood a girl in colorful clothes, wearing a tasseled skirt, with a not yet fully grown figure, a thin waist and slender legs. She has a pair of ponytails. Her skin is crystal clear, and her big eyes are looking at the surrounding scenery. A little excited, but also seemed to be hiding some indelible sadness. These two people were none other than Li Chu, the founding and closing disciple of Yu Qian, the master of the temple in Yuhang Town, Shilipo, and Diyun Temple, and his demon slave, a koi carp transformed into a human being, named Ur. During this trip, Li Chu received a blood letter asking for help from his friend Wang Longqi yesterday, and planned to rush to Jingqi Academy in Fuqing to check the situation. The reason why I brought Xiao Yu with me was because she had completely transformed after eating the dragon transformation fruit. At this moment, she completely transformed from a heartless little koi fish into a human being with rich emotions and complex thoughts. Once a fish becomes smart, it becomes easy to worry. She thought that the whereabouts of her people were still unknown, and she was alone out there. No matter how good her life was, she couldn't be happy. In addition, she also recalled that her grandfather, the leader of the Koi clan, had a human name, called Lu Chaoan. So she also had a name like her grandfather, called Lu Yu. Yu Qian felt that the name Lu Yu was too tacky, like a country girl. It is better to change Moon to Yu, to be more elegant. Li Chu firmly rejected this proposal, extraordinarily determined. This time I went to Fuqing and brought the little koi with me, just to let her relax and stop thinking about bad things. Xiao Yu looked at the surrounding lakes and mountains, and gradually her mood did relax a little. The cruise ship passed by a ferry, which was bustling with people and quite lively. Taking advantage of the flow of people, there were also many vendors setting up stalls to sell goods, which was very popular at the time. There were also many people who saw the appearance of the man on the bow of the boat, and couldn't help but cast their eyes over to watch. Yu pulled Li Chu's arm. Master, look at what those people are selling. They're colorful and so beautiful. Li Chu looked over and replied, That's a river lantern. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. People will put river lanterns to make wishes. If you like it, I can buy one for you then. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded and raised her innocent eyes again. Write your wishes on the river lantern. Will it really come true? Not at all. Li Chu shook his head decisively. Once, twice. The innocence in Xiao Yu's eyes was ruthlessly shattered. And Li Chu said to her again, Don't call me master again. It's broad daylight, and there are many people outside. Others will find it strange if they hear you. Well, what are you shouting about? Li Chu suggested. You and I are not as good as brothers and sisters, but people are used to it. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, It's better than we are brothers and sisters during the day. At night too. Li Chu immediately emphasized in a firm tone. The little koi had no choice but to nod, swaying her twin ponytails back and forth, as if to express her confusion about human behavior. The boat sailed from the head of the ferry to the end of the ferry. Unexpectedly, in just a short moment, the color of the sky above our heads changed. The sunny day turned into cloudy weather in a blink of an eye. When the boat was about to sail far away, fine raindrops were already falling. The boatman wore a bamboo hat and didn't care about the rain, while Li Chu and Xiao Yu hid in the cabin and sat down. At this time, I heard someone calling softly from the shore, Boatman. The boatman turned around and looked over, and found two women running towards the shore, waving to them as they ran. One of the two women was wearing a brocaded white dress with a flowing long skirt. Her black hair was tied up in a delicate snow bun, and her temples were swaying in the wind and rain. Even though she couldn't see her face clearly, she could still feel her aura. Her appearance was definitely not bad. The other one is wearing a green gauze skirt. She seems to be younger, slightly shorter, and her steps are brisker. She looks lively and cute. When he saw that they were two beautiful girls, the boatman replied, Hey. The woman in green clothes shouted again. My master and servant were traveling here, and it suddenly rained. I wonder if we can take a boat, the boatman said. The gentleman in front of me chartered my boat to go to Fuqing. The woman in green clothes said happily. Then we are just on the way. The captain then opened the cabin curtain and said, Brother, it's raining hard. There are two girls who are passing by. Why don't we give them a ride? At this time, the woman shouted again. We can pay more for the boat. Li Chu immediately said. Of course, there is no reason why they are incompatible. How can we let the two girls get wet in the rain? A few moments. The cruise ship docked. The boatman got on the board, and the two girls boarded the ship. At this time, he could see clearly, and the boatman's eyes were almost straight. The woman in white, with her eyebrows and eyebrows, seemed to be born flawless. A pair of Qian Shuiqiu eyes, as if there is a spiritual reflection in the eyes. When walking, it is like the wind blowing in the willows.
indescribably graceful and gentle. The boatman searched his mind for a long time, and could only think of one idiom. He's so damn beautiful. The girl in green clothes behind her looks to be only 15 or 16 years old. She also has bright eyes and white teeth, and is cute and cute. She is naturally beautiful next to a stunning woman. But she doesn't look vulgar. The two women thanked the boatman and bent down to sit in the cabin. The small cabin seemed a bit crowded with 4 people seated at once. Li Chu and Xiao Kui sat on one side, and the two women sat on the other side, separated only by a narrow pallet for placing things. It can be said that it is face to face. It would be a bit embarrassing if I didn't say anything. The woman in white was the first to speak.
Thank you,
Master, for your help. Otherwise, we 2 weak women would not know what to do on such a rainy day.
Li Chu nodded hurriedly in response.
Girl, you are polite. This is as it should be.
The little girl in green rolled her eyes, glanced at Li Chu curiously, and then asked,
Young master, where did you come from? I am Li Chu, a Taoist priest from Diangyuan, Shilipo, outside Yuhang town.
Li Chu replied,
This year is my sister. I took her to visit friends in Fuqing.
Now that Li Chu had answered his name, the woman in white said,
The little girl's name is Qin Xuanbai. She comes from Jianmen Mansion in Tiananmen. She is also going to Hangzhou to visit relatives. My name is Yu Qing, and I am the lady's personal maid.
The little girl in green said quickly, Huh? Li Chu heard this and said,
The 2 girls came here from Tiananmen to visit relatives. They have traveled a long way.
Tiananmen is located in the southwest, and Jiangnan is in the southeast. Although they are both in the south, they are bordered in the middle. But Yuhang town is on the side of Jiangnan continent close to the East China Sea, and Jianmen Mansion is on the side of Tiannan continent close to the vast mountains in the west. There is quite a distance between them.
Don't hide it from me, sir.
Qin Shuang's charming white eyes turned, and the light in them dimmed, as if she could pull people into her eyes and feel every trace of sadness.
My parents passed away unexpectedly, and my family was in dire straits. So I came to seek refuge with my relatives out of desperation.
Speaking of sad things, Qin Xuanbai's eyes were filled with moisture, as if he was about to cry.
Miss Qin, please forgive me.
Li Chu consoled her.
Well,
seeing this, Xiao Yu also wanted to comfort her. After thinking about it, she said,
Sister Qin, don't be too sad. Not only your parents are dead. I don't know whether my parents are dead or not. But also I can't find him. My brother's parents are also dead. You are nothing special.
Qin Xuanbai was startled. Is this comfort? Yu Qin looked at the 2 of them and asked,
Aren't you 2 brothers and sisters the same parents? She is me.
Li Chuzheng wanted to explain from which family relationship. Just listen to Xiao Yu say,
We are half brothers and sisters.
3 people?
Question mark.
The waterway was not far away. After the cruise ship entered the city limits, pavilions and pavilions gradually appeared on both sides of the river. Even on rainy days, there were many pedestrians holding umbrellas out on the street. The boatman called out,
You 2 girls, are you at the Taiping Gate? We're about to arrive.
Ah.
Okay.
Yu Qing responded and looked at Qin Xuanbai with a smile.
Miss, we are here.
Qin Xuanbai nodded lightly and said to Li Chu,
Jiao Tao is priestly. Let's meet again someday. Well, see you later.
Yu Qing stuck his head out to take a look and said,
It's still raining a lot. Do you have an umbrella on the boat?
The boatman grinned.
We rough people all wear raincoats and bamboo hats. How can we prepare an umbrella? It can't be used while holding it. And it can't stop the rain when the wind blows.
The little koi lowered his head, took off 2 umbrellas from the baggage on the ground, and shouted,
We have 2 umbrellas here. Can you use them first?
Qin Xuanbai took the umbrella and thanked him.
Thank you very much. Where do you 2 live in Fuqing? Can I send the umbrella back to you later?
Li Chu said.
I'm not sure yet. Miss Qin, where are you going to visit your relatives? Why don't I come to pick you up some other time? That's fine.
Qin Xuanbai nodded.
I should be in the Weeping Willow Alley in front of Taipingmen Street. The second house on the right after entering the alley entrance.
Okay. Li Chu nodded and took note. Immediately, the 2 girls got off the boat lightly. The boatman looked at the graceful back for a while, then reluctantly rowed away. Strangely, as soon as the 2 girls got off the boat, the sky cleared up immediately. Xiao Yu immediately pulled Li Chu and jumped out of the cabin. There's a lot more to see now. Fuqing is surrounded by Luo River, which is the most lively street. There are various shops on both sides. restaurants, tea shops, carriages and horse shops, street vendors, and sideshow performers. Even when Xiao Yi went out to play in the past, it was only near Yuhang town. She had never been to such a prosperous place. And her eyes suddenly lit up. Unknowingly, the boat reached a shallow bay. Looking around, there are scattered green mountains ahead. The nearest one is not far from Qianwan, ancient Sephora mountain. Jingqi Academy is on this mountain. According to legend, he was a down-and-out official in the previous dynasty who was dissatisfied with the dim government and resigned angrily. Passing by this mountain, I met a big demon named Huaizu. This Sephora patriarch is a monster who has been cultivating in the mountains for an unknown number of years and has a great practice. It was because he was attracted by the officials' righteousness that he couldn't help but show up. He told the officials that the world will be overturned, and your talents and ambitions have nowhere to display now. It is better to establish a school here and pass on your righteousness. 100 years later, it will have its own place of use. The officials followed his advice and built an academy in the mountain, named Jingqi Academy. Despite the peach blossoms, after 100 years, Jingqi Academy has blossomed and produced a generation of heroes. In the past 100 years, after experiencing the war between gods and demons and the Hulua Ding Ding, the world has indeed changed greatly. When the world regained its balance and it was time to hire people, the outstanding talents who came out of Jingqi Academy soon shined in the Hulua court. And the academy where they came from became famous all over the world. It became one of the 4 major academies. Li Chu took the little koi carp slowly up the mountain, and there were many tourists at the foot of the mountain. Looking past, most of them are children and teenagers, accompanied by their parents, coming here to enjoy their talents. Then look up at the majestic academy loft halfway up the mountain to give your children a sense of ambition. There was a father standing on the roadside, holding his waist, looking at the academy on the mountain, and asked, "Son, do you have any ambitions when you grow up?" The little boy looked around and saw Li Chu. So he tugged on his father's sleeve and said loudly, "Dad, when I grow up, I want to look like that brother." His father's face darkened. "Then something will happen. You must look like me." The little boy blinked and cried. His father quickly comforted him. "As a man, it doesn't matter if you are older or uglier. The most important thing is that you are talented." Going up further, we soon reached the mountainside. After passing the stone monument of Jingqi Academy, you can't enter easily. There is a mountain pavilion that blocks the only stone staircase leading up the mountain. There are guards of the academy in the mountain pavilion. Li Chu stepped forward to report. "I came here from Yuhang town to visit a friend. I wonder if I can come in." The guard glanced at him and said, "Who is your friend?" "Wang Longqi," Li Chu replied. "Oh." The guard suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Is the 7th young master your friend?" Go in. Go forward along the stone steps. Turn right, and you will find the 3rd attic. Wang Xiaogang arrived not long ago, and he seems to live on the 3rd floor. You can find out which room it is by asking around there. Thank you." Li Chu thanked him and turned to leave. It was also a bit surprising that Wang Longqi seemed to be familiar with everyone. Following the path pointed by the guard, he soon reached the academy. There are dozens of gentlemen and hundreds of students in Jingqi Academy. It cannot be said that there are many people, but there are countless pavilions and attics. I don't know what they are used for. The people I saw on the road were all wearing wide robes and long-sleeved Confucian shirts, and they all walked with wind in their steps, looking very anxious. What's more, they hold scriptures and chant while walking. Li Chu felt a little familiar inexplicably. In the past, he also studied in the best school in the province. Those students whose exam scores ranged from 100 to 600 points lower than him always looked like they were in such a hurry and working hard. Every time he walked leisurely through the campus, he would feel a little envious when he looked at the classmates who had to memorize their books even when eating and walking. That's right. It's just envy. I envy them that they can make progress as long as they work hard. And he never made progress. When you reach the 3rd loft, turn right and walk inside. I found that the 1st floor of the attic was a large room filled with pens, inks, papers, and inkstones. Some were occupied and some were empty. It should be a place similar to a study room. It's just that the people inside are not studying by themselves. They are all discussing something loudly, which sounds like learning-related things. Li Chu shook his head. Wang Longqi cannot be here. The 2nd and 3rd floors were dormitory-like places. It was daytime, and there were very few people on these 2 floors. Just when a scholar came downstairs in a hurry, Li Chu stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, where does Wang Longqi live?" The scholar smiled. "Young Master Qi? He's the one in the innermost room on the 3rd floor." "Thank you." Li Chu cupped his hands and thanked him. "You're welcome. Qi Shao's friends are my friends." The scholar suddenly patted Li Chu's shoulder in a quaint manner. Going upstairs again, we came to the room he was talking about. I saw that the door of the room was covered with cinnabar and yellow talismans, like some kind of place where demons were sealed. Li Chu frowned, and he quickly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Boom boom. Then I heard Wang Longqi's voice coming from the door. "Who?" Li Chu said. "It's me, Li Chu." Wang Longqi suddenly let out a cry. Then there was the sound of running. He ran over, opened the door, and shouted, "You are finally here!" Li Chu looked across him and saw that the room was also filled with various magical instruments. Diamond bell, demon conquering pestle, peachwood sword, bronze mirror. He couldn't help but wonder, what happened? Wang Longqi let him in and said in a trembling voice, "There is a monster in our academy. Big monster. Chapter 104. If you come last in the exam, you will die." Li Chu held his shoulders to calm him down. "Go in and talk." When he saw the blood letter, he actually made a lot of bad assumptions, including Wang Longqi is haunted by a female demon. Wang Longqi is haunted by a female devil. Wang Longqi is haunted by a female ghost. Wang Longqi is haunted by a female monster, etc. At least at this moment, seeing that he was still standing in front of him intact, Li Chu's worry had dissipated a little. The accommodation environment of Jingqi Academy is quite good, and it deserves to be named one of the 4 major academies in the world. Each student has a separate bedroom and study room, which is large and elegantly decorated. Inspirational calligraphy is hung on the wall, and the table is filled with fine pens, inks, paper and inkstones. Even if you are a poor student, as long as you are admitted to the academy, you can immediately enjoy all the best learning conditions for free. The admission to Jingqi Academy does not look at anything else but your academic talent. It is a first-class academy in the world. All I need is the first-class reading seed in the world. No wonder it has become the dream of all Jiangnan students. As Li Chu expected, Wang Longqi's desk was empty and slightly dusty. Really, he entered this academy just to trample the dreams of all the students in Jiangnan. On Wang Longqi's bedside, there were many flipped books. However, there is not a single Confucian scripture in it. Instead, it is filled with Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures. At a glance, he has already dabbled in more Taoist scriptures than Li Chu, a true Taoist priest. What is this? Want to leave home just 1 week after school starts? But if it was Wang Longqi, it wouldn't be very strange. After looking at this room and having their thoughts pass quickly, Li Chu and Xiao Yuer sat on chairs, ready to listen to Wang Longqi's situation. Wang Longqi first climbed onto the bed, then carefully wrapped himself in a quilt, and then looked at Li Chu in horror. "You'll never guess what happened." Li Chu narrowed his eyes. "How would I know if you didn't tell me?" Wang Longqi said in a solemn tone. "Only after I came in did I know that one person dies every year in Jingqi Academy." The little koi blinked in cooperation, seemingly surprised. But she didn't even know what the academy was for, and she was probably just shocked by Wang Longqi's exaggerated tone. Li Chu had no expression on this. There is a naked "O" written on his face. College, especially for Jingqi Academy, one of the top academies in the world. While candidates have extremely advantageous conditions, they also bear unimaginable pressure. The ancient imperial examination was many times more difficult than the college entrance examination. And the goal of the students in Jingqi Academy is definitely not to become a scholar and then go back to their hometown to eat and wait to die. They want to be the top group of people in this huge dynasty. Or even the top one. The burden on my heart can be imagined. Too much pressure can kill people. When Li Chu was in school, every time I heard that the recent evening self-study classes and weekend makeup classes had been cancelled, there was no reason. Everyone tacitly understood that something had happened. This kind of thing happens several times every year. Similarly, in this Jingqi Academy, where the pressure is countless times greater, one person dies every year. No surprise at all. Maybe even a little less. Wang Longqi saw that Li Chu was not touched, and said anxiously, "I'm not talking about suicide or accidents, but mysterious deaths. Killed by monsters." "Huh?" Li Chu frowned. "What kind of monster?" "I don't know." Wang Longqi shook his head heavily. "I just don't know. It's been almost 100 years, and no one hacking knows." Everyone in this academy is trash, he said loudly and nervously. It was obvious that he had been in fear for a long time and was about to collapse. Li Chu was familiar with him and knew that he had always been a very dignified person. It must be extremely terrifying to make him afraid like this. So he leaned forward slightly, approached Wang Longqi, looked into his eyes, lowered his voice, and said slowly, "Don't worry. Tell me slowly what happened to you, and I can help you." "Okay." Wang Longqi nodded again. "I believe you. I can only believe you." Then, he began to describe what he had encountered in an organized manner. "There is a legend that has been circulating in Jingqi Academy. Every year in the entrance exam, the person with the lowest score will die." Wang Longqi's eyes were wandering, as if he was telling a ghost story. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who ranked last in this year's entrance exam?" "Of course it's you," Li Chu said. "Huh?" Wang Longqi smiled wryly to himself. "Yes, I was afraid of being like this." "Of course you knew it was me," Li Chu said in his heart. "No, I just have confidence in your strength." But at this time, it was hard for him to provoke Wang Longqi. "In fact, every college will have this kind of ghost story passed down from generation to generation," he said. "No," Wang Longqi interrupted him. "Of course I know. I even made up stories about the school being a cemetery before to scare people. Of course I won't believe such nonsense. But I quickly realized something was wrong. In the beginning, from the first day I entered this academy, the people around me were very kind to me. In a strange way, they gave me the best room, assigned me the best gentleman, and always gave me the best seat. Everyone smiled when they saw me. You know that feeling when everyone is so passionate about you that it scares you?" Li Chu blinked again, untouched. Because the people Li Chu meets every day are very enthusiastic towards him. Every girl smiles when she sees him. Is this a strange thing? Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu's expression and touched his forehead with his hand. Sometimes he communicated with such people. So tired, he had to explain. "For us ordinary people, this is a very strange thing." Li Chu nodded in understanding. "At that time, I didn't feel anything was wrong. I just thought they were just taking care of the new students. But I soon discovered that everyone in this academy was very busy and had no time to care about who you were or whether you were a newcomer. But only for me. They will be enthusiastic for no reason and will come to help me regardless of time. Do you know to what extent? On the third day of school, I was acclimatized and had some diarrhea. Immediately, a group of senior brothers who knew medical skills came to my door. I joked, 'I'm fine. There's no need to be like this. If you really want to help, why don't you try it for me?' I swear, I was really just kidding. As a result, they rushed to yell at me, 'Ollie, here!' I was so scared that I almost cried. On the fourth day of school, my legs suddenly cramped while I was sleeping. I jumped up immediately. It turned out that there happened to be a nail on the bed." He lifted up his hair, and Li Chu saw a scratch there. Although it's not serious, it would be hard to tell if it were 2 inches higher. On the 5th day of school, I invited some of my classmates to go shopping in Wenruli. But before we even entered, we were hit by a carriage that suddenly started up for no reason. Can you believe it? A tall horse passed through the 6 of us and only gave me a precise kick. I was ready to die. Fortunately, after a period of severe pain, I recovered and found that it was just a little swollen. In order not to spoil everyone's fun, I continued to invite them to play. Let them stay there for the night. I had a meal alone and then returned to the academy to face the cold looks and ridicule of the good girls. On the way back, I was in so much pain that I rented a carriage. But the driver fell asleep and rushed into the Luhua River together with the horse and man. I almost died in the river again. I finally realized something was wrong. Ever since I entered this academy, I seemed to be particularly unlucky. The next day I didn't leave the room. I didn't even go to class. It was very strange that my husband didn't hold me accountable. If other students were absent from class without any reason like this, they would be warned once, punished twice, and kicked out 3 times without mercy. At this time, the brothers who had gone to Rowan with me came over and hesitantly told me a terrifying thing. Everyone hid this from me. They were not willing to reveal it until we had a lifelong friendship, like having a prostitute together. It turns out that the last place finisher in Jingqi Academy will die every year. He repeated what he had said before. Only this time, Li Chu's expression was serious. It is not unusual for a person to be unlucky, but it is very strange for a person to have bad luck one after another in a certain period of time.
and all of them are fatal. Especially in this world where luck is said. It is very possible that some mysterious existence is involved.
This matter started nearly 100 years ago. At the beginning, a student who was the last to enter the school died inexplicably. The way of death may be bizarre, but no one cares. After all, in a place like this, no one cares about finishing last. But when this happened several times in succession over several years, the senior management of the college finally realized something was wrong. The death of one of the last students admitted every year does not seem to have much impact on the academy. However, even the worst student in the academy is still a first-class academic seed. No matter what, it is a loss. What's more serious is, once the news gets out, who will dare to take the exam to Jingqi Academy? Who can guarantee that he is not the last one? So the academy invited experts from Chaotian Palace to start a strict investigation into this matter. But nothing came of it. Everyone's death is a kind of gradual bad luck that starts on the day of admission without any warning. Yes, it is bad luck that leads to death. It can be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as a year and a half. In short, no one can be spared. The academy's senior officials are furious. They use their connections to invite elders from half of the 12 immortal sects, all of whom are in the Vientiane realm. But under the joint care of these people, the candidate who ranked last that year actually died. The cause of death was that he choked without warning. The elders from Tianwang Mountain wanted to pat him on the back, but they forgot to hold back. The next year, Chao Tian Ke even sent a powerful person from the Decay realm to take charge. But it was still useless. The investigation could not produce any results. The student still died unexpectedly. Before leaving, the powerful man said that there might be a big demon trying to steal the academy's luck. But he was helpless. Since then, the academy has compromised.
To be honest, for a great expert in the Decline realm, it is not a big deal even if an entire academy dies. Not to mention a single student. It's just that this academy is a righteous academy, so someone will take care of it. But when such great powers are helpless, they can only give up. Invite land gods again? Those are all existences that can be encountered but cannot be sought. To the land gods, it means that everyone in Hangzhou Prefecture is dead. So what? So Li Chu nodded clearly. Compromise? Not surprising. He couldn't help but wonder, what would he do if he faced such a thing? Soon, a terrible thought came to my mind. Li Chu didn't want to think about it anymore, and continued to listen intently to Wang Longqi's narrative. Just listen to Wang Long's 7 words.
Intermediate Academy has also tried many methods, such as selective admissions. But it is useless without ranking. Good or bad students will be weighed in their hearts. The worst one will always die. So the Academy's senior officials thought of a last resort. They started choosing one person from those who took the exam every year. The article is written as nonsense. Everyday life without learning and skills. The character is also worthless. Only those who are somewhat handsome. They recruited this person as the last one, so that the student who is supposed to be the last one can avoid disaster. And this last loser will die.
Li Chu's pupil shrank. It turns out that Wang Longqi was able to enter Jingqi Academy because of something fishy. I just didn't expect that it would be such a serious matter. After thinking for a while, he asked in a deep voice.
That only somewhat handsome condition was added by you yourself. Right. Clam?
Wang Longqi looked at him sadly and angrily.
How long has it been since you still care about this with me?
Chapter 105. Li Chu's feelings gradually fade away. After the joke, Wang Longqi continued.
At first, they wanted to spend a lot of money to hire some seriously ill dying people or buy some death row inmates. But they soon discovered that the people who came in like this would not be selected by the disaster. The one who died in the end was actually the last one. In this way, they have to choose from the candidates who took the exam. In addition to being a waste, there are many considerations. For example, don't choose a poor family. Don't choose an only child. Don't choose a rich and powerful family. Anyway, I was chosen in the end.
Speaking of this, he laughed to himself.
It's a shame that I believed in some shitty sage style at that time. They all feel guilty about this scapegoat. So over the years, an unwritten rule has been formed in the academy. Everyone wants special treatment for the scapegoat, which is why they are so enthusiastic about me. Yesterday, after I learned the truth, I no longer dared to go out. As a result, when I got up to drink water, I slipped for no reason and my nose bled a lot. I thought not to waste it, so I wrote you a blood seal. Called Come Here. I don't know why, but I always feel that if anyone can save me, it's you.
Wan Longqi said finally. Li Chu was non-committal. Wan Longqi may think too highly of himself, cutting down the state of decline. That is the power that truly arrogant in the world. Such a disaster that no character can solve. Can we do it ourselves? But he did not say anything to attack Wan Longqi, but asked with some confusion.
Will the Academy just let you spread this news? Huh?
Wan Longqi smiled sarcastically again.
How smart these scholars are! As early as decades ago, some people thought that paper can never contain fire. From that time on, instead of suppressing them, they deliberately spread the supernatural legends of Jingqi Academy. They also interpreted those people in the Academy who committed suicide due to excessive pressure or failed in the imperial examinations into ghost legends. Over time, many people have heard of the ghost story in Jingqi Academy, but they only treat it as a joke. If you tell it seriously, no one will believe you. Anyway, in all the academies in the world, a lot of people die every year. Who would notice? Most of the time, the deceased themselves died in confusion. There are probably not many people like me who know the truth.
Li Chu listened and felt that this method was similar to that of some modern naval forces. Although he didn't show it on his face. There was some turmoil in his heart at this time. It's not just because of what happened to Wan Longqi. It's more because of my own thoughts. Just now, when he heard about the situation facing Jingqi Academy, a way to deal with it vaguely emerged in his mind. I just didn't think about it further. Unexpectedly, this coincides with the response of Jingqi Academy. That's right. That's exactly what he thought at the first moment just now. Substitute death. In this regard, the Academy has already considered enough. Don't choose a son from a poor family, because he may be the hope of generations. Don't choose an only child, and there will be no broken families. Don't choose a rich and powerful family, because you won't worry about strong retaliation. Using an ignorant waste in exchange for a reading seed. Even if you are at the bottom of the Jingqi Academy, you may not be able to strive to become a pillar of the court one day in the future. This seems reasonable. But, in the eyes of outsiders, Wan Longqi may indeed be a playboy, with little ability and not a good character. It is useless to the family, and useless to the country. But from his own point of view, he is actually a good friend. From Wan Longqi's perspective, this was an unforeseen disaster. This reminded him of a classic question that tests human nature. There are 4 people on a railroad track and 1 person on a railroad track. The train is coming soon, and the 4 people will be crushed to death. If you flip the gate, you can change the trajectory so that 1 person dies and 4 people live. How to choose when neither of them made a mistake? Li Chu in his previous life had given the answer without hesitation. Don't choose. Because whether it's 1 person or 4 people, even though the latter looks a little more, they are all living life. As long as other people's lives are involved, he does not think he has the power to control them. If you zoom in a little further, what can be replaced by someone who kills a person to save a country? But no matter how big things are, the essence is still the same. As long as it has nothing to do with you, or right or wrong, then let things go on their original track. I don't have any power over it, no matter how the choice is reversed. His answer is always no choice. But I don't know when. My personality seems to have changed a lot, becoming more and more emotionless. When the idea of scapegoating popped into his head, his first reaction was fear. Because this kind of cold idea of valuing the importance of life has never appeared before. Thinking deeper, it seems that there is more than just this reverence for life. There are more common ones. Friendship, family, love. These common feelings for human beings have not touched me for a long time. Although I used to have a somewhat indifferent personality, I would never be so numb. There are also emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, etc., which appear less and less. In the past, I was obviously full of fear of the outside world. But gradually, this fear seemed to have disappeared for a long time. On the one hand, his awareness of his own strength has improved. But on the other hand, there are some strange things that are affecting him. Like, looking back at his memories, he found that this subtle change probably started when he killed the water ghost. Not when he stepped into the 71st level. Li Chu vaguely felt that if he continued like this, he might slip into an abyss. Ruthless. After a long conversation with Wan Longqi, Li Chu decided to check his luck first. Close your eyes and open your mind. Boom. The image of the entire Jingqi Academy entered Li Chu's mind in the form of qi. Everything you see is very different from the outside. The qi in the human body is mainly composed of yin and yang, wrapped in an extremely complex mixture. The various qi are complicated and difficult to be detailed.
People in Jingqi Academy have a particularly obvious white gas in their bodies, which may be strong or weak. And the aura is sharp. This sharp energy is righteousness. It is a great righteousness that has been passed down and strengthened from generation to generation since the founder of the Academy. In addition to the yin and yang qi of ordinary people, there is also a layer of faint, almost transparent qi, which may be thin or thick, except for a few people. The difference will not be too much. This kind of energy is luck. Qi movement, as the outermost qi of the human body, wraps the human body like a sleeve. People with strong luck tend to walk more freely in the world, but they always get what they want. People with weak luck have to be careful, but they are often bruised and bruised. In fact, it is the thickness of this layer of cover that is different. As for the students of Jingqi Academy, everyone is wrapped in golden luck. This kind of golden luck that I don't know how to generate is particularly dazzling and powerful. Some people's flames of luck even illuminated half of the mountain wall. Presumably, in the imperial examination next year, the number 1 scholar is expected. Li Chu thought of Gongsun Che, who had also won the first prize, but was far from having such strong luck, let alone changing his color. Could it be that this is also a bonus given to students by Jingqi Academy? As long as a person enters Jingqi Academy, he can obtain golden luck that is 100 times stronger than the original. What's more, the person who reflects on the mountain wall can almost achieve 1% of the luck of the little koi, which is simply unbelievable. That's right. The girl with the strongest luck in the entire academy is actually the girl sitting next to Li Chu. Her luck was like a vast ocean of color, with the endless rolling tide of colors hovering steadily on top of her little head, like a huge halo. Just an ordinary colorful koi carp. And the person with the weakest luck in the entire academy is also around Li Chu. It's Wang Longqi opposite. There is no luck in him. Not even a trace. This is completely abnormal. You must know that as long as a person is alive, there will be a cycle of luck with every breath. There was nothing around him, as if someone was constantly devouring his luck. This is why the last one will die. Everyone is wrapped in a bag of luck in order to walk in the world. But Wang Longqi's condom was gone. As we all know, this is a very dangerous thing. Li Chu slowly walked out of Jingqi Academy. After the conversation just now, Wang Longqi planned to arrange for them to stay at Jingqi Academy for one night. Li Chu was a little confused. Can Jingqi Academy be used as an inn? Wang Longqi smiled charmingly. Have you forgotten? Who dares not to listen to what I say now? Seeing that he still had the heart to smile, Li Chu felt a little relieved. He left the little koi to clean up the room and came out alone. Not only did I go to get an umbrella, but I also wanted to relax quietly. Although he was a little worried about Wang Longqi's matter, he was not that urgent yet. Luck kills people, and it takes at least a few months. He planned to go back to Guanli tomorrow and ask his master if there was any solution. Although the great masters in the realm of decline are helpless. But maybe the master knows? It seems to have become a habit. Whenever he encounters something he can't figure out, there will be a voice in his heart. Why not ask the magical old Taoist priest? What really worries him is what he just discovered. My feelings are being lost. This suddenly shocked him. Does this mean that he may become another person? Or something else that is not even a human being? And where does this loss come from? He didn't know either. If it has something to do with a way of defeating monsters and upgrading, then why does it come so late? The road from Jingqi Academy to Weeping Willow Alley at Tapingmen is not far. He meditated and strolled, and gradually arrived. There is indeed an old weeping willow tree at the entrance of the alley, its silk ribbons fluttering in the wind, and it has faded a bit. The moment when Li Chu's feet came under this willow tree, in a small alley, in a certain courtyard, a little girl in green clothes suddenly raised her head, her eyes bright. She hurriedly turned around and shouted into the room while running. Miss! Miss! The little Taoist priest is here! In the house, there was a constant sound of crashing. Looking inside, it turns out to be a table of mahjong tiles. Sitting on this table were 4 diverse people, each with his or her own characteristics. To the east is an old man with wrinkles on his face but clear eyes. He looks dry and thin, but he is quite energetic. At first glance, he looks like the kind of old man who will live a long life. To the south is a strong man with a huge back and waist, and his body shape is an extremely wide inverted triangle. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he doesn't look fierce, but rather a bit honest. Perhaps because his expression at this time is rather pitiful. The strongest man at the table had his mouth flattened and his nose scrunched up, looking like he had been greatly wronged. To the west was a sickly young man, wearing a Confucian shirt and a turban on his head.
with a pale face. He was so thin that a gust of wind could blow him away. Every time he touched a card, he had to cough for a long time before he could play it. To the north, there was a beautiful woman, none other than Qin Shuangbai, whom Li Chu met on the boat. It's just that this girl Qin and Li Chu met her at this time. The painting style is very different. She rolled up her sleeves, exposing half of Qishang Saishua's forearms, and stared at the card game with a solemn gaze. He didn't care about his disheveled hair, except for one hairpin, which gave him a carefree look. If someone was slow to play their cards, she would urge them from time to time. You should cough after you finish playing your cards. Don't look. Wanzi is here with me. Hey. She smiled, as if she was about to achieve something, when she heard the little maid running in. Miss, the little Taoist priest is here. Ah, why is he so fast? Qin Shuangbai was startled, stood up quickly, touched her hair, and straightened her sleeves. No, she called out. You Qin, come and help me dress up. As if thinking of something, she raised her hand again, pointed at the three people in front of her, and asked, Who am I to you? Old man. Uncle. The strong man. Big cousin. Sick young man. Second cousin. Oh my God. Qin Shuangbai stroked his forehead and slapped his backhand heavily on the table. It's my niece. Yes. The strong man nodded hastily. It's my niece. Qin Shuangbai stared at him. It's your sister? The strong man's expression became even more aggrieved, as if he was about to cry. Don't curse. The pretty Qin Shuangbai rolled her eyes like a fish. She waved her hand. You Qin, I'm going to dress myself. You are here. Teach the three of them to me before opening the door. Okay. Don't worry. Mississippi. Yu Qing nodded heavily. Boom. 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 Weeping Willow Alley. The second house on the right. Li Chu murmured, a little puzzled. I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. That's right. Is there no one at home? He wondered, and finally shouted. Is anyone here? Chapter 106. Miss Qin's house is also haunted? Coming! Hearing a crisp response from the yard, Li Chu recognized Yu Qing's voice, opening the door. It turned out to be the pretty and cute face of the little maid. Li Chu nodded slightly. Yu Qing greeted. Xiao Tao is masterly. You arrived too early. Come on. Come inside and sit down. No. Li Chuan refused. I just went out for a walk and picked up an umbrella. How about that? You have helped us. So of course you have to come and sit down and have a cup of tea. Seeing Li Chu, he still wanted to evade. She pouted again. If you don't come in, the lady will blame me. Li Chu had no choice but to step forward and enter. The little maid then smiled happily. The courtyard is quite wide, but there are no furnishings, and it is slightly empty, except for a bare dead tree with no leaves in the corner. There is almost nothing else. It doesn't look like it has been lived in, but it looks like it has been left alone for many years. But it happens to be extremely clean, without a trace of dust. It is surrounded by houses on three sides, with a hall in the middle and several bedrooms on both sides, which is quite regular. The elegant and refined Qin Shuangbai was stepping out of a room on the side. Su was at home. She only wore a simple tunic with wide sleeves and a striped skirt, and tied her hair up with floral blue silk, like a gentle and sweet girl next door. Li Chu said low. Miss Qin. Xiao Tao is Priestley. I'm really sorry that I took your boat, borrowed your umbrella, and bothered you to pick it up in person. With a light and elegant smile, Qin Shuangbai moved her lotus steps lightly, her waist swinging with the steps. Every movement is indescribably beautiful. Miss Qin, you don't have to be polite, Li Chu said calmly. Immediately, Qin Shuangbai came to him and stretched out his hand. Please come in and have a seat. Thank you. He followed Qin Shuangbai into the hall, raised his eyes, and was slightly startled. There are already 3 people sitting in the hall. There was an old man at the head, thin and energetic. There is a strong man on the left, sitting upright like an iron tower, majestic and majestic. A sickly young man on the right, extremely weak, was covering his mouth and coughing lightly. All 3 people turned their attention to Li Chu, and Li Chu also looked at these 3 people with some surprise. This posture. Why does something feel wrong? Qin Shuangbai introduced. This is my uncle. The neighbors in the alley call him Qin Weng. You should also call him like this. This is my eldest cousin, Shen Wu. This is my second cousin, Shen Wen.
After saying that, she stood behind Qin Weng's chair. Li Chu saluted the three of them in turn, and the three of them nodded in return. That Qin Weng even smiled and said, "Taoist Master Li, please sit down quickly. Although this is your first time back home, you don't need to be restrained. Just treat it as your own home." Li Chu felt even worse. "No, I just came to get an umbrella. Why do you still want to see your family?" So he said, "I just came to pick up the umbrella as promised, so I won't bother you anymore." "Actually," Qin Weng said with a smile, "please take a seat. Mr. Li, actually, there are some things I want to ask." "Oh," Li Chu asked. "What's the matter? We ordinary people don't understand some things that may be about evil spirits. We can only make blind guesses when something happens. I happened to meet a cultivator and wanted to ask. I wonder if it's convenient." "Taoist priest Xiao Li?" Qin Weng said. Since he said so, the matter involved evil spirits, so Li Chu had no choice but to sit down. "Wang Qin, it's okay to ask." "Okay." Qin Weng laughed again and began to ask. "I wonder where Taoist Master Li is from?" Li Chu replied politely. "I grew up with my master in Dianwen, Shalipo outside Yuhang town. Does the secular family still have relatives?" "No more. I am an orphan and have only one master." "How old is Mr. Li?" "Exactly? The year is 18. And after 9 months, it will be 19. Does little Taoist Master Li have any hobbies on weekdays?" Qin Weng continued to ask. "Do you dabble in drinking, gambling, or gathering places for literati?" Li Chu shook his head. "None of them. Apart from practicing, I don't have any other pastimes." "Does Taoist Priestley have any real estate in his name?" "No. I have been living in Dayun Temple before." "Does your master have other disciples?" "No. I am the master's first and last disciple." "So then you are the only successor to Diyangwen in the future?" "Probably. There aren't many pilgrims visiting the Taoist temple in this town." "Right. What's your daily income?" "Our Dayun Temple is quite famous in Yuhang town, and we have quite a lot of incense every day. Taoist priest Xiao Li has an extraordinary appearance. Do you think he has many confidants?" "Never had." "Ha ha. It's a bit strange that you don't know the birthday of Mr. Li." "Wang Qin." Li Chu finally couldn't help it anymore. He interrupted the other party's household check-style questioning. "These questions have nothing to do with evil spirits." "Right. It's not just about evil spirits. And every sentence is related to myself. Could it be? Could it be that the evil spirit you are referring to is me?" Li Chu couldn't help but be puzzled. "Oh, that's right." Qin Weng slapped his head and said, "As I get older, my words become confused and slightly off topic. Don't blame Taoist Master Li." "A little?" Li Chu had doubts in his heart. "What I want to ask is, there has been a little ghost in my house recently. Every night, there is the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets, which makes people sleepless at night. The 2 juniors like me kept watch all night, and the sound disappeared. But as soon as people go to sleep, the sound will start again and stop at dawn. Does Mr. Li have any way to deal with such a brat?" Qin Weng said slowly. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Li Chu really became interested. Not for anything else. Just because he had previously had the idea of taking the Yun Temple to Hangzhou. It's just that the realization of this idea requires an opportunity. Things like exorcism are spread from one person to another. And if the reputation becomes good, more people will come to the door. Just like when he was in Yuhang town. There were only a few repeat customers at the beginning. When the number of successful exorcisms increases, the reputation will naturally spread. It was quite appropriate that such an evil spirit suddenly appeared in the Qin family at this time. So he said, "This kind of kid is nothing more than a kid born in the closet or the stove. Generally, his moral character is very low, so it is easy to deal with it." "Oh." Qin Weng's eyes lit up. "Does little Taoist Li have some practice? Can he exorcise evil spirits?" Li Chu nodded. "I have a little bit of practice, and I have helped people get rid of some small evil spirits. Then let's ask Taoist Priestley to get rid of this brat in my house." "Okay," Qin Weng suggested. Li Chu naturally agreed. "As a practitioner, I naturally cannot sit idly by and do nothing." Qin Weng laughed again and said, "I wonder how much Taoist Li will be paid. If it is too high, a small family like me cannot afford it." Li Chu was determined to build a reputation. But judging from the situation of the Qin family, he probably couldn't afford much money. So he simply waved his hand. "You're a little brat, but you don't need to pay anything." "That's very good." Qin Weng was overjoyed and immediately said, It's just that this little devil was born in my inner house. If we want to get rid of it, we will inevitably have to fight. Tomorrow we will pack up our belongings in the inner house and move to another place to stay for one night. Then Taoist Master Li will come to drive out the evil spirit again. But good? Okay.
Li Chu agreed. At that moment, after deciding on the time to come to exorcise the evil spirits tomorrow night, Li Chu left with 2 umbrellas. Having such an encounter today can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Qin Shuang and Bai Yingying sent him to the door. After watching Li Chu's back go away, she closed the door and walked back to the hall. Call. Miss Qin took a long breath, pulled off the silk on her head, and shook her hair. No longer holding a dignified posture, he quickly walked into the lobby. The old man sitting at the top quickly jumped up and gave up his seat. The 2 cousins also stood up and stood side by side with him. Qin Shuangbai was not polite, and sat down on the chair without any hesitation, with an unbefitting shyness on his face.
Am I right? He is very handsome. Right. Well,
Qin Wang muttered.
The appearance is indeed impeccable, but my skills will have to wait until I pass the school exam. Ahem.
The sick young man said.
There is no real energy fluctuation in his body. He might be a charlatan. Miss, you must be careful. Humph.
The strong man slapped his chest.
He dares to lie to the lady. I will tear him to pieces.
Qin Shuangbai glanced at them.
Shut up. Measure the belly of a beautiful man with the heart of an ugly man. Do people still need to lie?
She threatened.
You go out to catch ghosts in the wild tonight. Be careful. Just catch 2 little ghosts and deal with them. Don't really bring back some high-ranking ghosts. If you hurt him, I will never finish with you.
Chapter 107 Disciple. Do you want to go to school? The next morning, Li Chu took the earliest boat back to Yuhang Town. Helping the Qin family to exorcise evil spirits was just a small episode. No matter how noisy that kid from the Qin family is, he is nothing more than a kitchen cabinet ghost or something like that. For ordinary monks, a single talisman can solve the problem. Li Chu didn't know the art of making talismans at all, so he had no choice but to go there in person. Speaking of which, there are many Taoist temples in Hangzhou, and he really wants to learn some basic Taoist skills, such as making talismans, refining alchemy, seals, etc. It's just that I already have a teacher, and I don't know if he is willing to teach me. This is all a later story. The most serious issue at the moment is Wan Longqi's life. A strange disaster in which luck disappears without any clue, and even the great masters in the realm of decline are helpless. Apart from asking his master, Li Chu didn't know where to go to find out the truth. There was really no other way but to watch Wan Longqi's unlucky death, which Li Chu couldn't do. Then he had to close his eyes. He came back early, and when he returned to Shilipo, he caught up with the fox girl coming out to open the door. When she saw Li Chu, she was greatly surprised.
Ah, master, are you back?
She looked back and wondered.
Where is Xiao Yer?
Li Chu shook his head.
Things are not going well. Xiao Yer will stay there temporarily. I will come back to ask the master some things, and I will go back later.
The fox girl quickly got out of the way. In her eyes, Li Chu is a godlike figure. It is unimaginable how difficult things can be to make him feel unhappy. She didn't even dare to ask. Li Chu walked to the backyard and saw the master sitting under the old locust tree, as he had for thousands of years. The autumn leaves are falling. The hair on the temples is blown by the wind, and the noble demeanor that soars into the sky seems to be about to become an immortal. Li Chu felt inexplicably a little calmer. In his heart, the master is a godlike figure. If you feel something is not going well for you, you can only ask the master. When she saw Li Chu, Yu Qian laughed.
Why didn't Xiao Yer come back together? What's wrong? Things didn't go well? That's right.
Li Chu came to the stone table, sat opposite the master, and said with a serious expression,
If this matter cannot be resolved, Wang Longqi's life will be in danger. Oh, that's a pity.
Yu Qian said lightly.
That's a very motivated young man.
Li Chu blinked. This was the first time he heard someone praise Wang Longqi like this. If it were anyone else, I would definitely ask, is the motivation you're talking about serious? However, after all, Li Chu is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. And now is not the time to talk nonsense, he said sternly.
Since nearly 100 years ago, the last place in the entrance examination of Jingqi Academy will die due to depletion of luck. Jingqi Academy once invited a master of the realm of decline to take charge, but there was nothing that could be done about it. This year it's Wang Longqi's turn. The words were concise and concise. Wang Longqi spoke for a long time, while Li Chu only said a few sentences. Yu Qian listened and nodded understandingly. He sipped his tea and didn't seem to care. Putting down the teacup, he said leisurely, "I'm afraid there's an evil spirit hanging around." Li Chu felt relieved. The master indeed knew this. A feeling of worthy of being a master arises spontaneously. He asked, "What is the curse of evil spirits?" "It's just a spell cast by an evil spirit. Through its power of thought, it becomes tightly entangled and difficult to cut off." Yu Qian seemed to be smiling but not smiling. "This thing is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid that Xiao Wan was recruited as a scapegoat. I just said that with his virtues. He is a good hand at clockwork. How can he go to school?" Li Chu was not worried at all. From the master's tone, he knew that he probably had a countermeasure. So he asked, "Evil spirits are a kind of evil spirits? It can also be said to be evil. After all, it is something harmful to people. But it is not a monster. Strictly speaking, it is not even a living creature." Yu Qian thought for a while, organized her words, and said, "Things like spirits were originally created by the witch god as waiters. The witch god is a god who has inherited the lineage of witchcraft. It uses this spirit to store and refine the luck enshrined in the world. Long before ancient times, the witch god had disappeared from the world, but the spirits it created remained. The number is unknown. What we know is that some of them later derived good thoughts and became good spirits. Some of them derived evil thoughts and became evil spirits. Because they are rare in number, there are not many of them in the world, except for a small group of evil heretics who worship evil spirits for cultivation. Few people know of their existence. Evil spirits are almost immortal when they are alive. If this kind of thing survives for a long time, it will inevitably become a disaster. Taking an eye on Jingqi Academy must be because of its dynasty's luck. After all, among places where dynasty's luck can be conveyed, the academy is the best to bully." Luck. Li Chu captured the key word. "That's right. This thing can't cultivate itself. Its main method of cultivation is still to refine its luck." "Then the evil spirit of Jingqi Academy is refining the students' luck?" Li Chu asked. Yu Qian nodded and said, "It's better to say it's stealing than refining." Li Chu was puzzled. "But how does it act? It can't even defeat the great destruction power. If it has such strength, why does it only focus on the bottom one?" "Ha." Yu Qian sneered. "It's just a cutoff. What the hell does he know?" When Li Chu heard this, his pupils trembled. The master is so domineering. Just listen to Yu Qian and continue. "The reason why the evil spirit chose Jingqi Academy is probably because it is one of the 4 major academies in the world. As soon as students enter it, their luck will increase 100 times. Moreover, they will be blessed by the luck of the dynasty, turning their luck into gold. This is a great tonic for evil spirits. However, Jingqi Academy gives students not only golden luck, but also the inheritance of Jingqi. The righteousness passed down from generation to generation is like a sharp sword, mixed with luck. If it is absorbed together, it will be uncomfortable. Evil spirits are afraid of righteousness, and for them, it is a deadly thing. That's why he doesn't dare to absorb a lot. He can only take one per year, and he has to choose the last one, the one with the weakest inheritance of righteousness. Just like eating a fish and picking out its thorns. Carefully peel off the righteousness, and then devour and refine it. Another important reason is that there is a pattern in luck. Less always flows toward more. For example, if I have a pool of luck, I can absorb your little puddle by casting a spell. But if you have a sea of luck, then if I cast a spell, I can only be absorbed by you. Because the evil spirit wants to refine his luck and turn it into power. The luck he can keep outside is limited. Therefore, when he casts the spell, he does not dare to set the standard high and only dares to choose the last one. After all, the witchcraft is different from others. Once it is cast, it cannot be erased even by itself. If it sets its height a little and encounters a luck wizard, it will be dumbfounded. I guess it was the combination of these conditions that created the current situation. The death of a scapegoat every year is not unbearable for the academy. And evil spirits can steal the fortune of a dynasty in a steady stream. In 300 to 500 years, they may not become evil gods. Li Chu looked at the relaxed and talkative look on Yu Qian's face, and guessed that the master had already had an idea. So he asked directly, "Master already has a plan in mind. How can we save Wang Longqi?" "Ha." Yu Qian smiled and did not answer directly, but called him, "Disciple." Do you want to go to school?" Chapter 108. Why can't I suck it out? Li Chu understood instantly. "Master,
What you want is for me to take the last place and replace Wan Longqi so that the witchcraft can be transferred to myself. That's right.
Yu Qian nodded and said with a smile.
From the day the koi recognizes its master, your luck has been bound to you. For the sake of safety, the amount of luck that the evil spirit retains is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. But no matter what, it cannot exceed the colorful koi. I said before that luck is like water. No matter how much water the evil spirits have, how can it be more abundant than the vast ocean of the moon? And you are closely connected with you, and her water can be infused into you at any time. In this way, the evil spirit will not only be unable to absorb any luck from you, but it may also suffer backlash. The disaster in Jingqi Academy will be lifted naturally.
With a few words, Yu Qian resolved the stubborn problems that had plagued Jingqi Academy for nearly 100 years. But he was not complacent. He just had a faint smile on his face, as if it was just a trivial matter. His noble demeanor grew even higher without words, almost reaching the sky.
Li Chu asked, in that case, wouldn't it be better to just let you join Jingqi Academy? And why should I be used as a medium?
Yu Qian glared.
How can that work? After all, things like witchcraft are rare in the world and are weird and bizarre. I can't guarantee what hidden dangers there are. Yura is just like my granddaughter. How can I let her get involved? This kind of risk?
When Li Chu heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. So that's it. He suddenly remembered the question Qin Wang asked him yesterday. The only successor to Di Yangwen in the future? Now he's a little less confident. But this is not the time to worry about who is closer. Li Chu thought for a moment and then said,
but Jingqi Academy may not necessarily cooperate with our plan. If Wang Longqi proposes to replace him with someone else to suffer the disaster, the Academy will inevitably think that he is looking for another scapegoat. Since the Academy does not choose children from poor families, it will never agree to a rash substitution. Otherwise, sooner or later, this disaster will be transferred to children from poor families. They will definitely have this consideration.
If the existence of evil spirits cannot be proven, it may be used as a made-up excuse.
Yeah, Yu Qian frowned. Then he looked up at the sky, seeming to be recalling something, and murmured, Jingqi Academy. Li Chu seemed to have thought of something, and was a little surprised.
Should it be?
After a moment, Yu Qian looked at him again with bright eyes.
I remembered. I wrote a handwritten letter for my teacher. You can take it to Jingqi Academy, and give it to a female gentleman named Hua. Her name seems to be Qingju. Yes. She may be quite influential in Jingqi Academy now, so she should be able to help you. If she refuses to see you, just recite a few poems to her.
Mr. Qingju is a legendary existence in Jingqi Academy. She has a beautiful appearance, profound knowledge, noble character, and is respected by everyone. He often treats others without a smile and is cold and stern, which makes students feel fearful. All in all, she is the iceberg goddess in the minds of many students in the academy. Moreover, she came from a famous cultivating family in Hangzhou, and was one of the few cultivators among the gentlemen of the academy. Although her cultivation is never shown, it can be seen from her appearance that she has not aged for many years. From teachers to students, there are countless people who admire Mr. Qingju, but there were only a few people who dared to speak loudly in front of her. At noon, Wang Longqi took Li Chu outside Mr. Qingju's study. He was a little nervous and said,
although I have only been here for a short time, I also know that in the academy, I would rather mess with the dean than Mr. Qingju. I also heard that when Mr. Qingju was in the academy.
Qian, don't disturb her, Li Chu said.
This is a major matter concerning your life, and you must have the cooperation of the academy's senior officials.
Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu worriedly again and said,
is this really feasible? If I let you suffer the disaster on my behalf, if you do anything wrong, then I might as well die.
Li Chu smiled slightly.
What my master said is certainly not wrong. Go knock on the door.
Wang Longqi stepped forward hesitantly and knocked on the door of Shulu. Bang bang.
Who?
A cold voice sounded in the book house.
Student Wang Longqi. I want to see Mr. Qingju for something.
After a pause, there was the sound of footsteps, and the door opened. This Mr. Qingju is indeed like the legend. Although he is not young, he is fair-skinned, beautiful, and still has a slim figure. There is a quiet brilliance accumulated over the years in his eyes, and the faint bookish quality is very attractive. But her expression was cold, as if she was thousands of miles away. Seeing that it was indeed Wang Longqi, she glanced at Li Chu again, and then she said softly,
come in.
If it was another student, he might have been expelled. A few moments, in the elegant study house. Mr. Chinju had already listened to their intentions.
Do you want the academy to specially add an entrance exam so that you can enter as the last one? Yes. I don't have to actually enroll in school, but I need to be assigned the luck of Jingqi Academy.
Li Chu nodded. Mr. Chinju frowned.
I can only say that your ideas are naive. The curse of the last place is just a legend spread among students. I've never heard of those nonsense about witchcraft and evil spirits. Besides, even if I believe you, the academy will not change its rules easily. Once the rules are broken, it will be difficult to maintain integrity in the future.
After saying that, she looked Li Chu up and down again.
Little Taoist priest, maybe you really want to eliminate demons and save people. But I advise you, the world is big. Don't risk your life easily.
Li Chu had already expected that things would not go well when he came. He took a step forward and asked,
Is looking for a scapegoat every year the reason for the righteousness of Jingqi Academy?
Mr. Chinju was silent for a long time. Then he said,
We have done everything you have never experienced before. You have never done what I want to do.
Li Chu's voice was quiet but firm. Mr. Chinju shook his head.
I can't help you. You can try to find someone else.
Li Chu took out his trump card and said,
I have a letter here. Mr. Chinju may want to help us after reading it.
Mr. Chinju snorted coldly.
No need. Even today's imperial edict cannot scare me.
Li Chu recited 2 lines of poetry on the spot.
I don't know where the breeze is coming from, but I don't know where it is until the bamboo shadows shake.
Mr. Chinju's expression suddenly changed, and she stood up in excitement, frowning and looking at Li Chu.
Where did you learn these 2 lines of poetry? From my master, the one who wrote this letter.
Li Chu replied lightly. As he spoke, he placed a thin letter on the table. Mr. Chinju opened the envelope tremblingly, held it in his chest, opened his eyes, and looked at it carefully. It took her a long time to read just a few hundred words. Then, her shoulders shook slightly, and tears actually fell. Wang Longqi was shocked by her appearance, and didn't dare to breathe for a while. Not just him. Any gentleman or student in the academy would be frightened if he came. In 20 years, no one has ever seen Mr. Chinju show any softness, let alone shed tears. Some faint writing can be seen through the wet areas of the letter paper. Li Chu saw a few of the sentences clearly.
I don't know where the breeze is coming from, but I don't know where it is until the bamboo shadows shake. I traveled 80,000 miles in the world and fell in love with an ancient locust tree in the south of the Yangtze River. Chinju, how do you remember me? With a smile or in silence?
After another long time, Mr. Chinju wiped away the tears on his face. Looking up at Li Chu, his eyes became much gentler.
I made you laugh. It turns out that you are Chu Lang's apprentice. You should have told me earlier, since he was the one who told me about the evil spirits. There is nothing wrong with him.
Li Chu smiled and was non-committal. Am I Chu Lang's apprentice? Maybe. After looking serious, Hua Chinju stood up again and said,
Let's go. I'll take you two to find the mountain chief.
I don't know if it's day or night. I don't know if it's Earth or H.L. In a vast and unknown land, there was a figure as black as iron. It sits cross-legged on a round platform high above. The round platform is engraved with complex and profound inscriptions, which are ancient, mysterious, and red with blood. It is not a living thing, but it is breathing. Every time he breathed in, a faint golden line came from a distant place, merge into its nose. Breathe. Call out. Breathe. Call out. Breathe.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, this golden line broke. It ended abruptly in the middle of a comfortable moment. Strangeness. It starts sucking again. Call out. Suck hard. Call out. Or not. It begins to wonder and be puzzled.
What's wrong?
Why?
Why can't I suck it out?
Chapter 109. The fate of the Qin family is really great. Li Chu has experienced more than 400 examinations in his life. The worst result was second in the province. As for the last one, to him, it is simply an indescribable and mysterious existence. So, looking at Wang Longqi's smiling face, Li Chu wanted to say something to him. You have no idea how big my sacrifice is. Led by Mr. Chinju, the two met the headmaster of Jingqi Academy, a great Confucian who is famous all over the world. After listening to the plan described and endorsed by Mr. Chinju, the scholar bowed his head to Li Chu and fell to the ground. I can't stand it for a long time. The process after that is very simple. Just give up all the questions and write a nonsense article for an impromptu exam. In order to write worse than Wang Longqi, Li Chu really put a lot of thought into it. Afterwards, He paid homage to mountains, locust trees, and teachers. After the ceremony, Li Chu closed his eyes and saw that his luck was gradually covered with a faint golden color. This is the blessing of dynasty luck. It's subtle, but the change is definitely there. At the same time, he also felt as if there was a thread wrapped around him. He could even vaguely feel the presence of the thread. But when I reached out to touch it, I found nothing. After a while, there were threads of pale white luck floating over. It worked. He smiled slightly. What the master said was indeed true. No matter how much water the evil spirit has, it cannot be as abundant as the little koi. The century-old disaster of Jingqi Academy ended here. However, this is not the time to be complacent. After all, evil spirits are ancient and strange existences, and witchcraft is an unpredictable method. Maybe it will have some way to retaliate. But Li Chu wasn't overly worried. If you can't deal with it yourself, just ask the master to take action. Speaking of which, Li Chu had been looking forward to seeing his master fighting evil spirits one day. Come to think of it, that must be very shocking. The affairs at the academy came to an end, but he was not in a hurry to return to Yuhang Town. There are also strange things about the Qin family to deal with. This is indeed a small thing. It is just a little ghost born in an ordinary house. It may not be more powerful than the lantern monster, but it has to be taken seriously. It must be disposed of cleanly, and leave a good impression on the Qin family. Reputation is accumulated bit by bit like this. Over time, the name of Dayun Temple will be deeply rooted in the hearts of people in Hangzhou. At the appointed time, we came to Weeping Willow Alley. He saw Qin Xuanbai waiting at the entrance of the alley. Under the dusk sky, half of the river was rustling. Next to the weeping willows by the river, a beautiful lady in white clothes stands tall and graceful. Very beautiful. Miss Qin. Li Chu stepped forward and said Lo. Little Taoist Priestley. Qin Xuanbai turned his head, smiled slightly, and said, My family has gone to live elsewhere temporarily, and I will go there later. You have to be careful tonight. Li Chu nodded lightly. It's just a little ghost. Miss Qin. Don't worry. Qin Xuanbai looked at him, pursed her lips, and stopped talking. After a while, he still said, Anyway, you must pay attention to safety. If you think it is a little ghost, maybe its parents are big ghosts. It is always right to be cautious. I know. Li Chu smiled. This girl's thoughts actually resonated with mine. In this dangerous world, always be 100% cautious. It's just that after this period of growth, Li Chu's perception deepened. No matter how scared you are, hiding is never a good choice. Just like how I always stayed in Shilipo. Except for the lantern monster. Aren't there many evil spirits coming to your door? Mingming always behaves in an elegant and easygoing manner. But he is always resented by ghosts for no reason. Even if you are walking honestly on the road, there will be monsters falling from the sky. It may even harm innocent people around you. He gradually understood. The dangers in this world are everywhere, and it is impossible to avoid them. The only way out is to make yourself stronger. It's a pity that I can't practice silently. If I want to become stronger, I must defeat monsters and upgrade. And because of the characteristics of experience points, you have to keep looking for more powerful evil spirits. As a result, he formed a fairly complete logical closed loop. I need to keep slaying demons. Because I'm afraid. After sending Li Chu into his courtyard, Qin Xuanbai also left slowly. She walked out of the alley, crossed the street, crossed the bridge, and finally came to another courtyard on the other side of the river. Opening the door and crossing the yard, the rest of the Qin family were waiting for her in the empty lobby. As soon as she entered the door, she asked Qin Wang, the oldest, Are your seals tightly sealed? You won't accidentally leak one or two. Right. Qin Wang showed a confident smile. Miss, don't worry. Others don't dare to say that my sealing skills are still ranked among the best in our hometown. It better be. Qin Xuanbai mumbled and sat in front of the hall. Ahem. The sick young man who kept coughing took out a pipe pot from his arms, lit it, and took a sip. Cough, cough, cough. After one sip, he began to cough heavily again, and puffs of white smoke curled up. Another mouthful. Another cough. He was coughing loudly and smoking heavily. After half a day, half of the room was filled with swirling smoke. I didn't see him doing anything, and the smoke actually gathered into a transparent piece while floating. Then, a bleak picture appeared. The picture gradually became clearer again. And soon, a detailed image spread out in the room. Looking at the scene above, it is the courtyard in Weeping Willow Alley.
In the center of the courtyard, Li Chu was sitting on a wooden bench, closing his eyes and relaxing, waiting for the ghost to appear. At this time, the sky was completely dark. There was silence all around. Qin Xuanbai said, "Let's start." "Okay." Qin Wen took the order, and his withered hand suddenly changed several seals, and then settled. Call. In the peaceful courtyard, a dark wind suddenly blew up. Li Chu did not open his eyes, but his thoughts had already enveloped the entire courtyard. He saw a faint energy coming out of the closet in the Qin family's bedroom, about the strength of 3 lantern monsters. "Is that you?" Li Chu stood up and walked to the door of the house. Sure enough, I saw a little cyan ghost whose figure was not yet solid, silly and weird. When it saw Li Chu coming, it immediately wanted to hide in the closet. Li Chu suddenly felt a little embarrassed, because he suddenly thought that this was someone's bedroom. Once the sword is drawn, it will inevitably cause damage. This exorcism was originally free. If I had to pay for it, I would lose more than the gain. He thought for a moment, and thought he could try sunflower acupuncture. Although the physiques of humans and ghosts cannot be generalized. But even if there are no holes when using acupoints from the air, you can still hit ghosts from the air. Immediately, he stretched out his finger. Bang! A trace of spiritual power hit the ghost. And sure enough, it was annihilated on the spot without even a chance to scream. Sure enough it can. Li Chu nodded with satisfaction and was ready to call it a day. At this time, in the room far away on the other side, Qin Shuang's eyebrows widened and she smiled. "Look! I just said he can do it! Does this count as a success in the trial?" The strong man flattened his mouth and did not dare to make a sound. The young man covered his mouth and coughed, wondering if he was hiding his embarrassment. Only Qin Wen smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, stop making trouble. This kind of kitchen cabinet ghost will die even if he farts. If he can be our uncle in Mingyu Township, he will not be laughed to death." "Humph." Qin Shuangbai snorted. "Then let's do another one." Qin Wen's hands clasped together, and the handprints changed again. Before Li Chu turned around, he suddenly felt another gust of wind behind him. Unexpectedly, another white ghost emerged from under the old tree in the Qin family's yard. This ghost is obviously much stronger than the stove-covered ghost. It's about as strong as 20 lantern monsters. So there are 2 ghosts in the Qin family? Li Chu simply stretched out his finger again. Bang! The white ghost had just emerged from the ground, and before it could see the situation clearly, it disappeared into ashes. "His fingers are so easy to use. It's great!" Qin Shuangbai couldn't help but applaud. Qin Wen laughed twice and said, "Then I will put down another ghost." As he spoke, the madra was finished. When Li Chu wanted to leave again, he heard a grunting sound. A jar in the Qin family's kitchen fell over. In the jar, an evil ghost with a green face and fangs actually emerged. The yin qi of this evil spirit is as strong as that of 100 or so lantern monsters. It is an evil spirit that can easily kill mortals. Although Li Chu was not afraid, he was slightly surprised. Could a small courtyard hide so many ghosts? The fate of the Qin family is really great. Chapter 110, this guy's cultivation level is not inferior to mine. This evil spirit is bloodthirsty and cruel, and has low intelligence. As soon as it appears, it carries an extremely powerful aura of violence. As soon as it saw Li Chu, its eyes suddenly turned scarlet. "Bare your fangs and charge forward." Naturally, Li Chu would not give it this chance. He raised his finger and blasted it into the air again. Bang! The huge evil ghost seemed to be made of paper and shattered instantly. Li Chu did not feel relieved anymore, but carefully observed his surroundings. Sure enough, the next second, the sound of water rushing from the water tank in the corner was heard. A water ghost with disheveled hair and an almost transparent body emerged. The water ghost climbed out of the Qin family's water tank, and then saw the little Taoist priest carrying a sword. Eyes facing each other, both sides were in a daze. Li Chu was a little confused. It's not surprising that there are water ghosts in rivers, lakes and seas. Hundreds of people have drowned in them, and yin energy can easily breed at the bottom of the water. But he swore that this was definitely the first time he saw a water ghost crawling out of someone's water tank. I have never seen this scene before. And the strength of this water ghost is not weak. There are about 1,874 lantern monsters, which is already the level of a ghost general. It is definitely an existence that has been practicing in the water for hundreds of years. In this water tank? This is a bit too nonsensical. The water ghost was also a little confused, because it had no idea what was happening. It only remembered that a big hand pulled it out of the water. and stuffed it into a dark place with its backhand. Just when it felt like it could move, it crawled out and saw the scene in front of it. All around is land. Such unfamiliar words. The land environment makes it extremely insecure. So the water ghost turned around and ran away. Even if it's not in the water, it's still extremely fast based on its path. With a bang, the water ghost turned into a stream of light, jumped over the roof, and fled away. But how could Li Chu let it go? No matter what. Ghosts are ghosts and must be destroyed. The blue butterfly flies through the clouds. Swish. There was a faint afterimage passing under the moon, and Li Chu's figure instantly appeared directly in front of the water ghost. Also shocked were the Qin family members, who were watching the battle. Shrink to the ground. Qin Wang stood up excitedly, pointed at the picture, and said loudly, "It is definitely an immortal magic that has been passed down from ancient times to an inch. In my early years, I was lucky enough to see a land immortal perform it. Although this little Taoist priest only spanned a distance of more than 10 feet. It was obviously the same immortal method. Immortal magic?" Qin Shuangbai's eyes were full of brilliance. "Can he master immortal magic at this age?" "Of course." Qin Wang nodded and said, "As long as he has the highest level of the 12 immortal sects or a certain land immortal behind him, and the relationship is close enough, it is not impossible to teach him an immortal method." Qin Shuangbai suddenly smiled with his eyebrows creasing. When the water ghost saw Li Chu crossing over to him in one step, alarm bells rang in his heart. Almost subconsciously, it immediately displayed its strongest trick. Goo. There was only a muffled sound, and the water ghost's body expanded, becoming more than 10 times larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a water giant nearly 10 feet tall. It's a pity that it's not in water. If it were in a river, its body could even expand to 30 feet. It can't be said that he is not strong. But Li Chu only made one move. He pulled out the pure yang sword from the sword pouch behind his back. Wave. Laugh. There was a sound of breaking wind, and in an instant, a red dragon appeared in the sky. The red light illuminated the entire sky of Weeping Willow Alley for a moment. The water giant was hit by the red dragon, and was strangled into a ball in an instant. The heat wave of pure yang was rolling, and for a moment, it was not clear whether he was killed or evaporated. An innocent water ghost never returned to the water. "This sword, ahem, is so strong!" The sick young man couldn't help but exclaimed. Even through the smoke screen, they seemed to feel the sword wave hitting their faces. Breathtakingly powerful. Qin Wang couldn't help but said, "It's a pity that there are no ghost commanders around Hangzhou Mansion. These ghosts are killed too easily." Qin Shuangbai glanced at him. "What? If there is a ghost handsome, do you really dare to catch him? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Li will be injured?" Qin Wang was embarrassed for a moment, and quickly changed the subject. "This little Taoist priest can kill ghost generals so easily, and he has immortal magic and a good background. I think the king will not object. Old slave here too, congratulations, miss, on choosing a perfect match." Hee. Qin Shuangbai suddenly forgot his anger and smiled shyly. Yu Qing also smiled and said, "Congratulations, miss. The king will not force you to get married now." The sick young man coughed twice and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." Only the strong man thought seriously for a while and said, "Congratulations. Even if the young lady agrees, we also agree. And the king also agrees. Is there something missing?" For a moment, he felt several cold eyes on him. Everyone looked at themselves with unkind expressions. Their eyes seemed to say, "Are you the only one who can speak?" The strong man couldn't help but flatten his mouth in grievance, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Yu Qing changed his subject again. "Let's talk about Taoist priestly. What do you think his cultivation level is?" The sick young man shook his head and said, "Looking at the power of this sword, it is definitely not bad. But to what extent it is, I am not very capable and cannot tell." Qin Wang pondered for a while, his expression serious. "There are no real energy fluctuations on his body, so I guess he has some special inheritance. I can only guess based on the power of his sword and the presence of immortal magic. This guy's cultivation level," he said slowly, "I'm afraid he is not inferior to me." His. Everyone in the room gasped. The autumn night in Hangzhou suddenly became a little warmer. Li Chu carefully checked his surroundings. After a while, it seemed that no ghosts appeared. The surrounding houses were not damaged. He was relieved. Just now I was worried about damaging people's houses and causing bad effects. With that sword, he only injected a quarter of his spiritual power. But the overwhelming power coupled with the powerful special effects of the pure yang sword still killed the water ghost instantly. After a final inspection, he slowly withdrew and left. When I left, I still had some doubts in my heart. This Qin family. What's the origin? At this time, in that vast and unknown place, a figure as black as cast iron is entrenched on the ancient and mysterious high platform. With his eyes closed, his fingers kept moving, as if he was calculating something. It can be seen that wisps of white energy are constantly draining from its body. For human beings, luck is innate and can disappear and be regenerated. But to it, these are the wealth, strength and lifespan it has accumulated over endless years. When its luck is gone, it will lose its strength. When its strength is gone, it will lose its lifespan. When its lifespan is gone, it will lose its lifespan. Die. Damn it! Damn it! Why can't it be stopped? Who on earth is against me? Please, stop sucking me. Enough is enough. Not a drop left. Well, how long are you going to smoke after all day? Aren't you satisfied yet? Over the past day, it had tried every means, but still could not stop the loss of luck. The spell in witchcraft is more like a contract, although it was the terms of the contract written by it and imposed on Jingqi Academy. But once it takes effect, it cannot be changed. There are only two situations in which this contract will be cancelled. One is that it will be promoted to evil god or die. One is the destruction of Jingqi Academy. But both scenarios are unrealistic, although it can do tricks in the dark and steal the Academy's luck. But what if it were to attack Jingqi Academy head-on? That's unlikely. Of course, there is another way. This spell will ultimately work on a single person. Just kill the person who inexplicably sucked away your luck. This will allow the witchcraft to resume normal operation. The ancient evil spirit slowly revealed a sinister smile. Human, this is your own death. You can't blame me. Chapter 111. How about I do it? After Li Chu returned to the academy, he was speechless all night. Early the next morning, the academy's mountain chief, the great scholar, actually found him in person. Someone wants to see you. The mountain chief looked at Li Chu and smiled. Li Chu was a little curious. Who else in this academy was qualified to ask Lord Shanda to run errands? The mountain chief took him all the way towards Guhuai Mountain. Near the top of the mountain, there is a Sephora garden. It is the place where the first mountain chief met Huaizu. And it is said that it is also where the original body of Huaizu is located. It's just that this is a forbidden area in the academy, and there are restrictions imposed by Huaizu back then. Not only is the intrusion blocked, but all people can see is a mist. Except for the previous academy mountain chiefs. No one else is allowed to enter. Therefore, no one has ever seen the true form of Huaizu. Seeing the mountain leader walking straight forward, Li Chu lagged a little behind and asked, "Can I go in?" The mountain chief turned back to look at him and smiled lightly. "Of course. The person who wants to see you is inside." The interior of the mysterious Sephora garden is nothing more than an empty hillside. In the center of the hillside, there is a tall ancient locust tree. This may be the most famous locust tree in the world, but it's actually not that surprising. The branches and leaves are luxuriant, and the roots are strong. That's all. In Li Chu's opinion, it was similar to the old locust tree in Dayun Temple. Under the locust tree, sitting cross-legged, an old man wearing a green Confucian shirt, with pale face and white hair, and warm eyes. Li Chu saw him and nodded slightly to him. It was just a simple greeting to the older man. But this time, the other two old men were stunned. In the sight of the mountain chief, Li Chu was saluting into the air. The old man in green shirt was slightly startled and asked in surprise, "Can you see me?" When Li Chu heard this, he also felt a little strange. "As a living person like you, who can't see you here?" The old man seemed to understand what Li Chu meant. "But I haven't revealed myself yet." He simply didn't explain, but stood up, flicked his sleeves, and his clothes fluttered twice in the wind. Only then did the mountain chief see him and salute. "Mr. Huai, this little Taoist priest has been brought here. Excuse me." The old man known as Mr. Huai nodded. The mountain leader said goodbye knowingly. Only Li Chu and Mr. Huai were left in the Sephora garden. Hearing the name the mountain chief called him, Li Chu could not help but guess that he was the Huaizu who was rumored to have awakened the first generation of the mountain chief. So Li Chu closed his eyes slightly and observed the old man with his mind's eye. He found that the old man's qi was strange. Unlike beings like humans or demons, there are thousands of complex qi groups mixed together in the body. This old man had only a faint breath all over his body. Although this energy was weak, it was pure
and made Li Chu feel familiar. It seems to be similar to the spiritual power in his body. Maybe it's the same force from different sources. Li Chu felt a little stir in his heart. After coming to this world for so long, will he finally meet the second spiritual power owner? Mr. White didn't know what he was thinking. He just thought that Li Chu was curious about him.
Ha ha. I have lived for so long. And you are still the first one who can see me without showing my appearance.
He smiled.
Apparently,
Li Chu asked.
Are you Senior Waizu?
Mr. White smiled again and said.
So, not really.
Riddler. Li Chu didn't pay much attention to this behavior. Instead, he asked directly.
Then why did you come to me specifically?
Mr. White then stopped to smile and said seriously.
I want to remind you that you are in danger. Am I dangerous? Yes.
Mr. White said.
I have to thank you for carrying the evil spirit's curse for the Academy. But this is not a good thing for you. I know. I'm just trying to help my friends.
Li Chu nodded.
In fact, although the existence of evil spirits is secretive, it is not unknown.
Mr. White said.
The strong man who was in the realm of decline back then also discovered the reason behind it.
Oh, this is the first time Li Chu has heard of it.
But he was unwilling to offend an evil spirit who had experienced endless years and was familiar with mysterious witchcraft for the sake of the Academy. At that time,
he was facing a disaster, and he was afraid that this incident would add variables to his disaster.
Li Chu frowned. It turns out that this is the case. I think it's not worth it, so I don't take action. This shows that the evil spirit is very strong. At least it is an existence that can cause trouble to the powerful.
You must have guessed that evil spirit is very scary. And I can't protect you.
Mr. Huai looked slightly ashamed.
I can only remind you.
At this moment, an evil voice suddenly floated over the Sephora garden.
Ha ha ha. It's too late. I'm already here.
A black shadow fell from the sky, accompanied by evil winds that stung the neck. Mr. Huai's expression changed drastically. He was guarding the restricted area in the Sephora garden, but the enemy broke it effortlessly. Li Chu was also frightened, and he and Mr. Huai looked at the person coming. The man was wearing a dark robe, his entire face covered in a hood, and thick shadows obscured everything. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, not an inch of skin exposed, but Li Chu seemed to have a secret connection with it. The first time he saw it, a voice sounded in his heart.
Evil spirits. It turns out that you are devouring my luck.
The other party also said in a gloomy tone. Although the tone was calm, it was sinister. Li Chu couldn't help but observe it with his mind's eye. I discovered that the other party did not have the so-called
chi.
It is indeed not a living thing, but it has its own spirit, which is really strange. At this time, Mr. Huai stood in front of Li Chu and looked solemnly at the evil spirit in front of him.
Little friend, get out of here quickly. Uh-huh. You think you can stop me?
Evil spirit snorted coldly. Mr. Huai shouted back and asked,
How dare you act wild in Jingqi Academy?
The evil spirit sneered.
I know very well that you humans are all fame-seeking people who focus on your own interests. If I want to destroy this academy, many strong people will stop me. But if I only kill a small student, who do you think will care about me? To put it bluntly, they just care about the dynasty inherited by this academy. As for the lives of people in the academy, they are like ants in their eyes. What is called righteousness is just weighing the pros and cons. If you really cared about human life, you should have disbanded this academy long ago.
Mr. Huai was speechless for a moment. He looked at Li Chu and said solemnly,
I'm just stealing part of it. Others don't bother to take care of it. So why do you insist on causing trouble for me? Today's fate is definitely what you brought upon yourself.
The evil spirit is indeed very angry, and using this witchcraft to steal the academy's luck is its favorite method. It has not touched the real bottom line of those dynasties and immortal sects, but has also strengthened itself. In this way, after another 200 years, it will have the confidence to achieve righteousness and transform into an evil god. Then it can do whatever it wants. But who would have thought that such a character would appear out of thin air and try to suck back the luck he had stolen over the years? This move is tantamount to taking advantage of others. No rules at all. Any later, and its power will diminish. Therefore, it came here from 9,000 miles away and hurriedly came to Jingqi Academy, just to find this person who caused trouble for him. Let him die in the most painful curse in the world. At this time, I heard Mr. Huai shout,
How dare you?
The old man took action solemnly. The Confucian shirt around him brought up a breeze and dispersed the evil wind around him. Immediately, he raised his right arm and pointed at the evil spirit ahead. Swish, swish, swish. On the locust tree behind me, countless leaves suddenly flew out and flew away in the wind, like thousands of sharp blades gathering around me. A powerful blow with a heavy weight. Facing these flying knives from locust leaves, the evil spirits remained motionless and allowed them to shoot towards them. When those locust leaves arrived in front of it, they all seemed to be blocked by something, suddenly sliding away and passing by. But it's not over yet. After all the locust leaves passed by, they did not fall to the ground, but continued to fly in the wind, gathering into a dragon shape. Qing Long! Yao Jiao's giant dragon body opens its mouth to devour evil spirits. Whispering sound. The evil spirit suddenly sneered. I'm also worried that Huaizu, as one of the great ancestral demons in the world, will leave something powerful to Jingqi Academy. It turns out that there is only a clone formed by a weak immortal energy. Too weak. When the color of the sky and the earth changed, the wind and clouds roared, and it was about to be swallowed by the dragon. It suddenly said this. Too weak. Immediately, it raised its hand, not towards Mr. Sephora japonica, but thinking about the ancient Sephora japonica tree over there, and pointed at it. Under this finger, the ancient locust tree that had survived for countless years, and had always been regarded as a belief by people in the academy. Suddenly, withered, the branches and leaves turn yellow and fall off. The trunk is rotten and broken, and the root system is broken and blocked. It seems like thousands of years have passed in one go. Puff. Mr. Hui spit out a mouthful of blood. The green dragon that fell from the sky suddenly shattered, and turned into rotten leaves that filled the sky with flying ash. Li Chu was startled and stepped forward to support him. He felt that the old man who was still energetic just now had suddenly aged dozens of years. As if a mummy had been resurrected. The power of witchcraft is so terrifying. Little friend, go quickly. Don't worry about me. I still have one last magical power that I can use, and I can definitely hold it back, Mr. Hui said angrily. Li Chu was silent. He didn't know what Mr. Hui was going to do, but judging from the old man's appearance, he could probably guess it. It must be a magical power that is similar to dying together. The old man's eyes were firm, like a torch, which was moving, facing a powerful enemy who was not in the same realm at all. He said in a sonorous voice, I have been guarding this Righteousness Academy for more than 800 years. If it ends today, it is my destiny. I am a mere spirit body, born only to guard the righteousness here. I am unable to solve this 100-year disaster, and I am always heartbroken. Today I would rather die than make you understand. There is everything between heaven and earth. Senior! Li Chu quickly pressed his shoulders heavily. It's like pressing the pause button. According to the general plot, after saying these lines, he should use some method of sacrificing himself to die. Li Chu had no choice but to interrupt his impassioned speech, and then said something softly. How about I do it? Chapter 112 Shock. Hangzhou Mansion under that sword. The evil spirits walked peacefully. That day, many students in the academy saw a red cylindrical rainbow rising into the sky from the top of Guhui Mountain. A hole was broken through a white cloud in the sky on the spot. Then the hole turned into a whirlpool and was crushed into pieces in a blink of an eye, leaving only a few scattered white spots, like the feathers that litter the ground after a bird has been killed. In the next moment, the rainbow light seemed to shift slightly. When it falls in the sky, it is a long stroke. Cloud. No. It's the sky. Almost cracked. A dark gap opened up. The hole that was enlarged by the red cylinder seemed to have lost its elasticity after the cylinder was pulled away, and it did not return to its original shape for a long time. The folds on the edge were stretched out, accompanied by occasional ripples, and the white spots scattered around seemed to tell the intensity of what had just happened. Have the students ever seen such a scene? The people who saw this scene seemed to have agreed upon it. They all opened their mouths and were stunned for a long time. They didn't come back to their senses until the black hole in the sky closed again. After a while, someone shouted loudly, It's Huaizu! It must be Huaizu who has shown his spirit. Soon, this argument aroused a chorus of echoes. After all, this rainbow light came from the Sephora garden on the top of the ancient Sephora mountain. They couldn't see what happened inside, but everyone knew that it was the place where Sephora ancestors were worshipped. This huge energy fluctuation also attracted the attention of many people with keen spiritual consciousness. On Yanshan Street in Fucheng, Chao Yan K is stationed. On the empty rooftop terrace, a middle-aged man looked in disbelief as he watched the rainbow light quickly disappear. What level of battle is this that can use such magical powers? No matter where the gods fight, it's better not to choose Hangzhou Prefecture.
However, his eyelids couldn't stop shaking. Although he didn't know why. His intuition told him. Hangzhou Prefecture seems to be in chaos. The blessed souls of strong practitioners are often extremely accurate. So he turned around and said loudly toward the door.
Come here. Call all those who are scattered outside in Xianyi to the city. Unless there is something important at hand, we will leave immediately. Especially Zhang leaving his name.
Jiang and Prince's mansion. Back garden. A handsome young man wearing a very large striped robe looked at the thick beam of light in midair. His eyes gradually showed a strong interest.
In that direction. Is Jingqi Academy the Huaizu? Is this ancestral demon coming again? Interesting. Interesting.
Behind him, there is another extremely majestic giant. His body is so strong that it is not like a human being. It looks like it is made of steel. It is actually a full foot and a half tall. Walking on the road, it feels like the biggest human bear in the world is standing upright. He looked up and asked in a rough voice.
Juga, what is that? It's probably some terrifying magical power that I will never learn in my life.
The Taoist-robed young man known as Juga shrugged and replied casually. The giant looked at the place where the rainbow light disappeared with fascination. And actually said,
I really want to be hit by that thing.
Juga smiled and said,
Ajin, I know you are very resistant to beatings. But you still have to be smart.
The giant known as Ajin nodded.
My head is also very hard. It's not the brain. It's what's inside the brain. As long as my skull is hard enough, no one will know if there's anything in it.
The giant said plausibly. The young man in Taoist robes had to nod his head repeatedly.
What you said really makes sense.
Weeping Willow Alley. Qin family courtyard. Qin Lun looked at the rainbow and shook his head in shock.
Huaizu. Cough. Huaizu has appeared again.
The sick young man asked.
Probably. Except for the ancestral monsters that existed when the world was first born. Who else can be so powerful?
Qin Wen sighed. Yuqing's wonderful eyes wandered. And he suddenly asked,
which one is more powerful? The Huaizu you are talking about. Or our Yuezhu? No one knows. And no one dares to say.
Qin Wen said.
There are only a few ancestral monsters in the world. They have never fought with each other since ancient times. What is certain is that as long as Huaizu is willing, he can carve out a territory that is not inferior to Mingyu Township at any time.
Behind a few people, the burly man whispered.
Why do I feel that this rainbow light is familiar? Ha.
Yuqing looked at him and smiled.
Have you ever met Huaizu? Could it be that you are still good friends?
Everyone laughed. The strong man was laughed at. So he flattened his mouth in a grieved manner and stopped making any sound. The only person in the world today who has completely witnessed the entire incident is the old man in the Sephora garden. He looked at Li Chu's sword blankly. Look at Li Chu's people again. For the first time in more than 800 years since his birth, he felt a sense of disillusionment. This? Really? Just now Li Chu held his shoulders. And he was quite unhappy. He was about to sacrifice himself and use his body to perform a great magical power at the level of an immortal. But the most generous line before his death was the last one, which was also the climax. But he was suppressed by Li Chu. So he was naturally unhappy. It would be a bit shameful to say it again. But I feel a little unwilling to die like this. So angry. Just when he was struggling with the pain of having a famous scene in his life ruined, Li Chu stepped in front of him and took out the sword from the sword pouch. At that moment, Mr. Huai and Xia Ling probably had similar thoughts. Probably. This guy can't be serious. Can he? Then Li Chu didn't say a word and slashed down with his sword in the air. Immediately, great terror rose between heaven and earth. The evil spirit didn't even have a chance to say his name before he was swallowed up by the huge pillar of sword energy. It took a while. Mr. Huai just recovered from the shock. Ah, is that it? Then you should have told me earlier. Are today's young people so heavy-handed? Just say I'll come. And then I'll come. Without saying a word of nonsense. Really. Fast and hard. And how can he be so cruel?
Little friendly Chu.
Mr. Huai couldn't help but asked in a trembling voice.
I wonder where you learned from.
Li Chu was looking up at the empty space in the sky in a daze. I was thinking to myself that I seemed to have been too strong just now, because he was worried that he could not kill the evil spirit. He used his full sword again. After reaching level 75, his full sword became thicker, because of the special effects of the pure yang sword. It became hot again. Such a sword. Even he was a little surprised. Fortunately, I had the experience from last time and pointed my direction towards the sky. If it is not aligned, The consequences will be disastrous. At this time, when he heard Mr. Huai's question, he turned his head and answered calmly.
I am the opening and closing disciple of Yu Qian, the master of the Yun Temple at Shilipo outside Yuhang Town.
Mr. Huai was stunned. He also thought that Li Chu was born in a certain immortal sect, or was the reincarnation of a powerful person. This to Yun Temple, Yu Qian. It doesn't sound like a serious place with serious people.
Wait.
Li Chu suddenly frowned.
What's wrong?
Li Chu said slowly.
The evil spirit is not dead.
He can be very sure of this. He received no experience points. At the same time, the faint hint of luck was still coming. The spell is still working.
Perhaps it has another Dharma body elsewhere?
Mr. Huai pondered.
It is common for such old monsters to survive for endless years. Don't worry, little friend. Even if he doesn't die, if you kill this Dharmakaya, he will lose at least 50% of his Taoist power, and he may not be able to thrive again for hundreds of years.
Li Chu's brows relaxed slightly. Scared me. Scared me.
Very scary. Very scary.
In the vast unknown place, a white gold evil spirit slapped his chest. The evil spirit has no clones. Strictly speaking, Li Chu has indeed killed it completely. But the existence of evil spirits is different from ordinary life. They can have multiple bodies regardless of priority. But this body didn't come out of thin air. Only the witch god could create it. There were only a few spirits in that generation back then. This body was obtained by killing a close companion with his own hands. This is the only one left now. Li Chu's sword killed everything on its body, including more than 80% of its strength and lifespan, as well as its courage and fighting spirit. At this moment, it never wants to leave this altar. But that luck is still disappearing. If you can't cut costs, you'll have no choice but to increase revenue. Thinking like this, after the shock calmed down, it closed its eyes and slowly opened an impenetrable dark starry sky. In that starry sky, there is now only one shining point of light. This means its only believer.
My slave. My servant. My most faithful believer.
Its voice echoed across the starry sky. The light lit up even more, and feedback came back immediately.
My master, the greatest evil god in the world. Your loyal followers are here to obey your orders.
The voice came from somewhere far away, very clear and pious. It said slowly.
I need more luck.
The voice answered.
The believer will do his best. Not enough.
It said.
I want 10 times what you offered before. All this?
The voice suddenly became panicked.
I will not ask you for nothing. My believer.
After a pause, it began to promise.
I can give you more power. And I can even promise you that once. Ah. That? No. My master. Even if I can't be with you. Even if there is nothing in return. Believers are willing to do anything for you.
The voice was shaking with excitement. After closing the incomprehensible black starry sky, this mysterious land returned to deathly silence. It couldn't help but think of the scene just now. That sword energy that suddenly destroyed the world. The more I think about it, the more afraid I become. But soon, it realized that it was actually afraid of a human being. This? Absolutely not. To become the great being of the evil god, you must not leave the shadow of fear in your heart. To retain pure evil. It began to keep telling itself. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely return to the top. And eventually become the evil god. Then, it's time to seek revenge on that little Taoist priest. This is not avoidance. Rather, forbearance. I will never forget this hatred. And I will never fear him. Little Taoist priest. Just wait for me. There's not much time left for you. There is only one reason for you to live. The knife is not sharp, and the horse is too thin. So I don't want to fight with you yet.
Ah, sneeze.
Li Chu sneezed inexplicably. Wang Longqi immediately asked.
What's wrong? You don't have a cold. Do you? It's okay.
Li Chu shook his head and said very naturally.
Maybe someone missed me.
If someone said such shameless words in such a calm tone, Wang Longqi would definitely laugh at him. But when these words were spoken from Li Chu's face, he felt, why is it so reasonable? Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. He asked.
Are you going back to Yuhang Town? Yes.
Li Chu nodded.
The witchcraft of Xingqi Academy will no longer cause any problems.
Wang Longqi said.
I will go back with you in 2 days.
Li Chu asked.
You don't study here anymore?
Wang Longqi sneered.
Study? What a waste of time.
This did not surprise Li Chu Duo. He asked again.
When do you plan to leave? Don't worry about this yet.
Wang Longqi said slowly.
I have a friend. I heard that you are very good at exorcising evil spirits. I want to ask you for help. Oh, there's something evil going on in his house. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's very vicious. Very evil.
Chapter 113. Reunion after a long separation. The classmate Wang Longqi brought was named Cheng Shuqi, and he seemed to be an honest and friendly young man. He was one of the few literati invited to the party by Wang Longqi that day. Later, I felt so sorry that I told Wang Longqi the truth, and he was one of them. Therefore, Wang Longqi regarded him as a good brother. Looking at Li Chu, he felt a little embarrassed, because in Wang Longqi's description, this little Taoist priest was simply a god. After talking for a long time, he finally explained what happened at home. It turned out that his father was a clerk in the Hangzhou government office, in charge of prisons. His official position was not high, but he had great power. Life is pretty good on weekdays. But a few days ago, his father suddenly became insane. Sometimes he would crawl on the ground dressed in white with disheveled hair, and would try to jump into the well when no one was paying attention. Sometimes his face would be completely pink, leaving only 2 dark circles under his eyes, and he would hide in the closet and behave like a child. Sometimes he will suddenly hug someone's shoulders, lie on his back, and walk with that person. In short, it is all kinds of ghostly behavior that does not look like a living person. His family took a leave of absence from the government office and invited several doctors to come and see him. None of the doctors could figure out the reason. Finally, a doctor with some knowledge said that it was probably due to evil spirits and did not seem to be a disease. They did not dare to invite people from Chaodiank, fearing that this matter would be brought to the official attention and affect their career. I plan to ask an expert to resolve this matter privately. Cheng Shuqi just went home to visit his father yesterday and was worried. Today he happened to hear Wang Longqi talk about Li Chu's ability to deal with evil spirits. I wanted to ask Li Chu to go to his home to exorcise his father from evil spirits. When Li Chu heard this, he naturally agreed. Evil spirits, the more the merrier. Immediately, Cheng Shuqi took leave from the academy and went home. In addition to Li Chu, there were also the little koi who followed Li Chu and Wang Longqi, who was watching the fun. The group walked across the street and came to Cheng's house. The Cheng family's house is not small at all. Although it is in a busy neighborhood, it is quite quiet across the 2 courtyards. Before entering the door, Cheng Shuqi gave special instructions.
Xiao Tao is priestly. I have 2 brothers above me. We are half-mothers. We don't get along very well on weekdays. If they are rude to you in any way later, I will apologize to you first. Isn't that the most important thing? The only thing is to save my father. Yes.
Li Chu nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the Cheng family, servants led them into the lobby and said that several young masters and ladies were already waiting there. Cheng Shuqi was a little strange. He didn't notify his family in advance that he invited Li Chu to come. How could they know about it? Waiting at the entrance of the lobby, they saw the entire Cheng family. The first ones above are 2 women. The one on the left is slightly older, with gray hair and a graceful figure. He is sitting there with a worried look on his face. Looking out, on the right is a man in his 30s or 40s, with eyebrows and sideburns, exquisite makeup, eyes full of water, and a lovely figure. You can tell at a glance that the main wife is on the left and the side chamber is on the right. There are 2 young men sitting on the seats on the left, both of whom look a bit like Cheng Shuqi. They should be his 2 half-brothers, Cheng Boqi and Cheng Zhongqi. Seeing him come in, a young man immediately frowned and said,
"Why is it you? I thought the expert I invited has arrived."
Cheng Shuqi glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he stepped forward and saluted.
"Auntie, mother."
The eldest lady of the Cheng family nodded and asked,
"Chu-Chi, didn't you come back for a visit yesterday? The academy has strict academic requirements. Even if something happens to the family, we will take care of it. You concentrate on your studies and get a gold medal."
Cheng Shuqi's biological mother, the second wife, waved her hand and said with a smile,
"Hey, my son is just filial. Isn't it good? His father is like this, and he can still study. Doesn't he have to be a wolf-hearted person?"
Cheng Shuqi hurriedly said,
"Mom, mother, I am worried about my father's affairs. It happened that my college classmate knew a Taoist priest who was very good at exorcising evil spirits. So I invited him to my house to exorcise my father's evil spirits."
With that said, he invited Li Chu and his party to the hall.
"This is Taoist priest Xiao Li. This is Miss Yer who is traveling with him. And this is my classmate and friend, Wang Longqi."
Li Chu nodded slightly.
Thank you. The little Taoist. And Chu Chi is also interested.
The eldest lady of the Chung family also nodded and said,
Bo Chi and Zhong Chi have also invited experts. And our family is waiting here. In this case, why don't the little Taoist follow us too? Wait for a moment. Wait for the two masters to arrive. And then go in to see my husband together. He is not in good condition, so we can visit him frequently. Okay.
Li Chu agreed. At this time, the eldest brother Chung Boki looked at Li Chu and asked cryptically,
I wonder where this little Taoist master comes from. I often hang out in Hangzhou, and I don't seem to have heard of your name.
What's the number? Li Chu replied calmly, I come from Deungwen, Shilipo, outside Yuhang town.
Chung Shuqi's two brothers looked at each other and laughed out loud.
Shuqi, even if you want to show your filial piety, but don't want to spend more money, you don't have to go to the countryside to hire a Taoist priest.
Chung Zhongqi said in a bitter tone.
On weekdays, your father is the most generous with your food and drink expenses, and he always gives you the most money. Are you so perfunctory with your father?
Chung Shuqi was obviously used to being ridiculed by them, so he didn't fight back. He just blushed, shook his head and said,
No. Taoist priest Shao Li is very powerful.
The eldest lady immediately scolded.
Stop talking nonsense and be more respectful.
Only then did Chung Boki and Chung Zhongqi shut up. Chung Shuqi's mother looked at Li Chu and said with trembling eyes,
Don't talk nonsense. I think Taoist Master Li is good. One look at this face, the bridge of his nose, and his roots. He is a good hand at exorcising evil spirits.
Mother. Chung Shuqi secretly pulled her and whispered,
These are all my classmates. Please restrain yourself.
At this time, a servant came to announce again,
Young master, the immortal master from Fei Lai sect has arrived.
Huh? Chung Boki stood up, looked at his third brother, and said,
I'll show you what it means to be a true master.
With that said, he got up and went out to greet him. The eldest lady of the Chung family waved her hand.
Don't mind, little Taoist Li. My son is a bit too talkative. He usually just teases his brothers. I don't want to disrespect you. Please sit down first.
Li Chu shook his head indifferently. Anyway, he came here to do two things. Collect money and exorcise evil spirits. As long as he got the money and experience, he didn't care about anything else. Wang Longqi waved his hands carelessly and said with a smile,
Who doesn't have two stupid sons? It doesn't matter. Chung Zhongqi, who was staying here, heard this and slammed the table.
What do you mean? Ouch.
Wang Longqi smiled again.
I didn't mention any too. So how come there are still people who agree?
Chung Zhongqi stood up and said angrily,
Are you asking for a beating?
Wang Longqi pointed at him, looked at Chung Shuqi and Li Chu from left to right, and smiled again.
Look, he's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Zhongqi,
the eldest lady said seriously.
Sit down. Don't be embarrassed.
Chung Boki and Chung Zhongqi have been targeting their younger brother for a long time. They were both direct descendants, while Chung Shuqi was a concubine. Their mother was a noble lady, and Chung Shuqi's mother was a prostitute in Xuanxiangjia with her elegant name Mu Mingqi. The two of them were very smart when they were young, but Chung Shuqi has always been timid. But their father loves the side room more. From childhood to adulthood, it was Chung Shuqi, mother and son, who received the most love. The two brothers saw this and were naturally dissatisfied, so they targeted Chung Shuqi even more. What is particularly annoying is that no matter whether Chung Shuqi is beaten or scolded, he never fights back. In the eyes of others, this is just a pitiful doormat. The two of them became villains who bullied others. After analysis, the two brothers determined that this boy clearly had evil intentions. He deliberately used bullying to lower the reputation of the two brothers. The most annoying thing is that they both failed in their studies. But this third child, who was always submissive, happened to be admitted to Jingqi Academy and became the pride of the Chung family. This kid usually keeps quiet and just keeps being bullied. Who would have thought that he was harboring such evil in his heart? It's been secretly all this time. Study hard. Is there anything more hateful than this in the world? Digging out family graves and kicking in widows' doors is nothing more than this. Right? Bullying goes too far. Bullying goes too far. With such resentment, Chung Boki came to the gate and welcomed the master he invited.
Brother Zhao. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to really come. That's great.
As soon as he saw the visitor, he immediately put on a bright smile. The visitor was short in stature and unattractive in appearance, but he had a cold temperament and looked like a master. It was Zhao Lianshan, the most popular disciple in Fei Lai's sect. Chung Boqi looked at Zhao Lianshan's face and felt that it looked very comfortable. In the heart, a person who practices seriously should look like this. There are living examples in Fei Lai's sect. The most popular person in Hangzhou Mansion is Zhao Lianshan's junior brother. But those who are well informed know that the strongest disciple of Fei Lai's sect's generation is definitely Zhao Lianshan. How is it possible that he is so handsome and can ward off evil spirits? Snort. Zhao Lianshan nodded.
Mr. Chung, I'm a little late. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It's still early.
Chung Boqi enthusiastically led Zhao Lianshan into the house and exchanged greetings with him all the way. When he was about to enter the inner courtyard, Chung Boqi pulled him and whispered,
Brother Zhao, I have a merciless request. I have a younger brother, and this kid has always had evil intentions. This time my father was possessed by an evil spirit. He hired a country Taoist priest from somewhere. I'm afraid that he was just holding back his bad intentions and wanted to take the opportunity to kill my father. If there is a chance later, can you help me drive away that country Taoist priest? Walk. Drive away?
Zhao Lianshan frowned. I heard this request before exorcising evil spirits. A sensitive spot on his face was suddenly poked.
His cultivation level is definitely not as good as yours. And he is not necessarily a charlatan. How about you test him and force him away? And I'll add 30% to your reward?
Chung Boqi said bewilderedly. Zhao Lianshan frowned and said,
I'll figure it out. Please.
Chung Boqi led him all the way to the main hall. Before he could walk through the door, he said loudly,
Mother, this is the strongest disciple of the Fei Lai sect outside Fuqing. Zhao Lianshan. I spent a lot of money and had connections. That's why I invited him here.
Brother Zhao. He introduced Zhao Lianshan into the hall and was about to introduce his family. But how could Zhao Lianshan hear what he said? The first thing anyone sees when entering this lobby is an otherworldly face. That face seemed to sparkle everywhere. In an instant, many painful memories came to mind. Fei Lai sect is very famous in Hangzhou Mansion. And everyone in the Chung family in the hall is waiting for Master Zhao Xian with great expectations. I saw him taking one step towards the threshold. But instead of taking the second step, he suddenly took it back. Then, turn around and leave. Forget it. He turned around and said clearly,
Depend on.
Chapter 114. Are all monks today so polite? Zhao Lianshan never had nightmares before. Until I met Li Chu. He began to frequently enter a dreamland with a strong philosophical meaning. That was on the reincarnation road in the underworld, and in front of the Naiha bridge. Inzai held up two signs, handsome and
able to fight,
and handed them out one after another. Every time a ghost is reincarnated, the ghost will ask,
Which one do you want?
That's right. Each ghost can only make one choice. Some people chose handsomeness, and will be handsome men in the next life. Some people chose
able to fight,
and will be masters in the next life. There was a person in front of Zhao Lianshan. Just when Inzai asked him which one he wanted, the man suddenly snatched two cards from Inzai's hand and said viciously,
I want them all.
After grabbing it, he immediately jumped into the reincarnation path. When it was Zhao Lianshan's turn, Inzai said,
He took away both cards, so you can only reincarnate empty-handed.
Zhao Lianshan was dumbfounded. Before he could react, he was pushed into the path of reincarnation by Yin Cha. When I wake up, the pillow is often wet. He thinks. Li Chu was the person in line in front of him. So after meeting Li Chu, he awakened his memories before reincarnation. If it was just about appearance, Zhao Lianshan could work hard to practice. Use your strength advantage to win the game. He also does this to ordinary pretty boys. But in the face of Li Chu's two-pronged attack, it was completely destroyed. Zhao Lianshan can only work hard to cultivate his Taoist heart, in order to avoid being unstable and depressed from now on. He originally thought that after reaching the Divine Harmony realm, he would be able to close the gap between himself and Li Chu. But after he practiced hard in seclusion for many days, he finally realized the breakthrough once he truly broke through the realm of divine union. I am like a circle drawn on white paper. Cultivation is expanding this circle. However, the larger the circle expands, the wider the blank space he comes into contact with, and the more unknowable he has in his heart. For example, Li Chu's sword. He used to think that Li Chu was just a bigger circle. But now he feels. Li Chu looks like that piece of paper. It's a level it can never reach. Because, if something is big, even if it's so big that it makes your face turn red and your heart beats,
It's so big that it makes your whole body feel hot. It's so big that it makes you breathe quickly. It's so big that it almost makes you suffocate. It's so big that it makes you faint in an instant. That's all. The most terrifying thing is that when you see it, it is already incredibly big, but it has not yet reached its maximum size. Li Chu is such a person who makes Zhao Lianchen feel inferior. So in such an unexpected situation, Zhao Lianchen's subconscious reaction, when seeing this existence, was to turn around and leave, and casually venting his anger at the world. Zheng Boqi hurriedly caught up with him, held him back and said, Brother Zhao, what's wrong with you? We talked about it fine. Why are you doing this? Is there anything we can talk about? Zhao Lianchen was pulled by him, and when the cool breeze blew outside the courtyard, he woke up again. If he just left like this, wouldn't it look like he was afraid of Li Chu? But then I thought about it again. Yes, I was just afraid of him. But then I thought about it again. What am I afraid of him doing? Although I look ugly, I am not a villain. If things get out like this, his reputation in Hangzhou will not be good in the future. Ever since, after a battle between heaven and man, he took a deep breath, turned around, and said loudly, I don't mean anything else. It's just that since you have found Taoist priest Shaoli, there is no need to come to me again. Clam? Zheng Boqi was deeply startled. Then, Zhao Lianchen strode into the lobby of Cheng's house. He took the initiative to offer his hand to Li Chu and said, Little Taoist priestly, it's been a long time since I last said goodbye to the ghost building. When I see you today, you are still as charming as ever. Hello. Li Chu also nodded to him. Wang Longqi was a little scared when he first saw Zhao Lianchen, because he was the good brother of his old enemy. But he suddenly remembered that the person behind him was Li Chu, and he immediately puffed up his chest and showed a confident smile. It turns out that the immortal master of Feilai sect is you. Ha ha. It's been such a long time since I last saw you. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhao Lianchen looked at him and said calmly, Since the last time I returned to the mountain, I have been in retreat at the mountain gate and have never come down. Coming here this time is the first time I have exorcised evil spirits after I came out of seclusion. I don't need to come to see Taoist priestly. His calmness made Wang Longqi a little embarrassed, so he could only laugh twice. The eldest lady of the Cheng family looked at their appearance and roughly understood the relationship between the characters. But she still asked, Master Zhao Xian, do you know Taoist priest Shaoli? More than just knowing each other. Zhao Lianchen admitted proactively. The last time I was in a dangerous place, it was Taoist priestly who saved my life at a critical moment. That's why I said, if there are evil spirits that he can't deal with, then I must not be able to deal with them either. Method. Seeing his polite words, Li Chu also said humbly, I don't dare. It's just that we killed a ghost together. Ha ha. Zhao Lianchen smiled. It wouldn't be wrong to call it joint force. After all, before Li Chu easily killed the wolf in seconds, I also tried my best to knock off a trace of its bloody skin. The eldest lady of the Cheng family was somewhat happy. After all, the stronger Li Chu was, the greater the chance that her husband would be saved. But Cheng Zhongqi's expression changed. He pulled his eldest brother out and said angrily, Is this the high-class cultivator you hang out in Hangzhou Mansion all day long and heard about coming here? Zheng Boqi also gritted his teeth and said, People in the circle do say that Zhao Lianchen is the #1 in the Feilai sect of this generation. Who would have thought that he is so worthless? It's the little Taoist priest that the third child hired who stole the show. Cheng Zhongqi said, Now we can only count on me to invite the expert to suppress this little Taoist priest, so that we will not be suppressed by the third child. Zheng Boqi was a little doubtful. Now it seems that this little Taoist priest seems to have some skills. If you find that person, can you stabilize him? Humph. Cheng Zhongqi snorted coldly. Stabilize the voltage? What I found is the strongest monk of this generation from Xuanfei Temple. You may not know what it means to fight from a young novice to the strongest monk in a Buddhist resort like Xuanfei Temple. We usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of person. Evildoer. Just as he was talking, the servant came to report that a monk came outside the house. Cheng Zhongqi gave his eldest brother a proud look. Okay, just do it. Cheng Zhongqi went out to greet him in person, and saw a young monk standing there in gray-white robes, sleeves and leggings. The face is expressionless. The outline is resolute. The appearance is heroic, and the muscles are as kinked as a dragon. One pair of eyes in particular was so bright that it was dazzling. It truly lives up to its name. Master Shenmu, I have waited so hard for you. And you are finally here. Ha ha.
Chung Zhongqi greeted him warmly. Yes. The person who came was none other than a disciple of Zen Master Jiao Qian of Shuangfei Temple, the strongest monk of this generation. Monk Shenmu. He frowned and said in a deep voice.
The yin qi in your mansion is extremely strong. As time goes by, some people will die.
Chung Zhongqi changed his expression when he heard this.
Master Shenmu is really powerful. He can tell something strange even before he enters the door. Please come with me quickly and save my father. Lead the way.
Chung Zhongqi led the Shenmu monk through the 2 courtyards. When they came to the lobby, he stopped temporarily and whispered.
Master Shenmu, there are 2 other brothers in my family. We also invited 2 cultivators back because we were worried about my father. But compared with you, I feel that both of them are suspected of being charlatans. If it's convenient for you later, could you please show off your skills and drive those 2 people away? If so, the reward I will give you can be increased by 50%.
The divine eye stared at the surroundings and said,
If they are charlatans or people with poor cultivation, they will never escape the eyes of the monk. I will beat them out when the time comes. Hee hee. Then there is Master Lao Shenmu.
Chung Zhongqi said with a smile. After discussing it, he walked into the lobby with bold steps and shouted before he even entered.
Mother, let's see who I invited.
Suddenly everyone in the lobby turned their attention. Then, everyone saw a heroic young monk stepping across the threshold. Like Zhao Lianchen. They naturally looked at the most dazzling person in the room at first sight. Then the monk's expression also changed. He looked at Li Chu and suddenly exclaimed,
Is it you?
Li Chu was slightly surprised when he saw him. It turned out that I met that great monk in Yunhe County not long ago. I still remember that he used to lie down and stare at himself in a daze. Li Chu couldn't help but shudder again. Then I heard the monk shout again.
I've had a hard time looking for you.
Suddenly, his figure moved violently, rushing in like a gust of wind. Li Chu almost thought he was going to take action, and was about to make a move subconsciously. Just hear a pop. A huge, shiny bald head appear under oneself. The monk actually knelt in front of him. Not only the Chung family was shocked, but also Li Chu himself. Are all the monks today so polite? In the past, there was always a legend in the world that Buddhism and Taoism were incompatible. In the past 2 years, with the changes in the direction of the Halua dynasty, there has indeed been a gradual relaxation trend. But that's not the case. Right? Immediately. Then the monk paused and said in a deep voice,
Please be sure to accept me as your disciple.
Chapter 115. The monk and the Taoist priest had a pleasant transaction. The monk Shenmu was born with a keen eye and an amazing body. He also had a nature like burning fire, and hated evil as much as hatred. There are often legends in Shuangfei Temple that maybe he is the arhat from the west, who comes to the world, and comes specifically to conquer demons. And with his keen eyes, he could see through the true meaning of this world at a young age. Everything is virtual. Only 2 words are real. Can fight. The primates of all things were brought out by fighting. Halua Tianxiao was made by fighting. Lang Lang Qingquan was made by fighting. And the justice he upheld had to be struck out with one punch after another. He feels that if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Therefore, he is very different from other monks. He never says,
My Buddha is compassionate.
He only says,
The mighty heavenly dragon.
Buddhism is boundless. And it also talks about fighting methods. The master has said that he has a natural eye and a body shrouded in Buddha's light, which is the greatest talent in the world. If you practice Buddhism and martial arts for 10 years, you can suppress your contemporaries. If you practice Buddhism and martial arts for 20 years, you can be successful in the world. If you practice Buddhism and martial arts for 30 years, you can achieve the golden body of Arhat. If you practice Buddhism and martial arts for 40 years, you will be able to fight with no rivals in the world. By then, Shuangfei Temple might be able to reach a level comparable to Yunfu Temple, the pure land of Tianan, and the ancient Bailong Temple in Shenluo just because of him. Now he has practiced Buddhism and martial arts for more than 10 years, and he can indeed be said to suppress his contemporaries. In Hangzhou Mansion, except for the radiant Zhan Luming, no one seemed to be able to match him, until he met Li Chu. Li Chu's sword directly made him doubt his life. He looked at the sword with his wise eyes, and vaguely felt that according to the realm mentioned by his master, he would have to wait at least 40 years before he could try to resist that sword. This isn't right. He is the most talented person in the world, and it would take him 40 years of practicing Buddhism and martial arts to reach this level. Li Chu looks obviously less than 20 years old. He thought for 3 days and 3 nights and finally came to a conclusion. It's not that I can't do it. It's that Buddha Wu can't do it. That little Taoist priest must have some special cultivation skills. He couldn't help but stamp his feet and beat his chest. He was so shocked that day that he didn't even think of worshipping Li Chu as his teacher. Regarding becoming a disciple, he had no grudge against Buddhism or Taoism. He believes that no matter whether the cat is black or white, it is a good cat if it catches mice. After all, everything he did was to maintain the light of righteousness. Wait until the day when he can kill a demon king with one punch. Who else would say that what he did was wrong? Afterwards, he went to Yunhe County to inquire several times, but no one knew the origin of the little Taoist priest. So he had no choice but to help. Some people, once missed, never go back. Just when he was already discouraged, he didn't expect to meet again here. That's why he suddenly lost his mind and asked to become a disciple on the spot. This scene made Cheng Boqi and Cheng Zhongqi feel a little disillusioned. The two brothers looked at each other, and with a bang, their faith collapsed. Did the third child invite a god from the countryside? He's such a bad boy. Zhao Liangchen was secretly happy. Just now, he took the initiative to give in. Although it was considered a saving face, it was still a bit of a loser after all. The sudden appearance of this monk made him appear neither humble nor arrogant. But he couldn't help but feel secretly frightened, because he knew the identity of this monk. The strongest monk in Shuangfei Temple, Monk Shenmu. One of the few young cultivators in Hangzhou who has the highest cultivation level. Even he was conquered by Li Chu? After Li Chu was slightly surprised, he quickly stood up and helped the Shenmu monk up, and asked, "Please get up quickly." "What do you mean?" The monk with divine eyes stood up and looked directly at Li Chu with a pair of divine eyes. "I want you to teach me to hit people," Wang Longqi asked at the side. "Master, do you want to change your career to become a Taoist priest instead of a monk?" Monk Shenmu shook his head and said, "Of course not. I have a master monk who raised me since I was a child and taught me Buddhism and martial arts. Naturally, I cannot abandon him. Now I want to become a Taoist master and learn some special beating skills." Li Chu refused. "I may disappoint you. I feel that I am not qualified to accept disciples, and I have nothing to teach others." "How is that possible?" The Shenmu monk's eyes widened. "You can have such power with just one sword." Li Chu thought to himself, "But I can only draw." At this moment, looking at the monk with divine eyes, he suddenly felt something in his heart. A few days ago, didn't I think about finding a martial arts master to practice my own skills and conduct controlled experiments? Although the divine-eyed monk in front of me is a little weaker. But after practicing Buddhism and martial arts for many years, my basic skills must be good, and I should be able to pick up new skills quickly. In addition, maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Immediately, Li Chu looked at the Shenmu monk and said, "Sorry, I have no intention of accepting a disciple. However, if you want to learn the techniques I practice, I can teach you all of them, but not in the name of teaching, but in exchange of equal value." "Exchange of equal value?" Monk Shenmu was confused. Li Chu explained, "You use some Buddhist magical powers and exercises to exchange the exercises I have practiced. Because I have not practiced many exercises, I also want to learn something else. If I exchange one for another, it will not work. Is it inconvenient to know?" This, Monk Shenmu was ecstatic. Could he learn his technique without becoming a disciple? This wave of blood profit. But there are still some concerns. He struggled. "But my master said that many of the things he taught me are the secrets of Shuangfei Temple and must not be leaked to outsiders. If you want to exchange with me, maybe I can only give you some Buddhist secrets." It's not very kind to take advantage of the common magical powers and techniques. "Hey." Li Chu raised his hand. "My skills are also." He originally wanted to say that it was not worth much, but it was only 300 to 500 yuan a copy. However, considering that it would not be wise to expose yourself to the cost before the transaction, you changed your words. "My skills are also practiced to kill demons. If you use them on the right path after practicing, you don't have to care about the value. Even if it is a magical skill commonly used in Buddhism, I can barely accept it." Monk Shenmu was very excited. In his eyes, Li Chu was filled with the light of righteousness. He excitedly held Li Chu's hand. "Deal." Li Chu also smiled and nodded. "Okay. Then I will go get the secret book later and exchange it with you." "Okay. I practice in the mountains behind Shuangfei Temple all year round. If you go into the temple and ask about it, everyone will know." "Yeah." Li Chu nodded. Shuangfei Temple Station is very famous in Hangzhou Prefecture.
Even the general dharma taught in the temple must be worth looking forward to. At least, if you sell it in a bookstore, it will definitely cost dozens of taels of silver. Much more expensive than the ones I bought myself. As a deal that both of them felt was profitable was concluded, the Chung family's lobby was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Next to him, Zhao Liangshan watched the scene. His throat rolled, and he felt a little dry. Damn it. I'm moved too. That's the technique Li Chu practiced. At the age of 17 or 18, he was able to reach such a terrifying state. The skills he practices can destroy the heaven and the earth no matter who practices it. He can kill demons and monsters instantly with one sword. If you can understand just 10% of him, it will be enough for a lifetime. Right? If only I had known that simplicity could be obtained. Actually, it's not like I can't kneel down. At this time, Zheng Shuqi poked his head out from among the crowd and said something weakly. Sorry to bother you, but I have a father. Chapter 116 Zhao Liangshan's Temptation to Make Talismans. Mr. Chung has been locked in a remote house in the backyard for the past few days, under the supervision of his servants, and is not allowed to see outsiders. The Chung family brought several cultivators outside the courtyard. Before opening the lock, they heard a man's voice singing loudly inside. Her vision. Her vision. Not only does it sound unpleasant, it's also a bit creepy. Zheng Shuqi looked embarrassed. My father has been like this these past few days. He seems to be a different person every time. And the person is different every time. It's really... We understand. Don't worry. Zhao Liangshan nodded expressionlessly. He and Li Chu still maintain the same cold temperament. One is handsome, and the other is ugly. But they all look like professionals, which is very reassuring. The Shinmu monk raised his head, looked at the top of the courtyard, and said with a slight movement, The yin energy in this place is so strong. Li Chu also scanned it with his mind. Suddenly, he saw that there was only one human figure in the courtyard. The yang energy around him was extremely weak, but the yin energy soared into the sky, almost as strong as more than 8,000 lantern monsters. It is several times as many as ordinary ghost generals. Li Chu was a little surprised. Could it be that Zheng Shuqi's father is a ghost commander? When the courtyard door opened, they saw a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, wrapped in colorful curtains, sitting under a big tree in the courtyard, twirling his hair with his hands and singing. Although the expression is very charming, the picture is inevitably a bit nauseating. When the monk Shinmu saw him for the first time, he exclaimed, Oh! I am afraid that the ghosts of half of Hangzhou Prefecture are on him. Before him, Li Chu had already noticed something strange about Mr. Chung without even entering the yard. Although the yin energy here is strong, it is not emitted by him, but is possessed by many things in his body, because his own yang qi is extremely weak and abnormally weak. As the old saying goes, there is a yang lantern on a mortal shoulder, and the yang lantern protects the body and makes it difficult for ghosts to invade. It compares the 3 yang fires on the human body to 3 lamps, which is actually a very appropriate metaphor. Generally, a healthy man should have extremely strong yang lung. When ordinary wandering ghosts see them, they have to run away quickly for fear of being bumped into. If it really comes into contact, I will be injured and you will lose your life. Therefore, old people, children, and women are occasionally possessed by ghosts, but it is rare for middle-aged men. But at this moment, the sun lamp on Mr. Cheng's body was suppressed by someone unknown, and it was just a hair away from being extinguished. The most poisonous oath has always been circulated in the world of Beatty. If the light goes out, I will go out. At this time, Master Cheng's light was about to go out. His body was like one that could be entered at will. No wonder it attracts many ghosts to rush to possess it. For the ghosts, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After death and turning into a ghost, it is as if you have fallen into a cold world and lost all the senses of a mortal. If you have a chance to live again, even if you only experience the feeling of being alive for a short time, it is extremely precious. Therefore, the results can be imagined. Countless ghosts around him entered Master Chung crazily, vying to experience the pleasure brought by the body. Poor Mr. Chung. His body was being used in turn, day and night. It's pitiful to think about. At least 300 ghosts have entered his body. They are competing for the right to use this body. That's why the Master Chung you see is crazy. The Shinmu monk's eyes widened, and he could see clearly with his discerning eyes. Then he said angrily, The evil spirit almost tortured him to death. Ah? Zheng Shuqi was shocked and immediately begged, Master, please save my father. Huh? Since I'm here, I won't tolerate them harming others.
Shinmu strode forward and stretched out a finger. Master Cheng's beauty turned pale, and he called out sweetly,
Monk, what do you want to do? Get out of here.
The god shouted loudly and pointed a finger at Master Cheng's eyebrows. A brilliant golden light. Then there was a buzz. Like a bird in the jungle, hundreds of ghosts of all kinds rushed out together, scrambling to escape. The three cultivators could see these ghosts, although the Chung family brothers and other mortals could not see the ghosts. They felt a sudden gust of biting and cool wind. The wind carried a sickening chill.
Duh!
The monk Shinmu uttered maxims again and shouted loudly. There seemed to be an invisible ripple, and in an instant, these hundreds of scattered ghosts were all shattered. The yin chi of these ghosts together is similar to that of the ghost commander, but separately, their respective Tao Xings are quite weak. No one can withstand the monk's lion's roar. When Li Chu saw this, he felt a little powerful. This ability to drive ghosts out of the human body and shatter it with another sound is something I really can't do. If Monk Shinmu wasn't here, with his existing tricks, there are 100 ways to destroy Mr. Chung and the ghost in his body. But it would be a bit difficult to save people and kill ghosts. It seems that it is still necessary to learn some new magical powers. But, although the ghost in Mr. Cheng's body has been temporarily driven away, the yang fire in his body is still weak. In this case, even if he recovers temporarily, he will still be driven crazy once he leaves the protection. Moreover, after the yin chi disappeared, the aura on his body became cleaner. Li Chu saw it. There seemed to be a faint thread wrapped around him. The feel of this thread is familiar. It seems to be very similar to the line on my body that constantly transmits luck. Is Master Chung also practicing witchcraft? So Li Chu said.
The yang energy in Mr. Cheng's body seems to have been suppressed by some kind of witchcraft.
Xiao Lianshan heard this and said,
Just 3 yang fire talismans, and light up the 3 yang lanterns on his body.
Li Chu remained silent, and making talismans was his knowledge blind spot. But Zhao Lianshan keenly noticed Li Chu's expression. His eyes lit up. His pupils dilated slightly. His lips moved, as if he was expecting something. And then he asked softly,
You don't know how to make talismans?
Li Chu shook his head frankly. Clam? Zhao Lianshan's face suddenly glowed with pride, and his eyes also burst with confidence. The glow was so intense that his whole face began to turn red. But he soon began to suppress his excitement. After a long time, he took a long breath. Then, with a calm tone that he could barely maintain, he uttered 2 words that seemed to be an understatement, but were actually as heavy as a mountain.
I can.
The Shinmu monk looked at Zhao Lianshan strangely. He was just making the yang fire talisman, although he doesn't know how to do it, because he is a martial artist. But he knows that it is a very basic talisman in ordinary immortal sections. Generally, a child who has been practicing for 3 to 5 years can use it to practice. As for being so proud? But Zhao Lianshan didn't pay attention to his gaze at all, and was completely immersed in the great joy of,
Li Chu can't do it, but I can.
In countless days and nights, in countless moments when he doubted his life, he kept comparing himself with Li Chu. After comparing in every aspect, he felt that he didn't even have the value of living. At this moment, he finally found it. Li Chu made the talisman. No, I'll make a talisman. Okay. It's great that we made the talisman. I love making charms. I love all kinds of charms. No, I love making any kind of talisman. Immediately, he waved his robe sleeves and said loudly,
Cinnabar, yellow paper, writing brush, and ink are all ready. I will make a talisman for you to see. Okay. Thank you, Master Immortal.
Since the Chung family invited cultivators to come, they naturally prepared these things and hurriedly sent people to get them. Zhao Lianshan was impatient to wait. He was eager to show off his talisman-making skills in front of Li Chu. The feeling of accomplishment is alluring just thinking about it. Is this the temptation brought about by making talismans? Within a moment, the servants of the Chung family brought the altar table and arranged everything. Zhao Lianshan stood in front of the altar in a serious manner, raised his hand to hold the pen, dipped it in cinnabar, laid out the yellow talisman, raised the pen with his wrist hanging, and calmly, the pen suddenly moved like a dragon and a snake. Brush, brush, brush. In a moment, a bright Yanhua talisman was freshly baked.
The first one should be placed on Mr. Cheng's left shoulder,
he ordered.
The second one is applied to his right shoulder. Put the third one between his eyebrows.
Li Chu saw it interestingly, so he silently observed from the sidelines, keeping his actions in mind. Not long after, the work was completed. Zhao Lianchen put down his brush and complained happily.
It's been a long time since I made the talisman. I'm a little rusty, and my movements are slow.
Li Chu praised.
It's already very impressive. Ha ha. Just so.
He said it in a normal way, but when he heard Li Chu's compliment, Zhao Lianchen felt his head light up, and his whole body was about to fly. And the remaining reason kept telling himself, don't drift. Don't drift. Don't drift. It was just a compliment from Li Chu. Nothing special. Why care so much about his approval? Since I can surpass him in making talismans today, I might be able to surpass him in other aspects tomorrow. The road is still long. Don't be too crazy. You may not know who will be brilliant in the future. Ji. Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived. My favorite part of making the talisman only lasted a short moment. The quality of the Yang Fire talisman produced by Zhao Lianchen is guaranteed. Within half a quarter of an hour, Master Cheng woke up leisurely, but his eyes were distracted. His energy was listless, and his entire face was as black as charcoal, considering that he was taken in by hundreds of ghosts for several days and nights. It was a good thing that he was able to survive, lying on the bed in the bedroom, although he was possessed at that time. But his mind was awake. As soon as his consciousness came back, his memory became clear. He knew that the 3 cultivators in front of him saved him, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up and thank him. Li Chu came here to see him because he wanted to ask more questions.
Mr. Cheng, do you still remember how you fell into the witchcraft spell? Which?
Mr. Cheng's expression changed.
I don't know.
It seemed that he still didn't quite understand what he was going through. Li Chu is very concerned about witchcraft. First of all, because he also has one hanging on his body. At the same time, out of the professional spirit of sending Buddha to the West, he felt that he should ask more questions. If we don't figure out how Mr. Cheng was cursed, what if he is killed again after they leave? In the process of rescuing Mr. Cheng just now, he was not helpful. And now he wanted to find out the ins and outs of the matter. So Li Chu asked again.
Then do you still remember what you were doing before you were attacked?
Mr. Cheng recalled.
I received a strange letter at that time. After opening the letter, I became confused. Letter? Can you bring it to me to see?
Li Chu asked.
Well, it's not impossible.
Master Cheng ordered his son.
Chu-Chi, bring the black envelope and the letter from my study.
Cheng Shuchi left and returned soon. I brought back a strange black envelope, but it had been opened and the letter paper was outside.
Little Taoist masterly.
Cheng Shuchi handed it to Li Chu. Li Chu took the letter and saw that it read,
Don't interfere in Ping and Town's affairs again. This time I just gave you a slight punishment. Next time I will kill you. What a loud tone.
Monk Shenmu snorted coldly. But Li Chu paid more attention to the contents above. He stroked the envelope and scanned it with his mind. Sure enough, this envelope was also wrapped with that faint black thread. But it was broken. Li Chu vaguely guessed its original state. He said calmly,
Someone should have placed a witchcraft spell on this letter. As long as someone opens this envelope, he will be cursed instantly, and the sun lamp will be extinguished immediately. Ah?
Mr. Cheng was surprised.
This is really hard to guard against.
Monk Shenmu asked curiously.
What's the matter that they won't let you get involved in?
Chapter 117 Go Fishing in Ping'an Town. Mr. Cheng looked at him deeply, thought for a while, and then said,
It's okay to tell a few of you. It's all because recently there have been some cases of missing children in various counties in Hangzhou Prefecture. The number is not large, with a maximum of 3 to 5 in each county, and no more than 1 in each village. Therefore, no attention has been paid to them. Such cases cannot be solved and must be reported to the government. When I was sorting out these documents, I felt a little strange. It is not uncommon for 3 or 2 children to be lost in one county within a month. However, the total number of children lost in the same period is dozens, which is very rare in Hangzhou Prefecture. And the descriptions of the methods of committing the crimes are also very similar. They were all children playing outside in the village. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The perpetrators did not leave any traces. I immediately decided to combine these cases and treat them as major ones. At the same time, I notified the government's police officers to investigate. After a few days of investigation, I found that there were some suspicious carriages and horses in Ping'an Town. They might be hiding children. Place. But if we continue the investigation, it will be difficult to make any progress. And I suspect that there are cultivators among them. I was about to submit the file and ask Chao Tianke for help. At this time, this letter came. It must have been the warning given to me by those gangsters.
Bang! The Shenmu monk punched the table and said angrily,
How arrogant!
Mr. Chung glanced at the Wang Wali with table distressly and felt his head hurt even more. Li Chu was a little angry after hearing this. Kidnapping and selling children is an extremely hateful crime in any era. These villains actually dared to use witchcraft to murder the imperial officials. Very excessive. Zhao Lianshan pondered for a moment and said,
If the cultivators kidnapped these children, then they probably weren't kidnapping them.
Oh, Mr. Chung asked.
What is that? It's not uncommon for evil heretics to do things that are extremely outrageous,
Zhao Lianshan said.
Of course. The most likely thing is to select smart children and kidnap them, and train them as disciples since they were young to expand their power.
The world is filled with evil spirits and demons. Only demons are demonized from other creatures, and 90% of the demonized creatures are humans. Ironically, the vast majority of demons are created by human cultivation, because there is a demon sect in the world. At its peak, it was known as the Taoist and Buddhist sections. It was only later that the current imperial court and various righteous factions jointly suppressed him, and he gradually disappeared. However, there are many inheritances in the demon sect, and they are so weird and abnormal that it is difficult to completely eradicate them. Some of them still have great power to this day. These demon cultivators practice techniques that deviate from the right path and take risks. For example, there are many evil methods such as human sacrifice, killing to break the situation, and so on. Even if these are not needed, there are probably other weird and unspeakable things. The advantage of cultivating demons is that they advance very quickly. In the early stages of cultivation, the speed of demon cultivators is much faster than that of righteous cultivators. Moreover, in the same realm, the strength of the demon cultivators often overwhelms those of the righteous cultivators. But correspondingly, they have to risk becoming possessed at all times, which is tantamount to walking a tightrope. Basically, in each of the 7 realms of heaven and man, more than half of the demon cultivators will either die physically or become demons. Every person who is possessed by the devil will completely lose their humanity and become a bloodthirsty and evil devil, coupled with the power of demonic skills. This kind of demon is very difficult to deal with. Therefore, every living demon sect cultivator can be regarded as a time bomb. The higher the level of demon cultivator, the greater the risk of explosion. In recent years, under the strong suppression of the Holuid dynasty, it is difficult for the demon sect inheritance to have the opportunity to recruit disciples. The imperial court also wanted to use this method to cut off their fresh blood and let them gradually wither and wither. Now, it is very likely that there are inheritances in the demon sect that cannot withstand this pressure and start to prey on children. Well, Mr. Chung sighed after hearing this.
These evil thieves may have spies in the government office. When I am ready, I will ignore my health and submit the file immediately. After the government office has reviewed it, it will be forwarded to Chaotian Palace. I'm afraid it will take a few more days. After so many days inside and outside, I'm afraid they have succeeded and moved away. That's unreasonable.
Monk Shenmu stood up in excitement.
How can such a cheap thing be done? No need to find now Shitsi Chaotian K. I will rush to Ping'an Town now to find out which group of evil thieves are from the demon sect. You two, are you going or not?
Zhao Lianshan frowned. He also understood what Mr. Chung said. But, just because it's the demonic force that's causing the trouble, we need to figure out which force it is first. Right? Although there are mostly small inheritances in the demon sect that are still surviving, there are also large forces. There are even Yenyu sect, Fujian Peak and others who are comparable to the 12 immortal sects. Demonic cultivators are inherently cunning and difficult to defeat in the same situation. If these people in the big forces with so many masters were fighting all the way through the law of the jungle, coming to your door rashly is like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The fight against demon cultivators is different from other evil spirits. Monsters, ghosts, and spirits are not humans after all, and their thinking is completely different from humans. But the demon cultivator is still a human being, so it is the most difficult to deal with. Are there any creatures in the world more cunning than humans? Probably no more. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Li Chu also stand up and said very naturally,
"We must save those children."
Li Chu's statement was a shock. As if a stream of blood filled Zhao Liangshan's head. He stood up in response and said loudly,
"As cultivators, we naturally cannot retreat, even if there are thousands of people. I will go to where the Tao is."
After saying this, several people in the room all looked at him approvingly. He couldn't help but feel excited for 3 seconds. It was good. This guy is pretending to win. But 3 seconds later, Monk Shinmu patted him heavily on the shoulder.
Well said. Let's go!
Forehead. Seeing the monk and Taoist priest turn around and leave, Zhao Lianshan was stunned and sighed. Oh! You damn vanity. Helpless. He had to follow quickly. At the same time, I secretly prayed in my heart that it would be best to be an ordinary small force. And definitely not the Yinyu sect. Li Chu asked Wan Longqi and Xiao Kui to go back first, and would not take them with him to Ping'an Town. Wan Longqi is just a mortal, and Xiao Kui has almost no fighting power that can be reflected on the surface. Its role as a mascot has yet to be verified. The distances from Ping'an Town and Yuhang Town to Hangzhou Fucheng are almost the same, but in the opposite direction. And like Yuhang Town, Ping'an Town is also the county seat with the same name as the local county. So the place they went to can be called Ping'an Town or Ping'an County. We took a boat to Ping'an Town. After landing, it was getting late. The Shinmu monk touched his shiny head and said,
How do we find this group of people?
Zhao Lianshan squinted his eyes and said quietly,
You don't even know how to find someone. So you start to attack people aggressively?
Shinmu looked at him.
You know?
Zhao Lianshan spread his hands and said,
Of course I don't know.
Mr. Chung didn't give them much information. He only knew that Hangzhou Prefecture had recently lost a child, and it was suspected that he was hidden in Ping'an Town. He was not even sure if they could investigate the specific location. There would be no need for them to come. They would have already reported it to the government office. Such a big town, plus the surrounding villages. If you search them one by one, it will take a long time. Li Chu sighed. It seems the two teammates I matched this time were not very smart. So he said,
When we can't find each other, it seems that we can only let the other party come to us. Let them come to us.
Monk Shinmu touched his head and suddenly said,
Yes.
Zhao Lianshan also nodded thoughtfully.
That's a good idea.
The Shinmu monk glanced at him.
Have you thought of it too?
Zhao Lianshan blinked.
No, but I think you all thought of something. I would look weak if I didn't nod.
Monk Shinmu said,
It's nothing. It's just fishing. Fishing?
Zhao Lianshan was startled.
You mean?
Li Chu nodded and said,
I remember. Didn't you raise a few little ghosts? You can let them pretend to be lost children and try them out around Ping'an Town. If those thieves really hide all the children around here, then there should be more informants. We will monitor from behind and once they take action. But in this case, our spiritual consciousness must cover farther than theirs. Otherwise, the other party will find us before we find each other. I have just entered the realm of divine union.
Zhao Lianshan said calmly.
The divine consciousness covers only dozens of feet. Although I don't have spiritual consciousness, I have a pair of keen eyes and can see distances up to hundreds of feet,
said the monk with divine eyes.
I only have one mind's eye technique, which can cover an area of approximately 30 miles,
Li Chu said.
What about that? Wait a minute.
Zhao Lianshan was about to say something when he suddenly felt something was wrong. And the Shinmu monk also turned his attention to Li Chu. Something strange seems to have happened among us. Why does this feel like cross-server chats are talking about the same thing?
Are you sure you mean 30 miles?
Zhao Lianshan asked in surprise. If the spiritual consciousness covers 30 miles, it must be at least the peak of the Vientiane realm, or even the extinction realm. Moreover, things like spiritual consciousness are not like realms, which can be broken through sudden enlightenment. Basically, it depends on accumulation over time and continuous meditation to grow. Even for a genius, it would take 30 to 50 years for him to grow to this level.
Right,
Li Chu said calmly.
My mind's eye skills are different from those of cultivators. Maybe there are some small differences.
A small difference? Zhao Lianshan didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. If he thought about it further, he would become disillusioned in life again. Without saying anything, he took out a small black bottle from his cuff, pulled out the cork sealed by the talisman, and poured it down. Immediately, a thick white mist like suet flowed out. In the white mist, the figures of several little dolls appeared, seemingly insubstantial but not insubstantial, all curled up with their knees and their arms. Gradually, as the white mist melted away, these figures became clearer and clearer. There are 4 boys and 1 girl in total. The boys each have a braid, and the girls have a pair of braids. They all wore black and red thick cotton-padded jackets, which looked like clothes tied with paper. Li Chu smiled slightly when he saw these figures. The last time he met these little ghosts, he thought they were quite interesting. When the white mist cleared, the little children raised their heads one after another, and they shouted happily in unison. Have you eaten? Chapter 118, You Can't Catch Up With Me. I am so powerful. What to eat? Just know how to eat, Zhao Lianshan said solemnly. Report. 1. The girl's voice sounded. 2. 3. 4. 4. Why is there still an echo? Another error. Zhao Lianshan frowned and was about to correct him. Suddenly, I saw 5 little ghost heads suddenly raising their faces and widening their eyes. Their eyes were focused on Li Chu. After about 2 breaths, the 6 pigtails of the 5 little dolls suddenly stood up together. All movements were uniform. It's him! The 5 little devils quickly hid behind Zhao Lianshan and lined up in a line. But the little girl's 2 braids were biased to both sides, creating a 1,000-arm Guanyin-style effect. Zhao Lianshan's face was covered with black lines. He grabbed their pigtails and pulled them out one by one. Whatever you are afraid of. They are all our own people. The little girl was forced to stand up, but she immediately covered her mouth tightly with both hands, looked at Li Chu nervously, and said vaguely, I remember him. He was that tough Taoist priest. Don't even think about touching my teeth again. The suspicious gaze of the Shenmu monk drifted over. Li Chu's brows twitched involuntarily, and he didn't know what to explain. I won't ask you to bite anyone again. Zhao Lianshan stared at these little gangsters with his eyelids drooped. I have something else to trouble you. The little girl rolled her eyes. Is there anything delicious to eat after finishing the work? Have. Zhao Lianshan said helplessly, feeling a little embarrassed in front of Li Chu and Shenmu. There are many cultivators who raise brats, but there are not many who are as untrustworthy as myself. It was not easy to get them to do something, and we had to negotiate in every possible way. Monk Shenmu glanced at the group of little ghosts and said, There is no need for so many. Just pick 2 smart ones to help. You're smart. Zhao Lianshan looked at them, thought for a while, pointed at the little girl and said, Just do it yourself. The other 4 male dolls were stunned. Why? The 4 of us are obviously super smart. Is it aimed at our male dolls? Can this world be better? Don't forget about the hot weather all over your body. Zhao Lianshan called the little girl out alone and gave her a brief outline of the fishing plan. After finishing the narration, he asked again, Do you understand? I understand. The little girl nodded confidently. Are you just pretending to be a lost child and walking outside to see if any bad guys will catch me? I have to pretend to be as pitiful as possible and cry louder. The better. When the bad guy comes to catch me, you can quickly subdue him. He will accidentally discover that he is on the 2nd floor. He always thought that I was on the 1st floor, but in fact I am on the 5th floor. Good. The monk Shenmu praised. Zhao Lianshan pointed his hand forward and shouted, No service! Take off! The round figure of the little girl appeared in response. In the quiet jungle under the night, the roars of wild beasts could occasionally be heard. Thousands of miles of flying sand slowly walked in the dark forest with numerous tree shadows. It didn't feel scary at all, but the figure was a bit leisurely. But if you look closely, you can see that he looks a little depressed. Huizhuge is Grandma Liao's grandson, and he is also the most promising young man in the Yanyu sect's generation. It is very likely that he will be the new generation of Yanyu cult leader decades later. Since the fall of the demon sect emperor 100 years ago, the huge demon sect fell apart, and no new emperor appeared. Since then, the position of leader Yanyu has represented the highest point of power in the demon sect. A more popular saying is that leader Yanyu can be regarded as the master of the demon sect. Therefore, if you have the opportunity to work under the leader candidate, of course you must seize the opportunity to lick it well and perform well. Huizhuge came out of the mountain this time because he was entrusted with an important task by the leader of the Yanyu sect. In addition to the Vidra slaves who were always with him, and Guilian Xia sent by the leader to assist, he also specially appointed 3 helpers. Each of these 3 people has their own unique skills. He is the fastest swordsman in the Yanyu sect. Wuching Yanlu is the fastest in the Yanyu sect, and Wanli Feisha is the fastest runner in Yanyu sect. The first 2 are figures who have become famous in Yanyu sect in recent years, leaders of the younger generation. I feel very honored to be able to join Wanli Feisha with them this time. Unexpectedly, after coming here, the 7 criminal sects were responsible for killing dissidents. With 7 sharp knives, they had already harvested countless dead souls. The Yanluo people in the 5 cities were responsible for amassing treasures, and besides taking advantage of them, they also made a lot of money. Wanli Feisha is responsible for stealing children, because he was a fast runner. When he saw a child suitable for spiritual practice, he would fly right over, pick him up and run away. When the parents looked back, They couldn't even see a shadow. Not only do you have to steal, but you also have to take care of them. Now there is a group of young children gathered in the subreddit. Thinking of the unlucky looks of those little children, he couldn't help but have a headache. Now he is out walking all night, saying that he is working overtime for the future of Yenu sect. In fact, whose children come out to play in the middle of the night? He just wanted some peace and quiet, like a depressed middle-aged man. Yee. It's been so long since this happened, and the cry of a child still seems to be echoing in his ears. This shows how cruel the torture he has been subjected to these days has been. Yee. Etc. Does this cry seem real? Wanli Facia listened attentively and flew towards the direction of the source of the sound. A strong wind blew and flew hundreds of feet away. I spread my consciousness and found a little girl crying and walking on the hillside not far away. It seemed that she had lost her way and couldn't find her home. What an unexpected gain. As soon as he moved, another strong gust of wind swept through him, and in an instant, he was a few feet in front of the little girl. Only then did he realize what kind of little girl this was. He is clearly a little ghost child, because the energy in his body was not strong. He didn't notice it until he got closer. The little girl was covering her eyes with her hands and crying when she suddenly saw him appear. She suddenly let go and her crying stopped abruptly. Before he could take action, the little girl asked, "Brother, are you here to catch children?" Wanli Facia frowned. "Are you trying to lure me here on purpose?" The little girl nodded heavily. "Yes." She actually admitted it. Wanli Facia felt something was wrong. Could it be some kind of ghost that specially lured living people to kill them? But her chi is so weak, it may not be able to harm people. He didn't bother to think too much, raised his hand and said, "Then don't blame me for being rude." "Wait!" The little girl suddenly raised her hands and shouted to stop. "What?" Wanli Facia asked. "You dare to hit me?" she said loudly and powerfully. "Do you know who my father is? Is the ghost baby's father ghost father?" Wanli Facia was stunned for a moment, then said, "You don't have to scare me. Just tell me and let me know who he is." "Are you stupid?" the little girl said. "If I knew, why would I ask you?" "You?" Wanli Facia realized that she had been teased by this kid, and immediately became furious and raised her hand to hit him again. But it's too late. A green figure quietly came behind him in a series of flashes. A sense of life and death crisis instantly enveloped him. Wanli Facia heard the sound of wind behind his ears, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. He ignored the little girl and immediately transformed into a whirlwind, turned around and ran away. Behind him, it was Li Chu who had been observing the little girl carefully. As soon as the chi of flying sand appeared, he rushed over immediately, seeing him turn into a whirlwind and leave. Li Chu suddenly became more determined. This is the person they're looking for. The blue butterfly flies through the clouds. Infinite connections. Chase. At that moment, a whirlwind of dust swept out fiercely, and a ghost-like figure chased after it as countless afterimages appeared under the moon. Wanli Facia did not look back, but his consciousness sensed that someone was chasing him. But he was not afraid. I even wanted to laugh a little bit. Catch me? He has been a fool since he was born. After being abducted into the demon sect, he was unable to practice or fight. He was bullied in the Yenu sect, which always believed in the law of the jungle. But this actually helped him unexpectedly unlock another talent. Escape. Usually, only those who cannot be beaten need to run hard. Although the person you are chasing has to run away. If you are caught, you will be beaten. And if you catch someone, you will be beaten. The degree of desperateness in these two mentality is far different. One moment he was beaten. Another moment he ran away. And he kept getting beaten and ran away. Wanli Facia didn't know how many beatings he received, but he kept running and became the fastest man in the Yenu sect. He was proud of this title. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had been recognized. This skill of wind control and divine movement, together with Jing Jianxiu's sword control skills, cannot catch up with him. He can even escape by leapfrogging. So far, he has not met his opponent. Wanli Facia has thought that if one day he dies, this sentence will be engraved on his epitaph. Thousands of miles of flying sand. Throughout my life, I have never won a fight and never lost an escape. But this time it shocked him. When he ran 1,000 feet away, the other party was still following him closely, and was even getting closer. He hasn't faced such a strong opponent for several years. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that the method the other party was using seemed to be shrunk into an inch. Wanli Facia's heart trembled, and he almost broke his power.
The other party actually used this teleportation technique to chase me? Simply. I don't know whether to call him awesome or stupid. Hee hee. Wanli Facia sneered in his heart. Shrinking the ground into an inch is certainly powerful. A fairy method passed down from generation to generation. But how many times can you use it if the distance is only a few dozen feet at a time? This is not practical on long distance runs. I'm afraid only another immortal method, the golden light, can catch up with my speed. Right? Wanli Facia thought with pride. Getting rid of an opponent who can use immortal magic is undoubtedly a great sense of accomplishment. You can't catch up with me. I am so powerful. La 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 shit. Suddenly, the happy humming in Wanli Facia's heart stopped. Because he saw the little Taoist priest in green who was chasing him. In the blink of an eye, he actually shrunk to the ground a dozen times. The distance has been shortened again. What's the meaning? Does the current immortal method no longer consume energy? It was too late. But it was fast then. In fact, it only took a few breaths. The two of them traveled an unknown distance one after another. At this time, Zhao Lianchen and Shenmu rushed to the little girl's side. Zhao Lianchen looked around and asked, "Where are Li Chu and the man from the demon sect?" The little girl gave him a disgusted look and said, "By the time you guys come, the daylilies will be cold, and they will have already run away." Zhao Lianchen pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, "It's not a good thing for a man to be too fast." When Li Chu flashed again and appeared in front of Wanli Facia, Wanli Facia's heart was broken. It's not that he didn't expect that he would lose. It's just that he didn't expect that he would lose so outrageously. This is simply unreasonable. Shrink to the ground hundreds of times. Is this something a human can do? Does this land belong to your family? Can you shrink it as much as you want? But the shock did not make him lose his mind. He knew that he could not win the fight. He has absolute confidence in this aspect. So after being overtaken by Li Chu, he stopped immediately and held the magic formula in hand. Li Chu also turned around to face him. As soon as the technique of 1,000 miles of flying sand ends, there is a bang sound. His whole body turned into a handful of yellow sand, spreading all over the sky. The next second, every grain of yellow sand turned into a figure of flying sand, each running away in different directions. Li Chu closed his eyes. My mind is opened, and it becomes clear in an instant. Although the mind's eye technique cannot see through those advanced changes that change the aura, it is still very useful against this crude clone technique. All the clones only have a faint trace of true energy, and only the main body carries the complex yin and yang energy. Li Chu pointed at the only real body, stretched out 2 fingers, and let out a soft sound. Certainly. Bang. Thousands of miles of flying sand suddenly froze in midair like a wild goose that had been shot. Many thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Probably. Immortal magic again? Has a problem. This guy has a big problem. For God's sake, check him out. Please. Chapter 119. Is there a mole? I'm the mole. Wanli Facia was tied up with a magic rope and thrown to the ground. He was still a little confused and didn't know what kind of character he had provoked. Immediately, the shadows of 3 big men covered him. Taoist monk ugly man. Wanli Facia looked at the lineup, swallowed, clamped his legs, raised his anus continuously, and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" The Shenmu monk frowned angrily, like Arhavitra, and said in a deep voice, "Be honest, or I will send you to Avicii hell." Zhao Lianchen's face was stern. "If you don't do anything, I have various means waiting to defeat you." Li Chu stared at him and said, "You can't run away." The Shenmu monk suddenly shouted, "Are you going to do it or not? If you don't do it, I will really do it. I happen to have 2 thunder pills here." Zhao Lianchen took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and said with a sinister smile, "I think you need an electric shock. Stop. 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 I'll do it." Wanli Facia started to panic, and he shouted to tell the 3 of them to stop first. Then, he said weakly, "But before I recruit you, you have to ask first." Forehead. The 3 of them looked at each other and realized that they all lacked experience in extracting confessions. But Monk Shenmu immediately raised his chest and shouted, "Are you still asking? How many bad things have you done? Tell them all yourself. If we ask, the matter will be big." Wanli Facia was so frightened that he trembled and said hurriedly, Okay, I'll tell you. When I was 10 years old, I peeked at seeing your sister taking a shower." Wanli Facia hesitated and then stopped talking. "Huh? No more." Monk Shenmu interrupted him. "Just this one." Wanli Facia hesitated for a moment and said, Well, it's not the same thing. I started to peek at senior sister taking a bath every day when I was 10 years old until I was 20 years old. Are you kidding me?
Monk Shinmu grabbed Wanli Feisha. Zhao Lianshan interjected again.
He still needs an electric shock. Tell me what your last name is. What is your name? Where are you from? What are you doing in Pingan Town? Tell me clearly.
Shinmu said angrily.
Okay.
Wanli Feisha said hurriedly.
My name is Wanli Feisha, and I am a disciple of the Yinyu sect. Demon Gate Yinyu sect.
Zhao Lianshan exclaimed, thinking that he was really afraid of something.
That's right.
Wanli Feisha glanced at him and said,
The conscience of heaven and earth. Although I am a disciple of the Yinyu sect, I don't have many opportunities to get out of the mountain, and I have never killed anyone. A disciple of the Yinyu sect. Have you never killed anyone?
Monk Shinmu looked at him suspiciously. This is no different than a good girl in a brothel saying that she is a virgin. Although not unheard of. It is quite rare.
It's true,
Wanli Feisha said.
The demon gate gave me a pair of black eyes, but I have been using them to find the light.
Looking at the burning gazes of the three people, he shrank his neck again.
Of course, the main reason is that I am not strong enough. My main talent is to escape.
Li Chu had no objection to this point, because with his mind's eye, he could see that there was no hostility or resentment attached to Wanli Feisha. Usually, anyone who has blood on their hands will inevitably have some resentment on their body. Wanli Feisha continued.
So this time, the superior sent me to collect the cultivation seeds, because I run fast, and it is more convenient to do this kind of thing. But I was forced to do this. I really don't want to do such a thing,
Wanli Feisha said loudly. This is true. Which disciple of the demon sect with ideals would want to coax children all day long?
You must have captured quite a few children. Right. Where are you hiding them?
Li Chu asked.
Our subrutter is currently in a hunting ground. Hunting ground?
Zhao Lianshan frowned.
In the entire Pingan town, there is only one person who has circled the hunting ground.
He gradually came up with some bad guesses.
That's right.
Wanli Feisha bowed his head and said,
That's the hunting ground. Who?
Li Chu looked at Zhao Lianshan. Zhao Lianshan's voice was low, and he said slowly,
Jian and Wangji Bashio. Oh?
Even Shinmu was a little surprised this time. Near Pingan Town, there is a huge hunting ground, which belongs to the current king of Jiangnan. This hunting ground occupies a large area and is deserted. There are many wild animals, but no trace of people. No one has ever dared to approach it. The Yinyu sect hid the children here. No wonder no one could find them. Wanli Feisha walked in calmly, his expression as usual. There is a row of 6 or 7 small attics in the center of the hunting ground, which were originally used for temporary accommodation by King Jiangnan. At this time, there were dozens of children living in these small attics. Every building is guarded by a man in black. These guards are all minions in the Yinyu sect. Most of them became monks and joined the demon sect halfway. Their knowledge is mixed, and their moral conduct is not high. Although Wanli Feisha has a very low status in this sect, he is still considered the leader in front of these minions. So here he is the helmsman. Precisely because of the existence of these minions, Li Chu gave him an opportunity to make meritorious deeds. The men were too close to the children, and they feared they wouldn't be able to rescue them all at once. There will be people who jump over the wall in a hurry. If even a child is hurt, that's not good. The mission given to Wanli Feisha is to use his authority as the helmsman to gather these minions together so that they can be caught in one fell swoop. Very simple task. Wanli Feisha calculated in his mind that there were 6 minions in total at the helm, and their cultivation levels were not high. After all, they are just taking care of the children. Of course, elite soldiers and generals will not stay here. As long as they are gathered together, any one of the 3 big men should be able to deal with it. As long as no one escapes, no one will know there is a mole. You are still clean. As for escaping immediately, thousands of miles of flying sand would not dare to be attempted. The little Taoist priest left a huge shadow on him. This was the first time in his life that he met someone who couldn't run away. Although he is not by his side now. But there was always a chill on Wanli Feisha's back. This feeling reminds him. The little Taoist priest is looking at you. Looking at you. Intently. Before passing by an attic. The minion under the attic nodded to him.
Self-rudder. Yes.
Wanli Feisha nodded and said,
Go and call all the brothers to see me. Oh? What does the subrutter master want to do?
The man was stunned.
Meeting.
But
what?
Wanli Feisha was a little displeased. Why do you, a little guy, talk so much nonsense? Are you stealing the spotlight?
But Master Gillianzy is here. He said that you should come back and see him immediately.
Wanli Facia's heart skipped a beat.
You didn't tell me earlier.
The man was bewildered by the scolding and asked aggrievedly.
Then shall we still have a meeting? Get away!
Wanli Facia scolded and walked quickly towards the center. The hall in the middle was brightly lit. A tall man wearing black clothes and covering his face, with only a pair of blue eyes exposed, was waiting for him there. This person is Guilian Xie, one of the confidants of the current leader. His status in the church is only lower than that of leader Yanyu and the 5 Dharma kings. Wanli Facia was originally afraid of him, and because he had a ghost in his heart. When he saw him, his legs almost went weak, and he knelt on the ground. He asked in a trembling voice,
Master Gillianzy, why are you here?
Guilian Xie's voice was also faintly permeable.
The situation has changed, and Zhuge has decided to temporarily suspend the affairs here. You will lead people to send the children here to school tonight, and the task will be successfully completed.
Wanli Facia couldn't help but curse secretly in his heart. You could have come half a hacking day earlier. Guilian Xie saw that cold sweat was pouring down his face, and his expression was very tangled. But he didn't speak. So he asked,
What's wrong?
Wanli Facia was in the middle of a war between heaven and man, constantly comparing the weight of Guilian Xie and the little Taoist priest. Although the little Taoist priest is powerful, the representative behind Guilian Xie is the entire Yanyu sect. When he heard Guilian Xie ask, his shoulders trembled. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said,
Master Gillianzy, the transfer may not go so smoothly tonight.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Wanli Facia said heavily.
There is a mole. The mole? Yes.
Wanli Facia said.
I have received reliable information that there are people at the helm of this operation who are cooperating with others and have united a group of people to kidnap these children tonight. If we move now, we will definitely cause trouble.
Oh, Guilian Xie sneered.
Then I came at the right time. What Lord Gillianzy means. If you want to rob someone, just let them do it.
Li Chu carefully observed the flow of people in the hunting ground. Sure enough, not long after Wanli Facia entered, the minions placed in several attics were transferred and gathered in the middle building. The monsters are easy to deal with when they gather together. As soon as he opened his eyes, he said,
That's it.
Under the moonlight, the rabbits were rising and the falcons were falling. And 3 figures entered the hunting ground and headed straight for the central attic. The plan is simple. Just get rid of the few minions inside and rescue the children around them. The only thing that made Li Chu feel something was wrong was that the number of people didn't match up. 1 extra. But it probably doesn't matter. In the lobby of the middle attic, several minions from the Yanyu sect were gathered together, looking a little confused. Just 2 bangs were heard, and the door was kicked open.
Who?
They exclaimed.
Your father!
Zhao Lianshan said in a deep voice.
Your grandpa Monk.
Monk Shenmu said at the same time as him. Zhao Lianshan turned to look at him, and felt something was wrong. The Shenmu monk shouted and waved his fist. And Long Jinghu rushed forward. Li Chu did not rush forward. He had previously observed that on the 2nd floor of the attic, there was a cold atmosphere other than thousands of miles of flying sand. In line with the combat principle of not letting anyone escape, he dodged and appeared on the 2nd floor. As soon as he appeared, he saw a black-clothed and masked figure. In his hand, he held a huge sickle. It was a magic blade made of purple-black energy, but it looked tougher and sharper than any real weapon, and shone with a cold light. The ultimate soul Zanpakuto, the most powerful magical weapon used by Guilian Xie. Li Chu's instant appearance did not shock him, but instead made him reveal a bloodthirsty smile.
There are souls to harvest again. Hee hee.
The huge scythe swung down with a shadow from a distance of more than 10 feet. Whoosh. Guilian Xie once used this sword to kill a cavalry team of more than 800 people. The team of cavalry continued to rush for several dozen feet before suddenly stopping. Even the man and the horse were as they were in life, and not a single wound could be found anywhere on his body. But no one survived. All the souls have been killed. The Juhun Zanpakuto is specially designed to kill divine souls. When the knife fell, Wanli Facia, who was hiding in the corner, felt terrified. He had originally made up his mind to see who would win this battle, and then he would fall to that side. But looking at it like this, the little Taoist priest just appeared and was unsuspectingly possessed by Guilian Xie's most powerful magical power. It was absolutely unreasonable. It seems to myself.
Huh?
His pupils shrank suddenly. When the shadow of the Juhun Zanpakuto passed over the little Taoist priest's body, Guilian Xie, like Wanli Facia, thought the battle was over. although there will be no wounds on the body. The little Taoist priest's spirit has undoubtedly been shattered. Guilianxia sheathed the knife, with a domineering gesture, and was about to turn around and go downstairs to deal with the other two uninvited guests. I saw the little Taoist priest taking another step forward. Li Chu was also a little confused. As soon as he appeared, a faint black shadow passed through him. He was also surprised. But after checking the body carefully, it seems that nothing happened. Is the opponent's big knife just to scare people? He also had some doubts. So he took another step forward to test. What? Can you still move? The cold light in Guilianxia's eyes flashed. Over the years, there was no enemy who could take one strike from him without dying. Yes, but all of them are famous in the world. This little Taoist priest is obviously not among them, especially when he had already put away his knife and turned around. Looking back confidently, he looked a little embarrassed. So he was very angry and decided to give the little Taoist a hard blow. Call out. The true energy circulated, and a purple-black sickle magic blade condensed again. You should have died just now. So you still had the chance to enter reincarnation. Now! It's gone! Guilianxia's voice was chilling to the bone. Extreme soul killing, killing! Immediately, the strongest magical power among the strongest moves took action. Bang! This time Li Chukai clearly felt that his soul had been hit. And there was a slight shock in his head. To a degree similar to. He was hit so hard by a 3-year-old that his brain collapsed. Snapped. Guilianxia's side did not retract this time, but made a crisp sound. Then the cracks gradually spread from the bottom to the top. His eyes flashed with disbelief. But he couldn't stop it. What level of soul is this? When he slashed forward with his sword, the shock was so strong that it destroyed his most powerful soul Zanpakuto instantly. He raised his head and looked at the little Taoist priest in shock, wanting to say something. But before he could make a sound, the entire Jukun Zanpakuto collapsed to the ground. Puff! Guilianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body instantly collapsed to the ground. The magic weapon of his natal cross cultivation shattered in the extremely powerful collision, and the blow to his soul was devastating. He was in a daze. He looked at the little Taoist priest in front of him and wanted to ask a question, but he didn't have the strength to speak. Are you? He raised his hand hard and finally uttered a few words. But, at this time, a faint figure instantly appeared behind him. Thousands of miles of flying sand. He frowned, lowered his head, and his eyes were full of righteousness. Guilianxia, as a minion of the demon sect, you kill people like crazy and do all sorts of evil. Your crimes are too numerous to mention. Today, on behalf of the Halua dynasty, on behalf of the people of the world, and on behalf of justice, I will destroy you. A sharp blade pierced Guilianxia's heart, ending his evil life on the spot. Guilianxia stared at Wanli Feisha with his eyes wide open. You, he groaned reluctantly. Wanli Feisha came close to his ear and whispered. Yes, I am the mole. Chapter 120 Lord. Good people have a safe life. Li Chu was stunned. He didn't step forward rashly, because he didn't understand what the other party was doing. Without even thinking about it, Wanli Feisha snatched someone's head. I have to say, this guy's speed is really fast. Wanli Feisha never thought that the first person he killed would be the protector of the Yanyu sect. People like Sha Guilianxia not only do not feel guilty, but are filled with a sense of accomplishment. The thought that flashed through his mind when he saw Guilianxia suddenly breaking down and falling to the ground. The first one is that the little Taoist priest is so powerful that he is incredibly strong. The second one is, I have to seize the opportunity. He has read a lot of history and understands that in order to be a successful young man, he must get a certificate. Therefore, like a wild dog that had escaped from the reins, he rushed forward and took the initiative to kill Guilianxia. Then he raised his face and gave Li Chu a licking smile. I believe that the little Taoist priest will be very satisfied with my sword that turns the darkness into the light. When Wanli Feisha raised his head, he saw Li Chu looking at him faintly, with a bit of grievance in his cold eyes. Sha Taoist priestly, I was so angry that I took advantage of this. Did I do the right thing? After killing Guilianxia, he already felt that the light of the right path had fallen on him. But seeing Li Chu's expression, he felt a little less confident again. Guys, did I do something wrong? Li Chu's lips moved, and he almost blurted out the words. Dog with a human head. But thinking about it, he might have good intentions, as the words turned into a heavy sigh on his lips. Speaking of which, I have never killed anyone in such a long time. And I don't know if there is any experience value from killing someone. I hope not. Turning around and going downstairs, he saw that Zhao Lianchen and Shinmu had already dealt with a few miscellaneous fish. Just as neatly. Seeing Li Chu coming down, Monk Shinmu said, "I saw 3 of them." Zhao Lianchen said proudly, "I also saw 3 of them." In fact, there is still a huge gap between his combat power and his divine eyes. But with Shinmu's martial arts training, it was destined that no matter how powerful he was, he could only punch a child with 1 punch. And Zhao Lianchen used a combination of sword energy and talisman to kill a group of people instantly. Li Chu felt even more sad when he heard this, and said quietly, "I don't have any." The flying sand behind him shivered inexplicably. Several people came out of the attic, and under the enthusiastic guidance of the helmsman of the Yin-Yu sect, they rescued all the children in the helm without falling to the ground. A large group of children who were woken up were not very obedient. Some were chirping non-stop, and some were so sleepy that they cried all day long, causing several of them to have big heads. Fortunately, Zhao Lianchen was here. As soon as he kept a straight face, these little babies immediately no longer dared to be misbehaved, as if he was more vicious than the bad guys who came to capture them. It's just that Wanli Feisha couldn't remember where these children were caught from. Monk Shinmu thought for a while and said, "Why don't you bring all the children to our Shuangfei temple, and we will report to the court and report them to the court?" Notices were posted in the temple asking people who had lost their children to come and collect them. It is true that he is the most qualified to say this. In Hangzhou Prefecture, the authority of Shuangfei Temple is still much greater than that of Feilai Sect and others. As for Diyun Temple, just don't mention it. Zhao Lianchen glanced at Wanli Feisha. How should he deal with it? Being stared at by the hot gazes of 3 big men again. Wanli Feisha shivered all over. He quickly stood up straight, clamped his legs, and lifted his anus continuously. "Leave him to me. I'll take him back to the temple and take care of him," Li Chu said. He had considered this. Excluding the heinous act of robbing people's heads, he was indeed worthy of death. But after all, he had helped the tyrants in the demon sect, so it was absolutely impossible to let him go on the spot, and he had to be punished. His magical powers are indeed extraordinary, and only he can catch up with him. Hand him over to others, and let him escape without paying attention. After much deliberation, it was better to take him back to the temple and leave him under the care of the master. After all, the master can do anything. When Li Chu returned to Dianwen, he unexpectedly bumped into Mr. Qingju head-on. Her pretty face is now radiant. There was a sweet smile on his face that he had not shown in Jingqi Academy for decades, and his whole person seemed to be much moisturized. "Mr. Qingju?" Li Chu called. Little Taoist masterly. Hua Qingju also greeted. "I'm here to visit your master, and I'll go back now." Li Chu looked at her graceful back suspiciously. Behind him, Wanli Feisha also smiled and scratched his head. "This visit is quite interesting. I left so early in the morning. So when did she come?" As he spoke, he saw Li Chu looking at him coldly. He stopped immediately. "Be careful what you say," Li Chu warned, raising his legs and stepping into the gate. Taoist temple backyard. Yu Qian was still sitting under the old locust tree with fallen leaves, as if it had not changed for thousands of years, freely displaying the demeanor of an innate master. Swaggering temples, fluttering clothes, eye-catching dark circles. "Master," Li Chu called. "Oh." Yu Qian yawned and looked at Li Chu. "You're back? And you brought your friends back?" "He is not my friend." Li Chu sat down and said, "He is a demon sect disciple I captured last night." "Demon disciple?" Yu Qian was confused for a moment. "Then why bring him back? Let's deal with it on the spot." "I'm not anymore. I unilaterally quit teaching last night." Wanli Feisha jumped up in shock and quickly explained. "I have never killed anyone. Moreover, I have abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side. And I even killed it with my own hands. We protect the law." Yu Qian glanced at him and said, "Think about what you said. Old Taoist priest." Wanli Feisha plopped down and knelt down. "Please. I am also a poor child. I cannot choose to be born in a demon sect. Please give me a chance to join the righteous path." "Don't you always say compassion? Is it because of your pregnancy?" Yu Qian looked at Li Chu. "Isn't this girl very smart?" Li Chu nodded. "Indeed. But there is indeed no resentment on him, which means that he has not done many bad things, and his crimes are not worthy of death. But he is also very good at escaping. I was worried about him escaping when he was sent to the court. That's why I brought him back." leave it to the master's care. I was often away during this period, and the temple was short of manpower. I thought it would be better to let him do some chores in the temple, and not be allowed to leave. He could be imprisoned to atone for his sins, and be educated at the same time. I just need to trouble the master.
Yu Qian's right eyelid trembled twice. What do you mean?
Imprison this man from the demon sect in our temple, and ask me to watch over him every day.
Li Chu nodded.
I believe that with the master's teaching ability, he will soon be able to change his mind.
Wanli Feisha knelt on the ground and nodded like a ha-ha.
I'll wash. Make sure you wash it thoroughly. Hiss.
Yu Qian secretly took a breath, thought for a while, and said,
Disciple, you may not know something. Everyone in this demon sect is extremely dangerous, and there is a possibility of becoming a demon at any time. I really didn't.
Wanli Feisha said hurriedly.
I have been very afraid of death since I was a child. I also know that practicing magic skills will make you progress quickly, but it is very likely to become a demon. So I stopped practicing it a long time ago. What I practice now is the Zhengdao Kung Fu that I bought secretly. But because I run fast and never fight with anyone, no one has noticed.
Yu Qian frowned and thought deeply. It seems difficult to find a reason to refuse. Li Chu warned Wanli Feisha on the side.
If the master allows you to stay in the temple, you must obey my master. Otherwise, I am not afraid to tell you. My master's cultivation is astonishing to the heavens and the earth. I will definitely obey you.
Wanli Feisha said repeatedly. Even if Li Chu didn't say it, he would understand. The little Taoist priest's cultivation level is already ridiculously high. How powerful must his master be? He couldn't even think about it.
Alas.
After hearing this, Yu Qian rolled his sleeves and said,
That's all. Then I will devote myself to teaching you for a while. There is no need to mention whether your cultivation level is high or not. You, a little disciple of the demon sect, don't care either. It's worth making an exception again. Yes.
Wanli Feisha agreed.
Speaking of which,
Yu Qian raised his head and assumed a vicissitudes of life posture.
It's not like I haven't dealt with people in the demon sect. Back then, there was a little Een, named Een Jioyo. Is his cultivation level higher than yours? I don't know where he went, but he and I were chatting and laughing.
All the people in Feisha were dumbfounded.
Een Jioyo.
That is the name of the Een emperor of the demon sect. Even now, 100 years after his death, few people in the world dare to call him by his first name. Xiaoyin? Talking and laughing? So how scary must this old Taoist priest be in terms of his age and Taoism? When Li Chu saw the master accepting Wanli Feisha, he said,
The master will teach him first, and the disciple will have to go to Shuangfei Temple. Leaving now?
The moment Li Chu stood up, Yu Qian and Wanli Feisha looked at him reluctantly.
Well, I have some things to do.
Li Chu saluted his master and then left. Yu Qian and Wanli Feisha were left looking at each other. A long time. The old Taoist priest broke the deadlock.
As long as you choose to be kind, you don't have to be afraid.
Yu Qian said,
I see that you are also a scholar and an elegant person. Come here and I will show you something good.
With that said, he stood up and walked into the house. Wanli Feisha quickly followed. A moment later, he held a pile of picture albums and walked away backwards with a lot of gratitude.
Yu Qian walked out with a smile.
Here, as long as you behave well, the benefits will inevitably come to you. Don't worry. I will remain committed to the Tao all my life.
Wanli Feisha held Yu Qian's hands emotionally and shook them twice.
Master, good people have a safe life.
Chapter 121 Bodhi's move shocked the world. Shuangfei Temple. The most famous 1,000-year-old ancient temple in Hangzhou is also a relatively famous Buddhist resort in the world. Its name comes from a poem by the founder of Buddhism Jing Yin.
It's cold in the temple during the bright moon, and the mountain monks cover their frosty doors.
The first abbot of Shuangfei Temple took his name from this poem. He originally wanted to call it Yumin Temple, but was strongly discouraged by the monks. So he had to change it to Shuangfei Temple. After nearly 1,000 years of development, Shuangfei Temple on Dashio Mountain has become quite large. There are more than 300 palaces and pavilions in total, and the long courtyard wall stretches halfway up the mountain. On the largest Buddha wall, there is a huge gold leaf Buddha character more than 10 feet high and 7 or 8 feet wide. It lights up with golden light every night, and the light shines for more than 10 miles. People walking on the official road at night could not clearly see the outline of the mountain and the temple in the darkness. They could only see a huge Buddha
character hanging in the air. People who see it for the first time often mistakenly think that they have seen the Buddhist kingdom in the west. Li Chu also came here for the first time and slowly climbed up the mountain along the stone steps. The incense in Shuangfei Temple has always been strong, and people are walking up the mountain in a meandering line. Today, as soon as the announcement of parent-child recruitment came out, many families who had lost their children came to claim them, crying and bringing their children home. A couple who went to the mountain to ask for a child did not know what was going on. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but marvel. Does the temple give birth to a child directly now? Li Chu came to the temple and greeted the monks to ask where the monk Shenmu was. The young monk immediately and respectfully led him to the back mountain pass, pointed out a mountain road, and let Li Chu go by himself. Monk Shenmu was very senior in the temple, and he was very fierce. All the monks were afraid of him. There was a thick waterfall in the back mountain. When Li Chu came, he saw the Shenmu monk under the waterfall, punching and kicking against the huge impact. The Tianlong tattooed on the back shines brightly in the sunlight, almost as if he wants to open his eyes. Every movement has the sound of wind and thunder, as loud as a thunderbolt in a clear sky. His eyes were sharp, and when he saw Li Chu approaching from afar, he jumped out of the river. His true energy turned around, and the water vapor evaporated instantly. He put on his monk's robe and walked over calmly. Xiao Taoist priestly, you came early. You didn't even have a rest when you got back. Monk Shenmu greeted warmly. Master Shenmu's spirit is also good. Li Chu responded with a smile. Ha. Monk Shenmu laughed twice before asking, have you brought the things? Nature. Li Chu nodded and took out an extremely worn pamphlet from his arms. It looked like it was quite old. There are a few big words written on the pamphlet. Learn the iron shirt in 30 days. Iron shirt? Monk Shenmu was confused for a moment. Of course he has heard of such a bad street name, but he has never practiced it. There is no way. With the cards of Shuangfei Temple, it is naturally impossible for the monks to practice this kind of thing. The body training techniques they started when they were children were all handed down Buddhist techniques such as the golden body technique of subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger. But thinking of Li Chu's terrifying strength, Monk Shenmu felt that this secret book must not be that simple. You can tell just from the appearance. Look at this secret book. How broken it is. As we all know, the more broken the secret, the more powerful it is. Right? In comparison, my own copy is so exquisite that I feel a little embarrassed to take it out. He took out a thin brocade-covered book. The pages were not flipped, but folded. When he opened it, he could see it at a glance. What's inside is not ordinary paper, but specially treated silk. Even after hundreds of years, there will be no trace of decay. Li Chu's eyes lit up when he saw it. I had been conservative in my previous thoughts. The materials for this secret book alone, no matter what the contents were worth at least several hundred taels of silver. This is a small Bodhi mantra that our temple exchanged with the White Dragon Temple for Buddhist teachings. It just meets your requirements and does not belong to the esoteric magical powers. So I took a copy. Monk Shenmu introduced. This spell has many effects, but it is a bit difficult to practice. But your understanding is definitely not low. It would take an average person a year and a half to practice, and you would probably master it in 3 or 2 months. My iron claw shirt is easy to understand. You should be able to understand it after reading it. Li Chu also mentioned. Li Chu took the little Bodhi mantra. Monk Shenmu took over the 30 days learning iron shirt. Both sides feel that this wave should be profitable. Very good. If everything goes well, we can continue to cooperate in the future, Li Chu said before leaving. Good. The Shenmu monk nodded heavily. As soon as Li Chu's figure disappeared, he couldn't wait to sit on the floor, open the book, learning the iron shirt in 30 days, and read it carefully. As I was reading, my face gradually became a little strange and uncertain. Huh? When Li Chu returned to Diyun Temple, he saw Wanli Feisha wearing an old Taoist robe, helping greet pilgrims and cleaning the courtyard inside and out, looking very energetic. And there was a smile on his face. And it didn't look like he was being forced at all. He nodded secretly. The master was really powerful. He could turn a demon sect disciple into such a bright person in a short time. I don't know what magical means were used, but now that Wanli Feisha has moved in, plus the fox girl and the little koi, Di Youngwen's room is a bit stretched again. It seems that it's time to expand again. Anyway, there is no shortage of money now. So this time, the expansion will be bigger. Thinking of the scale of Shuangfei Temple just now, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a little warm. Unfortunately, Shalipo is still a bit small. Returning to his room, he opened a little Bodhi mantra with great anticipation and began to study it carefully. There are not many words, but after reading it, Li Chu was a little frightened. It turns out that the use of power can be so precise. The secrets that I had practiced before were too crude compared to this. This little Bodhi mantra is also a relatively famous mantra in Buddhism. Its main purpose is to restore people's health. That's right. That's the side of Li Chuk's side. Utilizing the benevolent power of Buddhism, you can stop bleeding and remove blood stasis, remove toxins and calm the mind, promote circulation, nourish the skin and relieve constipation. In short, it has many effects. But having many functions often means mediocre results. If it is a minor injury or illness, just one photo can cure all illnesses. If it is a serious injury, it will most likely only be delayed and not healed. It's the kind of thing that can be used to take a picture at any time. But in a life and death situation, it probably won't save your life. After reading it, Li Chu remembered a strange thing called Isatis root. But Li Chu was still a little excited. After all, this was his first time coming into contact with Buddhism or even magic. On a more serious note, this allowed him to learn a completely different way of using power than before. Seals, mantras, divine thoughts. It may be commonplace for other cultivators, but to him, it is still quite a strange existence. Even this simplest one. Meditation with eyes closed. Holding a small Bodhi in hand. Chant the Bodhi mantra. Divine thought Bodhi. Bodhi is in my heart. A golden light passed through his fingertips and instantly enveloped the entire room, quickly developing to a blazing intensity. As if Li Chu was holding a small sun. Tianan Pure Land Yunfu Temple. As one of the top 5 sects among the 12 immortal sects, Yunfu Pure Land is undoubtedly the most desirable existence for Buddhist disciples in the world today. There is even a saying that Buddha is in Lingshan Mountain and Dharma is in Tianan. This day, everyone in Yunfu Temple suddenly heard an unprovoked ancient bell ringing. Clang. This bell is different from the ordinary morning and evening bells. It is rich and long-lasting, heavy and solemn, and has a powerful power to cleanse the soul. Like a ripple, it instantly swept across a radius of 100 miles. This sound came from somewhere in the temple. A handsome monk wearing moon-white robes slowly opened his eyes. These eyes were calm, but seemed to contain endless divine light. Its depth was difficult to describe. Easy? Out of nowhere, someone called him. Here I am. Monk Yubai responded, stood up, and took steps. Taking one step forward, he appeared in a quiet Buddhist hall. At this step, there is no distance. In the Buddhist hall, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged, wearing a jeweled golden cassock, which was extremely luxurious. He has long eyebrows, thin cheeks, and a solemn look on his face. You said last time that it would take 40 years before there would be another Arhat in the world, the old monk said. Monk Yubai smiled. Don't be impatient yet. There was a slight pause. Clang. Another bell rang. Ah? The old monk was a little surprised. What else? It seemed to confirm his words. Clang. A moment later, the bell rang again. After a long time, it seemed that there was no more sound, and the old monk breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dharma bell rings again, he will stand up and kneel down. The Dharma bell keeps ringing, and there are only 3 things. The Buddha came to the world, Bodhi taught the Dharma, and Arhat attained fruition. The old monk pondered. The birth of the Buddha into the world is just a legend and is unknown. Bodhisattvas have not preached the Dharma for thousands of years. The attainment of Arhats is common, but it often only happens once in 100 years. Today, it rang 3 times in a row. Monk Yubai looked into the distance and said softly, Perhaps there is true Bodhi in this world. Clam? The old monk frowned. Who else can walk in front of you? I don't know. Monk Yubai showed a little longing in his eyes. I really want to meet you. Shiluo City, Bailong Temple. When Buddhism came to the West, the first temple in China to inherit the Buddhist scriptures was Bailong Temple. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many years have passed. For a long period of time afterwards, Bailong Temple was the #1 temple in the world and the only Buddhist resort. It was not until 1,000 years ago that Buddhism moved southward. In the Yunfu Temple in southern China, peerless eminent monks appear repeatedly. For more than 10 generations, it has earned the title of Yunfu Pure Land. Bailong Temple's reputation as #1 in the world exists. After the founding of the Hulua dynasty, the 12 immortal sects were in theft. The only Buddhist heritage among them is Tian Pure Land Yunfu Temple, and it ranks among the top 5 sects. And Bailong Temple was not mentioned at all. At this point, the status of both parties was finalized. After losing the first place, it is clear that he is still the second. But for some reason, the whole world seems to think that Bailong Temple is in decline. Anyone who mentions it feels regretful. Maybe second place is not bad. Except for the original first place. Clang. 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 3 bells rang, resounding throughout Shiluo City. Those with some knowledge know that something big is happening in Buddhism all over the world. Those who don't know will be very puzzled. In the past, temple bells outside the city were ringing, but the bells were never heard. Why is it so loud today? And the sound of the bell seems to contain great power to cleanse people's hearts. The ones that had the greatest impact were undoubtedly the gathering places for literati and elegant people. Although it is daytime at this time, Shiluo City is known as the capital of flowers. The flower streets and boats in the city are always sunny. These 3 bells have rung. Everyone calmed down. The men became soft, slid off the bed, began to doubt their lives, and felt guilty for their wives. Some are to their own wives. Some are to others. Good girls can't help but feel boring when they think about every day they go through. In Bailong Temple, on the top of a mountain somewhere, stood a little monk. He looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, with a fair face, red lips and white teeth, and an extremely delicate and cute appearance, wearing a slightly loose monk's robe and with a mature expression on his face. The picture is a little inconsistent and a little funny, but his eyes were extremely serious. Looking south. Xiangyi, after all my 9 reincarnations, were you still 1 step ahead? He looked at his white and tender hands. It's okay not to practice this sin. As he spoke, he jumped down from the top of Lingyun. When he landed, he had already left the mountain gate of Bailong Temple. At this time, a voice came into my ears urgently. Master! Master! Where are you going? Go out and play! The young monk replied angrily. His expression and appearance really looked like a child who was too lazy to recite Buddha's name and go down the mountain to play. To Yun Temple. Li Chu closed the secret book with satisfaction, thinking that this little Bodhi mantra was really powerful. When it was illuminated by the sun, the energy and blood all over his body felt like it was boiling. If there are any internal or external injuries, they can be healed instantly. It is true that the practice is a bit more difficult. Even I practiced it 3 times. Chapter 122. How dare you call Mrs. Rin? Wanli Facia spent a few days in Yongwen through labor reform, and the results seemed to be good. On the one hand, Yu Qian's spiritual encouragement is indeed in place. On the other hand, there is also the reason for the fox girl. As soon as this guy saw the fox girl's big tail, he couldn't walk on the spot. People inside and outside were always circling around the fox girl. Of course, the fox girl was too lazy to pay attention to him, and a roll of her eyes could make him fight with the air for a long time. If both sides didn't run away, purely in terms of cultivation, he might not be the fox girl's opponent. For a few days, he could only lament alone in the dead of night. What's the use of running fast? It's just that I can't catch you. He also shamelessly asked an old Taoist priest in private if he had any secrets to chasing girls. Yu Qian shook her hair and replied enigmatically. The secret to chasing girls is actually only 2 words. Under Wanli Facia's extremely expectant gaze, he slowly said, Pretty boy? Oh. The light in Wanli Facia's eyes instantly went out, and he gave up completely. Li Chu has become the hexagonal warrior he has longed for, and he can't wait to go out and fight some evil spirits to practice his level. But Yuhang Town has been extremely calm these days. Li Chu began to reflect on whether he had been too heavy-handed in fighting monsters in the past few days, and that there were no evil spirits within 100 miles. Fortunately, there is an inexhaustible supply of lantern monsters. As long as the corpse energy continues in the cemetery over there, the lantern monsters here can be refreshed continuously. With the length of his current experience bar, there is almost no increase in the experience of a lantern monster. Now the main purpose of brushing is to be friendly. Just when he was tired of waiting, someone finally came. It turned out to be Chow Tai Fook, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He took a young man who was also wearing a headhunter's uniform, and the 2 of them came to Yongwen together. Li Chu hurriedly invited them to the backyard and asked with a warm smile, Is there something evil happening again in our town? It's not our town. Yuhang Town is extremely peaceful now, Zhou Dafu said with his chest puffed out, looking quite proud, as if this was his credit. He pointed at the young catcher next to him. This is the catcher from Renjiaji next door. Sierrueline. Thank you. Captor.
Li Chu nodded gently.
Hey.
The young catcher returned the greeting.
Xiao Xie and I have a close relationship before. This month we went to Hangzhou for a regular meeting. I heard that Renjiaji was causing trouble and could not eradicate it. So I brought him here to find you.
Zhou Dafu said.
Yes. Mr. Zhou has always said that Taoist Master Li has a very high level of cultivation, far beyond comparison with ordinary people, and is extremely powerful at dealing with evil spirits.
Sierrueline also nodded and said,
That's why I wanted to ask you to give it a try. I don't dare to take it seriously.
Li Chu smiled. At this time, Wanli Feisha came up to deliver tea and placed the teacups in front of several people. Zhou Dafu caught a glimpse of Wanli Feisha wearing a Taoist robe and asked,
Is this a new Taoist priest recruited by your Taoist temple? Is this your junior brother?
Wanli Feisha didn't dare to say anything when he saw that he was an official. The imperial court will not care about whether you have done bad things to people in the demon sect. Anyone with this status will be killed.
That's right.
Li Chu thought for a while and said,
I used to go out all the time, and there was a shortage of manpower in the temple. So the master recruited a nominal disciple. My junior brother Sha. Yes. Yes.
Junior brother Sha nodded repeatedly.
Oh. Junior brother Sha.
Chao Dafu also smiled at him. Immediately, Sierrueline began to talk about his own affairs.
The place where our Renjiaji gathers is not good. It's at the foot of Yindang Mountain.
The reason why it is said that the foot of Yindang Mountain is not good is because the dividing line between Jiangnan Continent and Tianan Continent is the Yindang Mountain Range. Jiangnan has pleasant scenery and a mild climate. It has been a beautiful place in the southeast since ancient times and has been well known as a good place. Tiananmen has an extremely vast territory but a small population, most of which are concentrated around a few cities. In addition, there is a large area of barbaric and remote land, rich in witchcraft and evil spirits. Therefore, the Yindang Mountains are adjacent to Tianan Continent and have become the place with the most evil spirits in the entire Jiangnan Continent. That's why Sierrueline said this.
It doesn't matter if you occasionally cause trouble with monsters or something like that. Just ask an expert to kill them, he continued. But Renjiaji has had a stubborn disease that cannot be cured since ancient times. Zombie!
Li Chu was slightly confused. Zombies are not viruses. What is there that cannot be cured? He did not interrupt, but listened quietly to Sierrueline continue.
There are zombies elsewhere. We haven't seen them in 100 years. Please ask a cultivator to find the source of the original corpse and kill it. But zombies in Renjiaji happen almost every year. People often turn into zombies out of nowhere, and they are very powerful. Ask cultivators to spend a lot of effort to kill them, and in a year or two, then new zombies will appear. This is a bit strange.
Li Chu frowned.
Is there a corpse source that has not been found?
Sierrueline shook his head.
I don't know. Zhao Tianke has even sent out experts from the Vientiane realm. He went into Yindang Mountain and killed a bunch of flying zombies. But the next year, new zombies appeared. Over time, they all let it go. Just wait. If one appears, kill one, and there won't be any trouble anyway.
Li Chu didn't ask any other questions, because he knows that he doesn't know much about zombies. What he can think of cannot be thought of by Chao Tianke cultivators since ancient times. They must have thought of it but cannot solve it. Instead of thinking about it yourself, it is better to ask the magical old Taoist priest directly. So he invited the master out and asked Sierrueline to explain the details to Yu Qian. The old Taoist priest walked out of the door, flicking his sleeves and unfurling his clothes, like an immortal. This was not the first time that Chow Tai Fook had seen this kind of behavior. Sierrueline was immediately shocked and called him an old god repeatedly. After listening to his narration, Yu Qian twirled his beard and said slowly,
There are only two possibilities for the birth of a zombie. First, the tomb has poor feng shui, accumulation of corpse energy, and the deceased is unwilling to accept it. It is hard to swallow the resentment. Many circumstances are added together to make it possible for a body to be found. In this town, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a rare occurrence in 100 years.
Sierrueline explained.
Our tombs in Renjiaji were inspected by people in ancient times, and they were all fine. But after the zombie outbreaks, there is basically no burial now. Even if they are buried, they will be buried far away, not around town. Then there is only the second possibility.
The old Taoist priest heard this and said decisively,
There must be a source of corpses that has not been eliminated. Actually, This is easy to judge. Most of the newly born zombies are living zombies, which are the lowest level of zombies. Only after a living zombie has sucked the blood of many people can it become a jumping zombie. It will take hundreds of years of practice for Tai Zheng to develop spiritual wisdom, magic power, and become phase zone. Flying zombies further up. There are iron zombies, copper zombies, silver zombies, gold zombies, and even boneless zombies. But if it was bitten by another zombie, it depends on the behavior of the source of the corpse. If the source of the corpse is a flying zombie, it may be born as a jumping zombie. If the source of the corpse is an iron zombie, it may be born as a flying zombie, etc. From this, you can deduce the origin of the zombies and the behavior of their source. Sieruelin said, the zombies in our Renjiaji usually jump to zombies, and occasionally flying zombies appear. The old Taoist priest spread his hands and said, that's it. But Kaodiang sent experts from the Vientiane realm to patrol Yindang Mountain. But they couldn't find it. Sieruelin said, heh. Yu Qian smiled. It's such a small thing. Why can't it be surprising that I can't find it? Li Chu is used to it. But when Chow Tai Fook and Sieruelin heard the old Taoist priest's tone, they felt very upset in their hearts. What's going on with this contemptuous tone? A small thing. What is the origin of this old Taoist priest? Don't dare to think or ask. Eh? Yu Qian turned around and asked. Since it has been like this since ancient times, you must have your own way of dealing with it. So why did you come here specially this time? But what happened? Alas. Sieruelin sighed. The old Taoist priest is right. There is indeed something unexpected that has put us under a lot of pressure recently. Because the person who turned into a zombie this time is a big shot in Renjiaji. Old Mrs. Ren of the Ren family. Li Chu blinked. Someone actually dared to call Mr. Ren. No wonder he turned into a zombie. Sieruelin was a little anxious and asked. Two Taoist priests. Do you have anything else to ask? The implication is, if not, can we set off? Li Chu did indeed speak and asked. This old man you were talking about, does he have a granddaughter? Chapter 123. If Bodhi is defeated again, the world will be shocked. The reality made Li Chu a little disappointed. Mr. Ren does not have a granddaughter named Tingting. There is no old Taoist priest named Uncle Jio in Renjiaji, let alone his two young apprentices. But he didn't know what he was disappointed about. He immediately packed his bags and went to Renjiaji with Sieruelin. Yindang Mountain is still some distance away from Yuhang Town. Sieruelin came here directly after going to Hangzhou Prefecture for a regular meeting. If you come here on a special trip and set off early in the morning and work hard, you may not arrive until noon. They were not in a hurry along the way. They left Diyun Temple in the morning and arrived at Renjiaji in the afternoon. Although Renjiaji is the county seat, its population is sparse, and most of them have the same surname. It looks like a big village. The reason why there is a county government may be because it is a geographical fortress, which is a battleground for military strategists at the junction of two continents. Half of the merchants in the town have made their living in the military town next door for generations. A town like this is naturally a bit remote, but everyone in the town knows each other well and is very humane. The roads in the town were not good, so Sieruelin's carriage and horses passed by slowly, and many people greeted him warmly. Thank you, Captor. Sieruelin simply opened the car curtain, sat on the shaft of the car, waved to the fellow villagers one by one, and asked some questions about home affairs from time to time. It can be seen that this young catcher enjoys the love of the people in the town. He sincerely worked for the people and gained sincere enthusiasm, which naturally felt good. Li Chu smiled slightly when he saw it. He was also so happy when he was recognized by the people around Chilipo at first. It was only later that I gained a group of fanatical fans, and my happiness gradually turned into distress. But looking at Sieruelin's appearance, he shouldn't worry about any subsequent troubles. Li Chu couldn't help but feel a little envious when he looked at him. The county government office in Renjiaji is not as grand as the one in Yuhang Town. The facade is a little shabby, and the courtyard inside is a little small. But people inside are coming and going in a hurry. Sieruelin had just returned. Before he could introduce Li Chu to everyone, he heard a shout outside the door. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" I saw a group of people carrying two detectives back, shouting, "Thank you, boss." Two brothers were patrolling the town, and they met old Master Run, and they were scratched. Ah! Sieruelin's eyebrows gathered together, and his eyes suddenly sank. Glutinous rice. Glutinous rice can remove poison. Hurry! Tie it up with a red rope.
Where's the talisman left last time? Place it between your eyebrows. Bleed. Bleed first.
Li Chu watched from the sidelines and saw that the injuries of the two agents were not serious. There were 2 finger holes on the right shoulder of one of the agents, which must have been pierced by nails. There was no blood dripping, but a piece of black flesh solidified there. Another detective had 3 scratches on his left arm, which were as deep as the bone. There was no blood left, and the scars were also pitch black. The strange thing is that both of them suffered traumatic injuries and no major bleeding. But they both looked confused. Listen to people around you describe the situation. One of the agents was pierced by the claw of a zombie that suddenly appeared. The other agent's first reaction was not cowardly at all, but he tried to force the zombies back to save his companions, but was scratched on the arm by the zombies. However, he did save his companion. If he hadn't taken action, after the zombie pierced the person's shoulder, the next step would be to pull him over to suck the blood from the neck. If you are bitten on the neck by a zombie, it will be really difficult to save you. The zombies in Renjiaji have been causing trouble for so many years, and the police officers have long been familiar with these response procedures. First, use a knife to cut off the dark flesh and blood at the wound until blood flows out. Then apply glutinous rice to the wound and pull out the remaining corpse poison. At last, they tied the 2 injured people to the pillars with large bundles of polished red rope, and tied them tightly. Moreover, cinnabar talismans were affixed between their eyebrows. The 2 injured people, whose consciousness was still blurred, now looked quite miserable. Li Chulu was a little strange and asked, "Is this also healing?" "Well," Sierra Ruilian sighed and said, "Little Taoist Priestley, you don't know something. This person was exposed to blood by a zombie, so he must be contaminated with corpse poison. Even if the poison is removed by bleeding, it is still not sure whether the corpse poison remains. He must survive 12 if you don't turn into a zombie for an hour. You will be considered completely safe. If not, they will most likely transform into corpses tonight. By then, they will no longer be our brothers, but evil spirits to be killed." Li Chu was silent. The evil spirits of zombies are indeed a bit strange. Although it is considered a ghost, it has a physical entity. It was transformed after death, but it also carried a strange corpse poison. In the past troubled times, there were many tragedies in which a single jumping zombie turned an entire village into a village of corpses. Most of the detectives in Renjiaji are young people. They know that there are zombies here every year, but they station here with a sense of bravery, which is really admirable. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't you let me try?" "Huh?" Sierra Ruilian's eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to detoxify the corpse? I recently learned a Buddhist healing method. It has many effects. I can't guarantee whether it will have any effect on corpse poison. I just can't help but want to try it. If it can add some strength, it will be good." Li Chu said, "Taoist Master Shao, please come quickly," Sierra Ruilian said hurriedly. Everyone in the hall surrounded the 2 people in grief. Sierra Ruilian turned away from everyone and said, "Get out of the way and let Taoist Masterly cast the spell." Li Chu stepped forward, calmed down, and thought in his mind, holding a small Bodhi in hand. "Chant the Bodhi mantra. Divine thought Bodhi. Bodhi is in my heart." On his fingertips, a small sun slowly shines brightly into the sky. "Wow!" all the detectives exclaimed. Even though cultivators come every year to kill evil spirits, who has ever seen such a scene? Li Chu pinched the blinding little sun and pushed it to the wound of the man on the left. "Call out." Under the tens of thousands of rays of light, a black mist instantly evaporated from the catcher's wound. Not only that, the young detective suddenly woke up, his eyes bright, face glowing. Wake up! Wake up!" Amid the uproar, Li Chu pushed Little Sun towards the injured person on the right. Likewise, a black mist evaporated. "Roar!" The policeman on the right roared instantly. "Ha!" The policeman on the left seemed to be infected by his roar, and he also shouted. Snapped! Snapped! With 2 roars, the 2 detectives suddenly bulged their chests and broke all the red ropes wrapped around them. Everyone around them quickly backed away. Were these 2 people cured or transformed into corpses in advance? They were unsure. If the corpse hadn't transformed into a jumping zombie as strong as an ox, how could it have such great strength? Seeing their state, Li Chu was also a little surprised and took 2 steps back. "I can't help but worry in my heart. Can the little Bodhi mantra also solve problems? Doesn't that mean drinking Isita's root can cause problems?" Sierra Ruilian shouted loudly and asked, "How do you 2 feel? Can you understand what I am saying?" Is it a corpse transformation or a cure? I don't know,
the policeman on the left yelled.
but I feel it now. It's so hot. I want to hit 10.
The policeman on the right shouted loudly and jumped up. With a bang, he stomped his feet and jumped onto the roof of the county government office.
Flying zombies! Flying zombies!
Someone couldn't help but exclaim.
You're so big, phase zone.
The person next to him slapped him.
Mr. Wren is not a phase zone. How can you scratch a phase zone? Then what's going on with him? Your dad wants to know too.
Just as he was talking, the policeman on the left also said,
I feel so strong. Stand up.
After that, he punched hard. Bang. He actually punched through the thick pillar surrounding the two people. Sierra Williams' eyelids twitched. These two people have no martial arts skills, and their physical strength has always been average. What's going on? Hearing another crash, the man on the roof stamped his foot, jumped down again, and made a big hole in the roof of the county government office. Call. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the redness on his face had faded a bit. Someone dared to approach and ask,
Xiao Song, are you okay? I'm great.
The young catcher beat his chest.
I feel like I have endless energy in my body. Now even if I'm asked to fight a tiger, I dare to fight. Me too.
Another detective also exhaled and regained his senses.
I feel big, hard, and powerful now.
Sierra Willing then looked at Li Chu and exclaimed,
Little Taoist Priestley, you are truly a god.
Li Chu blinked. The effect is okay. Tianan Pure Land Yunfu Temple. Clang. Clang. When the Dharma bell tolled twice more, Monk Yubai opened his eyes again from the unpredictable state, stood up suddenly, and came to the Buddhist hall.
The Dharma bell, which is rare in a century, rings 5 times in a row in a few days.
The long-browed old monk said with a gloomy expression.
It's easy. Is this a blessing or a curse? Of course it is a blessing.
Monk Yubai replied warmly.
There must be a true bodhisattva in the world who has achieved fruition. And the bodhisattva casts his magic to save the world. I wonder who this bodhisattva is. And where does he cast his magic?
Said the old monk with long eyebrows. Monk Yubai said confidently.
The bodhisattva must be doing something extremely extraordinary when he casts the Dharma. He is killing the great evil spirits in the world. He is practicing great compassion in the world. He is doing away with the great cause and effect in the world.
Before he finished speaking, he heard the bell ringing again. Clang. Then another. Clang. Another shout. Clang. Many sounds. Clang, 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 clang. The long-browed old monk's eyebrows twitched.
It's easy. Are there so many great evil spirits, great compassion, and great karma in this world?
Monk Yubai blinked.
I don't know that I'm not a bodhisattva. Line up and come one by one.
Sierra Willing shouted and directed the police officers in the hospital to line up. A group of detectives didn't dare to fight for it. They lined up obediently. But everyone was impatient. At the front of the long queue, Li Chu held a small sun in his hand and was consecrating the police officers of Renjiaji one after another.
Give me one too.
One after another. The police officers who were away came back to take shifts. After hearing the news, they quickly made up for it. So the team never saw any shortcomings. Li Chu's little Bodhi mantra can not only heal the injured instantly, but also eliminate hidden diseases in the body. Not only that, it can also make ordinary people become as strong as an ox in an instant. And it can last for who knows how many days. Most importantly, it can restore a man's glory. I don't know how many days it will last, but days count. Li Chu was also happy to use his own strength to provide a little help to the detectives guarding the place. Once someone encounters a zombie, these increased powers may be able to save one or even several lives. And a small Bodhi mantra consumes only a trace of spiritual power. Not worth the money. Why not do it? On this day, Huajia and Liuxiang in Shenluo City were miserable. There was a brothel madam looking in the direction of Bailong Temple with an aggrieved look on her face.
You old monks. You can't eat meat. So you plan to overturn the table? Ringing that broken bell all day long. Knocking. 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 The men in the entire Shenluo City became devoid of desire. Do you know how much the brothels in Luo City are worth if they are closed for half a day? What a knock on the horse!
Clang. 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 In fact, the person she scolded was somewhat unjust. The monks in Shenluo Temple were also quite strange at this time. More than 20 eminent monks sat around the bell, chanting sutras and chanting mantras. But the bell never stopped. For a long time, the sound of the sutra was silent. But the bell still sounded. An eminent monk looked at the abbot at the top and said something from his heart.
Brother Abbot, this Dharma bell. Could it be that his mother is broken?
Chapter 124. He has the skills to kill your father. When Licini came to Rengiaji County government, what he saw was this scene. A group of bare-chested, muscular men were punching and kicking in the county government yard, as if they had been given blood. Sierra-Wailing was interspersed in the middle, shouting from time to time.
Harder! Very good! Energetic!
They were bathed in the dusk light, their muscles bulging and golden, and the beads of sweat they shed were like golden particles. Occasionally they will collide with each other and make a powerful banging sound. The whole picture is full of philosophical atmosphere. She couldn't help but thought to herself, no wonder Rengiaji has been fond of making zombies since ancient times. People here live too restlessly. Sierra-Wailing was watching the policeman practicing and was in high spirits when he suddenly saw a pretty and well-dressed girl standing aside and quickly stopped everyone.
Stop! Stop everyone! Put on your clothes! Look at what you look like!
Captain Sia yelled. And at the same time, he was the first to put on his clothes, fasten his belt, and went over.
Girl, are you in trouble?
Licini was speechless for a while, and then took out the Chao Tian K sign.
Licini, the Shwani guard under Chao Tian Palace. I was ordered to get rid of the zombies. Oh, it's the Shangwan of Chao Tian Palace.
Sierra-Wailing had more experience in receiving Kaodiank than Chao Tai Fook, but he was still very respectful and quickly called everyone to line up to welcome him. Licini quickly waved his hand.
Don't bother me. Don't disturb your routine practice. No.
Sierra-Wailing was a little embarrassed and quickly explained.
A little Taoist priest came today and blessed our brothers with a Buddhist Dharma. Now we all feel like dragons and tigers. So we want to practice it. We don't usually do this.
Licini looked at him strangely. Dharma blessed by a Taoist priest? At this time, Li Chu happened to go to the county government office, tidied up his room, and came out. Sierra-Wailing quickly shouted,
Little Taoist priestly, this is Miss Li from Chao Tian, Quebec.
Li Chu saw an acquaintance and smiled slightly.
Long time no see.
Licini also smiled like a flower.
It's been a long time indeed.
The last time Li Chu saw her, he reported the situation of the strange demon sect. Since then, Yuhang Town has been calm, and she has never seen the little Taoist priest again. Sierra-Wailing looked at her expression, then looked at Li Chu's face, and his expression suddenly became subtle.
Miss Li, Mr. Li, do you know each other?
I heard the two of them say at the same time.
Little Taoist priest Li saved my life several times. I have received a lot of bounties from Miss Li.
Licini glanced at Li Chu and pursed his lips. Sierra-Wailing chuckled and said,
Then it will be much easier for you two to cooperate. I was worried that you wouldn't deal with it before.
He was really worried about this. If Kaodiank himself was short of manpower and asked someone to help, that would be easy. However, after the local government has notified Chao Tian K, inviting others to come will easily cause dissatisfaction on both sides. Fortunately, the two of them knew each other well, so I was saved a lot of trouble. Licini also nodded, which was true. To cooperate with Li Chu, all you need to do is shout,
666.
Louder. Very convenient indeed. Moreover, the zombies in Rengiaji make trouble every year, which is not a big deal in Kaodiank's eyes. It's nothing more than flying zombies or jumping zombies. Sending a Shwani guard at the Shinha realm to deal with these is more than enough. For example, the ghost general Qingjia, who Li Chu had accidentally killed with a casual sword before, was the most powerful being in Fei's zone. He has been practicing along for hundreds of years, and he possesses deception skills, which can completely rival ordinary cultivators in the Shinha realm. If Fei Zhan, who had just transformed into a corpse, had no chance of winning against a Shinha realm cultivator who possessed many magical powers and magic weapons, not to mention jumping stiffness. This time, Mrs. Ren of the Ren family was a jumper, so Chao Tian K didn't pay much attention to it. I picked a relatively new bee from Shwani Guard and came over.
Every year, Chao Tian K will select an elite to handle the affairs of the Ren family,
Licini said while walking in the town with Li Chu.
Recently, there seems to be unrest in Hangzhou. A big demon has appeared. The superiors have called most of the people back to the city. Those who are still working outside are all the best of the best. Oh, the great demon appears?
Li Chu was curious.
Yes, I heard that it is an ancestral demon that existed during the founding of the world. Although a large demon of that level generally does not harm people. No matter what it does, If the aftermath spreads to Hangzhou, it may cause disaster. So we must be on guard with all your strength.
Li Sini said.
Yeah.
Li Chu nodded. He thought of the Huaizu from Jingqi Academy, who could survive for more than 800 years even if he left any clone behind, and had very strong power. A big demon of that level is indeed terrifying. After not walking far, they arrived at the Ren family mansion. It is said in many places that zombies will suck the blood of their loved ones first. This statement is actually not accurate. This is because there are the most zombies at this level, such as living zombies and jumping zombies. And these zombies have not yet opened their intelligence. So their activities will follow the habits they had during life. It will subconsciously walk on the path it took when it was alive, and often return to places it was familiar with when it was alive. This place is often its home. If you go home, you will naturally be very likely to harm the blood of your loved ones. The two detectives who were injured earlier also knew this common sense, so they patrolled around the Ren family mansion. I thought it was a clear day and the zombies would not come out. But who knew that Mr. Ren was hiding in an earthen shed on a path near Ren's house? A policeman sneaked into P and happened to bump into Mr. Ren. After it hurt someone, it was forced back by the crowd and jumped away in the direction of Yindang Mountain. Jumping zombie was already as strong as an ox and bouncing as fast as flying. Even mortals could not stop it in the open space, so they had to let it go. But at night, it will probably come back. The Ren family naturally welcomed the arrival of the two cultivators, although their family also hired cultivators to guard the house. The family worship in such a small town is naturally not enough when compared with Chaotian Gate, in terms of the degree of reputation's intimidation. Outside of Yuhang Town, Li Chu is really not as good as Li Sini. This is the advantage of being a powerful person. However, the priest of the Ren family still insisted that he had made a lot of preparations, and should try to deal with the zombie first. Li Chu and Li Sini agreed. After all, they came once and then left. This worshipper was going to be here begging for food all the time, so it wasn't a big deal to let him show off his skills. The Ren family's house is not a traditional attic building, but is similar to a tube building. Everyone in the family lives around the building, and there is actually a space similar to an urn at the door of the building. In case a zombie breaks in, just drop the first and second gates to trap them inside. This shows the rich experience accumulated through hundreds of years of struggle. But today I have to use it on my own family. Soon it was dark. Ren's family members huddled on the rooftop, watching with trepidation through the windows. People who can still sleep at night like this don't know how much they feel. Li Chu sat in the open space, as if he was meditating with his eyes closed. But in fact, his mind's eye skills had been spread throughout the Renjiaji. The priest of the Ren family's house is still introducing Mr. Ren's gatekeeping formation to Mr. Ren's son. Mr. Ren.
Master Ren, after listening to the formation I prepared, you won't be worried at all. I placed 12 spirit official golden mace talismans on the second gate. When Master Ren rushes over and touches this, it will be equivalent to it was attacked by 12 spiritual officials at once. In addition, the giant stone gate weighing over 1,000 kilograms blocked the way. It would definitely not be able to push it open. What would it do? It would turn back. But at this time, the first gate will also fall. Hee hee. I put 20 fire department in dispelling talisman on it to defeat zombies. At this time, 10 barrels of kerosene will fall from the sky, matched with the fire department talisman so strong that the thunder and fire broke out that day. If I keep it, your father will be dead. Ha ha.
After hearing this, Master Ren just snorted and walked away without saying a word.
Huh?
The worshipper scratched his head. Why did Master Ren seem unhappy? At this time, Li Chu opened his eyes and said,
"Here he comes."
His voice was not loud, but it made everyone upstairs and downstairs tremble. A moment later, bang, 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 heavy footsteps came over. The sound of jumping forward. It is true that jumping stiffness means that the hands and feet are stiff, but it would be a big mistake to think that they are not flexible. After being promoted to jumping zombie, the zombie will not only have a hard body and strong strength like an ox, but also its flexibility will be greatly increased. It can jump 3 to 5 feet away in one step, and can jump continuously. Ordinary people are faced with a jumping freeze, and there is no room for escape.
It's coming! It's coming! Get ready to open the gate!
The worshipper said loudly. Bang! Following another heavy footsteps, Old Man Ren's figure appeared. It was wearing the robe it had worn before it died. The brocade was in tatters, and its skin was rotten and pitch black, making it completely unrecognizable from what it looked like before it was born.
At this time, even the children and grandchildren, who loved him the most during his lifetime, did not dare to take another look at it. Bang! Another step. It jumped between two gates. Pull the switch! The worshipper shouted, and a servant cut off the rope. Boom! There was a heavy sound of boulders falling to the ground, and the second gate inside suddenly fell. At the same time, the first gate in front also fell heavily. They must do it at the same time. Otherwise, if there is a slight gap, they will be escaped by the extremely fast jump. Just after hearing two explosions inside, the zombie roared, ouch. When the minister of the Ren family heard this cry, he happily pulled Master Ren and said, "Ha ha! Your father fell into my trap, and I beat him silly." Then, the fire well poured over the Ern city. With a bang, flame shot up, and firelight came out from the gaps. "Your father was burned inside! Your father was burned inside!" Seeing that the plan went well, the Ren family minister was overjoyed. "How miserable!" it screamed. Master Ren's lips trembled and he pointed at him, but still didn't say a word for a long time. I don't know where to start. The fire burned for a long time, but the screams inside still continued. Hiss! The minister of the Ren family couldn't help but mutter, "Why isn't your father still dead?" Humph! Mr. Ren finally rolled his sleeves and said angrily, "If something goes wrong this time, you won't even get a penny." At this time, I heard a bang. The second gate near the enclosure was hit hard. It actually shook a bit. "What's going on? If it's a jump, you can't have so much strength." Li City was also shocked. Li Chu had been watching the situation inside with his mind's eye, and now said, "Its chi has become stronger." Bang! Another thump. Bang! In the panic of everyone in the Ren family, the huge stone gate weighing thousands of kilograms was actually broken into pieces. A black shadow that was burnt black and eroded but became increasingly brighter suddenly jumped out. "My mother!" The minister of the Ren family was so frightened that he fell to the ground. "Your father has become stiff." In the burning fire just now, not only did Mr. Ren not die, he was actually promoted to a flying zombie. This was beyond everyone's expectation. Fei Zhan already had spiritual wisdom. Even though it had just been turned on, he still remembered the person outside who had been looking forward to his death. At the moment it flew towards the offering. Li Chu stood up, drew his sword, and slashed it down. Laugh! A red dragon broke through the air, and after Li Chu's advanced prediction, it landed on Fei's zone exactly. There was a bang. The huge flying zombie, which was still alive after being burned by numerous flames, actually disappeared out of thin air. The priest of the Ren family thought that he was going to die for a moment, but now he suddenly escaped with his life, and he felt a little stupid. He looked at Li Chu blankly, then looked at Master Ren next to him, who was also frightened, and murmured, "This little Taoist priest knows how to kill your father." The Ren family members, who were peeking around the building, were filled with fear that had just reached its peak at that moment, then suddenly disappear. At this moment, I actually feel a little empty inside. Something seems to be missing somehow. Li City was used to this, so she applauded perfunctorily out of support. This is how Li Chu exorcises evil spirits. Unpretentious and boring. Master Ren got up from the ground, looked at Li Chu tremblingly, and said, "Little Taoist priestly, is this the end?" He was also a little unbelievable. Li Chu shook his head. "No, it's not over yet." Chapter 125, The Immortal Caves south of Aizawa. Mr. Ren is by no means the last zombie in Renjiaji. If we stop here, there may still be zombies next year, Li Chu said. "You mean," Li City said thoughtfully, "the source of the corpse has not been eliminated?" This statement was not only mentioned by Li Chu. In fact, there has always been a consensus within Xiaotian K. There are only two paths to the emergence of zombies. If one is eliminated, only the second path remains. But no matter what, they couldn't find a zombie lurking somewhere, so they could only accept this situation of treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. "Yes, I want to visit Inang Mountain," Li Chu said. "Renjiaji is so big. If there are zombies lurking, they will be discovered with just a quick glance. If you say where zombies can hide, the huge Inang Mountain is the best place." "Okay, I'll go with you." Li City was eager to give it a try, although it might be dangerous to go up Inang Mountain at night. With Li Chu here, there is nothing to worry about. Immediately, Li City offered a branch with a peach blossom on it. The branch turned in the wind, and the flower instantly became about 10 feet in size. "Hee, come on up," she smiled showily. After she entered the realm of divine union, the master picked a wonderful flower and gave it to her.
which she couldn't put down. Li Chu felt it was quite magical. He jumped up among the petals and felt soft and fragrant. It was really comfortable. Li Sini also sat on it. And then with a gesture of his fingers, he rose into the air again and slowly flew away from the Ren family mansion. The worshipper looked up at the flower branches flying away with envy. Not to mention that he was just a Yuluzi cultivator in the early stage of the Qixi realm. And he could not control such a magical weapon that required the control of divine consciousness. Even if he practiced hard all his life and entered the realm of divine union, there would be no way to obtain such a magic weapon. In today's world of cultivation, formal instruments are much rarer than practitioners. It makes me feel sad to think that a wild man like myself can only serve as an offering to a rich man in this small and shabby place, who was not a dream-chasing boy before. But now they are just dolls under the control of life. Let out a long sigh. Well, turning around, I found that Mr. Ren had entered the lobby surrounded by his family. He quickly followed up and said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, Master Ren. Now that your father is gone, you can sit back and relax." Humph! Mr. Ren glanced sideways at him. "Which foot did you take first when you entered the door just now?" The minister of the Ren family was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment. "Maybe it's the right foot? I hate people who walk in with their right foot first. Go to the accounting office to calculate your wages for the past few days. Pack your clothes and leave tomorrow morning," Master Ren said coldly. "No. What kind of excuse is this?" The worshipper was dumbfounded. He stayed there for a long time and said, "At best, it won't be an example next time." Master Ren has already walked away ruthlessly. Only the cold wind is left, blowing wildly and desperately. Yindang Mountain. A name that you must pronounce correctly. Otherwise it will look very informal. In the territory of the Hulua dynasty, it was a very important line, dividing Tianan continent and Jiangnan continent. For the people of Jiangnan continent, it blocks the wild atmosphere and evil spirits of Tianan continent. Jiangnan military town is located at the foot of Yindang Mountain, not far from Renjiaji. For the Hulua court, Tianan continent has always been the continent with the least control over it because the sky is high and the emperor is far away. And there are 7 Tianan families. Once the imperial decree reaches this point, it will basically be impossible to implement it without the cooperation of the 7 Tianan families. Therefore, the military towns in the nearby continents are all built at the junction with Tianan continent without exception. The clear meaning of caution and warning is self-evident. The boundless mountains look like an entrenched black dragon in the night, with bones and armor protruding from the sword. Li Chu glanced with his mind and saw that there were more than a dozen relatively powerful demonic energies within a radius of dozens of miles. The density of this demonic energy is unimaginable in other places in Jiangnan continent, even in the deep mountains. However, as long as these monsters do not come down from the mountain to harass the people, the cultivators at the foot of the mountain will usually not take the initiative to kill them. Li Chu now hopes that some unruly monsters will suddenly jump out and say that I just have the dream of eating people, and no one can deprive me of the right to pursue my dream. Then, driven by justice, he took action and defeated the demon with one sword, gaining some experience points by the way. It's a pity that the monsters still alive on Yindang Mountain are very clear about human rules. They will only kill each other, and no one will dare to go down the mountain to harm others. The flower branches passed slowly from the side of the mountain range, and Li Chu's mind was always open. Although there was a lot of evil and yin energy in the middle, there was no corpse energy at all. Obviously, the zombies existing in Yindang Mountain have been eliminated by waves of people. If it could be found so easily, there would be no need to wait for him to come. After thinking for a while, he asked, "There should be something like a land of mountain gods in the mountains here, right?" "Yes." Li Sini nodded and said, "And the mountain god here is the incarnation of a famous founding general. In the past, people from the imperial court would go to the mountain temple to pay homage when they passed by here." Li Chu said, "If we ask him, will there be any news? The mountain god is a god in this world and supervises all monsters and monsters here. If there is any news about harmful zombies, he would have taken action himself. Why should we ask?" Li Sini said, hesitating for a moment, and then said, "But if there is really no such thing, you might as well go and find out the clues." After saying that, she turned the flower branches and flew towards a tall temple at the top of the mountain range. This was the first time that Li Chu came to the temple of the local god. When he glanced at it, he saw clouds of glow filling the temple.
making it almost impossible to see other auras. This cloud of clouds is merit. It seems that this mountain god has indeed made many contributions to the people of this place. Usually, acquired gods such as mountain gods, earth gods, and river gods are mostly mountain spirits and wild monsters. When they have spent many years practicing in an unknown land and gained recognition from the local mountains, rivers, and land, they can be named local gods. The water ghosts who committed many evil deeds in the Heishui River back then had the possibility of being granted the title of river god, which shows that this god may not be very righteous. In other words, all things have animism, and the justice in the hearts of mountains and rivers is not necessarily the justice of human beings. But this mountain god in the Yinang Mountains is different. He was a famous general in the early days of the founding of the Halua Kingdom. His surname was Chun, and he was named Kai Jiang by the Taizu of Halua. In that war between gods and demons, a mighty army of poisonous beasts wanted to cross the Yinang Mountains and enter the wealthy Jiangnan continent to cause massacre. Qin Kai Jiang led his 8,000 Fujia soldiers to block the mountain range in the absence of antidote. After staying for 3 days and 3 nights, reinforcements arrived. After the Fujia soldier camp retreated, it was discovered that almost all of them had been poisoned to death. Of the 8,000 people, no more than 300 survived in the end, especially the commander-in-chief Qin Kai Jiang. He has been killing monsters and stabilizing the 3 armies as usual. After he retreated from the battlefield, he suddenly felt like a mountain. His flesh and blood were cut open, and no more red blood could be shed from his body. It's hard to imagine what kind of force supported him in fighting. Maybe it's the tens of millions of people in Jiangnan behind you. Or maybe it's the peaceful country that we've been longing for 30 years. The heroic spirit of the 8,000 soldiers moved the world, and was recognized by the Yindang Mountains. This heroic spirit that could not be dispersed was integrated into Qin Kai Jiang's ghost, making him the local mountain god. The mountain god controls the power of heaven and earth within the Yindang Mountains, and has great power. He relied on this power to oversee the entire Yindang Mountains. Over the past 800 years, there have been so many evil spirits in the Yindang Mountains, but there has never been a beast tide or a large-scale evil disaster, which is really rare. All these merits belong to this mountain god. Of course, the zombies in Renjiaji are an exception. The mountain temple here was built to the highest standards under Taizu's order. It is extremely majestic. It has been repaired several times, and is now even more solemn. Although it was night at this time, there were not many people visiting. But as soon as you walked in, you could feel a sense of warmth, as if there was some reassuring power filling the temple. Li Chu and Li Sini worshipped the incense respectively with reverence. Then, Li Chu said, "The younger generation shout out came here because of the hundreds of years of zombie disaster at the foot of Yindang Mountain. If the mountain god knows the inside story, please give me guidance." After a while, there was still silence. Li Sini advised, "Maybe the mountain god doesn't know either." Li Chu nodded. After all, he was just an acquired god, so he couldn't ask for too much. Like many landlords in Yuhang Town, they may not even be as good as some more powerful monsters. It is really difficult to expect them to be omniscient and omnipotent. Looking at the statue of the mountain god above, the burly general with bright helmet, Li Chu suddenly felt something strange. It seems to have a different atmosphere. But when I look at it with my mind, it is obscured by the clouds of numerous merits and virtues, and I cannot see much inside. Without thinking much, just when they were about to turn around and walk away, they suddenly heard a voice. "Wait a minute. The two turned around suddenly. I saw a flash of light in the mountain god statue, and a shadow actually walked out. This phantom is 2 feet tall, extraordinarily heroic, and even more calm like a mountain. It is exactly the image of the mountain god general." "Are you two really determined to get rid of this corpse disaster?" the mountain god asked in a deep voice. Li Chu nodded. "This is natural." The mountain god pondered for a moment and said, "Then I will tell you a place to go." Li Sini's eyes lit up. 300 miles to the west of Yinang Mountain, there is a large swamp named Xiangzi. To the south of Xiangzi, there is a cave. The local people call it Immortal Cave, and they offer human sacrifices all year round. But according to my observation, there is clearly a nest of rigor mortis in the Xiangzi. It's just that 2 of them have achieved great success in cultivation and have become immortals, and they were named immortals. As for the corpse disaster at the foot of Yinang Mountain, I also suspect that it is related to the corpse in the Immortal Cave of zombies. It's just that once I leave Yinang Mountain, I will lose my magic power, and I will not be able to fight against the zombies. If you are willing, you can go there and have a look. If you are worried that the zombie is too advanced, then go back to the mountain gate and report it to the teacher, and then explore it separately. Do not act recklessly, Li Chu and Li Sini said in unison. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Is it the immortal cave in Aizawa South? Li Chu murmured. Let's go and find out. After that, the two worshipped the mountain god again and left the mountain temple. Seeing that flower branch entering the night again, the shadow of the mountain god who stayed on the spot looked at them with deep eyes, and suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Well, Chapter 126 in the south of Aizawa. Thousands of people were killed. Aizawa. It is a large swamp in the west of the Yindang Mountains, covering an extremely large area. If there is Aizawa, there will naturally be Aizawa North, Aizawa East, and Aizawa West. Of course, there is also the indispensable Aizawa South. Aizawa Minami is beautiful, with towering mountains and lush water and grass. But because of the remoteness of the surrounding area, only the barbarians from Tian'an continent live here. They are isolated from the world, and the changes in dynasties over the past 1,000 years have not had a great impact on them. It can be said that there is no Han dynasty, regardless of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The mountain god is right. There is indeed a barbarian tribe south of Aizawa. They call a cave here the Immortal Cave. Every year, guilty people are selected and thrown into caves for human sacrifice. Where this custom originated is unknown. But when Li Chu got here, he knew it with a quick glance. He had to enter the Immortal Cave in the south of Xiangzhe. In that cave, there is a vague and unknown figure hidden in the cave. Yin energy and corpse energy gather together, like a mountain fire, shooting straight into the sky. I really don't know how many lives were lost. In a blink of an eye, the flower branches fell to the ground. The night was dark all around. Li Sini looked at the entrance of the Immortal Cave, only to realize that it was also dark inside, and he couldn't see anything. He didn't know how deep it was. She didn't have enough consciousness to reach the bottom. So she asked, "Is there something inside?" "Yes." Li Chu nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, "And there are many. If you are worried, you can wait for me outside." The cave he wanted to visit was dangerous. With Li Sini's strength, it was hard to say how much he could help. If something happened, he might have to take care of her, which would in turn reduce his combat power. Not a good deal. "No!" Li Sini quickly refused. In her opinion, Li Chu was worried about her safety, which moved her very much. But she knew very clearly in her mind that she had decided that no matter how dangerous the place was, she was safest only by being around Li Chu. Li Chu gave her a courageous look. Not only Li Sini. He felt that his previous self would never dare to enter this cave. But now facing the unknown danger, he felt calm. The mood swings I once had are becoming increasingly difficult to experience. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. After some exchanges, the two people stepped forward and entered the fairy cave together. The patter of footsteps was particularly clear in the dark cave, echoing between the stone walls. Although the two have minds and consciousness, light and darkness will not affect their progress. But the surrounding dark environment still makes people feel a little nervous. Li Sini then offered up a ball of true energy. The light was not strong, but the faint light illuminated the way forward, which made people feel much more at ease. Li Chu thinks this method is good, so he picked up the little Bodhi mantra again, and a small sun suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating a large area of the cave. Li Sini immediately collected his true energy and smacked his tongue. This little Taoist lighting technique is so much more exaggerated than others. And how come you feel so comfortable when this light shines warmly on your body? My own heavenly movement suddenly accelerated, as if the true energy in my body had solidified a bit. If I sat down to practice at this moment, I would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. This is just a little bit of afterglow behind Li Chu. If the little sun shines close to him, might it be able to temporarily improve his level? This is too terrible. While thinking wildly, the two finally reached the end of the Immortal Cave. The Immortal Cave in the south of Aizawa is long and wide, with layers inside and many turns. Many people may not be able to hold on until they reach the end, because every turn is a mental test. You never know what is behind the next turn. After walking all the way, we finally came to an open space. The little sun lights up everything. As you can see, this place is already a huge hollow like the belly of a mountain. The dome is high, and a ray of moonlight faintly shines through, falling on a coffin below. That's right. There was only one simple-looking coffin placed in this huge space. The surrounding area was clean. The land was soft, And there was nothing. This is a very strange thing in itself. Because the barbarian tribe sends a few people in every year. But no one ever goes out. Where are people? Li Chu had already used his mental skills to find out where everything was while he was traveling. He said to the coffin, "Come out!" Ho 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 ho. The heavy sarcophagus made a sound of moving. And after a long time, there was a bang. Ah! It's so dazzling. A hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded, somewhat displeased. Can you turn off the lights? Oh. Li Chu put away the small Bodhi mantra in his hand. There is already moonlight shining through here, so it will not fall into complete darkness. Under the beam of moonlight, a burly figure sat up in the coffin, accompanied by the clatter of armor. A zombie wearing the armor of an ancient general. The Yin Chi is about 5,800 lantern monsters. Flying stiff. Relying on his understanding of zombies and ghosts, Li Chu quickly deduced the strength of this zombie. The zombie general also stood up and looked at them stiffly, his throat making a roaring sound. You dare to break into the immortal cave! You are seeking death, Li Sini said. How dare you call yourself an immortal in the zombie den? To disturb my sleep is to seek death, the zombie general said to himself. Obviously, his intelligence is not too high. Li Chu was about to use his sword to slay demons when he saw the zombie general suddenly wave his hand. Come out! Soldiers! Immediately, a rustling sound was heard in the open space around it. Then poof! A stiff hand broke through the soft earth. And at the same time, thousands of palms with sharp nails stretched out. No wonder. It turns out that the people it bit to death over the years turned into zombies and were buried underground. This can reduce the activity frequency of zombies, and they can barely survive without much blood essence. Just summon them when you need to fight. Li Sini couldn't help feeling numb as he watched the dense black shadows emerge from the ground, and took a step back. Li Chu had a calm expression on his face. He had long sensed that there was something fishy underground. The Yin energy here was so strong that it would be wrong if there was only a zombie general. In an instant, thousands of zombies emerged from the ground, causing the entire open space to collapse. At a glance, there are countless. Among them were living corpses and jumping zombies, all of them staring eagerly at the only fresh flesh and blood in this space. Go! Soldiers! The zombie general waved his hand, as if he was directing the three armies in life. And the army of more than 1,000 zombies suddenly rushed forward hungry and thirsty. There were strange and unclear screams in his mouth. Li Sini was about to use his magical power when he saw Li Chu pull out his sword. Pure Yang sword. She quickly closed her hand seal and took a few steps back, fearing that she would be affected. This was obviously a wise decision, because the next second, Li Chu swung his sword and unleashed an extremely wide red sword wave. Boom. Rumble rumble. The sword energy tide was over 10 feet high and over 100 feet wide, sweeping across the entire space. No ghost could escape. Those zombies, who were still looking ferocious just now, had no time to change their pitiful expressions before they were swallowed up by this wave of swords, and then disappeared out of thin air. Pure Yang sword energy. The sun shines brightly. It's too restrained for negative things like zombies and ghosts. Even if the restraint of attributes is thrown away, Li Chu's pure power crushing is terrifying. All of this happened so naturally yet horrifyingly. When the smoke cleared, Li Sini's chin moved, his face full of surprise. From Li Sini's perspective, it was just now that there were holes and valleys full of zombies, as if the world was doomed. Then Li Chu cleared the map with a sword. Kill 1,000 people with one sword. This space will be clean instantly. Not only did the zombie general evaporate, but his entire coffin was turned into ashes. Not only have the ashes been raised for you, but the lid of the coffin has been raised, and the ashes have not been left for you. What a heavy blow. She couldn't help but think of that sentence again. Although I knew Li Chu was very strong, I still didn't expect him to be so strong. No. It seems as if Li Chu has been getting stronger. Doesn't it mean that once one's cultivation reaches an extremely high level, it will be difficult to make any progress? Why do you feel that not only is his foundation higher than others, but he also progresses faster than others? In this case, isn't it a bit of a scam? After she regained consciousness from the shock, she looked at the little Taoist priest standing with his sword in hand and said, Can we go back and do business now? Li Chu shook his head and said, No, it's not over yet. Chapter 127 The Anger of the Red Ghost King. Li Chu's eyes were clear, looking at the open space in front of him, and said coldly, There is no need to hide anymore. His mind's eye technique is not very powerful in terms of breaking the demon shape, but it is quite powerful in terms of observing the situation on the battlefield and the enemy. It can be said that he always carries a holographic map in his mind. Open the map, and you can observe the location and status of most enemies. It was previously covered by the strong corpse aura, so it wasn't that obvious yet. Now that the thousands of zombies were wiped out with one sword, the rich blood and energy in the ground instantly became apparent. There is no escape. Silence. No response. It was as if Li Chu was talking to the air, but he remained motionless, his gaze steady. After a moment, a voice finally responded to him. I wanted to let you go, so why do you have to seek your own death? The sound was raw and dull, and it actually came from underground. Then, there was a gurgling sound of water, and a pool of scarlet blood emerged from the ground, like a blood fountain. In the blink of an eye, the entire open space turned into a pool of blood. From this blood pool, a red figure slowly condensed. It looks like a humanoid, with a face and facial features. But that's all. Li Chu looked at him calmly. This vampire was extremely sinister. Over the years, at least thousands of lives have been sacrificed here, and the zombie-like corpses just now prove this. But the zombie general is just a flying zombie that is not very powerful. This is unusual. It wouldn't be surprising if this vampire was controlling the zombie general from behind, and most of the blood was actually converted into its own power. That zombie general is just a tool ghost under its control. Li Sini looked at the vampire appearing in front of him, and his heart trembled. This pool of blood is not ordinary blood, but contaminated blood after sacrifice. Even worse than the infant spirit. Ordinary people, or even weak cultivators, may die if they touch a drop of it. Ordinary magic weapons will instantly lose their spirituality, and turn into ordinary iron if they get on it. And the vampire's own cultivation level is even more unfathomable. He is definitely a Ghost King level existence. Although she knew that Li Chu had killed the Ghost King, there was also a wall between the Ghost King and the Ghost King. This one doesn't look like an ordinary Ghost King. You confuse mortals, manipulate zombies, and cultivate yourself by taking human lives. You must be killed. Li Chu had killed the most ghosts before. This Ghost King's energy was slightly stronger than the one he killed in the corpse cave that day, which was probably as strong as tens of thousands of lantern monsters. So he faced it with confidence. Execute? Ha ha. Shameless words. The vampire shouted. The blood pool around him suddenly seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles emerged from Gulyalu, rising and bursting, as if to represent its rolling anger. It does get angry. Back then, it was also a king that ranked high among the ghost kingdoms, known as the Red Ghost King. He was once a capable general under the Lord of the Ninth Hall. It has followed the Lord of the Ninth Hall for more than 1,000 years, and has seen the entire Ninth Hall prosper. Then one day, a certain Styx ghost joined the Ninth Hall. The situation suddenly changed. The master of the Ninth Hall was challenged and killed by his subordinate Ghost King without any warning, and the Ninth Hall changed its owner in an instant. As a former powerful fighter of the Ninth Hall, it easily joined the Sixth Hall after being exiled. Then, after a few years, the Styx ghost came to the Sixth Hall after wandering around. The situation suddenly changed again, and the Sixth Hall and the Third Hall suddenly went to war and suffered a disastrous defeat. The Red Ghost King felt as if he was being restrained by something ominous. It had a premonition that if it didn't run far away and experience a few sudden changes, it might die. So it broke through the border of the ghost country, escaped to the human world, and landed on Aizawa. It happened that two barbarian tribes were at war here. It showed its ferocious power and sucked up the entire barbarian tribe. Another barbarian tribe regards it as a god. The Red Ghost King knew that cultivators in the human world were fierce and could not act recklessly. It simply took advantage of its trick and hid in the Cave of Immortals, asking them to offer sacrifices regularly. There happened to be a general's tomb nearby, so it turned the general's body into a zombie and manipulated it as a puppet. In this way, even if a cultivator comes to kill demons, they will at best think it is a zombie cave. A very cautious approach. In no mood. Today I met such a reluctant little Taoist priest. After killing the zombies, he actually found traces of himself. I've already gone to this extent, and you still come to chase and kill me. Isn't this bullying? And the most important thing is that, after seeing the power of the little Taoist priest clearing the map with his sword, it was actually a little scared. Anger comes from fear, so it started to say harsh words in its raw voice. I will turn you into a sea of blood. I will prevent you from reincarnation forever. I want you. I want. I want. I want. The Red Ghost King talked for a long time,
and found that Li Chu seemed to be contemplating something, and was not listening at all. It got angrier. This little Taoist priest not only shows no mercy in his conduct, but he also has no manners. It said angrily.
Are you listening? Oh, I'm sorry.
Li Chu was called back and said,
I just suddenly thought of something else.
The Red Ghost King was so angry that he screamed,
Die!
Boom! With a roar, a wave of blood surged into the sky. The scarlet blood pool rose up and instantly turned into a sea of blood, sweeping over overwhelmingly. The power alone is enough to be suffocating. Such a sea of blood rushed over. Enough to kill an entire city of mortals in an instant. And the more people you kill, the stronger the sea of blood will be refined. If the Red Ghost King is allowed to lurk here and practice for hundreds of years, it might really become a big trend that is difficult to control. But there is no if in the world. Li Chu had already raised the pure yang sword. Sweep again. His thin figure looked very small in front of this high sea of blood waves. But after waving this sword, he seemed to suddenly become extremely tall. There is divine power descending from heaven. The red dragon rolled sideways. The tide of swords surged and collided with the sea of blood. In an instant, the sea of blood steamed and turned into smoke, making it vulnerable to a single blow. The Red Ghost King behind the blood sea also felt a great crisis. It turned around and turned into a pool of black blood, as if it was trying to escape. This blood pool consumes its life essence and blood to avoid damage. It has always been its escape skill. But this time, it desperately found that it was useless. After turning into a blood pool, it still couldn't escape the brilliant power of pure yang sword chi, and its body began to evaporate and dissipate. The second before it dissipated, it suddenly began to regret. If I hadn't left the ghost country in the first place, would my outcome have been different? After the momentary roar, there was infinite silence. The corners of Li Sini's mouth twitched, as if it was no different from just now. If you recall carefully, since you met Li Chu, his movements to exorcise evil spirits have been the same. But the special effects have become more and more gorgeous. Li Chu frowned and looked at the surrounding surface. After being soaked in the sea of blood, everything here was filled with a strong sinister aura. If we leave here, I am afraid that the immortal cave in the south of Aizawa will be barren of any vegetation for a long time. And it is easy to breed other evil spirits. After thinking for a while, he picked up the small Bodhi mantra again. A small sun shines on the land here little by little, getting rid of all the evil spirits. Li Chu felt more and more that this little Bodhi mantra had infinite uses. Take a picture when you are injured or sick. Take a picture when it is dark to show the way. Take a picture when the land is polluted. Take a photo, and your life will be better. Such a useful magical power must be developed for more uses in the future, he thought. Shiluo City. Bailong Temple. In the middle of the night, the young novice hurried over and knocked on the abbot's door.
Abbot! Abbot! The bell rang again! This is the third time today.
The abbot monk was sitting cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, without any hurry or delay, and uttered, "Oh!" in the immortal cave in Minami Aizawa. Seeing Li Chu carefully expelling the Yin Qi from the land here, Li Sidi smiled and said,
Is it completely settled now?
Li Chu shook his head, looked solemn, and said again,
No, it's not over yet.
Chapter 128 I'll take your sword.
It's not over yet.
Li Sidi was surprised. Li Chu's night never ended again and again. He kept his expression as usual. But Li Sidi felt a little overwhelmed. Although I don't really need to move by myself. It's very tiring to do it one after another. When did he become the leader? Then, Li Chu said,
There is a problem with the mountain god. Oh?
Li Sidi was suddenly surprised.
At first, I felt that something was wrong in the mountain temple. It was just that the auspicious clouds of merit and virtue there were too overwhelming, covering up other atmospheres. Just now, I saw this ghost king using the corpse aura of zombies to cover his aura and lurking underground. It suddenly occurred to me that the merit clouds of the mountain temple are using the same method, and the corpse aura is hidden in them. The ghost king buries these zombies underground and does not go out for activities, which can greatly reduce the demand for human blood. There are barbarians offering sacrifices every year in this immortal cave. They don't need to go out to hunt, let alone cross the Yinang Mountains. On the contrary, it's the weirdness in the mountain temple. If there is also a demand for human essence and blood, it's probably related to the corpse disaster that happens once a year in Renjiaji.
You mean? Li Sidi frowned and said,
The mountain god protects the zombies and lets them go down the mountain every year to harm people? But he is the mountain god who manifests the soul of the founding general and protects the people all year round. How could it be so? I don't know.
Li Chu shook his head.
Maybe only he knows the reason. But this possibility is very high. Kaodiank has never been able to find the source of the corpse for so many years, which is very strange. But if the source of the corpse is hidden in a mountain temple, that makes sense. Are we going to the mountain temple again?
Li Chu turned around and left immediately, neatly dressed in green clothes. Li Sini followed with some hesitation. If it were to slay demons, she would not hesitate. But now that Li Chu said that there was something wrong with the respected mountain god, she was inevitably a little hesitant, even if Li Chu is right. But in addition to being the righteous god of mountains and rivers here, Qin Kai Jiang is also a founding general conferred by Taizu of Halua. How to deal with this? But thinking about it, she felt relieved. She didn't need to think about it. Tonight, she is just a driver. The flower branches rise into the sky and turn back to the Yindang Mountains. The night is still deep, and the moon has not yet gone far. In this short period of time, the two of them made a fuss and left in a hurry. Only an empty fairy cave was left, and it was a mess inside. Return to the mountain temple. Li Chu stepped into it first, looking up at the statue directly above with calm eyes. While he was still in the air, he scanned the mountain temple several times with his mind. In this rich cloud of merit, there are indeed traces of corpse energy hidden. It's like a hint of sin beneath countless achievements. Li Sini looked at him, then at the statue, with a look of fear but implicit expectation. Then I heard Li Chu say loudly, "Please show up to meet me, Lord Mountain God." The acquired god is not a supreme being. In his territory, he will hear you whenever you ask to see him. It just depends on whether he is willing to show up. Not long after, I saw the mountain god statue shining brightly.
You're back so soon? The Ghost King in the Immortal Cave has been decapitated,
Li Chu said calmly.
Oh!
The figure of the mountain god is revealed, majestic and a little surprised.
You can actually kill the Red Ghost King?
He indeed knew the existence of the Ghost King. Li Chu asked back.
Does the mountain god want us to be left in the Immortal Cave by the Ghost King?
The mountain god frowned.
What do you mean by this? I want to ask.
Li Chu did not answer his question, but asked again.
The righteous god of mountains and rivers, the founding general of the country, for harboring and conniving zombies to cause chaos. What crime should he bear?
The mountain god remained calm and uttered.
Inexplicable. Is it inexplicable?
Li Chu looked directly at him.
Under your altar, corpse aura is looming, but no amount of merit clouds can cover it.
The mountain god was silent. A long while. He then said slowly,
I have done great service for Halua, and I have shed blood for Taizu.
Li Chu looked at him quietly. His achievements in opening up new territories and protecting Yindang Mountain for 800 years cannot be erased. The rich merits of this mountain temple are enough to illustrate this. But one code equals another.
After I died that year, I turned into a mountain god. Little did I know that my son was killed by evil spirits in my hometown and turned into a zombie. My Qin family actually ended up with no descendants. I should have burned him to death. But I really couldn't let him go. So I asked someone to burn him to death. He was escorted here. I originally wanted to take a look at him and then kill him with my own hands. But I couldn't bear to do it. So I enlightened him to spiritual wisdom and took him with me. For hundreds of years, I have asked him to hide here and rarely move around. But his demand for blood essence is getting stronger and stronger.
Zombies are transformed by humans and must drink human blood to survive. They cannot be replaced by cattle, sheep, pigs, or dogs.
I have to let him go down the mountain once a year to maintain his life. If a cultivator comes here, I will protect him and no one will find him. But I didn't expect that you would find out the clues today.
The mountain god looked at the little Taoist priest in front of him with a complicated expression. In the face of life and death matters, there may be no doubt about his integrity. But when it comes to close relatives, they can no longer be firm. This is also the hard thing to understand about human nature. Over the years, he has been constantly monitoring the evil spirits in Yindang Mountain, and has inadvertently saved countless lives at the foot of the mountain. However, his cover-up also caused many people to die innocently. The combination of these things made his tall and bright image distorted and unstable.
Father!
At this time, I heard a shout coming from behind the altar. Then, there was a clicking sound, as if some mechanism was opened. And then another tall, dark-faced young man appeared. Its blackness is not the swarthy color of its skin, but the rotten black color of a zombie. The first time Li Chu saw it, he had some concerns in his heart.
This is an iron zombie. It's just because he has been suppressing his need for essence and blood all year round. And also suppressing his Taoism. So his yin qi is slightly weaker. Taizheng glanced at him. A flash of scarlet greed flashing in his eyes. The deeper the zombie's path, the stronger the desire for human blood, which cannot be disobeyed. It is the culprit responsible for hundreds of years of corpse disaster in Renjiaji. If it wasn't resolved soon, it might have been able to control itself and come down the mountain once a year in the past. Over time, sooner or later, it will lose control and become a complete bloodthirsty evil spirit. The mountain god looked at the iron zombie and frowned in silence.
Father! Kill them!
Tai Gang's voice was stiff and his tone was cold.
You traitor!
The mountain god yelled angrily.
You want to kill people and commit evil on my Yineng mountain? Father!
Taizhen said anxiously.
They have discovered it. If you don't kill them and spread the word, what will happen to your reputation?
It looked at Li Chu, its throat rolling. Worrying about the reputation of the mountain god is on the one hand, but the most important reason is its instinct as a rigid animal. I feel the inexplicable temptation of Li Chu's blood. It looked at the little Taoist priest in front of it, as if it were a fresh ginseng fruit. It seems that there is a voice saying in my ears, drink his blood. You can become an immortal and ascend in the daytime. Boom. The mountain god suddenly raised his hand and picked up a golden whip. With one whip, the iron zombie flew several feet away and hit hard against the wall of the mountain temple. The impact caused large cracks.
Beast,
the mountain god said angrily.
In order to let you struggle to survive, I only allow you to go down the mountain once a year. Now that you want to kill people at every turn, are you already dominated by the nature of rigor mortis?
Father, although this whip was heavy, it did not hurt any muscle or bone on Taizheng's body. At this point, the zombie's defense power has reached an unparalleled level. Even a full-strength strike from a cultivator in the dragon transformation realm may not be able to severely damage it.
These hundreds of years have not only been a kind of torture to you, but also to me.
Taizheng suppressed his voice and said as calmly as possible.
If someone simply finds out today, I will explain it. If you suppress me like this, you might as well kill me.
The mountain god was furious when he heard this. When father and son confront each other, Li Chu gently interrupted.
If you really need it, I can do it for you.
Taizheng and Shanshan glared at him at the same time. Li Chu shrugged and let it go. Continue to watch the show in silence.
Father!
Taizheng stood up again and said in a deep voice.
You are a god and I am an evil spirit. You cannot protect me forever. I have always been afraid that sooner or later, I will be beaten to death by your own hands. Instead of doing this, it's better to let me go and let others kill me.
The mountain god stared at the iron stiffness in front of him, his eyes trembling. As a leading general back then, he only saw the child twice from his birth to adulthood, and he always felt indebted. So when I later learned that the child had been killed by a zombie, I couldn't help but want to see him, let alone kill him. Over the years, he has been trapped deeper and deeper, and his heart has always been extremely entangled. But he can't kill it, nor can he watch it die. He always comforted himself with his contribution to the dynasty. I don't even want to think about it more. It wasn't until he was completely exposed by Li Chu today that he began to waver. Can one's own merit really be used to cover up the sins of future generations? Seeing that he was speechless, Taizheng simply bowed down stiffly. Kowtow. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Father! Your kindness for many years ends here. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. If I do evil again in Yineng Mountain, you can kill me,
Taizheng said decisively, then stood up and walked out of the mountain temple. At this moment, in addition to reluctance, there was also an unspeakable joy in its heart. That bloodthirsty desire has been suppressed for more than 800 years. After it became iron rigid, it was tortured day and night. From now on I can finally do whatever I want. Even if he will be killed in the end, it will only be after he has tasted human blood. It has been suppressed for so many years. Suppressing desires, sleeping day and night, and maintaining the minimum survival needs. Now it only feels that there is countless pain accumulated in its heart. If you can enjoy it once, just once, it will be worth dying. Then, it looked at Li Chu who was blocking its path. Although its greedy desire is rolling, it knows that the mountain god will never allow him to kill people on Yineng Mountain. So it said,
Little Taoist priest, those people were harmed by me and have nothing to do with my father. He will never protect me in the future. I hope you will not ruin his reputation after you come down from the mountain.
My father's responsibility should also be borne by me. I'll take your sword. It knew that Li Chu had killed the Red Ghost King, so he should be quite powerful. But it is rigid. The existence with the most terrifying defense among ghosts. It has this confidence. Hearing this, Li Sini blinked his eyes. She was a little worried that this iron stiffness would be difficult to deal with. Now it takes the initiative to accept Li Chu's sword? Is there such a good thing? Li Chu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Although I'm embarrassed. But, since you asked, then it's hard for me to refuse. He slowly pulled out the pure yang sword from the sword pouch, which was extremely capable of restraining the zombie's vagina. Said, "Okay." Chapter 129. Everyone. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Sini looked at Tai Cheng's confident face, and felt that it might not have experienced a real beating. Some people's sword is just a sword. But for some people, one sword can last a lifetime. Li Chu also expressed appreciation for his behavior. I admire your responsibility very much. Since you have a request, I have no choice but to grant it to you. I promise. I will only cut you with one sword. Never more than once. As he spoke, he slowly raised the pure yang sword blade. Since the mountain god was right in front of him, it would be a shame if he allowed his son to die in such a tragic way. So Li Chu only injected a little spiritual power into the sword. But then I thought about it. He had covered up crimes before. And although I couldn't punish him personally, it was always appropriate to give him a warning. So Li Chu injected a little more spiritual power. Considering that I have never dealt with Iron Zombie before. The zombie's defense is famous for skyrocketing after reaching this level. It would be too embarrassing if a flamboyant sword could not kill the enemy. So Li Chu injected a little more spiritual power. 3 strands of spiritual power poured in. The body of the pure yang sword lit up with a dazzling red light, gradually turning into red gold, like a heated iron bar. Seeing this scene, his stagnant pupils suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Danger? Its zombie intuition had previously only told it that the blood of the little Taoist priest was extremely delicious, and that sucking his essence and blood could bring about great fortunes. Only now did its slow wisdom remember. Whose blood is more delicious than ordinary people's? Cultivators. Then what kind of blood will cause great fortune if sucked? Naturally. He is a cultivator with great supernatural powers. He waved his hand quickly. I suddenly remembered that I haven't washed the clothes yet. It's too late to regret. When the long sword rises and falls, evil spirits are terrifying. As if there was a roar. A red dragon flew into the sky. Under the full moon, the rainbow shines brightly. Tai Cheng wanted to escape, but no matter how fast it moved, the sword energy was already released. So how could he escape? The red dragon instantly grabbed its figure. The mountain god watched his son being entangled by the red dragon in the temple, with a flash of regret in his eyes. Fortunately, this painful scene did not last long. Just a moment later, the iron-stiff body was melted by the red dragon, turned into smoke and steam. That's it. In front of the mountain god, he roasted his son alive without leaving even a grain of ashes. The mountain god's heart tightened. When the rainbow light dissipated, the little Taoist priest on the opposite side had already sheathed his sword. If you say one sword, just one sword. The mountain god's heart was full of mixed emotions, including anger, regret, relief, guilt, and a little afraid. Although he couldn't see through the little Taoist priest's cultivation, he thought he couldn't suppress an iron zombie so neatly, let alone destroy it in an instant. Li Chu sheathed his sword and then looked at the mountain god in the temple. Lord Mountain God, I will not publicize your actions to the people, but I will report it to the court. As for the punishment you will receive, there will be a legal judgment, Li Chu said slowly. In fact, he knew that the laws of the world were definitely very lenient towards a founding general. Not to mention that he had guarded the Yinang Mountains for more than 800 years, and his merits were immeasurable. But there should be an explanation. The figure of the mountain god disappeared silently. Otherwise, I really don't know what to say. Are you giving in? He couldn't do it against 2 juniors. Say something harsh? I don't dare to face this little Taoist priest. Awkward. Li Sini patted her heaving chest. She was sweating for Li Chu just now. In front of the mountain god, he beheaded his son. What is this called? The father is currently guilty. Later, he threatened to go to the court to complain. But the mountain god didn't even lose his temper. I don't know why, but it seems that these people have better tempers when facing Li Chu. Li Chu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. The root cause of the corpse disaster in Renjiaji has been completely solved. Tonight, I also gained a lot. The zombie general. Thousands of zombies. The Red Ghost King, and Taizheng almost sent him to level 76. Although he didn't reach it. It was not far away. Li Sini wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "You are finally over. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear it." When we returned to Renjiaji County Government Office, the night was already dark. But there were still many lights on. Since Li Chu used the little Bodhi mantra to bless the status of all the agents in Renjiaji, their efficiency in handling cases has not improved much. But the relationship between husband and wife has generally improved significantly. For a long time to come, the nights in Renjiaji will be very noisy. Early the next morning, Sieruelin came to express his thanks. He only came to visit after hearing that Mrs. Ren was killed by Li Chu. When he heard Li Chu talk about looking for the mountain god, and then entering the immortal cave at Aizawa South, he already exclaimed that it was awesome. When he heard that the source of the corpse was actually the son of Shinkai Jiang, the mountain god, and that he had been protected by the god for so many years, he couldn't help but sigh. When he heard that Li Chu's father was currently guilty of killing Taizheng, he could only shake his head and sigh. Astonished, knowing that the ancient corpse disaster in Renjiaji had been completely resolved, he held Li Chu's hand heavily. "Xiao Taoist Priestly, thank you so much. On behalf of the young and old people of Renjiaji, I would like to thank your family for 8 generations." Li Chu replied calmly. "If there are any evil spirits in Renjiaji from now on, you can still come to me." Finally, he added another sentence. "Exorcise evil spirits at an affordable price. High quality and low price." Sieruelin blinked. The image of a superior person that he had just created in his mind was disillusioned for a moment. Regarding what the mountain god had done, he did not dare to hide anything and reported it directly to the county magistrate. This is a big enough matter to reach heaven. Although we don't know what the final outcome will be, we still need to deal with it as soon as possible. Li Chu and Li Sini left together. Li Sini returned to Hangzhou Mansion, and he returned all the way to Yuhang Town. When I arrived at Shilipo, I walked to the gate of Diyun Temple, and found that the temple was extremely busy today. When I looked closer, I saw that they were pilgrims who came to offer incense today. Everyone received a box of moon cakes and a peace charm. Li Chu suddenly realized. It turns out that today is already the Mid-Autumn Festival. Back in the temple, the fox girl walked up gracefully and handed a plate of mooncakes. "Master, how about you try the mooncakes I made?" Li Chu smiled, picked up a piece, and when he ate it, he felt it was sweet, glutinous, and filled with rose filling. "Very good," he nodded. "Try what I made too." The little koi also came over with a plate of mooncakes. Li Chu picked up another piece and tasted it. It's stuffed with 5 kernels. The material is not cooked well and tastes a bit rough. The stuffing inside is very mixed, including peanuts, walnuts, pine nuts, sesame seeds, fish scales, etc. It seems that Warren didn't say that. Right? Li Chu spit out the fish scales and looked at the little koi silently. "Yeah." The little koi stuck out his tongue and said, "I accidentally fell in." She has recently transformed completely and has begun to grow new scales filled with dragon energy. The old scales will suddenly fall off from time to time. "It's okay. Not bad." Li Chu managed to finish the entire mooncake and patted the little koi on the head as a sign of encouragement. The little koi smiled happily, and the spring was bright. "And me! And me! What I did is..." Wanli Feisha also came forward charmingly, holding a plate of mooncakes, looking forward to Li Chu tasting them. Li Chu gave him a look before he finished speaking. The meaning in the eyes is probably, "Don't tell me what the filling is. Don't be curious. Don't want to eat it. Get out of here." Wanli Feisha pursed his lips, turned around and left with tears in his eyes, his back full of words that the world is not worth it. Li Chu came to sit down at the stone table and told the master how to solve the source of the corpse. Yu Qian smiled slightly. "Well done. I was worried before that if you couldn't come back, we wouldn't be able to reunite tonight." People in this era still take reunion very seriously, unlike modern people who have multiple means of communication. For the mortals here, it is very likely that one separation lasts a lifetime, and one does not know which side is the eternal separation. At this time, every reunion is worth cherishing. That night, the moon is bright in Kyushu. Diyun Temple is now full of men, women, old and young. Everyone gathers together and sits in the courtyard to admire the moon. At first, everyone didn't say anything and just blew the wind in silence, which was very comfortable. Wanli Feisha, the new arrival,
felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So he tried to open up the topic and asked,
"Do you all have family members?"
"Everyone?" Junior Brother Shaw waved his hands hurriedly.
"I'm not questioning. I'm just out of curiosity."
Yuqian sighed first.
"I have also been away for a long time, and my bloodline relatives have been cut off long ago."
The fox girl also shook her head calmly.
"My parents died in the mountains a long time ago. If we, the Fox clan, cannot embark on the path of cultivation, our lifespan will be very short."
The little koi was a little lonely.
"I don't know where my people are or if they are still there."
Li Chu thought about his family. When he first came to this world, he still often missed home. But recently, without realizing it, he hadn't thought about all that for a long time. He also shook his head calmly.
"My only relative in this world is my master. When I was a child, there was a plague at home. All my family members died. I was the only one left. Later, I was captured and taken to the Yanyu sect and became a disciple of the demon sect."
Wanli Feisha said, paused, and then said with a smile,
"Then in our temple now, we can be considered orphans per capita."
"Everyone?"
No.
Seeing the eyes of several people like daggers, Wanli Feisha felt that he was just a tiny bit away from death. He quickly waved his hand and said,
"What I mean is that although our relatives are gone, from now on we are a family and each other's relatives."
Yuqian looked at him with empty eyes.
"Young master, our master and apprentice are the same family as Xiaobai and you. You are here for labor reform. You must recognize your identity and find your position."
Wanli Feisha flattened his mouth, and tears filled his eyes again, looking up at the full moon in the sky. Yuqian said,
"Let's talk about some topics in the world. Do you have any wishes for the Mid-Autumn Festival?"
Li Chu was the first to answer without thinking.
"I hope I can kill more demons.
Then get more experience points. Earn more gold and silver. See a bigger world. And open up more perspectives. Of course, there is no need to say the rest." The little koi said.
"I hope my people will be fine."
The fox girl thought for a moment and said,
"I hope I can fully transform as soon as possible and be able to walk alone on the streets."
Wanli Feisha said,
"I've finished reading those picture albums,
and I hope I can get some new ones."
Yuqian glanced at him.
"Looking so fast? Can your body bear it?"
Wanli Feisha scratched his head and smiled sheepishly.
"SOSO."
Yuqian twitched his beard and smiled.
"Yes. Young people are very motivated. Your wish can be fulfilled immediately."
Wanli Feisha was overjoyed.
"Thank you so much. Master, this good man will have a safe life." "Master, what about you?"
Li Chu asked.
"What is your wish?"
"Me." Yuqian thought for a while and said,
"At my age, I don't have any selfish motives. I just hope that Jiuzhou will be stable and the world will be at peace, so that I can enjoy my old age in peace."
Wanli Feisha had just received the favor and immediately clapped his hands like a dog.
"The Lord is so righteous. In fact, my wish is for the world to be peaceful."
Before he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside.
"Who will come to our place this evening?"
Junior Brother Shaw stood up in confusion and asked,
"Who is it?"
"It's me." Wang Longqi's voice sounded outside. Others shouted before they entered the door.
"Everyone, happy Mid-Autumn Festival."
Chapter 130: The Strange Incident at the Mid-Autumn Festival Ceremony.
Everyone is here. Your Taoist temple is getting more and more lively.
Wang Longqi walked in slowly and greeted everyone familiarly. Although he had never seen Wanli Feisha, looking at his face, he felt that he was also a very motivated young man. The two looked at each other and cherished each other.
"Young Master Wang Qi, I have admired your name for a long time." Junior Brother Shaw. H. Lo.
After some pleasantries, he took a seat. He saw that the other 4 people in the Taoist temple were looking at him sideways, with wary expressions on their faces. He blinked and looked at himself.
"What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?"
The fox girl smiled and said,
"Young Master Wang showed up at our Taoist temple. I'm not satisfied yet."
The old Taoist priest sighed.
"I just made a wish that the world would be peaceful. And here you are. This is a sincere slap in my face."
Wang Longqi waved his hand.
"It's not like we're going to see each other anymore. We're just like a family. What's wrong with me coming to visit on Mid-Autumn Festival night?"
As he said that, everyone was still staring at him cautiously. The hair on the little koi's forehead stood up like an antenna.
Okay.
He raised his hands and said calmly,
"I had a quarrel with my family and ran away from home. So I wanted to come to your place for a visit."
"Hi." Everyone relaxed their vigilance. And the old Taoist priest smiled and said, "I thought you fell in love with another female goblin." "That's true," Wang Longqi admitted casually. "Huh?" Everyone's vigilance was raised again. "But this time it's not that serious. It can be considered an anecdote. Listen to me tell you," Wang Longqi said quickly. He leaned forward and asked, "Does the old Taoist priest know which girl is the most popular in Hangzhou these days?" Sigh. Yu Qian shook his head. "I have already locked up my guns and left the battle formation for a long time. So the news is not good." He. Wang Longqi smiled. "It's Lu Qinglian and Miss Lu from Taogyulu. It turns out that in recent years, the limelight has been stolen by Wen Winli. The famous good girls are all there." He looked like he was pointing out the country and scolding Fang Qiu, as if he was a storyteller telling the romance of the three kingdoms. Song Xiangzai relies on official banquets to survive, and Taogu Tower can hardly support it anymore. Unexpectedly, last month, Taogyulu suddenly introduced a girl named Xiaolu. She is only 17 years old, and is known to have unparalleled dancing skills. The literati who came here because of its reputation were full of praise after seeing it. There is a poem praising it. Once the flowers of the southern country are danced, all the flowers fall away. And then the phoenixes of the North Sea are danced towards the phoenixes. With Lu Qinglian alone, Taogyulu actually attracted all the literati and elegant people in Hangzhou city. Almost overnight, it overshadowed all the good girls in the city, and defeated the other two families to a complete defeat. Wanli Feisha was dumbfounded when he heard this. Is the competition among brothels still so fierce? Then what do you think? The old Taoist priest snorted and said, "Since ancient times, the wind and moon are like battlefields, with blood, sweat and swords and guns. Changes in the situation can only happen in an instant. Compared with the general trend of the world, it is not ambiguous at all. Old Taoist master, you know your stuff." Wang Longqi gave a thumbs up. "Tell me more. How come this little Lu girl is related to the goblin?" "Don't be anxious. We will talk about the Mid-Autumn Festival ceremony next," Wang Longqi continued. The Mid-Autumn Festival is an open-air ceremony held every year in Fuqing, Hangzhou. There are performances that last a whole day from morning to evening. It wasn't until night fell, and the full moon was in the sky, that the show ended. Those who are invited to perform at the grand ceremony are often the best entertainers in the city, whether they are vaudeville performers or singers and singers. These are things that you usually have to pay a lot of money to see. Every time during the grand ceremony, the streets are packed with people. People all over the city watch the performances with their families for a day, which is very lively. In the evening, they go home to have dinner and admire the moon. Only then can you enjoy yourself. In a small place like Yuhang Town, there is no such lively celebration. Little Koi heard about this when he went to Fuqing before, and said in the morning that he wanted to go to the city to see it. However, the old Taoist priest considered that the fox girl had not completely transformed, and the whole city had gathered for the ceremony, so it was inconvenient to take her there. If I were to take the little Koi to see it alone, I would be afraid that the fox girl would feel uncomfortable staying in the view. Then I thought of a way, and asked them to make moon cakes and play for a day. The most important part of the Mid-Autumn Festival ceremony is the last big performance after nightfall, and before the show ends. Wang Longqi explained. Every time, the most popular good girl of the year is chosen to perform. To heighten the atmosphere, finish at the highest point. The performer is called the Moonlight Oiran, which means that you are the most recognized Oiran girl in Hangzhou Prefecture this year. The old Taoist priest nodded. This rule has been around for a long time, and he is familiar with it. The position of the Oiran under the moon was chosen a few months ago. I heard that the original ones were Xiao Mingyu and Miss Xiao in gentleness. Unexpectedly, Lu Qinglian came out of nowhere and became so popular that she took away the position of the Oiran under the moon. Because although Xiao Mingyu's singing skills are excellent, his dancing skills are not good. In the end, Xiao Mingyu gave Lu Qinglian the finale, and Miss Xiao Lu performed the last dance. That dance is so beautiful. Who wouldn't fall in love with Miss Xiao Lu after watching it? Wang Longqi looked up at the night sky and sighed with emotion. Did you go to see it? Of course. I go to the city every year to watch it before going home to admire the moon. Wang Longqi nodded and said, I just didn't expect that such an exciting thing would happen this year. That Lu Qinglian, when she finished her dance, suddenly fell to the ground, and then turned into a goblin in front of the whole city. Ah! Several people in Dayun Temple were surprised. You all sound so surprised. Right? You can imagine how shocked the people who saw the scene were. Wang Longqi said.
The beauty who was so graceful and beautiful under the moon just now suddenly grew a body of scales. Grow a snake's tail. Isn't that?
Yu Qian's eyes were deep, and he looked at Wang Longqi. And the old man and the young man spoke in unison.
Better yet?
Cough. The fox girl coughed heavily in annoyance, interrupting the sudden and indescribable excitement between the two of them.
Hee. I knew you had to say that. Old Taoist priest.
Wang Longqi smiled.
But many people were still frightened. Immediately, some cultivators from Chaotian K came forward, restrained her, and took her into custody. In jail. It would be a pity if this little girl is really a fairy. I'm afraid it will be difficult to return in the future.
Wang Longqi sighed. Li Chu suddenly asked,
Does her sudden transformation into a goblin have anything to do with your coming here?
He thought that Wang Longqi came to him to exorcise evil spirits. From the whole scene, it seemed that there was nothing that needed to be done.
Well, Wang Longqi paused.
It can be said to be somewhat related. I have never seen this dance before in Hangzhou, and I don't want it to be the last song.
Wang Longqi said lonelily.
Is there anything more regrettable than this in the world? But in Shenluo City, there are at least a dozen oirons like Miss Xiaolu, especially the annual Flower Capital Convention, which is 100 times more exciting than this Mid-Autumn Festival ceremony. I just thought that people must go to Shenluo City to live in this life. It will take a while to see the Huadu Convention. I told my father that I want to go to Shenluo City to do business,
he said. Wang Longqi imitated his father's mean tone.
Are you going there to do business? I'm embarrassed to point you out.
After a few quarrels,
he kicked me out.
Everyone.
He also said that I'm just a waste who can only spend family money. Bah!
Wang Longqi grabbed a piece of moon cake, took a few bites, spat out fish scales, and frowned. The little koi's face turned red, and the dull hair on his forehead stood up again.
New stuffing species,
Li Chu explained.
Oh!
Wang Longqi then continued to eat, took a sip of tea, and said angrily,
What do you think is wrong with being a waste? Let's not mention this for now.
Yu Qian pondered for a while, with a serious face, and said,
From what you said, I feel that Miss Lu is not necessarily a goblin.
Huh? Wang Longqi was stunned. Yu Qian thought for a while and said,
Disciple, you set off immediately and rushed to the prison in Fuqing to see the little Lu girl and ask her a few words.
Li Chu was a little stunned. He didn't expect that this matter could really involve him. On the other hand, Wang Longqi's eyes shone brightly.
Miss Xiaolu can really be saved? Not necessarily. You have to ask before you know,
Yu Qian said.
If she is really a monster, no one can save her. But if she is not,
Wang Longqi clenched his fists, and the two of them said in unison again,
We must not let the beauty suffer.